Due to the many wars and destruction around the world, there is no longer a single safe place left in it. In order to save humanity, a newly formed association of heroes with abilities became the leaders of this world. To earn wealth and honor, many families were set up to work with the association. However, those who only craved for power began to appear among them. One such was the Baek Divine Sword family. Just now, one of her members was sitting in despair right on the ground. He refused to believe he was being cast out. But the guy who stood over him repeated that he should be ashamed, for he was considered weaker than even those who were still learning. He then asked if the man knew their family's credo, to which he muttered that force and orders were paramount. Hearing this, the guy smiled caustically and showed him a piece of paper on which the expulsion order was printed. He also added that the elder himself confirmed it, because such trash has no right to be part of this family. He then threw out the ruling, saying that only 3 people had not given their consent to his banishment. However, his father, whom he idolized, was among the first to agree with the decision. The guy smirked again and said he wanted to deliver the document to him himself, which he enjoyed quite a bit. These words angered the young man. He realized that it was too late to change anything, but he didn't agree with this decision. Seeing this, his interlocutor reminded him that he had only reached rank 1 swordsman by the age of 24, and that could already be considered a failure. After all, he himself had gotten it when he was 14. The difference between their grades was an entire decade. Given that, there was no point in continuing the conversation any longer, and he clapped his hands together, giving the order to begin. At the same instant, the other boys who were standing behind him rushed at the young man. His name was James, and the guy who gave the order was John, and now he explained his actions. Pointing his finger at him, he said he had no choice but to take everything this family had bestowed upon him. Turns out there are 2 conditions for exorcism: remove the vein from his right arm and blow up his heart aura. Hearing this, James even stopped resisting because it was so unexpected. However, it took him a few seconds to come to his senses and lash out at James with screams of rage. His anger was well justified, for without his vein and aura, he would never be able to become a fully fledged swordsman again. But they grabbed him without letting him get to his goal, and he was desperate and angry, saying it wasn't fair. After all, he was trying his best not to dishonor the family name, but John didn't want to listen to him anymore. He pushed him to the ground and withdrew, and the boys who were with him proceeded to carry out the order. One of them covered James's mouth with his hand, while the other thug concentrated the swordsman's magical power. For some reason, they asked him not to hate them too much, for they were only doing what they were told to do. And then a searing pain pierced his heart. It was his aura exploding, and it was unbearably painful. James felt his strength leave him. He instinctively coughed up blood and his eyes darkened. A year later, terrible events occurred in their country, and now the entire city was in flames. This was the result of the many terrorist attacks and destruction brought to their country by unknown monsters. People were dying one by one, for no one had ever seen such huge monsters before. They were similar to humans in their form, but had green coloring and incredible strength. Therefore, there was nothing left for the civilian population but to flee in terror from these aliens. James then found himself in the midst of events. He didn't think his worst fears would become reality. It seemed to him that it was the worst day of his life, and he ran in fear with everyone else in search of shelter. It was just another day in his life as an alleyway loser when a rift appeared in the sky. He was much bigger than the others, and even the Ability User Association couldn't predict that. Things were shaping up in the worst possible way, but deep down, he knew all he had to do was wait for the association. James decided to hide in an alley before anything happened to him. However, he made a poor choice. Stepping onto the asphalt, he immediately found himself on a road strewn with corpses and pools of blood reddening all around. To top it all off, a strong odor of something rotten hit his nose, and the guy covered his nose with his hand. He was indeed standing on a road of corpses, and the nasty odor appeared to be coming from their decomposing bodies. There were women and children here, for the orgs, and that was the name of these monsters, spared no one. Suddenly he heard a low whistling sound behind him and slowly turned around, preparing for the worst. Apparently fate wasn't on his side today because an org giant was looming viciously right in front of him. A second later, the monster swung his huge arm to finish off another victim. It hit where James's head had been a moment ago, but he managed to bounce back at the last moment. When the guy landed, he marveled at the power of these new monsters, amazed that they all came out of that rift. He grabbed the nearest metal stick and prepared to do battle with the bulky man. In his current state, he hoped to at least survive until the association arrived, but that wasn't easy to do either. However, he realized that it was useless to run away, for the ogre would catch up and finish him off in 2 steps, which meant that the only option left was to try to survive this battle until the association came. Without a vein in his right arm and a heart aura, he wouldn't be able to kill the monster, but he could still buy time. With that thought, he deflected the next blow and ran straight for the ogre giant's arm. His target was the head, the most vulnerable spot of any creature, but the ogre was too fast. With his other hand, he hit James and he fell to the ground, hitting his back painfully. The ogre, meanwhile, swung again, this time to crush the guy, but he quickly got up. Seeing the monster approaching adamantly, he suddenly realized that he couldn't just die here. He wanted revenge on the family of Divine Swordback for what they had done to him, and he also had to see his father. Somehow it was the thought of the elder that made his blood boil and filled his heart with a rage that gave him strength. He attacked the ogre giant again, and this time his speed increased so that he was able to get near its head. Swinging the stick, he jumped for the blow, aiming precisely at the monster's skull and put all his strength there. He was suddenly reminded of John's words, calling him trash, unworthy of being part of the family. Words about his uselessness and made him feel shame and resentment at the same time. But somehow it was having a positive effect on his swordsman's strength, which he had long since stopped feeling. James didn't know for sure if the strength in his arms was due to the severed vein or the sudden feeling of shame. However, the moment the monster started crumbling his skull, he only had one wish. Even then, if given one single chance, he would take it. After all, it had been his dream and goal for as long as he could remember, but as fate would have it, he had not progressed beyond rank 1. And then he opened his eyes. It was so bright around him that James thought he was already dead. But then he realized. He lay on the bed, not realizing what had just happened to him, or if what he had seen was real. Looking at his hands, he realized that at least he had somehow not died from that organ. James sat on the bed, not realizing how he got here. His head hurt, but he tried to remember. The face of the organ appeared to him in great detail, but somehow it felt as if he were asleep. It was as if it was all a terrible dream, and now he was awake. And besides, his body didn't hurt at all. He looked at his right arm with sleepy eyes and noticed that the thin vein scar on it was gone. Then everything started to come together in his head, and he realized he was in his own room. It was the room he lived in, but other than that, he could also feel the power of the vein and heart aura. James couldn't explain why this was happening to him, but his train of thought was interrupted by the vibration of his phone. It was the alarm clock going off. It was exactly 6 a.m., and the calendar was showing the date May 7th, 2020. There was only one explanation for this. He had regressed back 10 years. Even the building where his room was located belonged to the Divine Swordbeck family from where he had been banished. At one point, he even felt funny about the fact that he had returned to the family that had taken absolutely everything from him. But most of all, he didn't understand why exactly this was happening to him, for if it wasn't a dream, then what was? James slapped his cheeks and finally convinced himself he was awake, and from behind him some voice addressed him. The unfamiliar man asked if he was completely crazy for punching himself in the face, but addressed him as you for some reason. The boy turned around in surprise and saw a handsome man in front of him who smelled of power and some mysterious aura. And then the man suddenly walked up to him and said that his master this time was an inexperienced little child. However, he then remarked that since the contract was already in place, there was nothing to be done and they should introduce themselves. He named himself first, saying his name was Blackstone, and he was a great magical sword. The man then looked at James, expecting him to introduce himself in response, but the boy remained silent, still not understanding anything. He found it hard to believe that it was 2020, and he didn't think about any magic swords and contracts at all. He added that he felt as if he were dead, to which Blackstone thoughtfully remarked that the gentleman was quite calm. It was a little strange to hear for James, but the man suddenly cheerfully suggested they continue their conversation. He then explained that their souls were bound through a magical sword contract. This is how the guy became his master, and he became responsible for his growth. Then he looked again at James, who was sitting in confusion, and told him to say the phrase, "status window." But the guy still didn't fully understand the situation. He interjected what the guy had just said about his height. Blackstone thought for a moment, then replied that he spoke of his responsibility for his growth, and before these of the contract of the sword. Seeing, however, that the young man still didn't understand a word, he asked him to simply say the phrase, "status window." Instead, James walked back over to the bed and lay down on it like he was going to sleep, which surprised Blackstone. As it turned out, he really still thought it was some kind of dream John had put on him. Upon hearing this, Blackstone said he fully expected this reaction, but still asked him to say, "status window." But James wasn't listening to him anymore. The idea that the able-bodied John wanted to make a fool of him again seemed likely. He hoped he would just close his eyes now and wake up, but Blackstone broke his thoughts with a quiet laugh. He repeated John's name, saying that this must be the one his young master feared. This is the man the guy wants to make pay for his shame, and whom he dreams of overpowering. And then the man said he could help him with it, and James had already stopped thinking of it as a dream. He queried if it was true, and Blackstone assured him that that was what the contract was for. However, there was one condition. The young man must trust him, or they would not succeed. For a moment, James still doubted whether to believe the man, but there was another strong feeling. After all, this was the very chance he so desperately craved for, to take revenge on the family of the divine Sword Beck. He remembered his words, how he said he tried his best, even though he was treated like trash. This was the one opportunity to get revenge on his family, and also to look into the eyes of the elder who had consented to his banishment. After a brief moment of thought, James finally said that he didn't fully trust Blackstone's words. However, if the one would help him achieve his goal, he would believe him, and the man nodded approvingly. James then uttered the phrase, "status window," and suddenly a scoreboard with his data appeared in front of him. This was the basic information with his characterization, where he was listed as a magic sword wielder. Of all the qualities represented in the characteristics, everything except thinking, he had at the lowest rank. This trend has been noticed by Blackstone, who said his numbers are pitiful. However, something changed in his voice as he spoke, and when James turned around, he saw the child. It was hard to believe at first, but it appeared to be the same man who had appeared before him the first time. Blackstone confirmed his hunch, saying it was the reason he was trying to make him stronger. After all, because his master is so weak, he looks like that. He added that he would show it to him, as he would not believe it. He then said that his original form was a sword, and suddenly turned into a small, purple-colored blade. James thought it was unbelievable that the man was a sword, but Blackstone continued to explain. He said that the power he has is reflected in his appearance, so he needs to step it up a notch. This must have been their contract, but James was not happy about it, for with his skills he would rather die of old age. But to his surprise, Blackstone replied that that was what he liked about him, for he had nothing. He said that it wasn't fun at all to meet a master who was already strong. It was much more interesting to raise his level. Hearing this, James wondered if it could be that he had been regressed to be given another chance. The thought seemed quite logical, so he replied firmly to Blackstone that he would fulfill the sword contract with him. And Blackstone, in the guise of a child, smiled cheerfully back at him, saying that from now on he was his new master. The first step towards the goal was endurance, and that was where every magical swordsman should start. The scoreboard with the first characterization changed to the task, showing the conditions and reward. It looked exactly like video games, where you get experience points and rankings for completing certain missions. It was the same here. For successful completion, they gave 300 points and a title, so the point was clear. Blackstone quite explained that it may look dated, but it is quite appropriate for this time period. He spoke of a holographic message, which served as a way to communicate with the sword's wielder. And the methods always differed. For some it was a collection of books, for others it was writing. The Lord's method of growth was not that important, for even if he changed, the method would remain the same. Blackstone said that even a dumbass like James would be called a genius if he followed through. There was also a reason why he, Blackstone, had chosen him to be his master. However, this reason, as well as the desire for the magic sword, will be revealed at the end of this challenge. Of course, James didn't understand anything. He had heard so many new words that he was unable to assimilate everything at once. But Blackstone didn't explain anything else. Instead, he began assignments for James, and from that point on, his training began. It would seem that what could be difficult about a normal run, but James was getting that wrong too. Each step he took was accompanied by Blackstone's adamant commentary on the errors in his technique. The guy didn't remember how long he had been running, but one thing was quite clear. With this form, he would have to train for a long time. Step by step, he had covered kilometers of distance, but it still looked insurmountable. Plus, Blackstone didn't give him a chance to catch his breath, constantly pointing out his mistakes. Finally, James couldn't stand it any longer and rushed forward, wanting to pull away so he wouldn't have to hear Blackstone. And he remained sitting and watching his master, for they were bound by more than just a contract. Plus, it was incomprehensible to him how a guy could have everything on the lowest level, but think on such a high level. There was something that kept the guy moving forward toward his goal, no matter how low he fell or where he was. Then Blackstone assumed it had something to do with that John, and then it hit him. Surely the most powerful emotion that in the right hands can turn into a weapon. It was hate, and for some reason James had too much of it, so much so that Blackstone wondered. It was the first time he'd ever seen such an amount of hatred be able to fill a body, and a 15-year-old boy at that. Now that he thought about it, something made sense to him. But then James came running in, announcing that he was done. Blackstone looked at him with a thoughtful look, for there was indeed something strong about this fellow. Meanwhile, James wondered if it would definitely work, because he didn't want to waste his energy for nothing. He sank to the ground without strength, saying that he had done everything as the man had told him, but was only sure of his thinking so far. Then he cast a disgruntled glance at the child, adding that it was his endurance limit anyway. Then Blackstone clicked his fingers and James saw the holographic message again. His physical attributes had indeed increased, but the progress was negligible, and James was not happy about it. But suddenly Blackstone added that his pride and mindset is actually talent and opportunity. Hearing this, James glowed with dignity, for it was the first time he had heard such words. However, it was also the first time he was holding out his hand for a reward for his efforts, and it felt great. To this, Blackstone only smiled, saying that the guy was really 15 with that kind of behavior. He added that their training was over for the day, but immediately got flustered when James said no. It was the first time the guy had experienced this sensation, as if a long-jammed door had finally opened. And the most incredible thing was that he didn't even realize when it happened, but it didn't matter so much now. And Blackstone watched with wonder, for it is an unusual thing for characteristics to grow in half a day. Seeing that James was serious, he hastened to stop him, saying that the body might not be able to bear it. He explained that the changes in characterization are unpredictable now, and who knows what the next assignments will be. But James asked him back if he didn't know why his data had suddenly improved so dramatically. To this, Blackstone replied that he was connected to the Master only through a system of assignments, but who gave these assignments he did not know. This surprised James as well, but the lad asked no more and Blackstone continued. He revealed that his soul was inside a sword someone had crafted, and he had since learned many skills. However, there was something he didn't understand, so he said he would like to ask his master about it. James was surprised, for he didn't even really understand how he'd gotten here, let alone answer questions. But Blackstone still asked it. He said he felt a strange part of him that overwhelmed the guy's soul. That part was an unusual accumulation of hate from him, quite large as for a 15-year-old. But it was this very emotion that had been growing easily inside of him over the years, and James found himself involuntarily thinking about it. However, he was able to quickly understand everything this time. After all, the man had already mentioned that their souls were connected, so it made sense. The only thing left to decide was whether to tell him the reason for this hatred, or whether it was better to keep silent. James decided to share it with Blackstone, because if they were together now, he could help him. He was about to begin to tell the story when suddenly he heard someone's voice calling to him from behind. The voice sounded painfully familiar, and before he even turned around, James realized who it belonged to. John was indeed standing before him, the same John he hated with all his heart but could never overpower. Before James returned, he had humiliated him to the point where he would never wash that shame away. At least that's what he thought, but suddenly his last words came to mind for some reason. Back then, John had said that he had gotten his first-rank swordsman at the age of 14, and now he, James, was almost the same age. He stood in front of him, not knowing what to do, for this family member had always bullied him more than anyone else. In the meantime, John spoke up, saying that the elder was now to take roll call. Then suddenly his face became stern, and he asked why James still hadn't bowed his head to him. A direct order to bow was next, and Blackstone could see James grow nervous. John threatened to beat him if he didn't bow and appeared to be determined. Then there was nothing left for James to do but fulfill what he wanted, and John laughed. He didn't hit him hard enough with the stick on the head and asked him what he was doing here instead of practicing. Then an evil smirk appeared on his face and he added, "Had James already given up?" While he was saying all this, Blackstone watched curiously. He asked about John, and James explained that he was the sixth child of the family and the eldest for him. It was also notable that no one but James saw Blackstone, so he calmly grabbed John's head. Then he started to crinkle his face, and it looked rather ridiculous, but James couldn't let himself laugh. At this moment, a girl came up to them, who in a commanding voice ordered John to be silent. This was the direct heir of the divine sword Beck family, the second child of Barbara Beck. She then turned to James, saying that she had heard about his aura manifestation ceremony today. The girl advised him not to screw up, and James realized with annoyance exactly which day he had regressed. A few minutes later, everyone had already met the elder who had come out of the family's main building. It was a rather old man, but he could still fight back against the younger ones, and he was also unusually strong. Blackstone noticed this as well. He asked if the man was really their father, and James nodded. But for Blackstone, it was something incredible, for it was the first time he had ever met someone so strong. As his father passed, James asked what his next assignment would be. He looked after the elder. The scoreboard appeared again, showing the same conditions and reward, so James had already decided everything for himself. While Blackstone talked about why it's important to progress a little bit each day, he was already warming up for the race. And then he suddenly ran sharply, for he had only one wish: to become stronger before the ceremony. The terms of the assignment specified a number of 1,000 miles, and James was already envisioning it with anticipation. To Blackstone, he said that he had told himself that he could outrun this John in no time at all. As a matter of fact, that was what he was going to do now. But Blackstone was not enthusiastic about the idea. He recalled that he had also told him about limits that could not be exceeded, or his body wouldn't hold up. At that moment, the status window just reappeared again, stating that a new title had been obtained. In addition, James's physical attributes have increased, and it happened in just one workout. Now they both stood staring in amazement at his first successfully completed task. His condition was to raise his stamina and physical strength to level 15 without picking up a sword. And James handled it all, so the reward of 300 points and a new title was earned. Blackstone said there were many crazy scumbags among his owners, but this was the first time he had met someone like James. He asked the guy if he had been capable of this all along and just hid his abilities. James was about to reply that that wasn't true at all, when suddenly the status window changed again. It now read a new message that said his intimacy with Blackstone was of an age. It was something new, but Blackstone frowned, saying it was only natural. He explained to a surprised James that the level of intimacy was another important thing in their relationship. But James said that even though it's a system fit for modern times, it's more like a dating simulator. He even dared to suggest that he must just be dying now, and it was all a death dream. And then something funny happened. The system produced another message saying he'd gotten more points by watching Blackstone's shock. Black himself, however, was not happy about this. He was outraged, as this was the first time the video had ever happened. He pounced on the guy, asking who he even was to receive such undeserved accolades. But he soon stopped and dejectedly sank to the ground, saying that his honor as a magic sword had only disintegrated by 4 chapters. Then James answered him that he had lost any honor when he became a boy. Looking at the status window, which had changed again, the guy realized that he had earned 500 points in total. He asked Black what would be the best thing to invest them in, and he thought for a while. But then he replied with full confidence that it was now worth it for him to increase his stamina and strength. James did so, and soon the points were deducted from the general account, and he kept the balance for Black's advice. His stats had now improved to 20, and thus his rank went from low to just low. But not 2 minutes later, something inside his body suddenly clenched and he felt pain. It felt like his whole body was collapsing again, veins showing through on his arms and neck. Terrified, James screamed, not knowing what to do. He started frantically grabbing for air, but it wasn't helping. It stopped as suddenly as it had started, and the status window changed again. According to this, his physical body had been promoted in rank to low, and it was quite tangible. James looked at his arm in amazement, which had just been hurting so unbearably, but now it was as it had been before. Blackstone rather remarked that he now realized how weak his body was, but thankfully he was able to bear it. But such words didn't make James happy. He asked what would happen if he couldn't bear it. To this, however, Blackstone chose not to answer, saying only that the important thing was that he was able, for it was all behind him now. But James grew even more agitated and repeated his question, eager to hear the answer, however cruel it might be. His ceremony for heart aura manifestations was taking place in the evening of the same day, and it was about to begin soon. The elder himself attended the ceremony, as well as 6 direct descendants of the Bake Magic Sword family. The father said that his first child had failed at this ceremony, and they all remembered perfectly well why. And now it was time for the last heir to show his aura. It was about James, of course. The one was already in the hall, and after these words of his father, he walked over to the ball in the center of the room, which was to be touched. This he did, but his thoughts swirled around his whole past life, which he had worse than a dog. He knew before the regression he couldn't manifest anything at that age, only succeeding by the age of 24. And even then, after so many years of treating it like garbage, it turned out to be a useless white aura. But now it was different. For some reason he believed in himself, and that same belief was read in the smile of Blackstone, who was beside him. Suddenly, right during the ceremony, there was a new task that indicated that he had to activate the aura differently. It should have been done through the dantian, not the heart, because all magic sword wielders should be different. Blackstone then said that James should just trust him to complete the task. He added that it would be different from most people in his world, but after all, experts go their own way. There was no time to think about it, and James decided it was worth a try since it would help him grow. He put his hand on the orb and activated the aura. At the same time, the task was completed, and he was rewarded. Due to the benefits of accepting the assignment, he had an aura that was unique to him activated. She had a dark black color, and everyone present froze in surprise at her display. But Barbara was the first to come to her senses because she was aware of what the black color of the aura meant. This meant that there was a demon inside James's aura, which of course was in no way good for the guy himself either. Without further ado, she snapped out of her seat and lunged at James, determination in her eyes. In an instant, the girl was over the guy's head and swung a blade that appeared from somewhere. She said she didn't know where he got the demon from, but since his aura contained it. Then she would destroy her, saying that Barbara swung her sword, aiming straight for his heart. James was so shocked he was unable to put up a defense, but luckily one of the direct descendants protected him. Kevin, the third son, got there just in time and blocked Barbara's attack with his sword. This surprised the girl, but she didn't plan on backing down, so she yelled for the man to move away if she didn't want to die. The girl yelled that James had gotten a demonic family aura, but Kevin replied that his aura was just black. James, who was listening to all of this, realized only one thing. He had actually succeeded in doing it. He activated an aura, also so unusual, but why did Barbara call it demonic? The girl, meanwhile, said that she had never heard of a person using black energy. To Kevin's attempts to stop her, she replied that she would impale him first if he didn't back off. Everyone present realized that Barbara was determined to finish the job before the end, but it was only Kevin who stopped her. As suddenly, someone's rough, authoritative voice was heard asking the girl what she was up to. The voice belonged to an elder. He asked further when it allowed her to draw her sword. Barbara and Kevin stopped their confrontation, and both looked up at their father, who towered over them. He looked very composed and calm, but he suddenly showed his strength. Everyone in the hall felt his powerful aura. The elder aimed it at Barbara, and the girl felt her heart clench, and then followed by a sharp pinpoint pain in her chest. It hurt so bad that she coughed up blood. It stopped as suddenly as it had begun, and the elder asked when it had given her permission to kill her brother. Barbara, still shocked at what her father had been able to do from a distance, apologized, saying she had jumped to conclusions. And the old man told her to look at everything with her own eyes, because a black aura didn't always indicate a demonic family. In James's case, it was infinite pure mana, which is different from the energy of a demon from a demonic family. Just like Kevin said, the color is different, because it's the power appearing from mana with a trained aura. The elder waved his hand once more, saying that he knew Barbara held a grudge against the demonic family. But with this careless attitude, she would end up losing her head to her, so her father ordered her to meditate for 6 months. One of the brothers mockingly remarked that if any of them had done such a thing, they would not have gotten away with one meditation. It was clearly an insult to James, and deep down inside he hated this whole family but held back. His thoughts were interrupted by his father calling out to him, and James turned around, being very surprised. After all, his father had never emphasized him much, but this time he said that he felt an exceptional energy from his aura. Such high praise made James very excited, but he didn't show it and simply bowed. However, the elder's next question stumped him. He asked him why he stored the mana in the Dantian. At this point, James realized that his whole life depended on his answer, so he waited a bit before answering. The fact that he was using the Dantian as a mana storage device instead of his heart surprised everyone present. And James had time to think that the elder was indeed an outstanding swordsman, since he was able to determine where he released the mana from. But something had to be answered, for the old man might destroy all his mana if he didn't give an acceptable answer. With that thought, he raised his head and looked the elder straight in the eyes. He said he did it because he was different. Such an answer, of course, surprised the old man, and he asked what the fellow meant. James then explained that he was different from his siblings, in that he had not inherited the talent of the Beck family. This was also manifested in the fact that his heart was not as hardy, so he decided to store the mana in the Dantian. Hearing this, the old man asked in surprise, does he really want to follow the will of those who are unable to train their hearts? He said James had done a foolish thing by spinning around 2 vital points, and the man agreed. The guy nodded, but added that he would definitely become stronger than anyone by following his method. He added that he didn't need to explain himself. He would prove everything with his results, and now the old man looked at him differently. Suddenly he laughed out loud. James's words amused him, but he could see the guy was serious. He said afterward that the one was very cocky, but that's what he liked him better for. His father agreed with his method, saying that he would have to work hard, for he would have to outrun his siblings. In addition, he must reach the top rank of the Divine Sword Beck family, so he must try hard. And if he didn't, then the conversation would be very different, and then the elder's gaze changed again. He said that otherwise he would either die or live a horrible life. But that didn't deter James in the least. He still had confidence and determination in his gaze, so he accepted the challenge. Instead of answering, he asked the elder to keep an eye on him, and he nodded leisurely. That was the end of the manifestation ceremony, and everyone headed for the exit, with Kevin joining James on the way. They walked to the medical room because the third son wanted to examine his arm with the vein responsible for the aura. Kevin said that it was already surprising that James showed an aura, but besides that, it appeared black. And during all of this, Barbara tried to kill him. It's looking more and more like a scene from a movie. Kevin even said that today was more amazing than the day of the new dungeon opening. However, what interested him the most was what James had just done, since he had strengthened his body so quickly. In addition, the reaction to the mana had softened a bit. Listening to all of this, he involuntarily smiled at the praise. But Kevin waited for a response, adding that his body wasn't as strong during the last checkup. James then explained everything by saying that he just doesn't do sword training, practicing stamina. Kevin replied that it was a little strange to hear that from someone who had always practiced fencing, but the result was spot on. James was also pleased with himself. He reminded Kevin that he had promised his father to become a better sword master. The third brother smiled and then dipped his hand into his pocket, telling James to accept something from him. It was Camille's stone that he had gotten on the last mission, and it might help in stabilizing the aura. James was so shocked that he barely dropped such a valuable gift, thanking Kevin for his generosity. He knew the stone was very expensive, but his brother said it was his reward for his hard training. As James thought about turning around and walking away, he suddenly heard a new voice addressing him. It was John, who put a hand on his shoulder and mockingly asked him what he thought he was. After all, even though he managed to release his aura, he would always only be a rank 1 loser swordsman. With those words, he shoved him and then smirked evilly, telling him that he would have to obey him. However, James replied that he had nothing to talk to him about and was about to go on his way. But suddenly he saw something. Suddenly, a status window appeared right behind John's back with a new assignment that was quite unusual. John, of course, didn't video this, so he thought his brother was just scared of his threat if he was so surprised. But the reason was different. It was a surprise assignment that offered to beat up John, who had bullied him all his life. James glanced at Blackstone, and he explained that sometimes assignments like this came up, and the reward for them exceeded all expectations. Meanwhile, John's face twisted unhappily, annoyed that his brother was just standing there with his eyes open. Then he smiled again, saying that he'd probably been feeling too sorry for him all this time, so he'd fought back. But suddenly James spoke up, asking who said he wasn't the one who had been feeling sorry for John all along. Thinking about the task, it was worth a try, but he missed the first punch from his brother. He slumped to the floor in surprise, and John walked over to him and told him to make a decision. Either he would be beaten until he passed out or he would pass out from the beating. The choice was his. Afterward, John let him go, saying that he said some interesting things when he spoke to his father at the ceremony. He mentioned that he would become stronger than anyone using his methods, but you have to be held accountable for such loud words. James only smiled at this, saying that his brother knew nothing about life to instruct others. It was a clear provocation, and Blackstone was surprised at this behavior, for James was facing someone he could not defeat. At least that was in his past life. Now he felt a surge of strength, and John noticed it too. But he did not understand the reason for this change, for last week his brother had obeyed him completely. He decided to teach him a lesson and attacked again, but this time James put up a defense and blocked the blow. This surprised John, but he was much more experienced in combat than his brother, so he quickly found a weak spot and kicked. James grimaced in pain but kept his hands up. He listened as John said he would never catch up to him. As if to prove his point, he sent blow after blow to his body, but so far James had managed to endure. Except it couldn't last long, and soon he became dizzy and staggered to his feet. John kicked him in the chin, intending to knock him out, telling him he should have just listened to him. Once on the ground, James was open to any attack, and John decided to finish him off, but to his surprise he couldn't. James put his arm out again for defense and didn't let the attack go all the way to his head. It was well worth the effort in his condition. But that was just the beginning. After that, he suddenly looked at his brother with a look full of hatred. John felt uneasy at this sight of the last direct heir, for it was the first time he had seen him like this. Wanting to prove that he would still obey him, he continued to kick his leg, but James grabbed it. It was so unexpected that John couldn't even think about it, and James was back on his feet in an instant. He lifted his leg along with him, and for a moment John was afraid he would strike back, for the moment was good. Unfortunately for him, that's what happened. James counterattacked his brother by kicking him in the face. Of course, he didn't have as much strength or experience as John, so he didn't even budge, but it still hurt. He turned around to punch him, surprised and angry at the same time that he dared to fight back at all. And then something incredible happened. Suddenly his strength disappeared somewhere and he sank to the floor. His eyes began to blur, but he didn't understand how that was possible, since this brat had never been in a fight. Then James explained to him that he now had a concussion from a punch to the jaw, because he should have learned where to hit the hardest. Then he grabbed his brother by the hair, clearly intent on revenge for all the abuse in his past life. He leaned over so he could hear him better, and said with a smile on his face that it was his turn to beat up his brother. What came next was not hard to guess from the sounds that came from the hallway of the family's main building. The screams belonged to John, and when it stopped, James saw the alerts of a successfully completed mission. He was incredibly happy and proud of himself, because for the first time in his life, he was able to stand up for himself, and in front of John. Blackstone, too, looked at all this with undisguised astonishment, for his master was growing stronger before his eyes. It was a good thing, but he decided not to give him any reason to be proud of himself and took control of himself. He said he couldn't even imagine that the guy was just waiting for the right time to attack. For at first it looked as if he was being beaten again. But now John lay unconscious, which proved otherwise. James decided not to linger any longer and headed for the exit, saying that his brother wouldn't look for him later. Blackstone then turned to him, asking if he could ask the gentleman a question about his family. He said that all swordsmen, including John, have mana located around the heart, but why did James choose a different location? Blackstone asked why the Dantian, since there was likely another reason besides the assignment. But James replied that it was just more efficient that way, since it was easier to focus mana storage in one place. Still, Blackstone noticed that he accepted the assignment without any hesitation and asked why. To this, James replied that this option was the only way out, but Black didn't understand and continued to stare at him. James then explained that if he had continued to be as indecisive in the past, he would have accomplished nothing. Blackstone thought for a moment, pondering his answer, and then suddenly realized that something about it was odd. James went on to say that he got better mana this time than in his last life, and that's when Black realized everything. He realized exactly what was odd about his answer, and asked again what he meant by past life. James didn't understand at first why he was asking that either, and then it hit him, and he regretted saying it. He was silent because he realized he had just misspoke when he mentioned his past, but Black was still looking at him. That's when the guy realized that there was nothing else to do but tell his new friend about his life. He lowered his gaze guiltily, saying that it was useless to hide it now, and he wanted to share it with him anyway. He told Blackstone that he had lived only 25 years, died, and then regressed into his 15-year-old body. Due to his lack of talent, he was considered a burden on the family from birth and was not treated normally by his siblings. Then, at the age of 25, he was kicked out of his family, taking away his vein and aura in the process, and then a huge rift appeared in the sky. A giant ogre came out of it, and he died fighting it in an alley that day, never defeating it. Blackstone listened to all this without saying a word. To him, suddenly individual images of the gentleman's life began to appear. Here he was being beaten, and here he was having his aura taken away. It turned out that it was all really true. He looked down thoughtfully, pondering what he had just heard. In a way, he felt sorry for the guy. James ended his story by saying that he met Black when he regressed, so he couldn't believe it wasn't a dream. But now everything was starting to make sense. It was becoming clear why he was able to accept the assignment so easily. Suddenly, Blackstone looked at him again and asked what his purpose was then, and James wondered. Black then explained that it would make more sense if he had a goal, like something he couldn't accomplish in his past life. It was the first time James had ever thought about something like this. But then again, all his bad luck had started with this family. After some thought, he said that Blackstone was right, and he did have a purpose. He will become the strongest swordsman in the family, just as he promised his father, but he will not fight for glory. He will defeat the father himself, become an elder, and change this rotten system in families from within. Suddenly Blackstone laughed, saying that he somehow knew that was what the gentleman wanted. But he liked his answer very much, and added with gusto that this was the way his master should be. And then he added that his regression had nothing to do with their contract but it had already happened. He promised that with him, James would become stronger than not only John, but the elder T of all swordsmen in the world. James didn't really believe such big words, but Black added that it all depended on himself and the goals he set for himself. James then assured him that he was ready to achieve them. No, he was already in the process of doing so. Blackstone liked his attitude, he said, reiterating to him that he would make him the strongest swordsman in the world. Meanwhile, the surprise task he had completed continued to show up in the status window. The most important thing left was to collect the reward, and James saw a not insignificant number of cards in front of him. The guy again noticed that it all looked more like some kind of game, but Black just told him to pick one card. Both the front and back of the cards looked the same, so he can only find out what's in it when he chooses. Black decided to add that his past master had been unlucky all along, but James had already made his choice. He picked the nearest card and pressed it. In that second, everything around him was flooded with bright light. And then a small black-colored ball dropped onto his hand, which was apparently his reward. It meant that he had gotten a mana susceptibility pill, but he himself didn't understand what it meant. He looked at Blackstone, and he stood there in shock, saying that he had gotten a pill that permanently increased his susceptibility to mana. He didn't understand how someone as shabby as James got such a valuable award. Those words hurt the guy. But Blackstone explained further, saying that if he increased his susceptibility to mana, it would become much easier for him to sense auras. And if he ate this pill, his own aura would grow by several times, which would be very good. Just in case, James asked if there were any side effects to this pill, but Black replied in the negative. Still, James reminded him of how injured AO was getting with his height arrest, what with the last workout. Black understood what the man was talking about, saying that the gentleman was probably referring to the moment when he first increased his stats. However, it was because the state of his body was terrible, except James wasn't satisfied with such an answer. He couldn't yet know why he was feeling the pain, but instead, he decided to just eat the pill. Relieved that it didn't have any side effects, he had no idea it applied to everything. After all, he didn't feel any positive change either, and turned to Black, asking if that was how it was supposed to be. But Black replied that it was because his susceptibility to mana was too low, which upset the guy a little. Then he added that he had done a good job today, so he could rest, but tomorrow he would teach him how to accumulate mana. But James replied that he wasn't going to wait until tomorrow and would take care of it today, which really pissed Black off. He grumbled a bit, calling him a crazy fool, but still obeyed him and told him to take a meditation pose. James did so, but he didn't realize that there was a man watching him the whole time. Thomas was on a special mission from the Dark Sword Squad and was now reporting back with his elder on everything he had seen. He said he had witnessed an incident which he was obliged to report, and began his account of a recent battle between two brothers. He ended with young Mr. James defeating young Mr. John, though not in the best way. Of course, his father was surprised at such a statement, but Thomas explained that they did fight, albeit without swords. He'd started his surveillance just as the guys were exchanging words before the fight, so he'd seen the whole thing from start to finish. The elder then asked in surprise if he really meant to say that John, a rank 2 swordsman, had lost to James. He couldn't even control his aura properly, but Thomas told him the details of the fight. The old man realized that in that case John had underestimated his brother, so he had been outsmarted. His father asked what John was doing now, to which Thomas replied that he hadn't left his room since waking up. Hearing this, the elder called the third son a coward, for he didn't even order him to isolate himself. He then asked what James had been doing all this time, wanting to know what his last son had decided for himself. Thomas replied that the man had also been in his room since morning, most likely practicing his mana. The old man smiled. He said he thought he would be bored watching the guy. But there was an interesting change. Thereupon he gave orders to bring John to him, and Thomas, bowing for the last time, departed to carry out the order. His father thought James had decided to fight seriously, so he decided to help him and prepare the ground for him. The next day, James was sitting on the floor of his room talking to Blackstone about aura control. To do that, he needed to stabilize his mana in the Dantian, but the guy said there was another way. Now that he knew how to accumulate mana, he should try to use this method. He had a hammer in his hand, which he brought up to Camilla's stone, and Blackstone looked at him in surprise. A second later, the hammer shattered the jewel, but James knew what he was doing. This was not understood only by Blackstone, who said that even though the Lord hated the Beck family, it was still a gift from his brother. James then replied that he liked Kevin just fine, and he broke the rock for another reason. It was Camilla's now famous way of using the stone, holding it while practicing. If you break the stone, the condensed mana will spread across the sealed area. This way he can train his aura and absorb the mana hovering in the air for a better effect. As a result of such experiments, the status window showed that its mana characteristic increased by 5. He also received 200 points for the fact that Camille's stone was used for the first time in such a unique method. Blackstone called him crazy again, but James replied that because of this, his aura would now grow on its own. Black agreed. He also added that because of this, his restriction was lifted as well. James didn't understand what the man meant by his restriction, so now it was his turn to look at Black in surprise. Then the status window, as if to confirm his words, showed a message saying that the first seal had been lifted from Blackstone. And in the next instant, James saw a beautiful purple blade in front of him, the epitome of Black. He asked if that meant that one becomes a weapon completely, to which he received an affirmative answer. Now he remembered Black saying that his original form was a sword, and now he saw it in front of him. The guy could still hear his voice saying that he was only a dagger for now, because he hadn't fully regained his power. He advised him to swing it, and James took its hilt, thinking it was his first time holding the sword since Regression. Suddenly, he felt an incredible power emanating from the sword, and was surprised to ask about it. But Blackstone was silent, and James felt something strange, then realized with horror that it was his aura. It flowed away, and Blackstone wondered if he now understood why they called it a magic sword. But James begged him through force to stop, for it was incredibly hard to hold him like this. Blackstone explained that the stronger its owner was, the stronger he became as well, and slipped out of his arms. He added that the gentleman would have to reach a certain level to sustainably use his power. For with great power comes great responsibility. With these words, he returned to the guise of a boy. He was saying that the first seal didn't even compensate for half of his abilities, and James was still reeling from the shock. After all, not that he couldn't swing, he couldn't even hold it properly, but Black said it was temporary. Plus now he had new capabilities. Black pointed to the status window that reported open access to the inventory. Of course, James didn't understand what that meant, so Black had to explain that it was some sort of bag. He could put his stuff in the inventory that is in his aura, and that made James happy. So far, he could only utilize a space the size of a small room. However, the more seals he removed, the more expansive the space would become, and James already had a plan in mind. He said he then had to keep practicing like crazy to speed up the process. He opened the task he never completed in the ceremonial hall, probably due to lack of mana. If the lack of mana didn't allow for full use of the aura, then all that was needed was to accumulate more mana. Meanwhile, John stood in front of his father and experienced the worst emotions of his life. The elder asked what was wrong with his appearance, and his voice was harsh, so John hesitated to look at him. But he also realized that the man already knew that he had lost to James, so it would be best not to hide anything. John tried to justify himself by saying that he lowered his guard, so his brother was able to successfully attack him. But the elder only laughed at his words, saying that he had been beaten and fainted from a lower rank. John knelt down then, apologizing and promising that he would not allow himself to be treated that way again. Upon hearing this, the old man asked what he had been doing after he was beaten, and John turned pale. He quietly said he was trying to get information, but his father interrupted him, saying he was just a coward. Then John shouted that he had seen James take something from Kevin, and if he only knew what it was. But the elder snatched it away again, saying that the son had once again gone down his useless and selfish path. When John heard this, he was greatly surprised, for his father had never spoken to him in this way before. He apologized once more, but all he got in response was orders to scram. Discouraged, he turned around to go, when suddenly the elder offered him one task. He asked why John wouldn't make James give up and back out of his way. After all, he knows the creed of the Bake Divine Sword family, which states that force and orders are above all else. His father hinted that if the lad did well, he could tread his path step by step to the position of elder. Hearing this, John's eyes lit up, and he promised the old man that he would definitely prove himself. James and Blackstone watched through the window as someone had been standing under their room for hours. It was none other than John, and James immediately guessed that his father had done something to him since he was here. After all, even in his past life, his father had often provoked his sons into fights, and now he had definitely said something to John. Beyond that, he probably asked why he wasn't doing anything about the fact that he was so easily defeated by his younger brother. James said it only meant that they would soon fight again, and Blackstone marveled at his family more and more. But James's eyes were already lighting up. He said he definitely had to teach John a good lesson this time. Hearing this, Blackstone realized why they say parenting is very important. He said that James would be better off focusing on training his aura anyway. He agreed, and Black advised him to try again, for he would do much better now. He should have focused not on the flow of mana, but on creating a path for it to flow in him. Black said it was important that she went into not only his heart, but his whole body for the best results. He had to concentrate the mana in his energy core. It was a training method Black wanted to pass on to him. He realized that the kid would have to practice for a long time to hone everything to perfection. And at the same time, with his potential, he understood that the Lord must succeed and believed in him. This training method was called the Cain method. James felt the mana ripple like a waterfall. He remembered feeling the mana in his past life, but it had been very different then. Right now, he was experiencing the energy core training and already understood little by little how it worked. Thus, he could feel the mana not only inside his body, but also around him. This was what happened when mana completely filled the swordsman's body. Now he felt it for himself. But suddenly he had some familiar feeling. That man Black had mentioned, Cain, looked familiar. Painfully familiar, as if Blackstone himself was standing in front of him, and then James lost his concentration. Black said he did a good job, but got distracted by his thoughts and his concentration was broken. Thus, the susceptibility to mana is lost as well, but he did fine for his first time. The status window gave several messages at once, stating that he had steadily put mana into his core. It was also said that he had learned the method of training Cain's aura, and James looked at Blackstone happily. He nodded, for that meant that James had accumulated enough mana, and, as if on cue, the task was completed. He finally completed the task he started in the ceremonial hall, and the reward was a special aura and 400 points. And Blackstone looked at him with wonder and hidden delight, for it was difficult to learn this training in one day. Just when he thought this kid was amazing, the status window showed another reward for Blackstone's amazingness. He wasn't ready for that and even got angry, asking when he was surprised, but James understood. He asked him to be surprised more often, even if it was intentional, and Blackstone replied that it didn't usually work so goofily. What's more, he was worried about the memories James had seen while practicing. He couldn't tell him that yet, But he realized that at the rate the boy was progressing, that moment would come very soon. Meanwhile, James was just rejoicing at the reward of the task. He finally had enough mana. He opened his characterization where he had added skills. Among them was Rasadam's new aura, Black Wind. He then went to his data to improve the necessary qualities, for he had as many as 600 points. Reflecting on what he had just learned, James asked Blackstone about Kane's method. After all, it turned out that his sword aura originated from Rasadam, but this was the first time he had heard that name. To this, Blackstone replied that he also didn't know anything about it. But in any case, his master had commandeered a very valuable aura. Black hadn't forgotten about himself, and was about to tell him that he was the reason James was having such good luck, but he didn't let him finish. He asked for a better suggestion on how he could grow with his 600 points. To this, Blackstone replied that he should try to get all his stats to a low level, since he didn't have any assignments anyway. He then smiled, saying that something special would also happen in that case. Without wasting another minute, the first thing James did was to improve his swordsmanship, and that skill increased by 8 points. Seeing that he started with the swordsman, Blackstone suddenly realized that his master had come to an unexpected conclusion. Seeing that he didn't understand anything, he said that it looked like his IQ had become completely useless, which made James very angry. But Blackstone just smiled through all 32 teeth, saying that it was a pretty good decision though. To this, James replied that he still didn't have enough points to raise all the stats. He could only improve his wisdom by 4 more, and then asked Black how he could train it. Thoth replied that he just needed to keep practicing his mana and aura, and he liked that answer. There was only one small problem in this case in the form of John, but James said the man was a pussy and wouldn't go after him. Blackstone then agreed that he could practice some more, but James wagged his finger for some reason. He quoted him as saying that to improve wisdom, one must train the aura. And before he could finish the thought, Blackstone realized everything and looked at him in surprise. The intent of his master became clear to him, who decided that a good way to train his aura would be to fight. Blackstone wanted to talk him out of it because it looked like he'd be the first one to go in this time, not John. But James replied that he knew what he was doing and asked Black to just keep an eye on him. Hearing this, the man thought that the master had really gone mad. Meanwhile, John trained outside, practicing hand-to-hand combat to improve his skills. His conscience gnawed at him for allowing himself to sit back so pathetically instead of reminding his brother who was in charge. Then on the way, he met one of his sisters, who happened to be on her way to see him. Rose was the 5th direct heir of the Beck Divine Sword family and surpassed John. She hit him, and when he turned around, she told him to watch where he was going, or he'd get the upper hand. To this, John said that she had pushed him first, but the girl was only genuinely surprised and laughed. She asked if he wasn't embarrassed to say such a thing, clearly provoking John to get emotional. To make sure she did, she added that she'd heard about how he'd been beaten by James with his first rank. Rose said casually that her brother had looked down on him for too long, and now he just looked pathetic. Still chuckling, she went on her way, and John remained standing, mortified by her words. The guy clenched his teeth tightly with anger because his defeat to the first rank was being talked about by everyone. Just now, remembering his encounter with Rose, he realized that he really did look pathetic. The thought of someday getting revenge on James and beating him to a pulp made him work harder. He was just finishing up with his workout when he suddenly heard a familiar voice behind him. It was James, who had no trouble finding his brother, for he had been to the doctor before, and the doctor had told him everything. John straightened up when he saw James and wondered who he thought he was, calling him a lowlife. And James only added fuel to the fire, saying he didn't think his brother would be so angry about his loss. He then said he would give him another chance to prove himself and offered to fight here and now. Such a suggestion greatly surprised and then angered John. He told his brother not to think he was so cool. He didn't realize if it was the new aura affecting him or something else, but for some reason he had courage. He couldn't guess what James was thinking. It was as if another person was standing in front of him now. And after all, it had only been a few days since he had manifested the aura, and it was causing mixed emotions. On one hand, he may have just had a self-esteem boost, but on the other hand, he may have shown some skill. Noticing his brother reaching for his sword, James said he didn't even need to use it, as it would be easier. This was the last straw for John. He threw away his sword and prepared to pounce on James. He was serious, intent on not letting himself be overpowered like last time. James too took a stand and prepared to defend himself, waiting to see how the second rank would fight. The next instant, John was beside him with an attack to the head, but James calmly blocked his elbow. This amused him a little, as he had already realized that John had decided to copy his tactics and aim for his head. James then told him that he could clearly see his strategy, for he had borrowed it from their last fight. "He's aiming for the head because it's the most vulnerable place in the human body," James smiled. After all, those were his words last time. But now he would defeat his brother in a new way with the help of Rasaduma's aura. Ducking from his next blow, James prepared to counterattack and struck back. It hit him right in the jaw, and the status window that always appeared next to it said that his opponent was temporarily immobilized. James decided to use this time to attack, and proceeded to deliver blow after blow to his brother's body. The distinctive dark purple color of his aura that activated during the battle appeared around him. Concentrating his strength in one fist, he shifted his weight to his supporting leg and delivered the decisive blow. John was unprepared for this and flew 2 meters to the side with foam coming out of his mouth. James, on the other hand, quickly pulled himself together, preparing for his brother's counterattack. But it didn't follow. Then he decided that this was his chance to win this fight, and was the first to pounce on John, who was already off his feet. He kicked him in the jaw again, but this time John withstood the blow, though he couldn't do anything in return. But soon he fell to the ground, instinctively shielding himself from the blows from above, and not believing he was being beaten again. And James himself stopped it after a couple or 3 punches. He stood up and clapped his hands together. He was satisfied now, for he had proved to himself that John could no longer command him, and soon no one would. Plus, he now understood how to properly use his aura during battle, for it was the one that gave him strength. The next day, James and Blackstone headed into town, following their goal. They came to a building that was unusually huge, so much so that even Black had second thoughts about walking around here. He asked James where he was going, for it seemed to him that family members were not allowed to leave the grounds of the house. James replied that now that he was able to make full use of his aura, he should register. After all, he was now an aura user, so he had to register with the association. The huge building they came to was the headquarters of the Association of People with Abilities. The cute girl at reception was taking registrations for new users, and James was one of them. He asked to be registered as a swordsman, and the girl handed him a form where he had to enter his details. She said she would then check his aura level, but cut herself short when she saw his name. Accepting the form, she looked at him with an unusually respectful look, asking if that was really his name. Receiving an affirmative answer, she then asked if he was a descendant from the Beck family. This time, James answered in the negative, saying he didn't really like the family, and the girl handed him back the form for some reason. She said some of the Beck family has already come here this month, so she can't accept another one. Suddenly, emotions came over her. She said that that young man turned out to be a real weakling with a paltry aura. To James, she said, if he wanted to ask if she knew the man, she would say she was seeing him for the first time. And then she added that a man as kind as he was just couldn't possibly be related to him. It was obvious that the girl liked James, that she was openly flirting with him, Blackstone said stupidly. But it was because of this sympathy that she agreed to write him a certificate, which was already ready. James's phone vibrated, and the girl said she was the one who attached it to the app. All that was left to do was register his aura, and James smiled at her, hoping to finish soon. After a while, they were already leaving the association building. Blackstone noticed that James was happy. But the man explained that he had only received such a certificate when he was 24 years old in his past life. Blackstone replied that more things will change in the future, so it was too early to be surprised. James agreed, and was about to leave the building when someone called out to him from behind. Turning around, he saw the girl's secretary asking if he had a minute. She said that a dungeon had opened up nearby, but they were missing a swordsman. The girl added that there are other people in the association for that, but she specifically asked him first. Blackstone glanced at James, saying that the lady was acting quite friendly with him. James had noticed it himself and thought it would be good practice now that he had the talent. As if to confirm his thoughts, his phone vibrated and he saw the certificate issued. The dungeon monsters were vine moles, if the girl was to be believed, which meant no problems should arise. He smiled and finally answered her positively, agreeing that this wasn't a bad chance for him to prove himself. After a while, he was already meeting his new team, which included 4 people counting him. One of the men introduced himself as Jack, saying that the guy was very lucky to go to the dungeons on his first day. Besides Jack, there was another thug on the team named Ron, and he didn't understand why a rookie was going with them. Besides, he was from the Beck family, but Jack, who they had for a captain, yelled at him for being short-sighted. He said he'd better get to work on the preparations, and Ron ran to follow orders. When he left, Jack turned to James and questioned if he was really from the Beck family. The boy answered positively, but said he didn't really like the family, which surprised Jack a lot. The man asked if the man didn't know how cruel the swordsmen from the Beck Divine Sword family were. He added that if they came, the guy would get in trouble, and Blackstone said James's reputation sucks. James didn't even think about it. Things were going too well for him to end so quickly. Meanwhile, his attention was caught by a girl with red hair standing on a cliffside nearby. But here she pulled her gaze away and looked in his direction, right into James's eyes. Meeting her gaze, the guy felt that he had met this girl somewhere before. At least he felt like he'd seen her somewhere before. But Black said it was just his imagination. And yet James had a feeling that the girl's face had definitely flashed in his past life. And then he finally remembered, for it was Maria Jock, the youngest daughter of the cruel Red Lotus family. The Red Lotus was a thundercloud formation. James told Black that their families had been feuding for a long time. And even in his past life, she was among the talented people getting a heavy dose of hate. She was said to be training alone, without the support of her family, and now it was clear to Black what he was getting at. But he didn't have time to voice his thought, because Jack said that everything was ready, turning to Mariah. The girl flipped her hair back and stepped towards them, saying she understood, and James was wary. The girl slowly approached him, making eye contact, apparently interested in James. When she came closer, she was surprised to ask who he was, for she had seen him for the first time in her squad. James decided not to hide his background and introduced himself, extending his hand to her. Maria responded with a handshake and also introduced herself, giving her full name. And Blackstone only now realized why the gentleman usually concealed his family affiliation. Maria just did the same thing because she didn't give her family's real last name when she met them. But for her, it was more like just practicing without using her last name, unlike James. The girl studied him for a while longer, but then Jack beckoned everyone to the entrance to the portal carrying into the dungeons. One by one, their squad entered the portal, and soon everyone was in a new world ruled by monsters. When the troop reconvened, Jack began by saying that first of all, everyone should know that these are the dungeons of the Vine Moles. However, despite its appearance, it wasn't considered very dangerous, so they just had to move carefully. Blackstone discreetly asked James if they really should be afraid of these moles. Well, James replied that vine moles are different. They are huge and go through the whole dungeon. Suddenly, the ground beneath the lad's feet shook, and soon cracks appeared where he stood. In the next instant, everyone felt a strong vibration that emanated from the ground and became alert. James and Blackstone gazed into the ground together, expecting to see at least one vine mole. It didn't take long. Claws of enormous size began to appear in the cracked areas, crushing the ground around them. And then the owners of the claws themselves appeared, jumping up from the ground like fleas. Ron told Jack that they would be chased now that the monsters had already found out they were here. Blackstone, observing all this, noticed that their hearing was better than their sight, so it was worth navigating for now. But Jack still told everyone to be careful, for even though the moles were easy to kill, their claws were dangerous. Mary stood and looked wistfully at these subterranean creatures that had appeared in their path. She noticed that it looked like the vines around the moles' necks were very stiff, which meant this would be something that could be used. But Jack said it would be easier to aim for other parts of their bodies, though he agreed that the neck was a quick way to go. James, meanwhile, had already pulled out his sword and prepared for a fight, and Black said this wasn't the best place to do it. However, the guy replied that he had experience fighting these moles from a past life. Suddenly, one of the monsters attacked, each of them having claws on their paws that served as a frightening nickname. This attack was repulsed by Ron, whose weapon was a warhammer, and it came in handy in such a situation. Meanwhile, the others also drew their swords, but the moles had already surrounded them on all sides. Running was not an option, so everyone in the squad was determined to fight to the end, and the monsters kept coming. James realized that they would soon make their first move and attack openly, so they needed to stick together. This way they won't let them smash themselves and can synchronize their attacks for a better result. But the first mole jumped into the fray, and in a single leap he was near their group, waving his claws at them. The other moles followed him into the battle, so the swordsmen had to fight back as best they could. The only one who didn't care about this situation was Maria, who didn't even take out her sword and did everything with her hands. She asked if there were any casualties among them, and another girl from the squad answered her in the negative. James, meanwhile, was still in his position with his sword at the ready, and Black advised him to be careful. After all, this was his first combat experience in this life after all, and the opponents were too many for him. So the best tactic for him was to try to dodge and find the best moments to attack. However, James went his own way and activated Rasadam's aura, for he knew the mole's weak spot better than anyone. It was a small opening between their vines that had to be hit to instantly overpower the enemy. If only he could reach it, then it would be over, so it was worth a try. And then he lunged towards the attacking mole, who leapt at him for his attack, but was stopped by his blade. Almost immediately, his legs went under and the monster collapsed to the ground, unconscious from the impact. That soft neck between the vines is his weak spot. James was quick to tell everyone on the team. He said that because they have rough skin, it is best to aim specifically at the neck. Before he knew it, another mole had crept up behind him and swung at him. Then he heard Mary's voice shouting for the man to duck, and he did. The girl was before the mole's eyes in a flash and met it with a heavy punch to the jaw. Oddly enough, that was enough, and the monster collapsed as well as if it had been disabled. Maria landed beside Ron, telling him to keep his guard up, and he thanked her. The girl then flipped her hair back and looked at James, asking if it was so necessary to try to aim for the neck. She added that these moles could be killed by force alone, which she had just proved. James was even a little jealous of her. Her strength was simply magnificent, and he couldn't help but admit it. It appeared that with their combined efforts, they had killed most of the moles, and the rest had hidden underground. They attacked them as soon as they entered the dungeon, and Jack thought it was rude. As a rule, everyone tried to avoid the Vine Mole dungeon because there wasn't much information about it. But Maria realized that James had probably been here before, so she asked how he knew that the neck was their weak spot. Not wanting to reveal himself, the guy replied that someone in the past had told him about it, and he had just memorized it. Then the girl said that this must be a good man, and Blackstone quipped that he was talking about himself. Meanwhile, they continued on their way, talking about how even rank one should normally be able to deal with moles. However, this time they were somehow more aggressive. It seemed to Jack that their skin was rougher than usual. Suddenly something was clear to him, but he wasn't sure if he should tell the team about it. However, he suddenly stopped and raised his hand, urging everyone to do the same. They came to the first branching tunnels, which diverged here in two directions. Well, the association only got them to kill the vine moles, so it was worth it to just split up. But suddenly they heard heavy footsteps again, and Ron pointed toward one of the tunnels where he had come from. This mole had a special purple seal on its head, denoting that it was chief amongst everyone in the dungeon. He was probably the reason the other moles seemed heavier, but the 100 they were here exploring. Blackstone leaned over to James to find out more about this boss, and he replied that it was the Dungeon Keeper. He added that although boss dungeons are well rewarded, they are much harder to clear. But both James and Black, deep down, loved the fact that they were here, because it was already rank 2 in difficulty. However, the guy didn't even have time to think of a tactic to go into battle with, because Maria came forward. She said she would take care of the boss herself, and everyone else could go to the exit where she would catch up with them later. The team should have picked a different tunnel and killed all the moles there, and she'll deal with this boss. Without wasting a second, the girl disappeared into her tunnel, and Jack didn't even have time to shout something back at her. For a while they just stood there, worried that they would have to go to help as soon as Maria screamed. But she didn't scream, so the others decided to think about what they should do next. Their opinions were divided on the matter, but all nodded in surprise when James volunteered to go after Maria himself. Jack said he was just a rookie, but Ron didn't think it was such a bad idea, and he started to change his mind. In the end, after a bit of thought, Jack decided to let James follow Maria for cover. Lastly, he advised him to run away immediately if his life was in danger, and James smiled. A second later, he was already running down the same road that Maria had fled, leaving his troop behind. Blackstone asked in surprise why the gentleman had volunteered to help, and the gentleman replied that the Red Lotus had crossed the line. After all, how dare she kill the boss he had staked out? But such a response only discouraged Black. He asked if it wasn't just another mole, just stronger this time, but James nodded his head. He said he'd get a reward if he defeated the boss, which meant there was a chance he'd get a good item. It was a condition of the surprise assignment that came up while they were still walking towards the tunnels. It stated that he had to defeat this boss before anyone else did, so he volunteered to help. Wasn't this the perfect time for the assignment? Blackstone agreed, saying he understood now. James, meanwhile, accepted the assignment and picked up speed so as not to miss the turns. He said he was willing to risk his life to try, but that sounded pathetic since he was already dead. As they ran, Blackstone said he had heard that it had once been a common vine mole, but it looked peculiar. James replied that this monster had not been here long ago, so those people had not succeeded in defeating it. They also weren't as strong as they look. Moles move in big strides, so they get tired quickly. They can be easily caught if you stall for time, so no one has really researched their weaknesses much. Then he noticed that after 10 years there were slight differences here, and Black asked him what they were. James replied that he was just different from himself in the past, so it would be different this time. He would definitely become strong and overthrow the Bake Divine Sword family. That was his goal. But suddenly he froze in surprise, for a strange sight was revealed to his eyes. He saw Maria standing in front of 2 moles, fighting off 2 at the same time. Seeing her, James thought contentedly that he had finally found her, which meant the boss was walking around somewhere nearby as well. Fortunately, his girlfriend hadn't overpowered him yet, which meant they had a chance to do it first. While Maria fought the 2 moles, he ran towards the same tunnel under the noise. For a moment, the girl saw him, wondering if it was that guy from the Bake Divine Sword family. But Jamie didn't look in her direction, being focused on the tunnel to find the boss first. What he didn't realize, however, was that the girl had followed him, quickly spreading out her moles. She caught up with him in a flash and asked him where he was going, and James replied without leakage that he was going to see his boss. Maria then reminded him that she had made it clear that the boss was after her, so why did he come here, since it was dangerous? She added that she didn't need any helpers if she suddenly decided to come to her rescue, but James said she didn't. This surprised the girl a little, for she couldn't think of any more reasons, and then he told her himself that he had come to kill the boss. Such a statement shocked the Red Lotus representative. Maria was clearly surprised by this guy, but then it all became clear to her. She remembered the man saying this was his first day in the dungeon. Besides, just today he had just attained swordsman status, but this was no toy for him. After all, coming here without training and in ordinary clothes, he is headed for death. Here her face became serious. Blackstone noticed that such words had somehow affected the gentleman, and he remained silent with his head down. Black then told the boy not to take her words to heart, but as it turned out, he worried in vain. James raised his head and looked Marie straight in the eye, asking if she wanted to make a bet with him. The conditions were that he would be the first to fight the boss, and if he defeated him in 3 minutes, he won. However, if he failed to do so, then it would be her turn, and she would show him how it was done. He also added that he would fulfill any of her requests as a reward when suddenly the boss appeared from the ground. But the girl was still standing there, shocked that this guy said that 3 minutes was enough for him to overpower the boss. She thought the boy must have hit his head, but he looked serious. And after all, even a rank 3 ability user wouldn't be able to do it in 3 minutes. Did he really have some kind of plan? Seeing that the boss was already here and the kid was impatiently waiting for her answer, she agreed. The girl added that if he really put the boss down in 3 minutes, she would also fulfill his every request. Blackstone, who all this time had been as much surprised as Mary, only now caught up, asking if the gentleman was sure. But the man replied that 3 minutes was nothing to him 10 years ago, so one should be good enough. And Maria, no matter how hard she tried, couldn't figure out what purpose this guy from the Bake family was after. But suddenly, a rather logical thought popped into her head that had a right to be quite true. She figured this guy had snuck in here and made this crazy bet just to get her attention. It seemed like a true guess to her, if she remembered the way he'd looked at her from the beginning. Blackstone told James that the girl suddenly started looking at him, not taking her eyes off him as he fought. But James had other things on his mind, assuming she was just scrutinizing his every move. But now it's all over, because he's got the boss, and now he's going to show her something she's never seen before. The mole, meanwhile, was carrying out attack after attack, so it was impossible to get close to him. But here he backed off. Vine moles were so named because their bodies were covered in places with huge vines. These vines served as both weapon and defense, and after moving a short distance away, the boss used it. The attack was like a whiplash, but James managed to dodge in time, not expecting such a maneuver. The mole began to swing the vine as if he were going to throw a cannonball, not letting anyone get close to him that way. But James quickly realized the weakness in this defense, and with the next spin, he jumped right onto the vine. It was sturdy enough to support the weight of a human body, and its cleverness surprised Mary. The guy was getting closer and closer to the boss, making his movements unpredictable so that he couldn't get him. But James's intent soon became clear to everyone when he used the mole's vine against himself. As he swung it around, he directed his movements to get the end result, a noose around the boss's neck. It came out that he almost choked himself, and when he went to the ground, James was already running at him. This strike was going to be decisive, and the mole realized it too, closing with his claws in front of the swordsman. James analyzed his behavior, noticing that he was now making large movements while fighting, but just enough to allow him to quickly dodge his claws, and thus he found himself near his body. At the right moment, James activated Rasadam's Black Wind aura and concentrated it into the sword. Thanks to his Black Wind, the target's movement was slowed, and he jumped for a neck strike. Dodging another attack, James drew his sword, aiming it straight for the mole's throat. The last thing left for the boss was to scream unbearably, anticipating his end at the hand of this young man. James gripped his sword tighter and plunged it into his boss's body, putting all his strength into it. Blood splattered around, and since the blow came exactly in the neck, it was the final blow. Blood splattered the area around the motionless body, and the swordsman himself withdrew his blade from the monster's body. He remained lying on the ground, and James closed his eyes, his whole appearance showing nonchalance. Of course, Maria was shocked at what she saw. Not only did he actually keep his word, but he also won the bet. James swung his sword, shaking off his boss's blood. He was clearly pleased with himself, for he had completed the task. Only then did he look at the girl, saying it took him about 30 seconds instead of 3 minutes, which meant he'd won the bet. But Maria still stood in shock that he'd succeeded. On top of that, he successfully completed the task and received 200 points and the promised surprise. The girl finally spoke, starting by asking if he was really a rank 1 swordsman who had enrolled today. After all, if that was the case, how did he manage to kill the boss? James was a little discouraged by her claim. But Maria continued on, saying that this sword definitely had an aura, and his wielding it was something incredible. James then told the girl to ask one question at a time, and the girl simply asked what it was now. Seeing her interest, James asked if she wanted to know how he defeated the boss. But after Maria replied that of course she wanted to, he said he wasn't going to tell her. Of course she was angry, but James asked what kind of fool would reveal his secrets to anyone. Blackstone took a moment to notice that it was rather rude and even affected the girl's mood. But James said the important thing is that now Mrs. Maria will fulfill one request of his. He pondered curiously what kind of wish he should make, obviously teasing the girl. Maria then took a deep breath and said she recognized his strength, saying she underestimated the guy. Hearing this, James said he would leave the wish for later, for the girl was not from an easy family either, namely from the Red Lotus, Thundercloud Formation. After these words of his, Maria turned pale. She asked how the guy got that information, and the guy pretended to just guess correctly. This behavior annoyed the girl, for she was not used to being spoken to in this manner. For some reason, she felt like she was losing to this guy, like he was breaking her with every word he said. And James decided to mess around some more, saying he was extremely lucky to have his wish granted by Cloud's most prized daughter. Upon hearing this, Maria wanted to object that he himself bore the family surname of Beck, but James said he didn't like that. Then he made a puzzled look and asked if the girl wanted to see him curse his family. Blackstone had already lost his sense of any understanding of the situation. The gentleman was surprising him more and more. He noticed that he was doing it deliberately to annoy the girl, and she was already starting to clench her teeth in anger. Seeing that this was what he was after, Blackstone asked if he was amused. James didn't have time to answer because Maria spoke. It was obvious she had managed to calm down. Pointing to the boss of the vine moles, she said that his reward for this task must have appeared. It was a beautiful gold-colored ring, and the girl said that there was always a reward like that for the boss. James picked up the ring then and considered it for a minute, then made an interesting decision. The first order of business was to authenticate this ring, and Blackstone said he could do that. James was surprised at this, for he was already thinking of going to the appraiser after the dungeon, but that's where Black helped him out. Then a status window appeared, stating that the Ring of Vine Mole gave an immediate +5 to stamina and thinking. Maria, who was standing behind him and watching him, said quietly that the ring increased his base stats. Afterwards, she congratulated James on his win and said she lost the bet because of her recklessness. She wanted to add that she didn't like what he said after all, but James suddenly tossed her a ruby Z of the mole's head. The girl caught the ruby and said that in the end, the guy really did take down the stone mole boss. At this time, the rest of the squad approached the place where they were standing and were greatly surprised to see that the boss was already dead. After all, it was done so quickly, but Jack praised only Maria, not even suspecting that it wasn't her doing it. But the girl wasn't willing to award herself all the laurels. She pointed her finger at James, saying it was his doing. Then they switched to the guy, flanking him on all sides, marveling that the new guy was capable of such a thing. Maria headed leisurely for the exit, saying quietly one last time that she wouldn't let him off the hook next time. After a while, James was already walking through the town, thinking about what a good day it was. However, Blackstone asked him if he really thought that was the end of it. After all, he hadn't even thought about the Red Lotus girl who could easily track him down, but James didn't care. He added that he never lied anyway, but Blackstone recalled how he said he wasn't from the Beck family. But James corrected him, saying he never said that, only that he hated that family. Blackstone looked at him disappointedly, wondering how one could be so skillful with language. He told his master about it, adding that he could be so annoying at times. Suddenly, James stopped, seeing that there was a problem further down the road. At first, he thought these guys had come to escort him home directly to his disgruntled father. But when those introduced themselves, he realized that these two had, roughly speaking, been appointed as his new servants. Blackstone winked at him, telling him that the gentleman had succeeded in life, but James had other things on his mind. The guy in the suit was named Austin, and the dark-haired guy was named Thomas, and they bowed and said they would take care of him. But James waved his hand, saying that it was late tonight, so it would be better for them to go home, as well as him. But Thomas suddenly stopped him, saying that from today, his room would be on the 8th floor of Beck Monastery. To James's surprised face, he replied that it was the homeowner's orders, and James thought that today was the day he cleared the dungeon on registration day, and his father had assigned him a room in the ancestral home. Seeing that the man still didn't understand, Thomas said that the elder had given a direct order to move to the ancestral home. James stood in front of his old building and couldn't believe he was moving to the Beck convent. He told his servants that he would be going into his old room for a while, so he asked them to wait a little while. When he opened the doors, all he saw was a scrubbed floor, which indicated that there was no one in this room now. The sun's rays were leaving beautiful marks on the floor, making it sparkle, and James still hesitated to enter. But here the guy exhales, but smiles and says aloud that he is finally allowed to live in the family's ancestral home. It was a pretty touching moment, but Black ruined it by asking if the gentleman was crying. James replied that he just needed to regain his composure because this was just the beginning. But Blackstone advised him to stop dwelling on the past, for he should only look forward. He had already dealt with John, who he would have no problem with now, but there were other siblings. And you could expect anything from any of them, he knew, because he had experienced it many times before. Blackstone jokingly asked who has kids at that age and even 8. He then asked James if he knew one of the 2 guys he had for servants from a while back. To this, James replied that he had managed to find out something about Thomas in a face-to-face meeting. It turns out that he had been watching him. Or rather, he had been told to do so, and of course it was most likely by an elder. In his previous life, of course, he wouldn't have noticed it, but now he had an increased susceptibility to mana, so he was able to feel the presence of another person when he was practicing. But it was strange. Thomas was of the Dark Swordsman Squad, a group that receives direct orders from his father. Something along the lines of an elite guard, and it was safe to conclude that James had caught his father's eye. For now, he decided to go inspect the grounds of his new residence, Beck Monastery. On arriving at the place, he was met by Austin, who, bowing, pointed him to his room. James complimented them both on their good work and told them to get some rest too, and they would see each other tomorrow morning. As the boys turned around to leave, he stopped Thomas for a moment, and the latter walked over to him. But James said it was fine, and he just wanted to advise him to keep his distance as he watched him. He explained that he needed his personal space too, and Thomas stared at him with his mouth open. At that, James left him, saying that they would see each other tomorrow, and he remained standing there in shock. The new house was really swanky. Everything was furnished with expensive things and appliances. It was all in harmony with the new technology, which was also plentiful here. Blackstone was a little nervous about James acting so nonchalant and even blabbing that he knew about the surveillance. He asked if it wouldn't hit him in the future if he continued to act like this, but James replied in the negative, adding that he actually thinks things through carefully before he says anything. Plus, he knew perfectly well what kind of man his father was, so he deliberately revealed to Thomas that he knew he was spying on him. After all, if he reported to Father what James had told him personally, Father in fact would even be pleased. After all, it takes skill to recognize another person's aura, which would serve as proof of his training. Blackstone replied that he'd never understand that family, and James suggested that we get to the fun part. After all, he hadn't yet unlocked the reward for the surprise mission after defeating the stone mole. He opened the status window and Black said he too was interested in seeing what the reward would be this time. Pressing the appropriate button, a pile of reward cards swirled around him again. James already knew what to do, so he quickly looked around at all the cards and reached for the first one he liked. Somehow he was sure he wouldn't be able to get anything this time, but Black didn't think so. James finally made up his mind and opted for the map that seemed most appealing to him. He pressed it, hoping for absolutely nothing, as if he already knew that nothing was going to fall out of there for him. The status window popped up a message saying that he had made his card selection and could pick up the reward. The reward was a seemingly ordinary wooden mask that didn't appeal to the guy in any way. He, as usual, did not understand the importance of each subject, but Blackstone, on the contrary, very much did. James said it looked more like a regular piece made in a workshop. Hearing this, Black grabbed his head, asking how the system could have given him such a thing. He then snapped his fingers, telling the gentleman to see for himself how incredible this item was. It was an almighty demonic transformation mask that allowed one to change one's face, body, and even the color of one's mana. But James was rather surprised that he had gotten a legendary item he had never seen before. Black liked his reaction better now, since that was how everyone usually reacted when they got something cool. He added that the user will not be able to change their height, but will be able to change their body within reasonable limits. James looked at the mask with incredible envy, for he realized that now, if he wanted to, he could fool anyone. Then Blackstone asked why he shouldn't test it out on a case, and James agreed. He brought the mask up to his face, and the status window informed him that he should submit an image of his transformation. Then James thought of the last person he had seen today. It was Thomas. The next tip was to choose the desired color of mana, and James chose blue. But a few seconds later, a new message came in saying that the transformation had been successfully completed. Until James saw his reflection in the mirror, he thought nothing had changed, but that wasn't the case. Looking at his reflection, he was genuinely surprised, amazed at the power of this object. Blackstone advised him to use his aura and see if its color changed, because that was important too. James concentrated some aura in his palm, and it was indeed blue in color. No matter what you say, it was definitely incredible. He really did get a legendary item. And Blackstone contentedly asked if Mr. Sato still considered the mask a cheap object. Of course he answered in the negative, remembering to thank Black for his valuable advice. Thoth was flattered by the compliment, but then suddenly James asked another masked question. He said that her description mentioned Cain's empire, and the same name was given to his training method. The question that interested him was whether these things were related. Hearing that question, Black opened his eyes wide with surprise, trying to find the right words. He crossed his arms and said he couldn't say there was no connection between the two because it was the source of everything he was studying. James was a little confused as to what the man meant by source, so he asked again about it. But Blackstone replied that the gentleman would, in any case, find out all very soon, and in the meantime he should not go there. Right now he should be focusing on his growth, which he was doing outstandingly well. And about the mask, it seems like the Lord won't use it much, since it didn't make sense to him. James didn't think so, though. He said he actually wanted to use it tomorrow. A surprised Blackstone asked what it was for, since he hadn't even studied the whole manual. Meanwhile, the elder sat in his special room and said that he heard as if the one had gone to the dungeon. James stood in front of him and replied that that was how it was yesterday, but he had done pretty well. Blackstone was also surprised that the old man knew about the trek despite Thomas not following them this time. But James thought his father had eyes and ears everywhere. Perhaps the association itself had reported it to him. Then the father went on, saying that he had also heard that he had made a wager, and this surprised them even more. The elder asked if James knew which family member he was betting with, and he answered in the affirmative. His father then asked if he did it anyway, to which James replied that he did exactly that. He wanted to show the youngest daughter of the Red Lotus family what the youngest son of the Bake family was like. But suddenly his father became serious and asked why then he hid the fact that he belonged to the Bake family. James was not embarrassed and calmly replied that he wasn't hiding anything at all, for the girl herself had drawn that conclusion. These answers of his interested his father. James himself was extremely interesting to him, but he hadn't thought about it yet. Then he suddenly softened and said that in that case he would let him have it, and seeing his son's incomprehensible face, he explained. He said that he would let him use everything available to the heir of the Bike Divine Sword family. He is now allowed to enter not only the Beck Monastery, but also the large training hall and libraries. James thought to himself that he was insanely happy to finally hear his father say that. He ducked down and thanked him, being very pleased that he had been able to interest him. He was about to finish what would follow his word when suddenly a new task opened before him. The status window appeared in a rather unusual setting, and James was a little confused at first. It was an assignment in which he had to make a decision: follow his family's path or choose his own path. The boy didn't understand why the assignment came up now, but he had a choice to make. Blackstone prompted that it wanted him to think and choose a decision to follow from now on. After all, just now he had almost told his father that he would follow his word, which meant he would follow the pattern of everyone in the Beck family. However, things have gone differently since he met him, Blackstone, so now the choice is his. That's why the assignment came up. It wants to know what the Lord will choose, and there's not much time left. He considered whether to follow the same path as the others, with the same conditions, or become a swordsman who would create his own path. The last option personally symbolized Blackstone, and somehow he was sure James would choose it too. But for now, the one was tensely wondering what would happen if he still chose the task, but used a different skill. To this, Black replied that he would certainly fail him then, which only made James angrier. He was brought back to reality by his father's stern voice, asking what his son was doing without asking him. He asked if he was refusing to go by his word, and James was quick to say that he wasn't. He figured his father and brothers and even his sisters were already at a high level he couldn't learn so quickly. Does it make sense for someone with no talent in fencing to try to catch up with them? That question was rolling around in his head now, and for the time being the 100 he answered in the negative. So it all came down to the fact that he had to take a different path, and he chose the assignment. All that was left was to get the words right to present this decision to her father. Per the terms of the assignment, from that point on, he will fail it if he uses skills other than those given to him. James bowed once more to the elder and asked if he could say something. He said he got a lot of experience while practicing alone, so he asked for some more time to practice alone. To this, his father surprisingly reminded him that if he practiced under the supervision of a coach, he would grow up faster. He asked if he really wanted to continue training on his own, and James confirmed that he did. You could see the old man thinking, stroking his beard, but soon he too found something to answer. And that answer was a positive one, which caused James to look more reproachful. But then the old man said he had 2 months to do it, and when it was over, he would do the test. If James doesn't pass it, he'll be penalized, so let him consider it an extra incentive. Of course, it was a little different than the guy had hoped for, but he had no other choice. He said he would prove his point, and that could be considered his agreement. Meanwhile, in the Red Lotus training hall, a girl was training hard. Maria practiced hitting the punching bag, putting there all her anger and irritation that had built up over yesterday. After another blow, the pair couldn't stand it and snapped. Sand sprinkled from the hole the girl had punched. The red-haired guy behind Maria's back said that this pair was new and expensive. But the girl coldly replied that she was in no mood to talk right now. However, the guy apparently knew her very well and said he had information about the person she was looking for. Mary immediately turned around, and he saw this and said that she seemed to be at the age of being interested in love. Of course, the girl threatened him not to spread any rumors by taking some kind of leaf. Apparently, there was information about a man, James to be exact, and she realized he was her age. But suddenly another detail about this guy caught her attention, and the girl was surprised. Turns out this James was from the Beck family, and Maria was furious that he dared to fool her. The red-haired guy who'd been watching her reaction said it was hard to get. Family is everything, of course, so not much is known about him, especially since he's the youngest son. But Mary was so angry that she tore the sheet apart, and then the boy asked what her older brother would say if he saw that. After all, he was the one who got her this information, but Marie didn't care. She told him to get her registered for the raid. The prerequisite was that James attended too, because then she could get her revenge. She kept wondering why he'd interfered then, and it turns out it was because he was from the Beck family. The guy watching her was a little uncomprehending of such sudden mood swings, but remained silent. He suddenly smiled, closed his eyes and lowered his head, thinking contentedly about something. After all, it was the first time he'd ever seen Maria so intensely interested in someone else. And this James of the Divine Sword family Beck was clearly an interesting person to watch. James himself, meanwhile, stood on the training ground where his brothers were already hard at work. He had known this place for a long time, since his previous life, when he used to hang out here often. He and Black were right back where they had started, and it was a little frustrating, but they both realized the importance of the decision. Besides, something had changed after all. James pointed his finger at the guys who were practicing there. One of them was John, who also noticed his brother, and his face changed instantly. James waved at him, but he looked away, because it was hard to look into the eyes of someone he'd already failed twice. But Blackstone decided it was time to get a workout in, telling the gentleman to get into position. James did so, and the first lesson from Black was to practice taking the sword out of its sheath and putting it back in. That surprised James a little, but Black explained that he needed to see how he handled even that. Then the boy leaned forward without further ado, preparing to draw his sword and putting one hand behind the hilt. Clutching it tighter, he made a sudden movement and bared the blade, though he couldn't advance on it in reality. In fact, he only extended his arm, and it made him quite surprised, for nothing happened. But he soon realized why he couldn't see his sword, for he had overdone it with too much force, and it flew away. He fell beside John, who was scared out of his wits, thinking that his brother had done it on purpose. He cursed loudly at him, threatened that next time he would pull out his sword and chop off his arm. Blackstone, as if to spite him, also told him, which was to be expected from the weakest in the Beck family. John kept yelling at him too, saying he wasn't even reaching the standards of the others. He kicked his sword, adding that his brother was doing too much, and with those words he turned around to walk away from him. The last thing he said was that he should live as he had lived before instead of deceiving others. Returning to his training brothers, he ordered him to stand in the corner and stay out of their way. James and Blackstone glanced over. Such an order sounded at the very least ridiculous and a little silly coming from John. After that, they turned around and calmly walked back to their seat, intending to continue practicing. Blackstone remarked that the guys should grow up as fast as possible to scare those guys. When asked by James what he was saying, Black told the gentleman to look at the log. He illuminated him with his aura, telling him to aim for the line he was showing. He added that it would not be easy, but if he succeeded, he would at least learn the art of exposing the sword. James took up his sword again, thinking it should be easy considering he had exterminated the vine moles. Taking a stand, he ducked again, insinuating to himself that this time he would succeed. So he put his hand behind the hilt again, and prepared to make a dash toward the log. This time he had a target, the line Black was showing, and he lunged. The blow came exactly where Black had drawn the line, and the log split in two. John and the other guys on the training ground watched the whole thing in amazement. John looked especially surprised, not even realizing at first that the log was coming right at him. What happened next can be easily guessed. The coach rushed over to John, asking if he was okay. As if justifying himself, James told Black that he hadn't done it on purpose, and that was just the way it was. But on the other hand, when the man said it would be better if nothing happened to John, he realized something. Not wanting to listen to his next teasing, Black went back to practicing, saying all he needed was more practice. His ideas were to practice in the dungeon, but James replied with a smile that it didn't have to be that complicated. The spectacles of real-life experience were just in front of them, he said this, referring to John and his boys. As expected, one of them ran up to him, asking how he dared to hurt their young master. Meanwhile, Thomas was watching from behind the bushes, thinking that the rumor about James was true. After all, he had simply been hiding his talents all this time. There was no other explanation as to how he managed to cut the log. James, meanwhile, said he'd heard as if they were going to spar tonight. He asked if he could join too, but the guy was extremely surprised by this. He looked at John, who was already being helped to his feet, and thought this would be a good one. John had finally recovered and was now looking at his brother with a predator's stare. The boy thought that the Lord would definitely want revenge, so he decided to agree. He said he would be doing a sparring session where James would have to fight against a lot of people, and when he heard that he was still not backing down from his decision, he said that the sparring would start soon. James himself thought that these men were preparing the ground for him through which he could grow. After all, they all secretly hated him. It made sense. No one likes someone stronger than them. It is said that if you talk behind the backs of others, bad karma will come upon you. But they'll ignore him anyway, so let them do what they want, he won't mind. All he wanted to do was beat up a little bit of all these people and prove that they thought he was weak for nothing. Meanwhile, he was introduced to a group of 3 guys, asking if anyone had any objections to his participation. But all the guys were in agreement, and then the next question was posed to see who wanted to fight first. Strangely enough, everyone present raised their hand, as everyone wanted to try their hand against a newcomer. Blackstone joked, saying that the gentleman had become quite popular, and the man unwittingly acknowledged it. James asked if he could pick himself an opponent if there are so many people wanting to do it. After receiving a positive response, he pointed his finger at the center guy, saying he was picking him. The one even ducked a bit, saying that he was honored and would be happy to fight him. But Blackstone did not understand why the gentleman had chosen this particular fellow among the others, and asked him about it. Then James reminded him that Blackstone had made contact with him after all, so just let him look into his memories. Black did, and it turned out that this guy, named Stephen, had used James as a toy in the past. Blackstone saw this and did not know what to say, for the gentleman was quite unlike himself in the past. But now he understood why he had chosen this guy, because in a way it was his revenge for his past selves. Blackstone wished him good luck, saying that he must surely defeat this insolent man. Plus he added that he just needed to swing his sword, and he would do the rest. Stephen meanwhile approached him with his sword, saying that he was a rank 2 swordsman and was happy to practice with it. But then Stephen wondered why he was practicing only 1 sword nudging skill. James then asked back why someone like him would want to know that, since he wasn't going to share it. Stephen explained that this skill was a dangerous missed opportunity, because if he didn't strike first, his opponent would do it, but these words surprised James rather than frightened him. He asked what was in it for him. All he heard in response was Stephen's laughter, who said lastly that such a weak skill wouldn't work on him. He lunged at him, and Blackstone had already turned on his aura and drawn a line for him where to aim. The rest was up to James. He ducked, preparing to attack, and made a sharp dash in the right direction. It happened so quickly that Stephen, who by this time had already gotten close to him, was taken by surprise. The blow came exactly on his sword, which broke in 2. So hard had James struck. The sparring was over. Stephen lowered himself to the ground, bowing to James again, and the man interrogated what he was saying there. If someone can't strike first, the opponent will strike first. He smiled and hit his sword, showing that he wasn't going to kill him. It was a distinct relief for Stephen, but just as he relaxed, James kicked him in the stomach and the guy screamed. He grimaced in pain and sank to his knees, and James wished it was only sparring and he could finish him off. Flooding with tears, Stephen said he thought he was practicing sword nudges for the first time today. He asked himself how he, a rank 2 swordsman, could lose to this rookie. He was torn by despair. The rest of the guys were a little embarrassed to see this picture. They couldn't believe that Stephen was crying because of the spawn. But then their gossip was cut short by James, who asked who wished to be next to fight him. He knew he now looked intimidating in the eyes of these poor souls and took advantage of his status. He was then asked if he wanted another fight, to which he replied in the affirmative, and everyone became visibly nervous. James recalled that he had been told that there were a lot of people to fight in the sparring today. But so far he hadn't even seen anyone willing, and then decided to choose his next victim himself. He pointed to the one who, even before the first fight, had also raised his hand to fight him, and he was afraid. His name was Mike, and he was one of the people who had also bullied him in the past, so it was all planned. Blackstone, meanwhile, reviewed his master's recollections, and was taken by anger at the abuse he had endured. He was also angry that in a previous life this guy had beaten him up, and in this one sucked up to him, which was disgusting. Blackstone went on to describe all the abuse James had to endure, and he told him to stop already. Such a gambler he had never seen Black before, and the latter continued his indignation, telling his master not to let them go until he had beaten them all. So they trudged on until the evening, when it was no longer that willing. There were not even those capable of fighting left. Some of his opponents lay defeated on the ground, while others ran away in fear. The only ones left were John and his teacher, whom James told that it was even easier than he'd said. Or else his opponents just turned out to be ordinary weaklings. Such a variant seemed to him to be true. And then the guy smiled and announced that he only had one opponent left for today, which couldn't have been more frustrating. John realized it was about him, and though on one hand he was creeped out to fight him a third time, he knew he had to get revenge. His confidence plummeted, however, when James said he'd decided to leave him for last on purpose. After all, it's been a long time since they fought, so it wouldn't be unreasonable to once again clarify who should obey whom. With these words, he pointed to his brother, who stood astonished at his words of obedience to himself. However, when he finally realized what he was implying, anger took hold of him, and he clenched his teeth and spoke. He said that he would undoubtedly defeat his insolent brother, and headed toward him in defiance of the coach, who didn't think it was a good idea. James was a little surprised too, saying he thought his brother was going to run away again, but he shouted for him to be quiet. He added that he had no reason to run away from a fool like James, who only knows how to provoke people. However, James asked him a counter-provoking question, asking who the man had already beaten twice. The lad added that they would probably dispense with the rules of decorum in this fight, for it was a duty for everyone. John agreed with him, saying that no one had ever given him a challenge from which he then emerged victorious. Both guys prepared for battle and took their positions, choosing their best moves to do so. It was evident that James had taken a defensive stance while John decided to start on offense. Blackstone paid tribute to his brother, saying John Toad grown up quite well in recent times, and he clearly had talent. James agreed, saying that it was really impressive since he had commandeered rank 2 at such an age. However, James also knew that his strategies were easily anticipated, and they both lunged at each other. Behind his habit, James analyzed his opponent, noticing that he was using footwork. That's why the brother was closer than he looked. He knew it, and so he would be able to build a defense against every blow. James readied his sword nudge, preparing to make a sharp dash towards John's attack. But suddenly he changed the trajectory of his sword and was able to block his attack, much to Black's surprise. John himself was clearly satisfied, but now his eyes were fully focused on the fight. James couldn't believe he had managed to block this rather powerful blow, so he lost precious seconds. Meanwhile, his brother said he's been underestimating him too much all this time, so now he's going to fight seriously. Tonight he will fight him properly and teach him a lesson in how not to behave like a junior. James was even more surprised to see him using his aura to win, but thanks to it, James's sword flew out of his hands. And John was just waiting for this. He concentrated his aura into the sword to deliver a decisive blow to his body. His brother's aura was golden in color and moved lightning fast in that mode, so James was confused. He was able to grab the sword in flight and quickly made a stand, but now the initiative was not on his side. It was getting more dangerous. John threw the next punch, and James had no choice but to defend himself. To top it all off, his brother mocked him, saying that his facial expression was no longer as casual as it was back then. He also said he heard about the bet he made with his father, but after all, it was a failed idea if he lost. He only had 2 months to successfully master swordsmanship, but so far he hadn't even been able to attack once. John concluded by saying that his brother doesn't stand a chance, so he might as well not even try. This bet is an unreasonable hope that was never destined to come true. He hit it more accurately this time. James could barely hold his sword, and Blackstone said he was doing a great job and should stay calm. It wasn't very helpful advice for James, for John wouldn't even let him swing his sword. At that moment, he took aim again and struck the hilt of James's sword, and it slipped from his hands again. James was shocked that his brother was so skilled at swordsmanship, but now he had an advantage because of it. Blackstone suggested that the Lord still had a chance of getting the sword again, but it was worth using the aura for now. The message box gave the activation of Rasadam's Black Wind aura, and James concentrated it around his entire body. Upon seeing this, John said he was fighting dirty, but James reminded him that his brother acted the same way. The guy ran at his opponent and jumped just in time as he swung his sword near his stomach. The aura gave users incredible abilities, so James jumped over his brother without difficulty. When he landed, the sword reappeared in his hand, and a surprised John couldn't understand how it happened. They attacked each other again, but now James was clearly taking the lead and fighting back against his brother. John froze in surprise, not understanding why he was suddenly starting to lose, but he suddenly sensed something wrong. James took a breath and saw his brother's reaction. He didn't have time to defend himself against 2 attacks at the same time. So as a result of this, his guard was down, and one attack achieved its goal, wounding him in the stomach. The boy fell to the ground, breathing heavily. He closed his eyes and didn't want to open them again so he wouldn't see James's face. His trainer, who initially advised him to refrain from fighting, realized he shouldn't have changed his stance. Blackstone asked the gentleman if he was all right as James stashed his sword back in its scabbard. The one replied that, to be honest, it was pretty close, and if it wasn't for the trained aura, he would have lost. He pretended to be confident, but in reality he thought he was definitely not going to win this time. His hands were trembling now. Blackstone concurred, saying that this time he felt the guy was unusual in talking about John. His movements were light and crisp. Looks like they underestimated him last time. After all, he can fight pretty well. While James was answering him that everyone in the family was talented, James's coach approached him. He said he had managed to forget the most important rule of a swordsman, which was that there was no right way to become strong. Then he suddenly apologized, saying that he now understood how talented and capable the latter was. These words made James smile, for they were tantamount to admitting that he had won using his training. He thanked the trainer, offering to finish the sparring tomorrow, as his opponent doesn't seem to be able to continue. But it surprised the coach, and he asked if the guy wanted to spar tomorrow too, and he nodded affirmatively. James added that he has to fight against well-trained guys, because only then can he grow. Without letting the coach object, he smiled and turned around to leave, pleased with himself for the day. The most important thing now is to stay the course, because if he uses any of the other techniques, it won't work. But suddenly, he and Black stopped in the middle of the road, looking at another status window that had just appeared. What it said made them both even regret their actions a little, but really not for long. After all, he was awarded 100 points for hollowing out an opponent's desire to train. James asked Blackstone when it was that it showed up, and he had already figured it out and said he knew what it was about. He asked if James remembered getting awards for being able to surprise him. This time he got it for the same reason. Hearing this, the guy thought that at this rate he could capitalize on it if he approached it wisely. However, his thoughts were snatched away by Austin, who appeared out of nowhere, approaching them with some sort of sheet in his hands. He held it out to the guy, saying it was from the administrative office, and James was surprised to hear such news. What the administrative office was Black didn't know either, so he asked the gentleman about it while he read. The one replied that these guys are in charge of their family's administrative stuff and deal with requests or missions. Simply put, her activities fashionably could be compared to the company that belonged to their family. But James was interested in something else, for these guys had never before called him out even on a personal matter. He opened the letter and found that it said to ask to take part in the mission. Meanwhile, Austin added that this request came not exactly from the administrative office, but from a person outside the family. James then asked why he had gotten the sheet from the branch, since it was even stamped. To this, Austin replied with a bit of a stone face for some reason, saying it's because he never looks at his phone. James was a little embarrassed by this answer as he realized it was a good point. He really almost didn't look there. More specifically, he hadn't turned it on since he registered with the association, so he didn't know anything. Austin then offered to return, saying the department had prepared further instructions with explanations. James said his training was over anyway too, so they could go. Lastly, he turned to the guys he'd fought and told them to recover. After all, they'll be sparring again soon, and then things will be a little more fun than they are now. Both the boys and the coach were horrified at these words, but tried not to give themselves away by simply nodding at him. When he got home, he checked his phone first thing. It was indeed lying on the bed. The charge was almost out, which was probably why he wasn't getting any notifications. Blackstone suddenly inquired if he had any friends with whom he corresponded. But James replied that it was funny to hear that from someone who also had no one but his master. He remembered that Blackstone had been locked away in a dark place for 500 years, and suddenly he felt uncomfortable. He apologized to him, and the latter did the same, for they were both fellow loners. To switch gears, James finally opened his phone to look more closely at what the request was, and it turned out to be the defense of the Legion's 1st District for the purpose of resource extraction, and he also took a closer look at the petitioner. There was a place called Legion District where monsters constantly appeared. It's different from the dungeon James went to because dungeons disappear. Blackstone then suggested that this county must be popular with the heroes of the association. On the other hand, he said that it was also a great place to train since there were a lot of monsters there. However, James said that this district wasn't really popular, as they don't give mana stones or items there. That's why the guy thought it was better to go to dungeons already if people were making money from killing monsters. And then he finally realized who was asking for the letter, because Jack's name was on it, or rather his call sign. Blackstone couldn't remember which Jack he was referring to, and then James reminded him that it was the same man, who they first met in the squad that was meant to go to the dungeon. James suddenly wondered if he was helping him because he said he hated Beck's family. In that case, the guy said that if he wasn't being snitched on all the time, he'd be blabbing nonsense about the family every day. And then Blackstone asked why a girl named Margaret was also going to come to the place. James didn't understand what his friend was talking about, but then he looked at the letter again and actually saw the name. When Black asked who the woman was, James replied that she was the only daughter of the leader of the Magic Guild. It is an industrial guild competing for first and second place in the production of quality items. However, a terrible incident happened. The girl went into the Legioa district and never returned. Then Blackstone interrupted him, saying that perhaps the gentleman should not go there, lest he risk his life. But James was still thinking. He was concerned with another question, for the dead heroes might still be alive. To this, Blackstone replied that even he did not know what would happen in such a case, so was against the idea. On top of that, James was surprised that Jack was also involved in the assignment and recommended it. Given the complexity of the task, it would be terrible if such a person died. It was a provocation. Blackstone realized that the gentleman had already decided everything for himself, so he did not change his mind. He even said that he knew that was how he knew his answer would be, for in his path as a swordsman, he had had to help many. Now it was James's turn to be surprised. He saw a status window that finally dispelled his doubts. It was announcing a new assignment, and it wasn't hard to guess that it would involve the Legion. He was presented with the opportunity to save those in danger of death. He had to stop the bloodshed. Blackstone, who also read the terms and conditions, noticed that this assignment had many variables. That meant it could be dangerous, but James smiled and said that he didn't seem to have a choice. He would most likely have to cheat, and with that thought he accepted the assignment, thinking of the upcoming reward. It wasn't until the place they arrived at the next day that Blackstone realized how the man was going to cheat. James recalled telling his friend not to go out unless he was in grave danger. He replied that he remembered everything, pointing his head at Thomas, who was approaching them, for that was exactly what James's trump card was. The guy said it was better than dying, and besides, he didn't come unprepared. He took everything he could from the Divine Sword Beck family's armory with him, so he should be fine. He was already approached at the site by Jack, who asked if the guy wanted to know something cool. The man then pointed to a girl standing nearby, asking if James knew who she was. It was the girl from the Vine Mole dungeon. They didn't call her, but she came anyway, and isn't that cool? Maria was indeed standing nearby, and then just as she had the first time, she cast a glance in their direction. Blackstone also wondered why this girl had come here, but James had no clue either. Suddenly, Maria headed towards them, and the boys decided that she would tell them all about it herself now. James thought that in his past life the girl had not come here and had been alive until the day he died. She, meanwhile, came right up to him and said she knew he'd end up here. She added that it was a great coincidence that they met again like that under similar circumstances. James, a little embarrassed by her appearance, agreed, saying that it was indeed a coincidence. Then he asked what had brought the girl here, for as far as he could remember, she had not received an invitation. But for some reason, Maria replied that she wasn't going to tell him everything, and it sounded a little childish. James and Blackstone glanced over, for they didn't think it was fashionable to be here for other reasons, if not for an assignment. And then someone's voice was heard saying that since everyone had already arrived, she would explain the assignment. Not many people want to come to the Legion district, so she appreciated everyone here. The girl introduced herself as Margaret, saying she was happy to meet all of them. She was quite attractive. Jack cleared his throat and said he'd heard her purpose today was to explore the area. He asked if the girl was looking for something, and the girl replied positively, saying that she was really looking for something here. She said that sometimes something called black thorn grass shows up around the Legion, and she came here to find it, and Blackstone asked James if it was connected to murders from his past. But the man replied in the negative, saying that the black thorny grass had been harvested by humans in his past life. After all, she wasn't even particularly dangerous, and besides, the people gathered here today caused quite a few coincidences. Margaret, Jack, Maria, and him, a derelict ability user, such company was a bit odd. James concluded that there was no one strong enough to cause trouble here, so things should go smoothly. Blackstone agreed that there was no need to worry too much about it, and they all entered the portal. James exhaled, thinking he was just winding himself up since this was his first time in the Legion district. As they were still entering the portal, he suddenly wondered again why Maria was here too. But that thought soon left him, for after all, he didn't much care for the girl. The nature around the Legion was simply enchanting, with lots of greenery and flowers all around. Margaret, as the only one who knew these places well, led the entire squad behind her, looking for the location she wanted. After a while she stopped, saying they would start from here and put her foot there. She also added that they don't know when the monsters will show up, so one should be extra vigilant. Jack said they needed 2 men to guard the requested assignment, which is Marguerite. James and Maria volunteered to be them, while Jack and the others continued to stand still around the 3 of them. James was a little bored, but he realized that he and Maria had the most responsible job, so he didn't complain. Suddenly, Blackstone turned to him, saying that he seemed to understand why that tragedy had occurred. He looked at him with a serious and even a little sad look, so James prepared to listen. He was a little surprised that Black didn't say anything, however, but merely pointed his finger at yet another status window. The guy looked at him and realized why he was saying he had already guessed everything. The status window this time showed a timer that counted the minutes until the boss appeared. Black then reminded him that he had already told him that he had the power of judgment, and it was now that he was using it. He explained that it appeared as soon as they got here. He just decided not to show the Lord right away. He then asked if the gentleman thought that the mass death in his past life might have been due to the boss. But James replied that he doubted it, for there must have been a whole troop of able-bodied men with Margaret at that time. In addition, the leader of the research team was a man. His skills are not as top-notch, but he has a lot of experience. Having said that, he pointed at James, saying that the latter had been an ability user for decades, and then asked if Black really thought he'd let the whole squad die because of one boss. Yes, and the monster of the Legion district can't go beyond the boundaries, because even if a strong monster appears, at the sight of it you must run, in which case at least one person should survive. And then it would be strange if everyone died at the hands of one boss, which meant there was another reason for the incident. In other words, James thought that there was another factor in this case that played a key role in everyone's death. Just then they saw some other man in a hat approaching them. He was a tall brunette man with a wide smile and, as everyone thought, good intentions. He said hello, saying it's not often you see an entire security mission here. The first to answer him was Jack, who said they had gotten a mission from the requested girl. And right now they are guarding her, for she is looking for black thorny grass. Hearing this, James and Black were surprised. They were a little puzzled that there was such a thing growing in this place, for it was quite a rare herb. But the man did not seem at all surprised at what was said. He only wished them luck and went on his way. The others continued to stand in their seats, but James realized that the man was an indication that they were not alone. Besides, there was a very strong aura emanating from this man, and James and Blackham could feel it. Black said that by their standards he would be rank 4, an ability user wielding an axe. And then suddenly they heard the timer from the status window stop, counting down the time until the boss appeared. This meant that an invasion was about to begin, or something stealthy was preparing to launch an attack. For some reason, the sky above them was also colored blood red, as if to signal an impending battle. Everyone noticed this change, and Maria also asked why the sky had changed so drastically. And then everyone saw the reason for it, or rather heard it. The boss's huge foot appeared not far from their place. He was treading heavily and scraping the ground so hard that cracks were spreading in some places. All the squad members stood in amazement, unable to do anything because the boss turned out to be a goblin berserker. Jack was surprised that it came out of nowhere in the Legion's neighborhood, for they would have heard it long before it appeared. Margaret screamed in fear and he turned to them, telling James and Maria to cover her. Margaret began to doubt they could overpower this monster, offering to run, but Mary stopped her. Jack told the girl not to worry because the goblin berserk isn't as strong as it looks. The man drew his sword, saying that they had himself and James, so the fight wouldn't be that difficult. He added that he had defeated a berserk goblin before, so T would be fine this time. Margaret seemed to finally calm down and wished them luck, while James watched her from the sidelines. It was clear to him now, for this girl had not died at the hands of the boss, for Jack knew what he was saying. The berserk goblin, meanwhile, roared viciously, preparing to attack the pathetic humans in front of him. He pulled out 2 huge axes, each in his hand, and leaned forward to deliver the first blow. He stepped onto a tree standing nearby, and in an instant he broke it apart. And James realized what was now becoming clear. The people on this mission had died afterwards. The goblin attacked. With its huge feet, it pushed off the ground and leaped straight at their squad. Jack was in front of him in a second, blocking the crushing attack with his sword. He managed to hold the goblin like that for a while, and James picked up on the fact that the man was quite strong. This movement puzzled the monster. It clearly didn't expect humans to be able to block its attacks. Meanwhile, Jack shouted for the others to keep up the opportunity and finish him off now. All they had to do was praise the behemoth to the ground, and that task was taken up by Mary. The girl crouched down, preparing to attack, and then rushed at the goblin with lightning speed. Despite the fact that she was wearing heels, she managed to get behind her and land a blow to the head. Maria's specialty was brute strength, which she had been practicing all the time, so this time too, the punch came out crushing. But the girl didn't stop there. She continued being a monster, and the trailing attack went to her stomach. The berserk goblin couldn't do anything, and blood spurted from his mouth from the hard blow. His eyes darkened, and he sank to his knees from the impossibility of staying on his feet. Then it was James's turn to do his part. He was already standing at the ready with his sword. The guy was about to finish off the monster with a sword nudge, when suddenly he was yelled to get out of the way. This warning was not in vain, as the goblin berserk suddenly screamed again. That meant the monster was about to go on a rampage, and James didn't have time to finish it off. After all, it was dangerous, and besides, Jack and Maria understood that too, and prepared for defense. The berserk goblin threw himself into the fight with renewed vigor, now much more ferocious than before. He swung his axe again, and Jack blocked it again, but it was much harder to do so now. This time, the monster didn't land on his sword, but simply jumped back, slicing through everything in its path. Maria said he was stronger than they thought, but Jack replied that it was the boss after all. Then the girl replied that it didn't make much difference, for if they continued to stand still, other monsters would come, so attack now. She turned to James for help. However, the latter was already standing in front of the goblin, right under his nose, as if he wasn't at all embarrassed that it was the boss. Maria screamed why he went there. After all, vine moles were one thing, but a berserk goblin was a whole other level. However, James only silently took a stand and prepared to bare his sword. He believed he could do it. Besides, Maria's screaming made him a little uncomfortable, so he asked the girl not to scream so loudly. Then the boy ducked down, dodging forward from the goblin's attack, and put his hand behind the hilt of his sword. The monster, as expected, attacked him, aiming for his head, but James was one step ahead and took no damage. Maria, seeing the one-on-one fighting a berserk goblin, decided that it was too much. James, meanwhile, had already jumped for his counterattack, but then landed again, dodging the axe. The monster was clearly preventing him from getting close. However, the guy had already marshaled a new tactic. This time, he used his aura and chopped up the goblin's body with a sword nudge, just like he did in training. The monster's body, like a training log, snapped in two, and of course, there was no chance of survival here. Maria was shocked. All she could do was ask how he was moving so fast. James, shaking the blood off his sword, remained silent, leisurely inspecting his body for wounds, and the girl kept looking at him. In her eyes, this guy was growing bigger and bigger, and it was both infuriating and mesmerizing at the same time. She asked what the art of wielding a sword was, and someone he said it was exposure, surprised. Then Maria began to pose question after question, asking when was it that he had mastered this. Jack agreed with the girl, saying that James really was just incredible though, as he always was. The man was clearly referring to a past dungeon trip where James had also defeated the boss himself, and that made Maria angry. However, the guy decided it wouldn't be unreasonable to show off a little in front of the girl and asked her, did Mrs. Maria really want to know how he had reached such a level in such a short time? The girl was embarrassed, and he continued, saying that he had already told her that only a fool would reveal such secrets. Maria realized that the guy was just laughing at her, and it made her even angrier that she couldn't say anything back. Their dialogue, or rather James's cheering, was interrupted by Margaret, who suddenly approached them. She said she had found it. The girl's eyes sparkled, and everyone realized she was talking about the very same herb. Margaret bent over the black, thorny grass, not believing her own words that she had finally found it. The plant looked like an ordinary bush, something resembling a laurel, but its value was immense. Jack was the first to break the silence, saying that it meant their mission had been successfully completed. Margaret agreed, saying it went much faster than she expected, and praised the whole team. But while the guys were saying that this security mission was a simple one, something strange began to happen to the goblin's body. After a moment, it disappeared, and a rather large ring fell out of it as a reward. It was a beautiful scarlet color with black patterns that gave it an unusual sheen. Jack walked over to pick it up. It wasn't even worth it to evaluate the ring for authenticity, and the man smiled contentedly. He said it looked like they were all going to have a barbecue dinner tonight, an idea the whole troop liked. But James was worried about something else. He realized then the murder would happen as they were leaving. Suddenly, Thomas, who had been watching undercover all this time, turned to the gentleman. He said sharply for the man to step aside, but the video James had no time to do so. Then Thomas threw his blade towards the axe, which someone threw straight at James. The weapons made contact in mid-air, and the axe changed its trajectory, stabbing into the tree. A surprised James stood there, not understanding the situation. But it looked like Thomas had just saved his life. Jack looked at the axe too, and suddenly wondered if it was by any chance the same weapon they had seen the man with the hat. This was indeed the case, and they were soon convinced of it when they heard the voice of the very man. All this time he had been hiding behind the trees, but now he came out of hiding, saying the guy had good reflexes. Blackstone said that seemed to be the killer of Margaret and her entire squad in the past, and James agreed. This man no longer seemed like a simple monster hunter or anything else. The smile disappeared from his face. Jack asked why he was attacking them, and the man pretended to be greatly surprised by the question. He took his axe out of the tree, saying that the black thorny grass and the ring from the boss were enough for a reason. He said he came back just in case and didn't really expect such a jackpot. James asked who he was then, looking at the man and analyzing him, but so far there wasn't much information. And the guy held out his hand and introduced himself. His name was Walter, and suddenly the guy went pale when he heard that name. He questioned if that was really his name, for it was already familiar to him from a past life. Jack said he'd heard that name somewhere too. They said it was like he was a crazy person who killed people he didn't like. And this list could have included absolutely anyone. Walter himself, meanwhile, reminded us that he had a reason. Thomas quietly told the Lord that this man was a rank 4 ability user and was extremely dangerous. However, James told the man not to interfere, for it was enough that he stopped the axe. Thomas then asked what the Lord was going to do if something went wrong. To this, James only smiled, simply replying that he would not die, for he had yet to finish his journey as a swordsman. Without taking his eyes off Walter, he drew his sword, telling Thomas not to worry and to just keep an eye on him. Walter didn't waste time either. When he saw that the boy had decided to fight, he drew his axes too. James leaned in for an already well-honed hold, telling himself that he didn't come here to die. Thomas found it hard to just watch, so he clenched his teeth and said he would still intervene if it became dangerous. James didn't mind that. He said that was the side he liked about him, and then turned to Walter. He remarked that he'd needed an opponent to practice with for a long time anyway, and no one would be a better fit than him. Maria looked at the guy with undisguised horror, wondering if he was crazy. But James only asked her to protect the others, and he would handle everything else. The girl, however, was against such a decision, saying that he was pushing to reach rank 1, and he didn't stand a chance. To this, James simply replied that if he didn't stop this man, they would all die here. He said he wasn't going to let that happen, so he would save everyone, but he needed her cooperation to do it. Walter, meanwhile, laughed hard, saying the guy was so funny he was already anticipating an interesting fight. For a while he was still laughing, but then he suddenly became serious again and glared at him fiercely. The fight began. Walter was the first to rush in, and he was next to James in a flash. He said he was going to have a good time with him tonight, and he didn't even blink. But as it turned out, it was set up deliberately so that the enemy would come to him on his own. James activated his aura, which was accompanied by the activation of its special property. Walter had already swung his axe, intending to hit his leg, but Jamiesane's aura allowed it. He reversed his sword and blocked the blow, though it came with great effort, for the man was strong. Walter, in turn, was surprised that the guy was able to block his lightning-fast punch. The fight promised to be interesting. Then he gripped the axe tighter and decided to use another tactic, figuring he'd get the guy this time. Grabbing the axe with both hands, he swung and shouted that James was just a stupid kid. He'd chop off both his legs first, but James wasn't going to let him do that so easily. He made a stab towards the attack, and their blades met again, each fueled by its own aura. Black inside the sword told him not to worry, saying that the Lord could easily read his opponent's movements. This property was available to him due to his special aura, and James agreed that he would do so. So far so good, he was successfully repelling all attacks, but Walter was already thinking about changing tactics. He too activated his aura. It was bright red in color and shouted for the guy to say goodbye to his legs. James blocked this attack as well. Their weapons made contact with incredible force. One mistake could turn deadly. However, even though James held on properly, his weapon didn't hold up and stung a crack. With great surprise, the lad saw his sword split in two and froze in horror. Thomas and Maria simultaneously cried out in fear for him, for it could end at any second. Walter himself was as surprised as anyone else, but very soon his surprise changed to schadenfreude. He said it looked like the guy was really destined to die, in which case he would grant his last wish. With those words, he jumped again, intending to finish James off with his next attack. But at that moment, Blackstone came to his rescue in the form of a blade, telling the Lord to grab it. A surprised James didn't even realize where the man had come from, but Black told him to hurry. He added that the gentleman should not be afraid to use it, despite not being able to swing it even once last time. The last thing he said was a directive. James was to shout, "Fragile Knight." Realizing that this was his last chance, the boy shouted those words, for then he could take advantage of it. A status window appeared, indicating that he had unlocked Blackstone's first sword. It was called the First Night of the Massacre, and James was able to seize it just in time, for Walter was already looming over him. The man noticed the change in the boy's aura, and it made him doubt his attack for a moment. As a result, he decided not to take any chances and landed at a distance while James's aura continued to grow. His nose was bleeding from his nose, indicating that his aura was very tense. It was dangerous because an ability user without an aura was no stronger than a decrepit old woman. It wasn't the right time at all, but James realized he couldn't let go of his consciousness just yet. He didn't have much time left, but he had already planned everything out, hoping for the remnants of his powers. James shouted Thomas's name, calling the lad to him, and he immediately rushed over to his master. He crouched down and waited for the order to help, but James had other plans and a different perspective on the whole situation. He told the man to protect all the gathered people until they were safely out of the rift. Thomas replied that he understood the order, not wanting to cross the young master in such a situation. James wanted to say something else, but suddenly realized that his strength was leaving him. It was running out of aura. Everything began to blur in his eyes, and he realized he was slowly losing consciousness, but he couldn't do anything about it. That was his last thought, and then he fell unconscious, and Mary rushed to him, worrying for him. It was already nighttime, and at this time of day, Director Kim was already resting, not expecting new guests. As a matter of fact, it should have been so this time, but suddenly a secretary burst into his office. He said he had some bad news, and the principal didn't understand what he was talking about at first. Then the secretary reported that Walter died this afternoon at the hands of a swordsman in the Legion district. Hearing this, the principal was greatly surprised. He realized that all this time, this lousy guy had been hiding in the area. That's why they couldn't find it, because it was quite difficult to dig through all that huge area. But the secretary went on to say that the man who caught him was rather strange. He further revealed that his name was James Beck, and he was the youngest son of the Beck Divine Sword family. Director Kim responded that if it is some unknown family, he might be able to guess. However, it then came to him that it was the secretary who had named the Divine Sword family Beck specifically. Then he was even more surprised and jumped up from his seat, asking if the youngest son in the family wasn't about 10 years old. The secretary confirmed, saying the kid was 15 years old, and the principal asked him to better say something that made sense. He clearly didn't believe the secretary, because he suggested that the secretary think about it himself and realize that it was just a rumor. Plus he was only rank 1 and Walter was rank 4, so it sounded ridiculous at the very least, but the secretary wouldn't give up. He said that even Maria of the cruel Red Lotus family and Margaret of the Secret Guild had given their testimonies. This information must have made the principal change his mind about the boy, for the evidence was irrefutable. Still incredulous, he wondered how this James was able to even get close to such a criminal. The secretary replied that he threw him to the ground with his sword, nudging Art, but Kim hit him. However, the guy still managed to say that James had used the sword key at the end, and now Kim was tensely thinking. Still, assuming all of this was true, it turns out the Beck family had a talented kid growing up. This made him wonder if the most gifted swordsman in the history of the Beck Divine Sword family had appeared. James was in some obscure place that looked more like another rift. Inside that rift, everything was purple in color, just like his aura, and he saw a person in front of him. Though it was his first time videoing him, the man seemed familiar to him, and meanwhile the man had taken the swordsman's pose. He drew his sword, and James wondered if he felt something when he used Blackstone's sword. The man drew his blade and lunged into battle with the unseen opponent, his movements reminding James of himself. Fragile Knight is Blackstone's first form of transformation, though he couldn't remember exactly how he defeated Walter. Suddenly, the guy felt something incredibly powerful rushing towards this swordsman. He thought in horror that he was about to be overpowered as he suddenly opened his eyes and realized that it was only a dream. Nearby stood Blackstone, who explained that the gentleman had been brought here by Thomas after he had fainted. He noticed that the gentleman had been lying unconscious for 2 whole days just because he used the Fragile Knight. It was a little frustrating, but Black didn't have time to say anything because the door swung open and Austin stepped inside. He saw the gentleman finally wake up, saying it was an incredible relief. James asked if the man had been courting him all this time, to which the guy replied positively. He added that the doctor said James lost consciousness due to the abuse of his aura. But all in all, his condition was not too bad, so the gentleman should recover quickly. When James thanked him again for courting him, he said there were other people besides him. They were waiting outside today as well, and he asked if the gentleman would like to see them, and the gentleman agreed. He was a little surprised that someone cared so much about him that they came to his house all those 2 days. Austin, meanwhile, said loudly that they could come in, addressing the 2 men behind the door. A moment later, someone carefully, as if undecided whether to enter or not, acquired the door of his chamber. 2 girls entered the room, and though James still had a bit of a headache, he recognized them without difficulty. Mary and Margaret entered the room, walking over to his bunk, and Margaret was the first to speak, and Mary even crouched down. It was worth noting that the girls were quite beautiful of themselves. They had come to thank him for saving them. After all, if it wasn't for him, they would have all died that hour. James listened to this and thanked them in return for such words. Maria, closing her eyes, said she couldn't even react to a flying axe, but he did it perfectly. Margaret said that everyone survived because of him, and then added that she was saying this as a direct heiress of the secret guild. She suddenly dropped to her knees, saying that she would never forget that she was indebted to him for saving her life. Such generosity seriously embarrassed James. He said the girl didn't need to do that. He added that he had merely done his job, since she was the one who had hired him. But Margaret thought otherwise. She said that given the location, even if they had died, their bodies wouldn't have been found right away, so she was insanely grateful to him. Apparently, the secret guild family had caused more than 10 people to lose their lives, and that number might have increased this time. However, this did not happen, and the main merit here belonged to James. This has already been said by Maria. She clenched her fist and added that James had stopped that crazy man's atrocities. And the boy wondered what she meant by stopped, for he'd still been told by her that Walter had died. Margaret then said she wanted to thank him for one more thing and bowed her head again. After all, it was because of him that she got her hands on this precious herb. Here the girl showed a black, prickly plant. James breathed a sigh of relief. Come to think of it, this was what their mission was all about, so that was fine. Margaret explained that she really needed the grass for her new creation, and now she would be able to complete it. James asked what the girl wanted to do, but the girl replied that it was a secret for now, but she would be sure to show him soon. And as they were about to leave, Margaret remembered one last thing she wanted to say. She said she needed to show gratitude to her savior, as she should. There was already a man in a black suit behind her back, her chaperone, who presented James with something. It was some long object, and Margaret said she was giving him a sword as a token of her gratitude. James opened his eyes in surprise, for he had never seen such a beautiful sword before in his life. The girl continued by saying that it was a sword, binding radiance, and it was now completely in his power. It is a sword designed to join light together, a rather unusual and rare blade. She handed it to the guy, saying that he would now be able to use his energy, which is extremely useful in battle. Hearing the name of the sword, James only realized what he had heard about it, as it was said to be one of the most famous swords. He asked Margaret if she was sure she wanted to give him something of value, and the girl nodded without hesitation. She also added that she would be in trouble if he didn't accept it, which is why she insisted. James still stood there for a while, not knowing what to say back, but then he smiled at her too, telling her that he would accept it. He just didn't seem to have any other choice, and he himself was embarrassed at accepting gifts from a girl. Then Margaret said she would leave him to rest and go, adding that she would not be allowed outside for a while. When James inquired why, she replied that, frankly, she had come to the county without telling anyone either, and as punishment, she was put under house arrest, only allowed to see him to thank him. However, she suggested that he meet again when her punishment was lifted, and James agreed. Blackstone noticed that at least her family was protecting their children, while Beck's family didn't blink an eye. When Margaret left, Mary was the only one left in the room, and now it was her turn to thank him. She closed her eyes, as she always did when she didn't want to admit her weakness, and held out her gift to him. It turned out to be a boss bracelet, and also some kind of small box that Maria said her brother had given her. He knew about medicine, so it looked like there was something there to help with treatment. James thanked her. But the girl was in no hurry to leave yet, asking if she could ask him a question. She wanted to know why he'd lied that first time they'd met, saying he wasn't from the Beck family. James made a surprised look as he asked why she had suddenly decided to ask that. But the girl repeated that he was the direct heir of the Beck family, so why did he hide his origin? However, James responded by saying that he was just talking about his hatred for the Beck family, but in no way saying that he wasn't a part of it. He went on, saying that the Beck family is full of lying and cruel people who bully others. He spread his hands, showing sincerity, and added that he could insult them all he wanted. Hi herself, Maria thought to herself. She used to think this guy was a little weird, but right now it seemed to her that he was just crazy. So not wanting to have any more conversation, she turned toward the door, and James thanked her for the gift, saying he would use it properly. Suddenly the girl stopped in the middle of the room and added lastly that she wouldn't lose next time. She said she would overtake him, but James joked, saying he didn't even know what he was more afraid of now. This hurt Maria, but realizing that he needed peace now, she only slammed the door loudly behind her. At the same second, a status window appeared, reporting the calculation of the reward for the last completed task. Surprisingly, one of the items was Mary's favor, which increased. The same thing happened to Margaret, and he was awarded a total of 400 points. James stood in the middle of the room, reading all these messages and marveling, for he had never gotten one before. Blackstone noticed that the gentleman pretended to be confident, but it seemed to be the other way around then, and the man didn't think to hide it, admitting that he didn't think he would survive when his blade broke. But Blackstone replied that he did very well and even got bonus points. Speaking of bonuses, James noted that he seemed to get those points when he touched people's feelings. Blackstone agreed, but said he was the only one who gets those points. After all, none of his past masters had had that particular opportunity, and perhaps James just liked the system. James stretched, saying he'd love to get some exercise right now. At the same time, there is a new status window that increases his recovery speed by 5 times. Meanwhile, in the spacious room, Thomas stood kneeling before the elder. Thoth ordered him to report everything that happened in the Legion district with all the details. The boy nodded, saying that he would tell everything from the first information, for he himself was secretly a member of the squad. He began by saying that James had received a message from Margaret of the Secret Guild asking him to join the mission. He, along with another member of the squad, was supposed to guard her, but at some time Walter showed up. As we know, he was a rank 4 criminal, and his goal was blackthorn grass and rewards from the boss. For this reason, he ambushed the young lord and his entourage. Hearing of the sudden ambush, the elder smiled but told Thomas to continue. The man then said that Walter usually uses a sword, but that time he had axes to hide his identity. They say he's wanted for the crimes he committed, which is why he was hiding in Legion County. But next, the unbelievable happened. The young gentleman blocked the axes that Walter had thrown at full force. He did so with a black aura that Thomas himself had never seen before, and the old man hesitated. He asked if the guy had talked about James's sword energy, but the guy said he wasn't sure about that. But that answer didn't satisfy his father. He said that James had a black aura and asked if that aura was like his. Thomas then agreed, saying that there was indeed a black aura emanating from James's sword. However, it was unlike any sword energy he, Thomas, had ever seen. Suddenly the old man laughed loudly, saying that this guy never seemed to bore him. After all, there was nothing better than hearing that the cruel Red Lotus family and the Secret Guild owed his son a debt of gratitude. He asked Thomas how many days were left before the test, and he said we'd have to wait another 22 days. James was standing in front of Blackstone on the training ground. The latter was explaining two things to him. First of all, it was worth understanding that the Lord said he would follow his sword path. To this, James responded positively, saying that he did not like learning from a teacher. Then Blackstone said that henceforth the Lord must train, putting himself into every swing of the sword. In other words, he had to put all of himself into the art of wielding a sword, for without it, he would not be able to grow. That was the first thing, and the second, equally important thing, was footwork, because that's a key factor in fencing. But James asked if it was really necessary, since he used his family's method in training, and those were known to specialize in strength more than robotic legs, but Black said everything needed balance. In addition, from his observations, the Lord was not suited for any skill from the Bake Divine Sword family. Hearing this made James wonder if it was praise or a hint that he needed to try harder, but he seemed to understand what his friend was getting at, and said he agreed with him. James said that the sword art he was currently studying had a high degree of freedom, and the Beck family's skills were too standardized, which was why Black said he had no place in them. The one agreed, saying that the gentleman understood everything very quickly and was absolutely right. His footwork suited him better, and he could dodge an axe flying at him if he owned it. James realized that Black was telling the truth, for in that second he really couldn't move from his seat. Black then said he would teach him the proper way. The name is Unknown Footwork. James would create her with his movements and desires to begin with. It was tedious to spread his legs shoulder-width apart. It didn't matter which foot he took a step with, but he must remember where the sword should be pointing. James obediently followed all of his instructions and soon noticed that his steps felt much lighter. Black went on to teach him, saying that there are also predetermined movements, but among them are the impermanent ones. This means that no matter where James is, he will be able to attack at all times, no matter his location. Such a prospect pleased the lad greatly, considering his sword would always be ready to strike. He practiced the lunges one by one, honing everything to perfection. The training log shuddered from his blows and broke in new places each time. This unknown footwork was something special, and through it, he finally felt his movements. After all, moving during battle was perhaps even more important than having a sword. Blackstone was pleased with the result. He said it was a waste of legwork that the gentleman would be able to change. James echoed his words, saying he was creating it with every step he took. It was impressive. But then his training was interrupted by Thomas, who suddenly appeared from behind the bushes. He turned to the young gentleman, saying that he had something important to say. The boy said that the elder had ordered him to bring him to him immediately, and James smiled. It seems the time has finally come, and his father has made a decision about his test. After that, he went to the main building of the Divine Sword Beck family to meet his father. When he entered, he bowed to him out of habit and good manners, but his father told him to stand up. As expected of an old man, his child passed out and he didn't blink an eye. Instead, he said that James should know why he had called him here, and he had told him about the test himself. Seeing that his son had memorized everything, his father said that he would then get to the point of the test. He suddenly raised his voice and ordered someone in, and James saw a guy enter the room. As he got closer, James was surprised to realize that this man was going to be part of the test. John entered the room and bowed to the elder as well, and the latter watched his youngest son's reaction. James was really shocked. He had his doubts, of course, but to have John be his adversary, it was too much. His father continued, saying that there would be a duel in 3 months. He told John to only use rank 3 aura. He looked at him as if he'd been waiting for this opportunity his whole life and was ready to lunge at James now. His father then turned to James, telling him that he had to beat his older brother to pass the test. He asked if his son could handle the challenge, and James responded positively. Then the elders turned to John again, saying that if he used an aura higher than rank 3, he would lose. He also asked him if he could handle it, to which John replied positively, hiding his smile. His father nodded and said he would ask one last question, turning to James. He wanted to know what kind of sword aura he had used during his task. He added that he had heard that he had defeated Walter with just 1 hit of that aura, and James was confused. The boy realized he couldn't tell even his father about Blackstone, so he said he couldn't tell it. Such an answer, however, did not please the elder, and he leaned forward, rising from his seat. The old man shouted what his son had just said, and James saw an aura gather around him. However, he still found a way to get out of it by saying that since they had a bet, he couldn't tell him anything. Hearing this, his father calmed down. He asked him again what he meant by betting. James then replied that he felt like his father had expectations about him, which is why he decided to take the test. In other words, it was done as a bet, but he couldn't tell his opponent about his weapon. The elder stood for a while, clearly digesting everything he had just said, and then laughed loudly. He noticed that was rather cheeky of him, but agreed to wait to see who would win this bet. The two of them left his father's room together, and John said he didn't think the opportunity to beat him would come so soon. James replied with a mocking smile, saying that he didn't think it would happen so quickly either, or rather, that he'd get a chance to humiliate his brother so quickly. John replied that he had a good talent for making other people want to kill him. He said that his brother should win this far, for he would be seriously screwed if he lost this bet. But James replied that the duel wouldn't take place today, so both himself and his brother could allow themselves to relax a little. Having said that, he waved goodbye and headed for the exit before John could say anything else. He headed straight for the training area, thinking he was ready for anything but this. Blackstone recalled that the elder had forbidden John from using an aura higher than rank 3, and Walter had a rank 4. But James said that John has an incredibly fast green aura, and his sword technique is just fine. Plus, in his past life, his brother hated him for no reason, took everything away and threw him out on the street. Blackstone remembered these memories and again said he sympathized with his master, and the latter replied that that was why he was obliged to defeat him no matter what. He had no idea how to accomplish this, however, and turned to Blackstone for help. Then the man said that first they would practice what he had taught him a few days ago. James realized that he had to put his will into the sword, and Black asked what kind of will he was going to put in. But when he heard the answer that the main emphasis should be on strength, it made him doubt the guy. He said the Lord was crazy because one would have been enough, and he wanted to put 2 wishes into the sword at once. However, James replied that with these 2 options, he would have a better chance of winning. In that case, Black had no choice but to change him to do it. He told the Lord to close his eyes and visualize the battle against John. That was what it was called, putting will into his sword, and James thought of the strength and speed he wanted to master. Suddenly, he felt the sword being filled with something powerful and opened his eyes in surprise. His blade was imbued with such a strong aura that it burst out as he performed the sword nudges. Black stared at him, thinking contentedly that he was doubting him for nothing after all. After all, this guy would do anything. 2 weeks later, they were already standing in the large tournament hall of the Beck Divine Sword family. All the direct heirs of the family were present at this tournament, but only James stood in the ranks of the test subjects. Some guys who were also told to join the duel didn't see much point in it. The elder's children had a similar viewpoint. It seemed like a waste of time to them. Kevin didn't understand what his father was thinking in deciding to have a main event fight with James and John. John, on the other hand, didn't seem to mind this battle at all. It was a chance for him to prove his perfection. And so the first opponent, James Beck, was invited into the arena, coming out of his corner like he was in the ring. This was followed by an invitation for John, who likewise went straight to his seat. John was standing on the left side, and when he was announced, all the siblings smiled at him, wishing him luck. On his right side stood James, at whose pronouncement only faint words of encouragement could be heard. While the duel was still in progress, John turned to his brother, telling him that he could blabber whatever he wanted. However, it would only be a loser's babble. James only smiled at this, closing his eyes. Such arrogant behavior was already beginning to anger John, but suddenly their conversation was interrupted by the elder's exit. When the father of the Divine Sword family Beck was announced, the entire grandstand erupted into loud shouts of delight. Everyone bowed to him without exception as the old man stepped up to the podium and greeted everyone. He then raised his hand, calling for silence, and said himself that he was attending this contest as an elder. This duel between swordsmen of different levels would matter more to the others. Therefore, it will continue until one of the participants can no longer fight. Lastly, he said that he allows attacks of any kind and announced the start of the duel. Hearing this, the man who was in charge of the gong swung around to strike it. When he did so, everyone realized that the signal had sounded and the contestants could begin the competition. John asked if his brother realized the importance of the official fight they were honored to participate in. It meant that one of them would soon be in trouble, but James didn't think much of it. He activated the Black Wind aura, preparing for a fight, and took the right stance to bare his sword. John pretended as if his brother's aura impressed him greatly. It was the first time he had seen it since the ceremony. Only he asked that his brother not lose too fast or it wouldn't be any fun at all. James went on the attack. He relied on the slowing effect from Rasadam's aura to perform the sword exposure, but was greatly surprised when John effortlessly blocked his attack, being as fast as he was. He asked what it was his brother was doing, if he was going to beat him with such a cheap trick. Seeing that John had deflected his blow, James was surprised that he wasn't being slowed down. He was still moving incredibly fast, and now it was much harder to get close to him. John said that he wasn't his equal, even if he used rank 3 aura, so let him not dream of winning. Now those words didn't seem like empty intimidation. The brother had excellent sword arts. He wielded it well enough to keep James away from him, launching attack after attack. But here he made a sharp lunge in his direction, and James barely had time to dodge. He didn't like that the initiative was on his brother's side, so he realized he had to change the course of the battle. He then went on the attack, but John did not relent in his defense either, defending against every blow. Blackstone then advised him to approach John with some unknown footwork. Otherwise it would never end, for the guy was well aware that his experience gave him the opportunity to dominate. Black said his footwork is still unstable, but he knows how John moves, so he had a chance. Meanwhile, the older brother changed his stance and aimed at him, preparing for another attack. But James realized that despite all his perfection, it would be difficult for him to react, moving unpredictably. He missed a blow and his brother's sword caught him, but in the next instant he was rushing at him, moving in different directions. It was just what was called unknown footwork. He channeled his aura into them for better coordination. In this way he managed to get behind his opponent's back, and John was surprised he missed it. James smiled contentedly, saying that now he was caught, and John wanted to react, but not in time. The elbow strike came right to his jaw, but its force wasn't enough to render him unconscious. After a moment, John was back on his feet, saying that James wasn't going to get away with this. But the one decided that this time the advantage was on his side, so he prepared to bare his sword. Except John was aiming serious. He said it was time to stop beating around the bush. With those words, he activated his aura, and James froze with his sword halfway out of surprise. His brother's aura was quite strong, so he had to cover himself with his arms to keep from falling from its waves. Now John didn't seem like the wimpy guy who just talked all the time. His movements became much more precise and faster. He jumped for a punch, and James realized he had to defend himself again. However, he couldn't go anywhere else, so he just covered his vital organs with his hands. Attack after attack passed clearly into the target, and his body had been scarred quite a few times already. Now it was even harder to get close to John, and Blackstone noticed that he was quite intimidating for his rank 3. He added that the Lord could only win if he prevented him from using the sword of the falling flower. Still, James has trained his strength and body, so he will be able to withstand all of his opponent's strikes. But the guy also realized that he couldn't win with stamina alone. It was worth breaking John's stance in the first place. Thoth, meanwhile, recognized that his horizontal cut and sword wielding were pretty good. But he are on different levels. After those words, James realized his brother was using a fallen flower. He took advantage of his swordsmanship, and the situation began to get much worse for James. His brother's lightning-fast strikes almost always reached their target, and it was impossible to dodge them. James realized that it would be the end for him if he showed a single weakness. All he needed was to successfully upgrade his sword once, but for now, it was beyond him. He held on with all his might, not letting his brother push him off his feet, but he suddenly said it was time to call it a day. What can't be said, and James had given him a good laugh, but perhaps that should be the end of the fun. He then swung his sword, and the huge jet from his aura turned into a hurricane heading for James. Blackstone warned that the gentleman would say goodbye to his hand if he stepped back now. It was then that James realized his only option was to strike back with his aura and sword, a wish he wanted to put into his sword to make it stronger and faster, and his long-cherished dream. Crushing the Beck family is all he's ever wanted, but there's no way he can accomplish that if he can't defeat James. Gathering his strength, he gathered all of his aura and spat it out in a counterattack to defend himself. Now he stood leaning on his sword, hoping that he had succeeded, but unfortunately it was not to be. John wasn't hurt by his attack at all, but his own didn't go away either, and that made him more than a little angry. He continued to attack him, saying he would kill the guy if he didn't stop. James didn't know what to do anymore. Trying to block it all the way out was his last chance. John's impending attack looked even bigger and more intimidating, but he didn't give up. He knew he could block that blow if he squeezed out the remaining aura. And next, a status window suddenly appeared, where he saw that his swordsmanship characteristic had increased by 1. Then a new message appeared, saying that he had opened some kind of 10,000 swords gate. The first and second gates of the 10,000 swords, an admirable and powerful sword, were now available to him. James, of course, didn't understand what that meant, but in this situation it was to his advantage. The status window continued to change, reporting that he had entered emergency concentration mode. John was surprised that his brother was still holding onto the sword after what he had done to him. He wondered if the man wasn't tired, but then fell silent as he saw an aura appear around James. It was the same black aura that had been there during the manifestation ceremony, and it looked especially creepy now. The status window said that the art of fencing involves admiration and strength. These were the characteristics he obtained when he unlocked the first two 10,000 swords. It was now reported that a Dark Emperor charge had been created due to his aura. And then James let it out in the form of an attack aimed at John with all his fury. All his pain and hatred took shape and spewed out at his brother at just the right moment. Their auras made contact, but while John's attack had a twisting direction, James's trajectory was straight. John stood in surprise as he watched this orb pierce his aura and began to panic a little. He realized he would die if he didn't block, so he squeezed the rest of his aura to the max as well. He had it in bright green, where the emphasis was on speed and accuracy, but now strength was needed. He centered his entire aura around his body like a shield to protect himself from James's attack. But with great surprise, he realized that his rank 4 aura was collapsing, and he could no longer hold on. And then there was a huge explosion, and for a while nothing could be seen because of the dust in the arena. When she disappeared, it became apparent that the two guys were still in the arena. Only one of them was on his knees. John looked at his brother with fear and wonder, questioning how he had managed to hurt him with his aura. He didn't understand why his aura had shattered, but he couldn't do anything else and fell to the ground. James, though battered, remained standing, the light of his aura fading around him. All the spectators looked at him in amazement, because no one would have thought that he would win. James stuck his sword into the ground again and leaned on it. His strength was running low, but he had time to win. It looks like he used up too much aura, but now it's over. He came out the winner from this fight. Blackstone noticed that he was just fine with this new technique, the Dark Imperial Charge. He congratulated him on creating his sword path, and James replied that he had never heard such praise. And then he turned to the elder, for only now did he remember what he had agreed to this fight for. He told his father that he had defeated John as he had said, and the old man smiled, for he had seen it all perfectly well himself. He responded that James can do what he feels he needs to do, referring to his training. One of Beck's sisters noticed her father smiling and was greatly surprised because she very rarely saw it. James, on the other hand, bowed in gratitude. He was happy he had chosen the right to train his own way. The elder rose from his seat, declaring the tournament over, for that was enough for today. But what came next showed the full essence of the Beck divine sword family. As the old man turned to leave, he threw such a fierce look at the defeated John that he would have been terrified. The boy was lying unconscious, so he couldn't see it, but the look in his father's eyes definitely portended bad consequences. As he left, the elder said a single word, calling the eldest son pathetic. A couple hours later, James was lying on his bed in the Beck family monastery, thinking about the tournament. He asked Black if he was going to be in this state every time after using a dark projectile. To this, Black replied that the problem was that he couldn't get his aura under control. He should wait until it fills up, and then he can practice using a more precise volume. James agreed, saying he could check his awards for now and opened the status window. Rewards began to appear one after another. He received 700 points, a new title, and an increase in all stats by 1. It couldn't help but feel good. Plus, he now had his own Dark Imperial Charge sword path. James was very happy with these improvements, saying that all of his data would soon be average. Blackstone said he had too many hopes for such a short time, but did not deny them. James looked at him admiringly then, asking if Black would help him embody them all. Thoth took a deep breath, and then they saw that he had gotten another 500 bonus points for his shocking win that shocked a lot of people. Seeing this, Blackstone was even more surprised, and James only spread his hands, saying that the system didn't lie. However, this giving out extra points for being surprised made him a little confused and made him wonder. He said he thought the system wished him success, and Blackstone agreed with him in this. He added that it could be considered motivation for the gentleman to develop, so he was okay with that. James leaned back on the bed, saying that the tournament had worn him out a lot, and it would be good to rest now. However, one thing was clear. He would never be able to achieve all that he has on his own. And today he was helped by a bracelet that Maria had given him as a thank you not too long ago. Blackstone remembered that the girl wouldn't let anyone touch him when James passed out in the dungeon. The guy looked at the characterization again, and Black asked what he was going to do with all his glasses. Toth replied that it would be a good idea to upgrade to level 31, and Black approved of the idea. He said that by increasing his performance, his technique also improved, so it was very beneficial. And the more the Lord practiced, the greater the level of technique and his power increased. James remembered the surprised faces of his siblings after his victory over John. He remembered his father calling him a crazy fool who had won their bet, however. He remembered the man saying that from now on he didn't have to attend general training for the swordsmen in their family. And then the elder laughed at the entire podium. He had been laughing quite a lot lately. But the main thing was that his father recognized his victory, and that meant a lot to James. That his father admitted defeat was also surprising to his sisters and brothers, who had seen such a thing for the first time. One sister named Julia asked if James had really made a wager with an elder. Such were the memories from the tournament that had happened a few hours ago, but James's head was still hurting. Blackstone's explanation was that the effects of using the aura were hard to bear. But the guy was jubilant, he thought, as his sword path opened up at the most dangerous moment. It was like being in a movie. Then he asked what was good about this bracelet, and Black replied that it was like a key to the path of the 10,000 swords. James asked him about that as well, and Black explained that the Lord could think of them as a target. After all, he's learning more and more as he goes along the way, but they haven't gotten to the most important thing yet. James got out of bed then, saying he would start it right away, which surprised Black as always. The guy said he'd go train after replenishing his mana, but Black yelled that he'd die from the reboot. But James replied that he had already died once, so he shouldn't have made a fuss about it. Meanwhile, all the swordsmen of the Bake family present at the tournament were discussing the brothers' fight. They agreed that young Mr. James's last movement was monstrous. They even considered joining his faction after all. Who knew he would reach such a level? But they didn't have time to make a decision, because they were in a hurry to get somewhere, and it was already time to leave. On the way, they were still discussing which side would be better to take in the end. Meanwhile, Julia stood at the window of her room, thinking about tonight's fight. People's opinions about the younger brother were changing for the better, and even the elder was smiling at that moment. She realized it would be her turn after John, and she remembered him saying that James wasn't their equal. But today in the arena that one proved otherwise, which means they all shouldn't underestimate him. The girl raised her hand, telling someone to go ahead with the plan. She would trim the sprouts before they grew even bigger. The person she was waving to was a guy who immediately rushed over to her. The girl asked how many rank 3 swordsmen were available right now, and the man replied that there were only 2. Then Julia ordered the 2 men to be sent, and the lad ducked, saying he understood the order. When he left, she said quietly that neither of them wanted a threat like James in their family. Meanwhile, James was already standing on the training ground practicing his new moves. His mana had fully recovered, and he unleashed imperial charges one after another. After another projectile, Black said he had now released an amount of energy commensurate with his level. James then suggested starting a new training session, saying he hasn't had any problems with this technique so far. Black replied that he was all for it, and was about to say that the robot legs were next on the program, when suddenly there was an assignment. This time he got a whole letter, but as Black noticed, it wasn't from an elder. The assignment was to eliminate risk in an unstable area in the mountains, but James understood immediately. The assignment included 2 other people who were formerly part of his 5th sister, Julia's faction. She must have thought she'd be next and wanted to get rid of him, but he was fine with the task. After all, there's something very good in that place, so he's in no danger, but if his sister plays dirty, that he would do exactly the same. That same night, there was a celebration at Bayek Monastery. James had finally gotten his divine sword duty, so he couldn't help but be happy about it. He stood in his room, and with him were Austin and Thomas, with whom he wished to confer about the mission. The latter, deciding that the young gentleman was pleased enough, approached him about the task. He was advising him to abandon the mission, and he meant it, so James stopped having fun. Thomas explained this decision by saying that he would not be able to defend him when it came to the duty of the divine sword. But James replied that there would be 2 other rank 3 swordsmen with him, This answer didn't please Thomas, but Austin stopped him. He said people were already looking at them. However, the guy didn't mind and still said he was against it. He added that James had only recently defeated John, and the fact that he got the mission right away meant only one thing. Blackstone wondered if this Thomas fellow was really concerned about the young gentleman. However, James responded by telling him that he was underestimating him. After all, he had defeated John. Therefore, he'll do fine with the rank 3 mission too, saying that he tapped his feet like a child. He advised Thomas to get out if he continued to talk like that, and ruin the atmosphere before the mission even started. They were rather harsh words, but Thomas lowered his head obediently, saying he heard him. He didn't say another word and headed for the exit, and James, surprised at this, sent Austin after him. Thomas himself thought he had misjudged James, for he thought he was smart, but it seemed that didn't always show through. But James knew exactly what he was thinking, and mentally thanked him for his support, but still he couldn't help but accept the mission. Suddenly Thomas stopped as if he had heard his words live. He turned sharply to James. Both he and Austin looked at him in surprise. It was as if Thomas had actually heard his thoughts. And James only smiled and told them to let the administrative department know that he was taking on this mission. For a while the boys stood looking at each other, but soon Thomas decided he would ask the elder about it some more. With that thought, he bowed to James, saying he would be sure to pass everything on. At the same time, Julia, who was watching him from the balcony, thought about this guy, James, even more. It was then that one of her subordinates, whom she had called in before as backup, approached her. The girl sat down in her mind, saying that she knew it. No one in their right mind would refuse the duty of a divine sword. After all, even if her younger brother was talented in swordsmanship, his thoughts were shallow. She adjusted the ring on her hand and turned to the servant, asking what tomorrow's plan was. The one answered her that the young lord would fight in the front row with the monsters as the direct heir. And when they're halfway through the stable zone, 2 rank 3 swordsmen will ambush him. Julia liked this plan. She knew that these swordsmen had actually recently registered rank 4. There was another problem, however, and the guy held out a picture of some man to her, saying he would solve it. No one will come back from this mission alive, so no one will suspect that she, Julia Beck, had anything to do with it. The girl praised the guy, but told them not to relax until it was over. That one smiled back at her and bowed, saying he would personally oversee everything. On the day of the mission, he still, already out of habit, practiced sutra on the grounds. Blackstone asked why he didn't take breaks, to which the guy replied that he would rest, and while they were on the road. Then Black called him crazy again. But the man replied that he just liked practicing. However, his friend objected, saying that the body needed rest, and the gentleman had been practicing since dawn. Black was about to say something else to him, but at that moment, 2 other swordsmen were just coming up, apologizing for being late. James didn't realize who these people were at first, so he asked them what their purpose was, to which they replied that they would accompany him on the mission. The redhead's name was Ted, and the man in the t-shirt was Dallas. They said they were honored to work with him, and Black agreed with James's thoughts that they were here to kill him. James asked if he really thought so, to which Black replied that he saw it from their rank. In fact, he was 4, so there was no longer any doubt that these 2 had come for his head. Blackstone also remarked that the gentleman should be careful, for surely this was not all that Julia had prepared. At this time, Thomas came up to him with a bag in his hands, saying that the preparations were complete. Accepting the bag, James thanked him and asked him if he had put everything he had told him. Thomas replied that he'd done as he'd asked, adding that he trusted him and asked him to be careful. James in turn promised him not to take any chances and thanked him for his concern. He told the guy not to worry and just wait for his return, because he would surely come back. Thomas smiled back, saying he would, and then left them to get ready to leave. After 3 hours, they were already at the place, which this time resembled a small oasis. Their squad was met by some blonde guy in a black suit who bowed, thanking them for coming. Before he sent them off, he decided to talk a bit about the current state of the rift. He explained that they would enter an altered rift area that connected to other dimensions. So the environment in that place has changed. James thanked him for the information, and then turned to his crew, asking if they understood the mission, and those briefly relayed the gist of it. The mission was to get rid of monsters and plants inside the rift that pose a threat. James said that was it, and then turned to the guard, saying they were ready to begin. Toth nodded, asking one last time for the boys to be careful, but James told him not to worry. Inside the rift was also similar to the equatorial forest. There was less air here. Blackstone asked James if the place was familiar to him, and the lad answered in the affirmative. He even remembered perfectly well who resided here from his past life. His gaze fell on the bushes, which stirred with the movement of whatever creatures were hiding behind them. It wasn't hard to guess from their form that they were goblins, though their size wasn't all that large. Upon seeing the monsters, Ted and Dallas reported it to James, saying they should take the fight. And he agreed, telling the men not to hesitate and to kill these goblins as fast as they could. But Ted and Dallas were unprepared for such a response, for they had been told that the young master would fight. They turned to him, waiting questioningly for the guy to lead them into battle, but he asked what was unclear in his order. Then the men said they thought it was usually the direct heirs who led the battles. But James asked them back, does he really need to waste his strength on some dozen goblins? He said that they were rank 3 swordsmen after all, so they should have been able to handle this problem easily. In addition, he did not abandon them, for he would enter the battle immediately if a stronger opponent appeared. Ted and Dallas had no choice but to obey him, and they rushed into battle, wondering what to do now. Black remarked that his 5th sister seemed to have underestimated him, asking if he would actually join the fight later. But James replied that he said it deliberately, for their plan was probably to capture him as he fought ahead. After a while, the men lowered their swords, saying that they had finished with all the monsters and could continue on their way. They had spent their power, and now their only choice was to attack him from the back. But that was exactly what James was telling Black, saying he would deliberately set up a situation like this. He ducked to the ground and grabbed the prickly plant, clenching it in his fist so it wouldn't be noticeable. And then, when he was sure the man wasn't looking, he deliberately jabbed his arm and shouted, attracting attention. After waiting for Ted and Dallas to rush over to him to bandage his wound, he turned to Blackstone. The one had already realized what the master was up to, for he had used a thorny ash tree for his track. Black explained that this plant grew in his world too, looking at James's surprised look. And only a special medicine can cure the wound from it, and it also causes a lot of pain. In other words, such an injury was very distracting during the battle, so Ted rushed to bandage him up as quickly as possible. James apologized to the team, saying he had lowered his guard, but he was interrupted by a deafening sound. The monster appeared in front of them again, this time larger and apparently stronger. Then James said that now it was his turn to fight, for this opponent was stronger. But Ted and Dallas stopped him, telling him he couldn't fight because of his injury, while they reassured themselves that they still had time to kill him. But James didn't take their advice and rushed at the monster first, surprising the men at first. The two looked at each other and realized that if they were to attack him, it would only be now that he had his back turned to them. They swarmed after him, but James knew this, as such a maneuver was only part of his plan. With his side vision, he saw the men readied their swords to launch an attack right at his head. Ted and Dallas felt they could get it done quickly this time, since the guy was so young. As if apologizing, they quietly said they were merely following orders as James suddenly stopped. He made a sudden movement and used his aura to push back hard enough to evade the attack. It came out that instead, the men slashed at the monster, and that was exactly what James wanted. It was extremely difficult to change the direction of the attack when it was almost over, so none of the men succeeded. And James was happy with the result, because thanks to this, he not only evaded the blow, but also aimed it at the monster. Now, however, it was his turn to attack. He reached for his sword, about to execute the next point of the plan. It consisted of pretending to leave the battlefield, and of course the men could not let him leave. And then a moment of jubilation approached as James turned to them and said that he had known all along. He stood among the monsters and looked at the surprised faces of the men who didn't understand why they weren't attacking him. Then the guy explained that the gnolls had a habit of attacking those who attacked them first, which means they've identified as enemies just the two of them, and he himself isn't going to help them. Hearing this, Ted and Dallas froze with surprise, amazed that the guy had circled them. They decided that one of them would deal with all the noobs while the other got close to James. The men understood that they needed to honor the young Miss's request, no matter what. However, James had already activated his aura, and with it, the slowing effect that made the former attack. He was hit by Dallas, who had his weapon knocked out of his hands, and was unable to defend himself against the axe gnoll he was fighting. Next it was Ted's turn, but seeing that this guy was stronger than he looked, he was beyond pissed off. James realized that although the advantage was on his side, both of these men were rank 4, so he shouldn't underestimate them. Therefore, he activated the special property of his black wind aura, preparing to defend himself against Ted. The one made an unexpectedly long lunge and almost got him, but he was able to dodge in time thanks to his aura. After moving a short distance away, he said that even if they followed Julia's instructions, another assassin would have cleaned up the two of them. With those words, he attacked Ted with the nudging of his sword. That one fell to his knees, amazed at how a mere first-rank swordsman could be so unrivaled. Both men lay defeated on the ground, unable to get up and continue the fight. Victory was James. The guy thought it would be harder. They attacked much more quietly, but these fools moved too loudly. He asked himself if these guys were the last, or if another challenge still awaited him. Meanwhile, just as he thought, the gnolls began to scatter because their enemies were dead. Black agreed that he shouldn't have fought them either, so as not to waste his aura. He added that it was over sooner than he expected, but James replied that there were still 2 more cases left. When Black asked what it was all about, he said his sister Julia is a real strategist, so she probably sent another person to get rid of those 2. Which meant that this time he, James, would be the one to ambush him, and the boy smiled, pleased with his scheme. The man was walking through the forest and noticed that oxygen was getting scarce, and the fog was quite dense. It was the perfect arena for him. He had already arrived at the battle site where Ted and Dallas were fighting the goblinsmiths. Walking a little further, he asked himself if they had gotten rid of the Beck family's heir so quickly. But suddenly, as he looked closer at the bodies, he saw that they belonged to the very same men. A picture slowly began to form in his head. He realized that the guy was left to overpower them. Also, James Beck's body wasn't here, which means he really did kill those 2 and got away. The man didn't know what he should do next, as suddenly someone behind his back said that he was pretty smart. A moment later, he was slapped on the left and turned around sharply to see his opponent. And James was already hovering in the air to attack. He swung his sword, intending to kill the man well. He had his own weapon in his hands, the claws that had saved his life, but it was not easy to hold the sword. James then said he was going to kill the man immediately, but the man managed to block his sword. And the man stared at him in surprise, still realizing how the guy had managed to stay alive. A few minutes before, Black had asked him if the Lord knew who was coming to finish him off. Alas, James didn't know it. He had been lucky to dispose of his previous opponents with gnolls. But how to deal with these assassins he didn't understand. Really, after a few seconds he had this crazy plan. It all came down to the fact that the guy seemed to guess what ability his opponent had. After all, since it's a dense fog here, the guy thought it would be a person skilled in disguise. They sat in the bushes, ambushing the assassin, and after a while he appeared where they thought he would. When he told all this to the man thought that the guy was not a bad guy, and therefore it was worth fighting at once in full force. He didn't know how James had managed to survive, but orders were orders, so he would kill every last one of them on this mission. James noticed that the assassin had turned his disguise back on, and Black replied that he would call his location. The fight started, and Black immediately told him to take a step to the side, dodging the attack. This behavior was something new for the man. Black had suggested that when fighting against a man using a disguise, he should pierce him with his sword at the most precise moments. Meanwhile, the man covered his face with his hands and jumped back, becoming visible again. Now he stood and watched in horror as James approached him, really intending to kill him. The guy activated the black wind aura and prepared to bare his sword, putting his hand behind the hilt. The man, realizing that he would not be able to escape, covered himself with his hands, hoping that the blow would not be too strong. But underestimating James was a mistake for which he paid with his life. James launched his new strike, a black imperial charge, at him, and the man marveled at its power. He tried to fend off the attack, but to no avail, and was thrown a decent distance upwards. There he hit his back against the base of a tree and nearly passed out, but that wasn't the end of it. James had one more thing left to do, and he thought that now this killer was finished as well. Blackstone confirmed this, saying that the latter relied too much on his ability, and James said that if it wasn't for his friend, he would have died by now, and Black felt good about that praise. He asked what the gentleman was going to do next, to which he replied that he couldn't overpower Julia yet anyway. After all, his sister was rank 5, so he would just keep practicing, and he also wanted to try a new method. Then, after thinking for a while, James called out 2 words. One was monster, and the other was rank 3 flower. It was what was at the end of this place where they were now, and Black asked to be told about the flower. Then James replied that the one who times should be around here somewhere, if his memory serves him right. and soon he pointed to a beautiful red plant, saying this flower had unusual power. Seeing him, Blackstone was a little surprised, for he seemed to be a little familiar with Travite too. He then turned to James, saying that in his world he called them morning sunflowers. But it suddenly hit James. He wondered if Black thought those flowers came from his world. But he didn't know himself. He only remembered what the flower was used for and wanted to get his hands on it. Black had also advised him not to pluck them now, for the morning flowers were at their peak during dawn. They stood across the river, waiting for the one who was to appear soon to appear right here. Suddenly, a huge wave appeared on the river, signaling his arrival, and James braced himself. A huge-sized monster stood in front of them, protecting the mysterious morning flower. Black noticed that the monster was classified as a mud golem, which meant it wasn't very strong. Even though golems had amazing regeneration and strength, this one was low-ranked, so James would be able to overpower it. The boy grinned, anticipating using the dark charge again, and Black said he was hopeless. But suddenly he was worried about the Lord, asking if he remembered where the golem's core was located. After all, to defeat it, you just have to destroy the core. But James didn't have time to answer. The monster attacked. The boy bounced aside at the last second, telling Black not to let it get in the way of his concentration. The golem meanwhile attacked again, but this time James used his sword to defend himself. He realized he couldn't let it slip. He should have aimed for his feet. That was the stomping strategy. The attack was successful, and soon the golem was down on its feet from loss of balance, and James prepared himself. He adopted the right stance and concentrated the right amount of aura for his new technique. A moment later, he was already holding a golem core in his hand, wielding it as a result of successfully breaking through his body with his attack. Black asked in surprise if the Lord had put strength and admiration into his sword, and he nodded affirmatively. He said he needed strength to complete this difficult maneuver, but the golem would still revive. But James didn't seem to care in the slightest. He added that, in that case, this monster would be great for training. Seeing that his friend didn't understand anything, he explained that golems come to life and attack, and that could be useful in life. But so far, all Black had realized was that the Lord was going to have fun with them because he knew where their core was. But James replied that it was all for practice, even though Black didn't like it at all. Then the guy pointed at the remains of the golem that had already started to form its body again. James said it was important to make the cut in a straight line. Despite the swing of the sword, Black agreed. But then the guy added that he learned something later, and it was a new way of fighting golems. After waiting for his body to form again, he once again performed sword nudges in the same trajectory. So it was a pretty good workout that taught you not to always rely on the same movement. Then Black, after a little thought, said that if the Lord was going to train like that, let him choose the characteristic of the sword. Toth replied that he had already done so, saying that a vertical cut requires force and mass, while an impact requires speed and precision. Blackstone told the Lord to rather put it all into his sword, for the golem seemed tired of being constantly revived. One punch cut the golem's arm, and James prepared to finish it off with a precise move. After all, every golem had a core right there, and if you didn't know that, you could fight for eternity. But James remembered it from all the past life, so he easily ran his hand through it. The blade hit the target, and after a moment the golem could no longer move and slumped to the ground. At the same time, a status window also appeared, reporting that James had completed another task. The boy remained standing, not removing his sword from the golem's hand for a while longer, waiting for the rewards to be tallied. The status window then popped up the appropriate readout saying he'd gotten another 700 points. He also got 100 extra points for surprising Blackstone, and his friendship with him increased. And when James pierced the golem's core, got another achievement, opening the first gate of 10,000 swords, the Sword of Rapture. The third gate of 10,000 swords, the Sword of Mass, and a new sword path were also unlocked. At the end, he gained a new ability, a fog-gathering cut, though James didn't realize what it was. Black said he would answer everything to him later, but now the gentleman needed to hurry up and pick the morning flower. James agreed and rushed over to him, jumping over piles of golems slowly being swallowed up by the water. As he approached the flower, he realized he could pick it because it was orange, which meant it was ripe. Upon receiving it, James smiled contentedly, saying that he had been extremely lucky with his finds today. He was going to bring the golem with him as well, as a perpetual training toy, but Black didn't like the idea. Then James decided to play a joke on his friend by telling him to open his mouth, and he didn't understand why he was doing it. Still, he did as his master asked and opened his mouth, telling him to explain to him what the matter was. James then put the flower in his mouth, saying that he now had another vault, but Black wasn't thrilled. After a while they came out of the rift. James was going to return home undetected. The guard who stood at the entrance to the rift looked at him in surprise, clearly not expecting to see the guy again. He said that one did a good job since he was able to come out, so they were very grateful to him. But then the man asked where the other two who had walked into the rift with him were. James decided not to hide anything, saying that he was attacked because those two turned out to be the killers. He also added that another person came in, who he actually brought to the guard and asked to find out who it was. As he ripped the mask off the mercenary's face, the man asked himself in amazement as he wondered how he could have failed to notice that the man had entered the rift. He added that he will now quickly verify from the photo if that ability user is listed in the database. This was indeed the case, and he soon received information about a rank 4 wanted criminal. The guard was even more surprised to tell James about it, asking how he had straightened him out. He then bowed his head in apology, saying that it was his fault, for he had not watched the entrance to the rift. Meanwhile, James thought it was just Julia's style to hire a criminal who was easy to expose. Lastly, he asked the guard if there was any reward for him, hoping that at least here he would get lucky. And the latter answered positively, saying that after the settlement he would definitely transfer all the remuneration to him. James smiled then and answered his earlier question, saying that he had defeated him with his mind. When he left, he asked to be rid of the two men who came with him, because those men didn't deserve to be part of the Beck family. Black didn't forget to congratulate him either as they made their way back to the monastery, asking what would happen next. James replied that he didn't know that himself yet, and then Black said he was curious about something else. And the guy seemed to read his mind, saying that if he thought about the expression on Julia's face, they were of the same mind. After all, it would be interesting to see her when the brother she wanted to kill returned home safely. Meanwhile, Julia was standing in the elder's room. She had come here herself, saying that she was guilty of something. Standing with the girl was her brother, who she really wanted to kill, so she came to apologize. The words came hard to her, but her sister realized that if she didn't say them, it would be even worse. Seeing that she was silent, her father himself asked her what was the matter. It was starting to annoy him, so he wanted to get it over with as soon as possible. Then Julia, realizing this was her last chance, fell to her knees, begging her father's forgiveness. And then she said, in a quiet, barely intelligible voice, that she had changed the mission to try to kill James. All of her siblings were present, who of course were surprised at such words. Meanwhile, the girl continued, saying that she had deliberately given him a false sword duty by ordering her men to ambush him. After a short silence, the elder asked if that was all, and the girl, with tears in her eyes, answered in the affirmative. His father smiled then, shifting his gaze to James and saying that now he would ask another. He asked him what his sister Julia had done wrong, and the man replied that her fault was that she had failed. After all, she used everything she had, but even so she couldn't kill him. That was her transgression. He even mentioned that she hired an assassin with a criminal record, but still failed. Julia herself was on her knees before her father, but inside she was seething with hatred for James. After all, he was a simple rank 2 swordsman, so how was he able to defeat her men and the assassin, all of whom had rank 4? Meanwhile, the elder said that it seems that Julia really didn't succeed in her plan. Both Johns watched their dialogue with amazement, for his father had never spoken to him like that to one of them. Kevin and Rose, on the other hand, breathed a sigh of relief, because it could mean that he wouldn't be too hard on his sister. The old man continued, saying that it was impossible to pay off the divine sword without permission, which meant Julia had help from above, and as if swordsmen weren't enough, she'd also hired an assassin. He said it was her fault, and the girl wasn't sure what to say, said she was very embarrassed. The father then turned to James, asking if he knew what he should do, and the latter replied that he should take revenge. And when the elder asked if he could do it, James replied that he couldn't do it now. That answer made the old man laugh for some reason, though James's remarks made him laugh quite often. Then he suddenly became serious and said that Julia had a rank 5 and even a sword squad for a long time. He asked if the guy thought he could get around all this, but the guy said that's why he said he couldn't right now. However, he added that if his father gave him some time, he would definitely do it. After thinking for a bit, the old man turned to the girl again, saying that from now on she would have no sword squad. He also ordered her to go meditate at the wall for 9 months, and Julia looked at him pleadingly. She wrung her hands, and the elders, seeing that such a punishment was difficult for her, changed it, saying that she could keep her 5 swordsmen. At this he declared the subject closed, and all without exception bowed to him, agreeing with all the above. But as James walked out, Julia turned to him quietly, calling him Junior. She said 9 months was a short time and she would see him as soon as she got back. But James wasn't intimidated by that. He told the girl that he would wait impatiently for her return to bestow the same fate as John. John, who was standing nearby, was angry at his self-assurance, but Julia said that here the younger man was right. After all, unlike John, she's definitely going to kill him in 9 months, so James could already be starting to say goodbye to life. John, who was listening to all of this, didn't want to be in the same room with them anymore and hurried away. James did the same, and Julia said lastly that her character was extremely inconsistent with her words. And James, who was already on the doorstep, taking hold of the doorknob, said with a smile that he himself wanted to find out which one of them would end up dead. At this time, the secretary burst into Director Kim's office again, saying that he had breaking news. He asked the director who the problem guys were that were involved in the response division offense. The man was a little confused as to why the man was asking this, but he gave the names of the people he needed, Sam's name among them. Then the secretary said that this Sam was killed in one of the rifts this afternoon. Hearing this, the principal rose from his seat, asking if it was really true that the rank 4 criminal was dead. The guy confirmed this, adding that this was the criminal whose capture was to be rewarded. But the principal didn't care about that. He asked who was the mastermind of this man's fate. To this, the secretary replied that he was killed by the younger son of the Divine Sword family, Beck, and this surprised Kim. He leaned back in his chair, for it was not the first time he had heard the name, and the secretary asked if he knew the fellow. But the headmaster only shook his head, saying that this guy was an ordinary rank 1 swordsman, but he had already killed 2 dangerous criminals. By the way, he just reached rank 2 recently, so his abilities are improving noticeably, and it shows. The secretary couldn't believe what he heard either, because it was at the very least strange for a 15-year-old to kill 2 men. And the headmaster replied that most likely the guy had a special aura that he had already learned how to masterfully use. James stood and once again looked at the status window. He was now a rank 3 swordsman and was getting better day by day. When he and Black were alone in the room, he said that things would be much harder now. Black agreed, remembering the elder saying that Julia had been helped by someone from above, which meant there was another person. James nodded, but said he didn't know who it could be, but either way, he should have been more careful from here on out. While he was still pondering this, Kevin walked into his room and greeted him with a wave of his hand. Guy asked his brother straight up what's been going on lately and why Julia is on her knees in front of her father. James knew Kevin had just returned from a mission, so he offered him a seat to sit and listen. It was a long story, but soon he was done, and Kevin was quite surprised that his sister had tried to kill him. He then asked what he would do next, since 9 months is a pretty short time. James replied that he would train, but Kevin said that Julia has a lot of swordsmen on her staff. He added that he would help him, but he should try to make up with Julia, but James didn't like that idea. He asked if his brother thought his sister's apology would make things right, since she had tried to kill him on purpose. Then for some reason, Kevin remembered their family's credo, which stated that force and orders came first. He patted his brother on the shoulder and apologized, saying he hadn't taken his feelings into consideration, and he thanked him. Lastly, Kevin told his brother not to hesitate to contact him if he needed anything. As he left, Black noticed that his older brother must be uncomfortable with James, since he had changed so much. Indeed, only a few months ago, he was a man who there was no way he could have gotten stronger. And now he has reached rank 3, thwarted his own assassination attempt, and defeated one of his brothers. James quietly agreed with his friend, adding that he even felt a little sorry for Kevin. However, he was no longer the same person he had been before, and the characteristics the status window showed indicated that. Black decided that this change was for the better, and now he could try to use the morning flower. He asked if the gentleman knew how to use it properly, but James didn't. He asked his friend to tell him about it, complimenting him on knowing so much. Blackstone was flattered, so he began the story, saying that this flower was treated differently than other medicines. The user can easily improve its qualities by placing his aura inside, and then you just need to eat the powder. Then James said it should be a little hard to eat in that form, and suggested mixing it all up with water. The guy had already brought the kettle up, pouring the powder into the water, but Black shouted that he hadn't told him to do that. But James didn't even think to listen to him, saying as if to himself that he would swallow it all in one gulp. When drinking, a new status window appeared. His resistance to 4 characteristics will be permanently increased, but 4. In addition, his mana susceptibility and aura resistance were also permanently increased by 20 points, and got another plus 10 points to mana and 20 to stats for being the first to use the morning flower correctly. After reading this, Blackstone involuntarily noticed that he let a tear fall, for it meant that he didn't know something after all. And James didn't miss the opportunity to brag about his accomplishments, saying that the system knew everything better than Black. This really pissed off his friend, but he couldn't help it, and then James winked at him, telling him he was just kidding. He got serious again and asked him what that sensitivity was, and Black took his time answering him, but still explained that he would be able to put 4 characteristics into his aura, and he might be able to use a spirit. Black added that none of his previous owners had spirits, but those would be useful. James then said that it looked like he should go see a spiritualist now that the opportunity had presented itself. Now he'd like to get into training, just need to figure out what to do next first. However, he never had time to make a training plan because someone knocked on his room. It was Thomas who said that he heard the Lord had successfully completed the divine sword duty. James was touched by his concern, but reminded him that he'd already told the boy not to worry about him so much. And Black didn't miss the opportunity to tease him, saying he was so nice everyone was loyal to him. Then a good idea suddenly occurred to him, and he suggested that the gentleman ask the lad to train him. James didn't have time to reply because suddenly a new status window with a task appeared. For his condition, he had to clear 20 dungeons with bosses, which was extremely not easy to do. Plus, the level of sweep had to be high, a point he didn't really understand, so he turned to Black. Then the latter explained that it only meant that the gentleman had to do it alone. The assignment would only count for so much, but James didn't mind, as he was already enjoying the carnage. He said it was pretty fun, though not particularly easy, so he turned to Thomas. He apologized for only saying it now, but he needed to ask him for a favor. The first dungeon was a cartoon orc dungeon, whose specialty was their speed. James was already in front of his first opponent, and Black, as always, was giving valuable advice. He said that orcs only rely on strength and instincts, so you should avoid their first attack. This should have been followed immediately by a strike of his own. James replied that he understood, and moved into action. Just as Black had said, he dodged the huge orc's first attack and then prepared for his strike. During this time, his strength had increased noticeably, so he had no trouble dealing with the monster in seconds. Thomas had found a pretty good spot, just in time to practice for the harder tests. And Black called him a greedy scoundrel, asking if Thomas had any merit in this. In front of James was a map of the area, showing all the monsters of the dungeon. It was very convenient, and the guy said that thanks to this system, he would get the job done quickly. Black only sighed, saying that his master was hopeless, but perhaps it was for the best. He noticed that the system had been kind to him more than once or even twice, which was quite interesting. But he couldn't get used to the guy's new appearance, and the guy replied that he couldn't do anything about it. After all, Thomas had gotten him a false identity, and now he had to match it so as not to arouse suspicion. Behind the legend, his name was Michael. He was 28 years old, had no family, and was a rank 3 swordsman. The boy remembered Thomas saying then that even though he would change his appearance, his aura would remain the same. He asked if the gentleman had any ideas on how she could be hidden, and James smiled contentedly. He said he would show everything to Thomas, since he would trust him, and called up his inventory. By then he had a subspace pocket, much to Thomas's surprise. But his surprise grew even more when James pulled his first legendary item out of there. He put the mask on in front of Thomas, wanting to demonstrate its power, and he stared at it as if bewitched. James said that this mask is called the Almighty Demonic Transformation Mask. A moment later, it was no longer James Beck standing in front of Thomas, but Michael, the rank 3 swordsman mentioned above. But James didn't stop there. Returning to the aura issue, he revealed that he could also change its color. A sweat of delight broke out on Thomas's face, for he had never seen such an object before. And a satisfied James sat down across from him, asking if this wasn't the perfect disguise. He then reincarnated back into his body, saying Thomas was the first person he shows it to. And when the latter asked why the master did it, He replied that he trusted him more than anyone else. He even called Thomas his protector, for he was always worried about him, and the boy was shocked by his words. He asked why the Lord trusted him, to which James reminded him of the duty of the divine sword Beck. After all, when he got this mission, it had only been a day after his fight with John, and he wasn't fully ready yet. At the time, Thomas had been the one to tell him so, wanting to dissuade him from accepting the mission. He was also the first to share his worries aloud that this could be a trap to kill him. And even Black noticed then that he was worried about James, and very much so, as if he was afraid of losing him. Now James said he knew his situation, for he had been by his father's side at his father's behest. But he was also the first person to take care of him besides his older brother Kevin. And it seemed to him that Thomas was just as sincere, so he thanked him for all his concern. When he finished, Thomas bowed his head, saying that he had seen his potential long ago, so he would protect him by any means necessary. He added that he would not tell anyone, not even the elder, about what he had just shown him. Besides, the boy was sure the gentleman had his own reason for hiding it, and James agreed. He explained that he would be fighting in rank 2 dungeons, so he would need to hide his appearance. Seeing Thomas's surprised face, he continued, saying that to everyone, he was now a rank 1 swordsman. But since he had already defeated 2 rank 4 criminals, he was rumored to be a monster and a genius from the Beck family. Then he asked a question, asking what people would think if he started skipping rank 2 dungeons. Without waiting for an answer, he said that they would begin to doubt him, and so he would do it covertly. Besides, there was another reason, his sister Julia, for he wanted no more encroachments on his life. That was the end of it, and Thomas bowed and said he would find him a suitable dungeon as soon as possible. And James added lastly that there must be bosses there, and Thomas replied that he would take that into account as well. When the guy left, Black said that, knowing him, he would keep his promises until the day he died. That was a few days ago, and now he was already fighting in his first dungeon with cartoon orcs. He had already defeated 13 monsters out of 50, so there was still work to be done. James knew that every battle would make him stronger, so he was never afraid to go into battle. Now he rushed at the orcs, intending to deal with 3 at once, drawing his sword. After a moment, the defeated monsters were already 14, and after another moment, there were already 15, and that number was rapidly increasing. It wasn't that the opponents were weak, it was just that he had already practiced all of his native techniques enough. James pierced the orcs one by one, and though they had the feature of good speed, it was pointless against him. He stood in the middle of the clearing, where more orcs had come running in, and froze, giving them a chance to get close to him. The guy joked that those themselves come to him and thus save his time, but he always fought seriously. The Dark Imperial charge, sword exposure, and horizontal slashes were honed to perfection. James didn't waste much time even trying to find a good moment to attack anymore. He did it instinctively. Plus, the task was made easier by the fact that OU had a map from the system, so you didn't have to run all over the location. Blackstone called it cheating, but either way it was really convenient. The number of monsters killed was now 39, which meant the boss encounter was approaching. James, however, wasn't even tired from these battles. Michael's physical body was pretty well trained. Soon the last orc, seeing that this man had defeated all of his fellows, became nervous and decided to retreat. But he couldn't escape his fate either, and soon James was already hiding his sword, satisfied with the job he'd done. He asked Black why the boss hadn't shown up yet, to which he replied that it seemed the gentleman had finished too quickly. But suddenly the map flashed pink, announcing the approach of the boss of this dungeon. In just a moment, they heard a huge sound and realized that the boss was approaching them. It was a cartoonish orc warrior whose specialty was skill in the use of a shield. When it appeared in front of James, the boy noted that the monster did indeed look like an ugly warrior. Black could see that the Lord had already begun to analyze his opponent, realizing that he had to break his stance. This way, even his specialty of using shield would be useless, so it was worth taking care of it. Looking into the monster's eyes, he also thought that he would have to face this kind of bosses 19 more times. But now was not the time for thinking, so he prepared for the attack, choosing where it would be best to launch it. He charged at the orc, aiming for his head, but the orc put his shield forward, clearly anticipating his maneuver. When he hit it, James immediately realized that it was quite strong, so it wouldn't be possible to shatter it. They landed, and the guy realized that this orc specialized more in defense, which meant he was good at anticipating his attacks and successfully blocking all of them, so it was worth changing tactics. The monster, moreover, was of enormous size, which should have restrained its movements, but it did not. Realizing that he was good on defense, James decided that there was no way to fight him face to face. He also concluded that the fight would take years if he continued at this pace, so he openly came out under attack. When Black asked him what he was doing, the guy retorted by asking him if his friend remembered what skill he had learned in the battle with the golem. This was his new sword path, containing delight and power, 2 of the 10,000 swords he had discovered back then. And now James was going to use them with the power of a vertical cut to gain an advantage. He raised his sword in the appropriate position and lunged at the boss again, this time activating his aura. He jumped on him, about to execute a vertical cut, thus breaking his stance. At this time, the status window announced the creation of a new technique, the foggy dominant cut. The boss closed with his shield. It was the only thing he had time to do, but it was in vain against the vertical slash. The flow of aura channeled through the sword was so strong that his shield began to crack. Even the boss was surprised by this, because he had never been in such situations before. And James continued to press on, conducting even more aura into the sword, and there was little left to successfully finish. A second later, the shield was completely destroyed, and the last thing the boss saw was James's blade cleaving his chest. There was a huge explosion of aura at the place where they were fighting, but this time, the guy didn't even feel weak. Literally immediately, a status window appeared saying that he had cleared the dungeon perfectly. The boss lay defeated, covered in piles of earth that had collapsed in the explosion. The status window, meanwhile, showed that his quest progress was memorized at 1 out of 20 dungeons. James thought this was a good start, however there was still a long way to go that he had to go. Black had told him that mixing rapture and power had turned him into a true monster, and that was no joke. Meanwhile, the boss's body began to disappear, and they saw something bright red in color emerge from it. James opened his eyes in surprise, noticing that this time the object was not metal like the ring last time. The guy walked over to the object, examining it from all angles, trying to figure out what the thing was. When he realized he couldn't determine this on his own, he turned to Black for help, but the latter only sighed and held out his hand. After a few seconds, the item's information was displayed in the status window. It was a cartoon orc warrior belt. It stored his fighting spirit, as well as increased the user's physical strength and willpower, and had a rare rank. James remarked that this dungeon was proving to be quite good for gaining combat experience. Black agreed with him. They also noticed that the dungeon began to disappear as they defeated the boss. The task was over, which meant they could return, so it was near evening when they arrived back at Monastery. But when he first came out of the rift, he was met by a whole squad of swordsmen who were also supposed to participate. They were in case the gentleman needed help. That was taken care of by Thomas, who was also here. He noticed that James was back fairly early, but the important thing was that he was safe and sound. The boy thanked him, but Thomas bowed his head, saying he shouldn't, for it was his duty. Instead, he asked if he had gotten much combat experience, to which James replied that he had killed the boss and 40 orcs. Such a number surprised Thomas, for he remembered that the Lord had spoken of 20 monsters needed. He said the guy must have formed a team, but the guy replied in the negative. James explained that he came here to train, so he did it with every orc he killed. Thomas, hearing this, bowed again, saying that he would immediately look for another dungeon for him. It took a few more days before the status window again showed that he had cleared the dungeon perfectly. This was the 4th one on his account, and James didn't plan on stopping until he finished the task. There were still 16 dungeons left, but with each new one, that number was decreasing, and it was happening pretty fast. Black said he noticed how excited Thomas was every time he found new dungeons for the Lord. James agreed, saying it was the first time he'd seen the guy so happy, but he liked it. He added that Thomas had deliberately tried to pick dungeons for him that weren't easy dungeons to improve his training. Although today was rather unusual, Black didn't understand what the man meant, so he asked again. James then pointed at the people he was with now, saying that their faces looked a little strange. Black said it was probably because they weren't used to fighting, but the guy had his own explanation. Suddenly, their conversation was interrupted by some fat man who turned to James in the guise of Michael. Black hid behind his master, though no one but James could see him, and the boy turned to the man. Toth told him it was his hyena zone, but he would turn a blind eye to his presence for 80% of the proceeds. James asked what he was talking about, but the fat man told him not to pretend like he didn't know anything. He reiterated once more that he would let him go if he gave him 80% of the items and magic stones he had found. He then pointed his finger at a group of other people, adding that if he did that, he wouldn't see any blood. He finally said that today's dungeon was quite lucrative, and he would allow him to join his guild if he agreed. After saying that, James realized why those people had such faces, because the man was probably ripping them off too. Blackstone asked if the gentleman knew anything about it, but James was still pushing his luck. Meanwhile, the fat man, never having waited for an answer, asked if the man would even answer. Looking at him, James thought that he had met many such people in his past life. They find the weak and sign slave contracts with them and can even threaten them if need be. Actually, that's what the fat man did now, saying that if the man refused, he could kiss his hand goodbye. Then James finally spoke up, saying that his guild was just a bunch of scum operating on a tiered system. He said he had no time for the man, saying he could leave that nonsense to his slaves. That answer surprised him a little, but the man quickly realized that this Michael was either very strong or very brave. Of course, both qualities were good, but suddenly he attacked to find out if the other one really had them. To his surprise, James was behind him in a flash, and the fat man heard his sword being drawn. And then there was a blow with the hilt on his head, and quite a hard one at that, because after that, he didn't get up again. Blackstone praised the gentleman, saying that the creep's scream was quite refreshing, and James agreed. He said these types are always wasted ranting and trying to appear stronger than they really are. But as the boy approached all the other people, Black noticed that those didn't seem to be on his side. James replied that he knew it himself, but he had no intention of killing them all because time was running out. Besides, he thought he knew who they were, the ones who mocked the weak and forcibly turned them into their slaves. Murder, robbery, threats, and more. These people were capable of anything for money. James remembered Black saying that they had split into 3 groups, but it was actually one guild. It appeared that everything was done to monopolize this dungeon, and after all, James had first thought them for poor slaves. Black wasn't thrilled with their actions either, for these people were pressing numbers to appropriate this place for themselves. Probably that fatty was really a guild member earlier, and these people were his subordinates that he had made contact with. Black then said that the master should get rid of all of them, but James replied that not all of them. It wouldn't have done any good anyway, because you can always replace people, but it's harder to replace the boss. That was exactly what his plan was, to get rid of his boss so he couldn't coerce people anymore. Meanwhile, the fat man had risen to his feet, rubbing his head and asking how James had dared to hit him in the back of the head. James himself was surprised to think that his blow hadn't knocked the man out, and he could even keep fighting again. But before he could attack James again, one of his subordinates came running to him with a report, but told him that this man, Michael, went after the boss single-handedly, so maybe they should have let him go. Hearing this, the man grabbed the guy by the scruff of the neck, asking who gave him the right to talk to him like that. He reminded the kid that he hadn't been working long, but he'd already killed a rank 4 swordsman, and here they were doing pretty much the same thing. After all, suddenly attacking people and beating them up was no different than a good fight with the enemy. He said that if they all continued to just stand idly by like this, he would kill them all too. Hearing this, Black said that the big guy was really going to press in numbers and asked the gentleman about the plan. But James replied that it would be okay, because they only have an advantage in numbers, and so their chances are equal. All the people pounced on him as if on command. Each one had their own aura, with some interesting colors among them. One of those was the lava-colored aura that belonged to that red-haired boy, and now he made a blast. The fat man, who was directing the proceedings from the side, incited them to go into battle by threatening them with reprisals. And just when he thought victory was on their side and that swordsman was already dead, his hopes were suddenly dashed. He could clearly see how all the attacks were aimed in his direction, so at least one should have gone through. But it wasn't. Things turned out to be different, and the situation took on a different look when James used his black aura of Rasadam. With the help of the slowing effect, he was able to quickly get close to each of the men and finish them off. The only one left was the boss, who thought with surprise that the man had a low rank. In reality, he was a drastically different level, and as unfortunate as it may sound, they were no match for him. James, meanwhile, was heading in his direction with sword in hand, intent on finishing off the last of the scum. The fat man only had time to ask who he was before the guy was beside him and plowed him to the ground. In response to his question, James replied that he was just a rank 3 swordsman who was just passing by. He said he warned him and the rest of his men in advance that he would cut off everyone's head if they continued their activities. The fat man wanted to say something to him, but even he realized his position, being miserable on the ground. James lastly asked his name and guild affiliation so he would know who to watch out for in the future. The one replied that his name was Maurice, and he belonged to the Black Mantis Guild, but James didn't believe him, telling him to name his real guild, and the man sighed, saying it was the Tribune. James was familiar with the name, having heard it in his past life, but Black was unaware of it. He explained to him that this was a tiered guild that would grow to a huge scale in 10 years. Hearing this, Black wondered with surprise if she would become even more than his family. But James answered in the negative, asking Maurice if all these people were from the same guild. The one guiltily agreed, saying that he brought them here to monopolize the dungeon because they were all weak. He added that there are about 8 more such downstream organizations under the Tribune. James then pointed to the remnant of men he had fought, asking if those were just like him. But the fat man shook his head guiltily again, saying that they were forced to join by force. Threats to the family, debts, deception with the help of acquaintances, brainwashing, and this is not even half of all methods. Hearing this, James asked who ordered all this to be done, but the man said he didn't know him himself. Then the fellow drew his sword, saying that since that was the case, he was a small fish that could be killed. The man, realizing what James was getting at, replied that he had told him everything he knew, so he was hoping for mercy. But James did not heed his words, and in one precise motion cut off his head in front of all his men. He said that those who betrayed their comrades didn't deserve to live. Besides, this murder would have no effect on the Tribune. When that was done with, he was about to head home when he suddenly saw a message about a new assignment. It turned out to be an unexpected mission to bring down the Tribune Guild before they hurt more people. This time the reward was more serious. 700 points and 2 secret awards, among which could be anything. Black asked what the gentleman would do, and the man replied that he would certainly take him in, but it would not be easy to do. After all, the head of the Tribune Guild is a very cautious person, and he will abscond if they make a mistake. As James said this, he looked at the remaining men who had fallen to their knees, begging to be spared. James then told them to tell their guild heads that they wanted to join the Tribune. The men were surprised at such an order since they were in the lowest position, but James didn't care. After all, if they told the elders, the message would eventually reach the head, and that was just what was needed. In a moment they were already running away from him, fearing that he would change his mind and want to kill them. The guy told Black that he had read a lot of newspapers that talked about identifying tiered guilds, and it always said that there was bound to be a person from there among those people. As he sat at dinner at the Beck Monastery, he asked Thomas if he knew of a guild called the Tribune. The man replied in the negative, but soon rose from his seat when James told him that the men from there wanted to kill him today. Once again, Black noticed that Thomas was very loyal, for he immediately began questioning the Lord. Meanwhile, Austin, who was serving the table, said he had heard earlier about the tiered guild. They get outfitted and contracted, but the percentage keeps going up. This continues until the victims have more to pay, at which point they are exploited in the dungeons. James then asked them to get as much information about the guild as they could, because he was going to do something. He said that he saw many people in this bondage, so he wanted to help them and destroy the Tribune. The reason he gave was that he didn't like their methods, and there was also an assignment. But he was silent about that. There was silence for a moment, and only Thomas could be heard trying to gather his thoughts. And then he suddenly jumped up from his seat again, saying that his master was just a wonderful person. He said other direct relatives of the Beck family are not bothered by other people's suffering. But he, and here he glanced at James, thinking that his talent lay in his good heart, and the boy felt uncomfortable at the sight of him. The path of justice he, Thomas, had waited so long for. Looking at James, he realized that this man could walk it. He was someone who had the power to change the Bake Divine Sword family. All that was left was to trust him. So he bowed his head to the guy again, telling him to leave the information retrieval to him. James was uncomfortable and thanked Thomas, suggesting, however, that they eat dinner first. And as they sat down, he suddenly remembered something else. James had asked him to spread a rumor. And when he finished explaining, both guys looked at him like he was either a genius or crazy. A month later, a tall man stood at the window of his guild's main building talking to a man. He asked if anyone really wanted to volunteer to join their guild, and the man replied positively. And when the head asked about this volunteer's abilities, he was told that he had single-handedly killed their boss. The man also added that the man is not affiliated with any association or large company. The head then asked why to them, to which the man replied that he liked their way of monopolizing the dungeons. He has appropriated all the magic stones and items, so he must really like money. Based on the rumors, this guy spent most of his money on gambling, so it was perfect for them. The head didn't take long to think about it, and soon, with a smile on his face, he ordered this guy to be brought in. Meanwhile, James had perfectly cleared another dungeon, as the status window indicated. His progress consisted of 9 dungeons out of 20 already, which meant he had completed almost half of the quest. Blackstone noticed that the gentleman needed less and less time with each dungeon he passed. James agreed, saying that there was also a lot of credit to Thomas for putting his heart into finding these dungeons. But something else seemed strange to Black. He said it had been a month, but the Tribune people still hadn't shown up. However, James replied to him that he had already gotten the information he needed, and right now, a man in a suit was coming to see him. He bowed to him, saying that his name was Marius, and he had come here from the Tribune Guild. Hearing this, James said that he had already thought it was as if they were unwilling to accept him into their guild. But the man said that right now he could go with him, if of course he hadn't changed his mind yet. James was in no hurry to agree so quickly, however, asking why on earth he should believe the man. Then the man held out his hand, which contained a real magic crystal as a sign of apology for the long wait. Taking the crystal, James noticed that the man's manners were what they should be, so he didn't mind going with him. And he had time to think to himself that this guy really loves money, and he's so easy to fool. James then stepped toward him and he pointed to a car, offering to drive it instead of the long route. Well, as the guy was getting in the car, he heard a text from Thomas who said he was going with them. James didn't mind. After all, it was part of their plan. Thomas was to follow them to the guild base. He was to ride out immediately after the Lord's signal, so he waited patiently for him to give permission. A few minutes later, they arrived at the main building, and Marius reported that the guild leader was waiting for him inside. As they walked out, James thought that maybe they would be able to complete the task faster this time, and Black asked what he was talking about. But the guy decided not to spoil his friend's intrigue, telling him to just watch everything carefully. When he stepped inside, he ignored the smile the head greeted him with, still saying they were late with the invitation. The man then apologized, saying it took him a while to find information about him. However, James said he still didn't like the table co-wait even for the permission he had received. He then added that since the head had spent so much time searching for information, he wanted to see their abilities as well. James asked for 14 dungeons with rank 2 bosses. He said if they did it by the end of the week, he would agree to cooperate with them. Black wondered if that's what the master meant when he said he'd get through the task quickly. James agreed, saying that the villains should be utilized. Besides, only such a large guild could do it. Hearing his request, the head laughed, and Black involuntarily wondered who else was the main villain here. Meanwhile, James continued, saying that he felt like they had more than 1 or 2 guilds under their command. He said that with these options, it wasn't that hard to fulfill his request, so it was up to the chapter to decide. Finally, James added that they would receive a double-edged sword that would do their every bidding. When the head asked if the man was being sent away to himself, he answered in the affirmative. There was a tense silence in the room for a while. The head was thinking over his request and all the suggestions. After a few minutes, he finally spoke, saying that they would give him 10 dungeons, but James interrupted him. He lowered his bid to 12 and said there would be no deal with less. Head asked if he was trying to bargain, saying they are giving 11 and you definitely can't get more than that. At this time, Marius entered the room and James said with a strange smile that it comes out, their level is equal to 11 dungeons. With those words, he turned around to leave, saying that they now knew where to find him, so would contact him later. He left the room and closed the door behind him, and Marius was somewhat surprised and asked the head what had happened here. However, he soon realized that the conversation had gotten a bit strained and knelt down in front of the head. He apologized, saying he didn't know this guy was so arrogant that he would haggle. Head told him to stop, adding that this man across the way even interested him, so it would be a good deal. Looking at Marius's surprised face, he explained that their guild needed a weapon, not a man. And this guy was supposed to be what he promised to be if they gave him what he wanted. However, if he fails to do his job, it will make him feel such pain that he will wish he were dead. After saying that, he turned back to the window, ordering Marius to provide him with 11 dungeons as well as ants. The head was eager to see how sharp this new blade of their guild would be. Meanwhile, Black and James had already left the Tribune building and were on their way back to the monastery. Black asked if the Lord had intentionally said from the beginning that he wanted 14 dungeons. James responded positively, saying that the head would have started haggling anyway, so this amount was just right. He then turned to Thomas, who rode out right behind them, only his destination was the Tribune's base. The lad replied that he had already arrived on the spot, putting on his gloves, and added not to let the gentleman worry about the rest. The next day, James was already on his way to the second-rank dungeons, and was surprised that it was so fast. He liked the Tribune's politics, getting things done quickly, but he'd be done with all that soon. His thoughts were interrupted by Black, who pointed to the man in the dungeon with them. It was a man they knew, but Black couldn't remember his name, so he turned to James. The man turned out to be none other than Jack, but that raised even more questions as to why he was here. His face was such that James felt sorry to watch and realized that he had interfered in some guild scam. And he seemed to be a right and kind man, but it is hard to live like that. James was taken by anger that the Tribune had gotten to his friend as well, but Black was quick to reassure him. He said he felt sorry for Jack too, but they didn't have time to help him right now. James himself realized that the plan would be ruined if he intervened now, so he calmed down. Meanwhile, Marius approached him, asking how he liked the dungeon and offering to personally escort him. When James said everything was great except for the monsters he didn't video, the man clapped his hands. He said they're going to bring the ants in here now and they're going to do everything so Michael can still fight. He added that they would also collect magic stones, so he would be left with only one battle to fight. James then asked if that was what the guild leader had ordered to be done, and Marius got nervous, but answered positively. Even Black realized that there was another reason here and told James about it, and the latter replied that Marius had come to watch him. But it was even better for him, because if this man would walk beside him and watch him, then he would remain perfectly calm and destroy very quickly the man he needed, at which time Jack ran toward him. Not much time had passed when the status window appeared, indicating that he had cleared the dungeon perfectly. James had just chopped up the last monster, and now he had one less dungeon left. He stuck his sword into the ground, saying that he was finally done with everything here and could move on to the next. However, the progress of the task showed that he had reached the limit and had cleared 20 dungeons perfectly. James slumped to the ground from exhaustion. He didn't even remember how it happened. After all, he had managed to kill so many monsters. But now the task was over with. He did it in 11 days, fighting in one dungeon every 24 hours. That left the fun part, counting the awards, which made quite a list. He received 700 points and a title, as a consequence of which all his stats were increased by 1. But while on a mission, it was also hard for him to watch other people risk their lives for him. He felt especially sorry for Jack, but now it was finally time. He would thank him by getting him out of here. This time, James himself opened a status window that showed all of his data and characteristics. He noticed that the level of the Dark Imperial projectile had also increased, due to his experience in these battles. All of his characteristics had increased as well, and now each one had a low rank besides thinking. The head of the Tribune Guild was called Maurice. He was rank 5 and Marius was rank 4. And Black had advised him to improve his data. This needed to be done before going to fight them, so James decided to do just that. He had improved his swordsmanship and mana skills to a medium level, which meant that changes were about to happen to his body soon. So it did, and soon his body was changed according to the new level, and he felt stronger. The same thing happened to the mana, which he felt visibly increased in his Dantian where it was stored. James himself rather thought that he had finally gotten an intermediate level, and it didn't even hurt him when his body changed. Meanwhile, Marius came up to him, who bowed his head and said he had done a good job. He added that he was happy to help him with anything, and then suddenly pointed to the rift, asking if he needed to go somewhere. James answered him positively, adding with a smile on his face that he really wanted to see one person. This time they were not at the guild's main office, but at Maurice's private home where he was vacationing for the weekend. The first thing James said was that thanks to him, the head, he had made quick work of the dungeons. Maurice asked why he was speaking formally, to which James replied that he couldn't do otherwise with the man he would now be working for. This made the head laugh, but James, after waiting for him to calm down, asked if he could ask him something. He inquired how a man named Jack joined the guild, for he did not seem to have been associated with it before. However, Maurice didn't even realize at once who was being talked about, and Marius had to explain to the head who was being talked about. Then he realized that Michael was talking about the man who had tried to help his comrade escape and had been forcibly brought into the guild. He had a daughter, among other things. James could not conceal his surprise when he heard this. But Maurice went on to say that the asshole was shaking with fear so much when they threatened to take her away. And then he asked if James knew what was most amusing, that this Jack had joined for the same reason. He too wanted to help his father, but as a result, neither he nor his daughter were destined to be free from their shackles. And then the head became serious and said that Michael would now fulfill his request as well by killing one man. He gave him the victim's file, which turned out to be the head of the association's investigation team, Robert Fitz. But instead of studying the open file, he went to his phone and started dialing some number. He then placed the phone on the table with the screen down, and a surprised Marius and Maurice didn't realize what he was doing. When the person on the other end of the line took the call, James asked one single question. He asked if Thomas had found all the documents related to the Tiered Tribune Guild, and the one responded positively, saying there were all the records of crimes and bribery of the user association. He asked what the Lord would order him to do with it all, to which James replied that the lad could do anything. Now it was pointless to continue playing the role of a mercenary, and he activated his aura, glaring at the head with an evil look. Without giving his opponents a chance to use his aura, he attacked them with Fragile Knight. The men flew aside in seconds. From the surprise, they didn't even have time to block the blow. They both slammed their heads hard against the wall in a way that spit out blood. But that was just the beginning. James was already preparing for the next attack, contentedly asking how they could get such a knife in their backs. He drew his sword and aimed at the head, who managed to rise after such a blow. He was furious. But Black told him to focus, for though the surprise attack had been effective, Maurice wasn't dead yet. As if to confirm his words, the head grabbed a fragment of wall and activated his aura as well. He had it in bright red, just like Walter, and he asked who Michael was. He then pulled out his sword as well and added, "Did it really come from the User Association?" To this, James replied that he couldn't tell him that information even if he asked very hard. Then the head said that, however, it didn't matter, for he would tear it apart anyway. He lunged to attack and was beside James in an instant, and the latter activated the slowing effect. He even wondered if it would work on this man, since he had the same aura as Walter. But unlike that madman, it worked on the head, and the man was surprised that his movement slowed. James, meanwhile, was already preparing to deliver the next blow, which was a vertical cut with delight and power. A second later, he brought it down on his opponent, and all he could do was tense all his muscles to minimize the impact. Oddly enough, it had worked, and now he was beyond pissed off, saying he was going to finish the guy off right now. He then suddenly screamed loudly, which surprised James, but it appeared to be to release the effects of his aura. He even managed it a little, and James jumped aside, wanting to get a good angle for the attack. Black commented on the fight, saying that the head forcibly pulled out his aura, so his internal organs were definitely damaged. He added that James had a decent chance of winning, but the head was going to overwhelm him with the volume and density of his aura. When James asked what he should do, Black advised either blocking him with a soft sword or overpowered by great strength. But looking at the enraged head, James thought it was too late for a soft sword. He prepared himself and aimed again to slay his opponent with his next attack, but he was no fool. They threw themselves at each other, and after a moment, the battleground was flooded with a bright purple light from the aura. Inside that light, Maurice wanted to get James with some kind of punch of his own, but he never got the chance to do so. More specifically, he just didn't have time because James had already gotten close enough for his attack. He activated the swordsmanship and the black imperial projectile containing rapture and power. When everything was ready, Black prompted when the best moment to attack would be, and he trusted him. A moment later, his imperial projectile was already flying at Maurice, who from surprise didn't even realize what it was. He thrust his sword forward, wanting to reflect it as a blow, but was surprised to see it break apart. This was immediately followed by a big explosion that should have finished Maurice off, but he held on for now. When it was over, James saw that the man had managed to survive after all. However, he had lost his left arm. Without giving his opponents a chance to gather their strength, he approached him, intending to kill him. Maurice had a pitiful look, so the only thing left for him to do was to beg for mercy, and he looked at him with pitiful eyes. The man asked what he wanted, but instead of answering, James removed his demonic mask, revealing his face. He skewered the head's question, asking if the man really didn't understand anything that was going on. He said he despised his family, but he liked her creed, and Maurice looked at him in surprise. James went on to say that you can't compromise with the enemy even on the brink of death. This was precisely the God-Sword family Beck's creed, and it seemed that Maurice had finally realized it as well. Meanwhile, the guy drew his sword again, saying he couldn't bear to watch the guy just sit in jail. He didn't want to remember what happened next, but just a second later the status window popped up. It stated that he had successfully completed the surprise task and received 2 surprise rewards and 700 points. James was pleased with what he saw, thinking that finally his hard work had paid off in full. But right after that, he felt his strength leaving him, indicating that he was using his aura too much. Unable to stand on his feet any longer, he fell to the ground, telling Black that he had time to call Thomas. As expected, he opened his eyes again in the infirmary of the Beck monastery, where Thomas had taken him. Austin was here too, and said that the young gentleman should at least take a little more care of himself. However, there was another man standing in the room that James didn't know, so he asked who he was. The one replied that he was the head of the association's criminal search department, Kim Tae-hyun. He added that this was their first meeting, but he couldn't help but come to thank him in person. Kim said they received information that there are criminals associated with the Tribune Guild. So he started an investigation, but their group was solid, so it was going hard. However, James, managed not only to get rid of the criminals, but also to take possession of their documents. Finally, he said that thanks to him, over 400 people had been released, which was just unbelievable. With these documents, they were able to identify all the victims. So many people have already been reunited with their families. All their contracts were automatically null and void, which meant there was nothing else holding them back. Also, all of the Tribune Guild's property was given to the victims as restitution. James listened to all of this and was pleased that his plan had worked, because it meant that his friend was free too. Indeed, Jack held up a newspaper in which was printed a notice of the closing of the case. Reading this brought tears to his eyes, for now he and his daughter were finally free from the terrible shackles of slavery. While he was still reading, he was suddenly approached by some girl who was looking intently at his face. And then she called him Daddy in a trembling voice, and tears came to her eyes too, but they were of joy. Thomas told James that now all people were just talking about him and the Tiered Guild. Kim Dae-hyun added that he truly respects the guy for his sense of justice, which is why he has helped so many people. But that wasn't the only thing that surprised James, for he realized something else related to what everyone was now saying about him. After all, it also meant that his father would also find out very soon that he had defeated a rank 5 criminal. He first sent 2 rank 4 criminals to the other world, and now rank 5, even though he was only 16 years old. However, James was surprised that Maurice was rank 5, so he asked Kim how an ordinary head could be so strong. But the supervisor said Maurice was just his alias. In fact, the man was a dangerous criminal. He added that the young gentleman's account should soon receive a cash reward for his capture. Then they all left the room, leaving James to rest, and he had a lot to think about. He remembered how he had been rewarded for completing the surprise mission, which meant he could reveal his cards. He opened the status window, which again showed that he had received 2 surprise awards. But now he also saw the bottom line that said he had touched the hearts of many people. He was given 10,000 swords as a reward, but James didn't understand what that meant, so he turned to Black. And the one was, to say the least, shocked that the system had rewarded him so generously again. But now the most important thing remained. James said the extra rewards were certainly nice, but he was only focused on the task at hand. So now was now to receive his main reward. He opened the rewards, and a multitude of cards appeared in the air. Blackstone decided not to say anything under his arm this time, saying he could pick anyone and they would see what came of it. James thought for a moment, but then said that he had 2 chances after all, so he could really choose either one first. The guy picked up the card and flipped it over. The status window showed that the reward was a pebble. A very ordinary cobblestone appeared in front of the surprised James, and Black rubbed his hands together contentedly. He said he finally didn't get anything, and James thought that the reward really didn't make him happy this time. Meanwhile, a satisfied Black was saying that the Lord needed to feel the bitterness of defeat for once. James acquiesced, not wanting to argue with his friend, and reached for the second card, hoping he'd have better luck there. When he turned the card over, it glowed a light purple color, which meant a unique item had fallen to him. Just then, Black closed his eyes and, not yet seeing the reward, said that it would be cool to drop a rare item on him again. But when he opened his eyes while saying that it's not easy to pick good cards all the time, his face immediately changed. This time, James pulled out a spirit stone with 4 attributes: fire, wind, earth, and water. When it was used, sensitivity and resistance to attributes increased. James said he's had 2 awards related to attributes already. Apparently, we'll have to look for a magician or appraiser. Black said that the Lord would be able to raise one of his characteristics to a medium level if he used the stone. James replied that in that case, he would do it right now and squeeze the stone in his hand so that it cracked. The status window gave out messages about the absorption of spirit stone attributes. This was the beginning of the improvement. Afterward, he read that his attribute sensitivity was permanently increased by 5 points. James stood with the stone clutched in his hand for a while, waiting for the effects of the enhancement to take effect. When it was over, he turned to Black, telling him that there was 1 more reward left, and the latter replied that he was very lucky. The last reward was the 10,000 swords received, and boy did he expect to finally see what it was. They turned out to be the same cards, only this time there were only 2, and they were both unique. Black reminded him of that, telling him that he would be in the win no matter what card he chose. James thought for 1 second then, and then held out his hand to the nearest card, saying he was choosing this one. After selecting him, the corresponding status window appeared, stating that the door to the path of the sword had been opened to him. Just at that moment, he felt a sharp pinpoint pain in his head, which increased more and more. He grabbed his head and slumped to the floor, and Black told him to bear with it for a bit, for it was the system that was assessing his abilities. Then James suddenly saw 2 purple candles burning in front of his eyes in some obscure place. And then the status window alerted that the 1st and 4th doors of 10,000 swords, Sword of Delight and Sword of Lightning, had been opened. As a result, a sword path containing rapture and lightning, a falling flash of thunder, was created. That's when it ended, he told Black. Just then the path of the sword appeared in his mind like a memory. Black, on the other hand, said he'd seen the first time he'd ever seen someone get a sword path as a reward, and told him to bow to the system. After a while, he was already standing in the elder's room, bowing to his father, and the latter spoke first. He said the guy did something interesting again this time too, and I have to admit it was quite honorable. But what his father emphasized the most was that he had killed a rank 5 user at the age of 16, something that no one in the Beck family had ever managed to do before. Plus, he had done away with not only 1 guild, but all of its affiliations, and that was truly incredible. James responded by reminding his father that he was a direct descendant of the Beck family, which meant he couldn't help but accept the challenge. Hearing this answer, the elder said it was excellent, and James was surprised, for he had never heard such a thing from his father's lips. However, he added that there were also people who doubted that he had defeated a rank 5 swordsman, particularly those who considered themselves equal to their family. They made fun of their youngest son. And for him, the elder, it was disgusting to hear. With those words, his expression changed. He said that he was going to cook something for James for that very reason, to make them shut their mouths. However, the boy was surprised by this turn of events, because in fact, his father told him to defend the honor of the Beck family. Meanwhile, the one continued, saying that a rank 3 dungeon that had been overlooked for a long time had been discovered. The mana in this dungeon was at rank 4, which meant that a new boss was about to appear, and this would be his quest. His father said that he would spread the rumor that his youngest son would be participating in the raid on this dungeon. So James will have to outrun everyone and kill the monster first. Thus he will protect their family's name once and for all. When he added for his son to prove that no one was their equal, Black thought this old man was even crazier than his master. Father also added that this time he didn't designate a person to help him, but he would provide a rank 5 equipment. Hearing this, James realized that he could only take 1 Thomas with him. This mission was more difficult than all the past ones. So he asked the elder what would happen if he died or failed in the dungeon. To this, the old man replied that nothing would happen since there was no need to regret failures, and Black was a little embarrassed by this. James, on the other hand, seemed encouraged by such words from his father, because he thought he should definitely pull it off. He thought that as long as his father was alive, then he, James, should defeat as many monsters as it took. all for the sake of his plan, which was to take the place of the head of the divine sword Beck family. When he bowed once more and left, the father asked himself once more what would happen if the boy died. After all, he thought, he would probably be a little sorry to suffer such a loss. Meanwhile, in the Red Lotus family, an enraged Maria stormed into her brother's office. The one who saw the girl reminded her once again that normal people knock first and then come in. But Maria didn't care about that. She suddenly asked about a rumor related to the Beck Divine Sword family. Her brother replied that he already knew all about it himself, saying that it was really true. James Beck had killed a rank 5 criminal. Then the girl lowered her head and said quietly that they had recently found a new dungeon, and that's where this James Beck was going. So she too would go there no matter what, for she had her own reasons. When James told him he was going to a rank 3 dungeon, Thomas and Austin simultaneously talk him out of it. They both said it would be very dangerous, plus he was going all alone, but James reassured them, saying he could handle it. And then he's already fully recovered from the recent fight, so the dungeon should be a breeze. Those words of his, that will to do good and good deeds, made Thomas give all of himself more and more for this guy. After thinking for a bit, he decided not to go back on his word, so he silently handed over the raid form. James scrutinized it, thinking he wouldn't see anything unusual here, and so it was. But Black remarked that in that case they were lucky, because it would be much easier with the dungeon information. But reading the description further, it turns out that this dungeon just couldn't be cleared. Because of this, the monsters broke free and started doing all sorts of horrible things that interfered with people. But Black said that in short, it turned out the gentleman knew nothing at all about him this time. James agreed, but said that still even that information would help him prepare in some way. Meanwhile, Austin reminded him that only Thomas would go into the dungeon with him. But would that be enough? James raised an eyebrow guiltily, replying that it would be quite enough, for he understood what the boy wanted with them. So, to give him no opportunity to object, he said it was time to get down to business. He wrote a little list on a piece of paper and asked the guys to buy him whatever it said without worrying about money. But it was not the prices or the money that surprised Austin, but rather the items themselves that the young gentleman wished for. But the one replied that all of these would more or less help to completely clear the dungeon. Soon everything was ready, and as the day of the raid approached, he and Thomas stood at the monastery exit in full uniform. Looking at James, no one would have thought that the guy could be 16, because thanks to training his body has changed a lot. He asked Thomas what he had talked about with the man who had come to his room when he was recovering. But Thomas only smiled, saying that the chief had called him a brave man who follows the path of justice. And then there was his favorite line where he said that the young master would do anything to save people. The guy was getting a little uncomfortable, so he agreed to everything cautiously, saying that this assignment would be no exception. Then Thomas suddenly pounced on him, telling the gentleman not to even think about losing because it wouldn't happen to him. However, of course, there were those who didn't believe him, and those people were also at the site of the start of the dungeon-clearing raid. People talked among themselves about not feeling James's fighting spirit, calling him a wimpy scumbag. Black then told him that his master was popular, and the man replied that he was only trying to be himself. He also noticed that Thomas had changed quite a bit too, as he used to be just a grey mouse. The guy decided to tell him about it, and he shared some unusual facts about his life as a swordsman. He said that his childhood was spent in a horrible guild where people's lives were worth nothing, just like in the Tribune. He himself dreamed of becoming a strong swordsman. Saying this, his hands faintly trembled, but James could see. Then the guy continued that he ended up losing everything and became his escort. It was the elder's orders. Memories carried over in his mind as he ordered him to keep his eyes on the boy and report his every move. Back then, Thomas thought he would just be his sword, for James in his eyes was just an ordinary guy with a rare aura. He even thought James was faking it at first, but when Julia ambushed him, he remembered how James had shown himself wanting to protect everyone around him, complete strangers. That was when he realized that maybe this guy was a little different from all the previous direct descendants of the Beck family. After all, even when Julia faked the assignment, he continued to genuinely care about all the people who were with him. That was its unique quality, which had started to appear more and more recently. Finally, the guy said that this might sound a little cocky, but the other family members didn't respect their guards like that. More specifically, they treated them as objects, and only he treated him and Austin as his equals. Hearing such sincere words, James could barely contain himself from throwing himself into his arms. After all, he had been treated exactly the same way in his past life, so he understood Thomas perfectly. That's why he tried to be friendly to the people he was assigned to guard. He knew they would want to follow him if he was polite to them and trusted them with everything he knew and had. After all, Thomas himself said that after his words about his main mission to save people, he realized that he was willing to give his life for him. Hearing this, James realized that there had been another person in this family all along, pursuing the same goals as him. He then turned to Thomas, saying that in fact he too hated the divine sword Beck family. So together they will change her for the better, because he finally saw someone who had similar dreams to him. Together, they will make the Beck family a place where not only swordsmen, but ordinary people will be valued. It will also be a place where human traits will be more important than their accomplishments, and the overriding value will be love. Upon hearing this, Thomas dutifully bent his knee before him, saying that he would be proud to help him in this endeavor. James was glad to hear him agree too, but said they should focus on the dungeon first. At this time, someone called out to him, and the guy was surprised to see Maria, who had also come to the raid site. Thomas reported that the girl was from the cruel Red Lotus family, but James replied that he had already gotten to know her. When Maria came closer, her face mingled several emotions at once, among them bitterness, as if from defeat. But the girl was able to pull herself together pretty quickly, saying that the guy was really unique. She wondered who she'd been training for all this time, sacrificed even sleep if he wouldn't even acknowledge her. James slightly misunderstood her hint, and that pissed the girl off even more, so she told him to forget it and walked away. Lastly, she yelled that she would show him what she could do, so don't let him take apart all the monsters. Hearing this, James embarrassedly replied that he would try his best, while Thomas seemed a little out of sorts. Blackstone didn't like the gentleman's tone either, saying he could have been nicer to the girl. But James replied that he just liked teasing her. Plus, he didn't realize that she had gotten stronger too. Black noticed that the rest of the contestants were pretty strong too, and Thomas said he wanted to narrate something. He pointed to a burly man, saying his name was Robert, and he was from the Bright Gate, and that was alarming. Besides him, Lloyd from the Phoenix Guild and Casper from the Hero Guild were also here. Both families disliked the Beck family. Finally, the dungeon was declared open, and everyone began to quickly enter the rift. It was a confrontation of many families, and now James understood why his father wanted him to prevail. All the contestants rushed forward, and only James remained standing with Thomas at the very beginning. When everyone was almost out of sight, he said that it looked like they could move out slowly too. When asked by Thomas why he was procrastinating, James answered briefly, saying that it was just more fun that way. When everyone was inside the rift, the first thing they saw was a rather large castle-like building. It was built pretty sturdy because the walls were concrete stone, and it was also shaped like a fortress. Upon seeing it, James said that he already knew what kind of dungeon it was, because it was just like the others here. Only this time it had a slightly different shape, as the dungeon was built in the shape of this castle. Here the entrance is divided into several doors, and they are all located on each of the 4 sides of the world. However, only the east, west, and south doors were visible from here. Robert of Light Brothers said they would go north. But before he went, the guy suddenly turned to James, saying he wanted to propose to one. He said that since everyone was gathered here, why don't they all make a wager that would determine the strongest? For his condition, the person who defeats the boss of this dungeon will take everyone else's weapons. Hearing that, the other members were a little surprised. Lloyd and Casper looked at their blades and thought. But Robert doesn't back down, saying they can play big since they'll still be competing against each other. Lloyd and Casper quickly agreed, saying that if they retreated here, they couldn't call themselves users. Robert then turned to Mary, asking if the Red Lotus family was willing to enter into the deal. After a little thought, the girl agreed, and then it was James's turn, and he too responded positively. He said it without much enthusiasm, however, and Robert noticed it, saying that he wasn't cheerful. He then raised his hand, saying that he accepted everyone's answers as positive, so let them stay that way. After these words of his, everyone began to slowly choose a direction. Lloyd from the Phoenix Guild headed east. Casper and the guild heroes chose the west, with each of the family's descendants walking with their guard. Maria, meanwhile, also said they were moving out, with only one door left for them in the south. The girl headed in the right direction, but noticed she was walking alone and turned back to James. She wondered if the man wasn't coming, and it was the last door, so she should have hurried. But James replied that he wanted to look around for now while sticking his hand in his pocket. Then Maria said she understood. The guy is strong, but if he wastes time like this, it will end badly for him. She added that not only her Red Lotus family, but also the Lightgate, Phoenix, and Hero guilds were here. And all of them were powerful and well known, so it was not worth underestimating any of them. Suddenly, James asked if the girl was worried about him, but the girl looked embarrassed, saying she wasn't. She added that she just wants to beat him first, so he shouldn't let others do it. With those words, she ran away, shouting one last time that he shouldn't stay here too long. James called out to her just as the girl was about to leave, and she stopped abruptly as if on cue. She turned around, and James suddenly said with an uncharacteristic gentleness that told her to be careful too. Looking at the guy, she couldn't help but wonder if he was worried about her, and the thought made her feel so good for some reason. She knew James didn't shine with good manners, especially with her, but right now it was rather nice of him. She didn't even realize she had to say something back to him, so she just muttered for him to be careful too. And after a while, she left as well, and James and Thomas were left alone in the middle of the castle entrance. Meanwhile, Thomas wondered if they really should have agreed to such a bet, but James was in a good mood. He said the boy could already be getting ready to collect other people's weapons, and Black noticed that he was brimming with confidence. In that case, there was the best moment for them to finally go in search of the boss as well. The only thing left to decide on was the door, and after a little thought, James pointed to the center entrance. Except that he was pointing to the window instead of the door, and Thomas and Black were both surprised at the decision. But James reasoned that members of the Beck family don't have to follow other people's paths. They make their own way. He didn't say another word and jumped on the wall first, and after a couple minutes, Thomas finished going right after him. Once they were inside the castle, Thomas said there was definitely a corridor visible from the outside. But inside was a different environment. They found themselves in some kind of room with many tables. James noticed that this dungeon seemed to have a maze effect, but Black said it was fun. James couldn't help but agree with him, for if this place was invaded through a window, the opponents would be in a random place. This meant they could end up right next to the boss if they were lucky, but otherwise they would fail the mission. Thomas noticed that they had to be somewhere in the center, since there were no people or monsters near them. He turned to James, asking if they could use the effects of this dungeon. James responded positively, saying that the guy was reading his mind, and Thomas reached into his pocket for something. He pulled out a small gray sphere, saying he would apply the smoke ball that was in their inventory list. This ball worked on activate weight technology, so Thomas performed the first action. Now all they had to do was wait a little while for the smoke to fully spread. And when it envelops the entire dungeon, an accurate map will appear, just what you need to successfully complete the mission. Thomas asked if the gentleman had known ahead of time that they would be in this situation, but James replied that he had simply prepared for everything. Black decided to tease him too, saying that he was really awesome, but he seemed to like being a nice guy. In the meantime, the map reading had finished, and the map was complete, and the color of the balloon had changed. It was now black in color, on which a compiled dungeon map could appear at any moment. At the same time, Robert at the other end of the castle slammed his fist against the wall, desperation from hopelessness taking him. The guy realized that they had already passed through here, which meant they had lost precious time walking in circles in obscure places. Robert didn't like the fact that among all the dungeons was a labyrinth, which he couldn't stand. In addition, the only monsters they encountered were gargoyles, which were hard to distinguish from statues. But Robert could think of nothing better to do than send his guards forward to sort themselves out again. They entered some kind of corridor, on either side of which were statues or monsters. They didn't understand anything yet. Robert was getting angrier and angrier, saying that because of these gargoyles, they were only wasting their time with the boss. But then he was able to reassure himself by saying that they'd gone in first anyway, so they had the advantage. Meanwhile, James and Thomas were standing in the other room, and the boy asked his friend if they had found him. The latter replied that it must have been so, for no one had come in here before them. They were the first to get to the boss. It was a flaming gargoyle, and Thomas added that he never thought her weakness would be so obvious. But it was the reason they had been able to get here so quickly and smoothly, and James was to be credited for that. He remembered the first time they had encountered gargoyles, the monsters of the area, some time ago. One of them then lunged at James, and he didn't even think to turn around, much to Thomas's dismay. The one wanted to help his master, but the guy suddenly ordered him to stand still and not interfere. He said that this was a test he had to pass on his own, and after waiting for the gargoyle to come closer, he attacked it. In a moment, she was already dead, and Thomas was amazed that he had dealt with a rather dangerous monster so easily. Black then asked him if the gentleman had any more strategies left for the future, and he agreed. He said he got an idea when he chopped up the gargoyle and asked for a health potion. When Thomas held out a white vial to him, he interrogated if it was true that these potions were made from holy water. When he heard a positive answer, he said that he saw black sparks while killing a gargoyle and poured the potion on his sword. He then explained that these sparks are a sign of evil if his theory is correct, so one should fight it with good. After all, evil is weakest before holy properties, so if he strikes with a sword sprinkled with a health potion, the power of the holy water would work perfectly, but it did, as he killed the next gargoyle with a single blow. Now James said it came to him by accident, but Black knew he had learned it from his past life. Thomas, on the other hand, said that they went in last, and even though they weren't good at avoiding monsters, they were still going the best. Black was a little angry and frustrated because he wanted to see the gentleman in tears pounding his fist on the wall in frustration. But James replied that would never happen, and he also wondered how other teams were doing. For some reason he felt like Maria of the Red Lotus was coping, as always, in her own silly ways. Her guard had just said he would go ahead because the structure and monsters of this dungeon were dangerous. But the girl replied that in that case it would all be pointless, for she must do it herself. She recognized that James Beck had gotten pretty strong, but she didn't want to go through the dungeon in some way because of that. Plus, she had to show him everything she'd practiced so hard by defeating her boss in front of his eyes. Every now and then the girl would stop and turn around, asking herself why he wasn't following them. When asked by the guard if she was really waiting for that guy, Maria answered sharply and negatively. She explained her actions by the fact that they could have been attacked from behind, and unexpectedly, so she was checking the road. But even the bodyguard didn't believe a word she said about it, and that made the girl even angrier. She saw that he was already openly mocking her, so she shouted that she was telling the truth, but it was all in vain. Meanwhile, Thomas and James looked at the flaming gargoyle boss, who sat still for the time being. Thomas noticed that this gargoyle wasn't even stone when they entered this room. This meant that she seemed to recognize them as enemies and was determined to kick out or kill the unwanted guests. But James surprised Thomas again when he told him not to interfere, for he would kill her himself in a matter of minutes. Then Black warned him that flame gargoyles were different from regular gargoyles in that they could breathe fire. But the most important thing was their ability to learn. This meant that the same attack wouldn't work on them twice. So James had to finish her off immediately, before she got used to the movements of his sword. The guy realized what he had to do. A second later, Rasadam's special aura Black Wind was activated. Seeing that a new enemy had come to her, the gargoyle also prepared to attack, but James didn't know her moves yet. He calmly looked the monster in the eye and prepared to strike first, wanting to end it all at once. He rushed forward, thinking up a plan of attack as he went, as well as a backup plan in case it didn't work the first time. The gargoyle also threw itself at him. It had powerful claws on its paws, allowing it to move quickly. James thrust his sword forward, preparing to pierce her neck. For some reason, he thought it would work the first time. But when he struck, using the sword nudging technique, the gargoyle rose sharply into the air. In addition to her claws, she also had powerful wings with which she could easily attack from the air. That's when James realized that the only way to get her was to get on the same level as her. He concentrated his aura into his legs and then released it like an explosion, allowing him to take off as well. But there was already a gargoyle waiting for him there. Clearly not intending to lose to a guy on her turf, she exhaled fire. James had already forgotten about this feature of hers, so he was caught off guard, but managed to dodge. He realized that this could also be considered the most opportune moment to kill. When she opened her mouth again, the guy used the sword by concentrating his aura in it, thus creating a larger blade area. The status window that he didn't see, but which always appeared, said that the sword was filled with the energy of elation and intelligence. He was going to use his new technique that he had gotten as a reward in his new sword path. This strike was called the Falling Flash of Thunder, and it was to be the first and last for the gargoyle. Gathering all his strength and concentrating it properly, James swung his blade. At this moment, a huge dark wave cut through the fiery bursts that the gargoyle was releasing. However, even she stopped doing that when she saw something scary and incomprehensible coming at her. This was exactly the effect James had expected. Being discouraged, the gargoyle didn't have time to do anything about it. As a result, the blow severed her head, and James landed, oddly enough, quite skillfully for a rookie. Thomas said the gentleman handled it perfectly, adding that it was worth taking the equipment after all. Black, on the other hand, said he didn't like it when he got everything because of his luck, but he was cool after all. James thanked Thomas for being able to get this anti-magic outfit, which was not even afraid of fire. Then suddenly the dungeon began to shake. It was a sign that the raid would soon end, for the boss had been defeated. Meanwhile, as they were about to decide to get out of here, James heard familiar voices behind him. All three direct heirs of different families of the Push now came to a place where they could fight the boss. But James was ahead of them all, for now everyone realized that it was he who had succeeded in making it the first of the others. The guy didn't want to listen to any more teasing about himself, so he told Thomas they could leave. But there was another reason here. Even though everyone realized that James Beck had defeated the boss, he had the right to take all the guns. But the guy didn't. Even though he won fair and square in their bet, it was even a kind of rebuke to everyone. However, when all the participants were out of the rift, he returned to the topic, asking if they remembered the bet. He said he'd take what he won fair and square, so he approached your guys to give up their guns. Some of the other members began to quietly discuss amongst themselves why this guy of their Beck family was doing this. By then, Maria had also come up and asked if he had really managed to win again. And James turned to everyone, reminding them that the condition of the bet was to be the first to beat the boss, which he did. Then Robert tried to suggest forgetting about this silly bet as if it had never happened. He was supported by Casper and Lloyd as well, saying that the guy hadn't even said a word about it after the dungeon. So why revisit it now if things could have ended peacefully without this bet? Hearing his suggestion, James smiled, saying that he actually had his reasons. He trusted them to carry the expensive M-Unique weapon, for he had no need to do it himself. The other guys were whispering, still not believing that they had been defeated by the youngest contestant of them all. But this was just to James's advantage because soon people began to believe that he had indeed killed a rank 5 criminal. Maria, who had heard all of this, finally realized what James Beck was trying to accomplish and smiled at the thought. Her guard, meanwhile, reminded her that the girl had wished with all her heart to defeat him, but was now smiling for some reason. But Maria didn't even bother to answer him anything. She was just marveling again that this guy deserved all the attention again. James, on the other hand, thought to himself, do the famous guildies just pretend that nothing happened? He couldn't let that happen. Besides, there would be something to show his father, so he told them again to give up their weapons. The first to throw his sword was Robert. He was very angry, saying the guy could choke on it if he wanted it so badly. Lloyd and Casper weren't thrilled about having to part with their good blades either. But a bet was what a bet was all about, and no one wanted his guild to be accused of not keeping their word. Seeing all three of them toss their weapons at his feet, James thanked them, though it was a great mockery. He thought about saying something else, but the boys turned around at the same time, and instead he heard Black yawn. Thomas asked the gentleman what he was going to do with all those weapons, and the gentleman replied that he was going to sell them at auction. Of course, this answer surprised Thomas greatly. He wanted to ask how one could do such a thing with a gun, but changed his mind. Then James went on, saying he would take it to a black market auction and sell it there at a bargain price. Here, Thomas couldn't keep silent anymore, saying that there might be a conflict between the guilds because of this. To this, James replied that their family had been walking on a knife blade for a long time anyway, and suddenly, Maria behind him confirmed it. The guy didn't even notice that she was still standing there, and the girl wanted to know how he managed to defeat the boss. James replied that he couldn't just tell her about it, because the information about the new dungeon was very valuable. The girl had already realized her mistake and was about to leave, but suddenly he asked if she thought he was being serious. Then he took out a smoke ball and gave it to the stunned girl, saying he would write about the rest in a letter. He explained his decision by the fact that she could perhaps be trusted, but there was a benefit to him here as well. He said he might have a problem someday, so he would count on her help. Hearing these conditions, Maria smiled. Something awe-inspiring stirred her heart, but she didn't understand yet. Instead of answering, the girl bumped his fist with her own, saying that she was sure she could help him with anything. And a few hours later, he was already standing in his father's room, reporting that he had completed the task given to him. The elder replied that Thomas had already told him all about it, adding that he was having a good day. Black asked the gentleman if he thought his father's mood had really changed a lot. But James only partially agreed, saying that his father was very boastful, so he probably only wanted to elevate their reputation. Meanwhile, the old man said that the weapon he had brought was no good for him, and asked what James would do with it. Hearing that his son was going to sell him on the black market, the elder almost fell off his throne with laughter. But James said it's still a mild punishment for those who think they're above their family. He added that he would make them change their minds, and this caused the elder to laugh even more. He laughed to the whole room. He then praised his son, saying that he had done an excellent job, so he deserved the gift. He asked the guy what he wanted, and James, after a little thought, said he wanted Julia's sword pavilion. Hearing his wish, the elder was surprised that it wasn't that difficult to fulfill. Black, meanwhile, asked what the other sword pavilion was, and James replied that it was a cool room. Elder understood this too. After all, the sword pavilion was Julia's personal training room. James added that no one uses it now anyway, so his father can't refuse for that reason. Black said he understood the importance of this pavilion, but there must be a reason why the gentleman chose it. Then James said that the Pavilion of Swords is proof that you are recognized as the direct heir to the Beck family, and to take it away means that you failed to protect your place. It is truly a huge shame for everyone in the family. After some deliberation, Father finally said that the 7th Sword Pavilion becomes his from now on. James bowed and thanked him, then bowed again and said he would meet his expectations. When he left, the elder thought it was quite interesting watching his son put a knife in his sister's back. He figured that at this rate he could soon make a decision about his successor. When James came out of the hall, he saw a girl he hadn't seen in a very long time and was surprised to see her. It was Barbara, the other sister, who for some reason had come to see him in person. She said that he must be busy, for he's been hearing a lot of news about him lately. James had remembered to mention that he'd almost died because of someone at the aura manifestation ceremony, and his sister had gotten the hint. And then she suddenly apologized, saying that she now understood her guilt, for she saw that he had accomplished a great deal. She added that if he got even stronger, so would she, and someday they would destroy the demons. James misunderstood her words a little, and the girl hurriedly changed the subject quickly, saying she was spouting nonsense. She apologized for taking up his time and hurried away, while James stood still in shock. And then he said he accepts her apology, though he'll never forget the moment she almost killed him. Hearing this made the girl smile. She was glad the guy had forgiven her. This was the beginning of a good relationship. Lastly, she also called out to him, saying that she would like to give him something else as a token of her gratitude. The girl tossed some kind of necklace with a blue stone, saying it would help him during his training. James accepted her gift, though he wondered why the generosity, but Barbara had already left. It was even a little strange because the girl had disappeared without a trace, and Black had picked up on that as well. But he didn't have time to think about it, because suddenly Thomas came running up to him, saying that he had visitors. He said that the gentleman had apparently helped them, and now they wanted to thank him properly. But when James looked at these men, he was greatly surprised, for Jack and his daughter were standing before him. However, at first glance, the guy didn't realize that this girl was his daughter, so he asked who she was. Then Jack introduced his only daughter to him, saying her name was Ara. The girl smiled awkwardly. James then replied that he was glad to see them and suggested they move to a more comfortable place first. When they were alone, Jack bowed to him, saying that they were insanely grateful to the master. He did this in front of his daughter, which embarrassed James even more, so he stopped him. He calmly said that he had only done what he had to do, so one thank you was enough. But then Jack suddenly shared that it had never occurred to him that James was a fencing genius from a great family. He remembered how he used to interact with him informally, as if he were a friend, so he apologized for that. Now he thought he had said such nonsense, but James couldn't answer him yet because he choked. Jack's words had surprised him greatly, but now it was time to reveal his real self to him as well. He started by telling the man not to apologize, because then he was really hiding the fact that he was part of the Beck family. He then added that he should be the one apologizing for not being able to meet him when he came last time. He was talking about that failed meeting when Jack came to see him after the Legion district. James also added that he was happy to see his daughter, and even more he was happy that she was okay. When it came to her, Ara bowed to him as well, telling him that his kindness to them would never be forgotten. But James reiterated that he had only done what he had to do, so he shouldn't have thanked him so much. Then Jack said that they'd probably taken too much of his time already, so they'd be on their way. The whole time they were talking, Black was scrutinizing Ara, then suddenly told James to hold her back. He pointed his finger at the girl, saying that her physique was a battle-mysterious body. Black said he'd explain everything later if he didn't let her leave now, and James decided to obey him. He didn't give any orders to Thomas, so he walked up to her himself and grabbed her arm, which even made the girl scared. She turned around slowly, asking if the young gentleman wanted anything else, but James was confused. He realized he'd stopped her, but he couldn't think of what to do next, and Black, as luck would have it, didn't answer. But he soon replied, saying that a wielder of a martial body ability wasn't something one would see very often. In their world, they call such people ghosts, and this girl had a big chance to become a ghost sword. So James invited them to the table again and found nothing better to do but ask the girl directly. He asked if she would like to become a ghost sword, but of course Ara didn't even realize what that meant. When she asked James to explain further, Black told him that her physique was very valuable. The battle-mysterious body allowed him to guess all the habits, behavior patterns of the enemy in an instant. And if Arasama undergoes the necessary training, he could get his hands on an incredibly valuable swordswoman. James then apologized to the girl, saying that he had misspoken and really meant something else. He said he would like to get Miss Aru as his ally and make her a strong swordswoman. But the girl immediately objected, saying that she had never even held a sword in her life. However, James replied that it didn't matter as he discerned her talent as a fighting body. He added that the girl may not know it yet, but he feels she can reach great heights. Finally, he added that he would not force her, so the girl had to make her choice. After thinking for a bit, Ara said she would trust him and do as he said, so she agreed. However, she also added so that the Lord wouldn't be disappointed in her too much and smiled. In the same instant, another task appeared, which consisted of him having to develop Ara's skills. When Jack and his daughter left, James showed Black the necklace Barbara had given him, asking him to appraise it. For some reason he thought it was cursed, but his characterization soon came up and he changed his mind. It was a unique rank necklace that gave +10 to mana and 4 other stats. In other words, a very valuable item, but James didn't understand why his sister had given him this particular item. Black said that at least it wasn't cursed, which meant the Lord could safely use it. Then James solved it all on his own, thinking she did it so he would get stronger sooner and fight her. But Black said he doubted that version, asking if the gentleman had no other. But James replied that he didn't know much about his sister in particular, only that she hated demons. So he had no other ideas. She had given him this necklace to make him stronger, and he would do it. In the evening, Ara came to see him at the place he had appointed during their last meeting. It turned out to be the pavilion his father had already managed to hand him, and James said they would do the stretching first. Meanwhile, watching them from afar was Rose, who had come here of her own accord. The girl said that she heard that the owner of the 7th Sword Pavilion had changed, so she wanted to take a look at him. She then turned her attention to Ara, saying that she had also heard as if this girl was going to be made a swordswoman. The guard behind her back reported that he'd figured out more, that this girl had never yet manifested an aura. Meanwhile, James had come to the stage of training where they should have done some light sparring. He told the girl this, and though she was unsure at first, she instantly adopted the newly learned stance. Seeing this, Rose involuntarily changed her mind about this girl, believing that she was not talentless at all. Ara's eyes looked like 2 fryers that were ready to sizzle anyone who got in her way. They threw themselves at each other, and James immediately realized that he had made the right choice, for the girl clearly had talent. Such talent was noticed by Rosa as well. The girl suddenly headed towards them, stopping the sparring. She pointed at Ara, asking if she could ask her a question, and without waiting for an answer, she said she wanted to voice a suggestion to her. And then Rosa, with all her insolence, told the girl to work for her, which surprised everyone in the pavilion. James was especially embarrassed by this, since he was the one who had brought Ara here, hoping for a successful first training session. And Rosa continued, covering her mouth with her hand as if with laughter. She asked if she thought James could teach her. She, on the other hand, could provide the girl with everything from money and training in the coveted art of the sword to weapons and potions. The sister then turned to James, telling him not to even think about objecting because he couldn't beat her anyway. She added that a guy wouldn't have the guts to take responsibility for such a thing, but here James couldn't stand it anymore. He said that Ara was a person, not a thing, and besides, outsiders were forbidden to just walk into other people's pavilions. He pointed at his sister, saying that he didn't allow people like her to come here, which surprised Rose. She grabbed her brother's arm, telling him that such behavior could drive him to his grave one day. The girl added that he should reconsider while she was still talking nicely to him, but James only smiled. He replied that she seemed to be the one who didn't understand in a good way, and yet he wouldn't say it again. Hearing such a reply made Rose angry, for never before had any of the brothers below her rank spoken like that. The girl released her pink aura, saying that she was not responsible for her actions from now on. She added that their youngest had grown so much that he started to cross his older sister, except he forgot that she had a rank 6. Black noticed that the gentleman's words had hurt this girl, and James said that Rose was very proud and stubborn. Meanwhile, the girl said that she could boldly use their family's creed and stomp it into the dirt. She added that she is giving her brother 2 months, after which the winner of the sparring will take Aru for himself. But James wasn't intimidated by her threats, saying he was happy to accept the challenge, because it would show which one of them was stronger. And it would be funny if it turned out to be him, the younger brother, but Rosa was no longer listening to him as she left the pavilion. She motioned to her guard to move too, because she was disgusted to stay here. When the girl left, Black became furious, asking if there was no one in this family who was adequate. James mentally agreed with him, saying that they had hardly crossed paths in their past lives, so he didn't know Rose was like that. Meanwhile, he was approached by Ara, who guiltily said that he was now in a difficult position because of her. But James told her not to worry about anything, and asked her if she wanted to train with Rose just in case. She had a higher rank than him and a higher position in the family, but the girl answered in the negative. She said he was the one who recognized the potential in her, which is why she wants to train with him. James then replied that she had made the right decision, but there was no turning back now. Ara said she was well aware of that, so she offered to just resume training. When they were done, James was waited on by Thomas, who said that marching, the gentleman would now have a hard time completing missions. He explained that he had checked the condition of his sword while he was practicing, and it had serious damage. The sword has survived many battles, as James used it very often while on missions. The guy himself was surprised at the number of chips he hadn't noticed on his weapon before. Then Black said he could use a fix and asked if he knew a blacksmith. James smiled, for she, Martha, came to mind immediately, and they headed for her literally immediately. When they met, he said he was worried about her problems with house arrest, but couldn't help but show up. Showing the girl his sword, he explained his problem, and the girl cheerfully remarked that he had come exactly to the right place. James, however, thought that her sentence had long since expired, but for his family, such time for house arrest would be paltry. After a while, they were already sitting at the table, and Martha was asking about Ara, who James had brought with him. The girl introduced herself as well, and Martha said that Mr. James had saved her life, so she was indebted to him. So she asked the guy to take a look at the sword to assess the extent of the damage, and he gave her the weapon. But the girl's face immediately changed when she saw how badly the sword had been damaged from the battles. She asked as if to herself what he had to go through to become like this. And James involuntarily thought about all of his recent battles with that sword, which had caused it to grind down. Then Martha said they would need to go to one place for repairs, and they would definitely get help there. To James's surprised look, she replied that the place was her grandfather's workshop, who was a blacksmith. He lived on Craftsman Island, so you had to make time to get there. They agreed to meet at the marina the next day, and then moved to the island together. Thomas said he didn't think they would go this far just to fix a sword, and Ara agreed with him. But James didn't seem to mind spending a couple extra hours here at all, since he'd never been to this island. Then he suddenly turned to Martha and asked how things were going with what she'd been working on all this time. But the girl only sighed, saying that she was still lacking some very rare materials. James then remarked that she could always turn to him if she needed any help. Seeing that the girl was very excited, he explained that she had done a lot for him, so of course he would help her. Then Martha said she would call him because she had his phone number, and James agreed. Black, who had been watching their conversation, noticed that the gentleman did not react in any way to the girl's smile. But James explained that something was bothering him, because this island had been closed in his past life. It wasn't always like this, and it happened after a big incident that was quite unfortunate. After all, in just one night, all the artisans here were killed at the hands of an unknown swordsman. All he told Martha was that it was quite warm here, despite the current time of year. The girl agreed it was indeed true, and she pointed with her hand somewhere in the distance, saying that her grandfather's forges were there. James, on the other hand, turned to Thomas, asking if the guy felt the same way he did. The one replied positively, saying that he could sense an aura of at least rank 5 and at most rank 6, so one had to be careful. In the meantime, they had come to a place where they were immediately met by some man, apparently a blacksmith. He greeted Mrs. Martha, saying that it had been so long since they had seen each other, and added that the teacher was now working. Teacher, he called Martha's grandfather, as it later turned out, and the girl was a little surprised at what his student had said. Meanwhile, the man asked her who all these people were, and Martha introduced each one for him. On hearing of James, the man too, like all before him, bowed to him, saying he was very grateful to the gentleman. Noticing the guy's reaction, however, he noticed that he was indeed as humble as he had been told. The man then introduced himself, saying his name was Gilbert, and he would escort them further into the workshop. The first thing they saw, or rather heard, was the clatter of the sledgehammer used to make swords. A strong-looking man, clearly not middle-aged, was sitting at the machine, working hard at something. He didn't even pay attention to the people who looked in on him outside, and then Martha had to do it herself. The girl greeted him, and James thought this grandfather was none other than the famous blacksmith Gerald. Martha asked him how things were going, but he said it was bad and this stuff would drive him to his coffin. This metal was also recognized by Blackstone, who pointed it out to James, saying they were incredibly lucky. A moment later, the boy felt his aura begin to manifest on its own, though he didn't activate it himself. This change was noticed by the others as well, asking why his aura was suddenly manifesting. It especially bothered Thomas. It wasn't until Black explained to him that it seemed to be the same kind of metal he was created from. It appeared that his aura reacted to the metal that bound them, but his thoughts were cut short by the old man. Gerald asked why the metal reacted to him, and James asked in response if the man could tell him where he found it. But the old man shook his head, saying it had been brought to him by Gilbert from somewhere on the front lines. This surprised Thomas greatly, explaining to an uncomprehending Ara that it was a very dangerous place. After all, there was an ebony tree and many monsters incomparable in strength to the ones here. Also, there was the eldest son of the Bake Divine Sword family, Mr. Joseph Bake. Blackstone wondered if this metal must have something to do with his world, but it wasn't clear yet. Then the old man turned to his granddaughter, asking what had brought her here, and Martha finally told him about James's sword. Grandpa walked over to the boy and held out his hand, wanting to look at the sword, and James felt a little uncomfortable. Gerald assessed the condition of the sword. He was silent for a few seconds, only humming something to himself under his breath. And then suddenly he said that this metal was hopeless, and it was a wonder it hadn't disintegrated into pieces yet. The old man added that his term had come to an end, but if James wished, he would make a new one for him. Grandpa said he wouldn't even take any money. However, the guy would have to help him with something. James agreed. They stayed on the island until the evening, waiting for his grandfather to finish his new sword. And when he was done, he set to work on his new product, where he needed James's help. The guy had to sit across from him and concentrate his aura that bound the special metal. Blackstone, however, was already at his limit, as he felt as if he were being tickled with each blow from the sledgehammer. He remembered Gerald saying that this metal didn't want to take the shape he wanted. But seeing the way he reacted to James's aura, the old man realized what it took to finish the job. He struck one last time, much to Black's consternation, but the job was finally done. Gerald wiped the sweat from his forehead, saying that he was done and was finally happy with the result. He said he agonized with it for months, as this metal was apparently really not from their world. When the sword was ready, James read on the status window that appeared that it contained darkness. It was a masterpiece created by master craftsman Gerald, who put everything he had into it himself. It was also said that the swordsman's aura and energy would be transferred to the sword, which in return would bestow the owner with a special ability. It turned out that the blacksmith had created a legendary weapon that gave just a crazy boost to all characteristics. James also read that his aura awareness was increased, and also his mana and intelligence increased by 1. He stood there looking at all of this with astonishment, asking what it meant that the aura and energy would be transferred to the swordsman. Blackstone replied with a smile, his favor also increased, that it was because he had put his aura into the sword. Black added that the weapon could be called worthwhile, for he himself had put some of his own power into it. Meanwhile, old Gerald began to thank the lad for the fact that he could now finally rest. James smiled back at him, telling him it was all nothing, as he suddenly felt an incredible aura. Thomas, who was standing behind, shouted something murderous energy, saying that the gentleman was rather running away. But of course he couldn't do that, so he remained standing next to Gerald, watching Thomas. Martha approached them, asking if everything was okay, to which Thomas replied that someone had attacked the island. Black asked the gentleman if this incident had anything to do with the island being shut down in his life. Instead of answering, James turned to Thomas, telling him to stay here and protect everyone else. The boy wanted to object, but James explained that if he went with him, there would be no one to protect the blacksmith and Martha. But Thomas still didn't like the idea, plus James didn't have a sword he could fight with. Then Gerald spoke up, saying that the guy could care less about that, and tossed him a sword filled with darkness. He added that it belonged to him now, which was clear when the old man saw how the sword reacted to his aura. James thanked the blacksmith and was about to head inland when suddenly Ara said she would go with him. It was a bit unexpected, but Martha recalled how he himself had talked about her battle body ability. With these words, she held out her sword to the girl, and she accepted it, saying that she could not stand still without helping her lord. Martha had a winter cypress sword that had a unique rank and greatly improved some stats. Ara said that she would definitely protect the young master at all costs, so she only asked him to trust her. James thought for a moment, and then silently turned around and headed towards the center part of the island. He told the girl not to die, and Ara, satisfied that she was allowed to go, replied that she would not die. They ran out of the village where Martha's grandfather's blacksmith shop was and headed inland. However, they didn't even realize that the enemy was already keeping surveillance on them. 2 masked men were watching them from the tree. One of them said that their original goal was to embody fire, so there was no point in shedding extra blood. His partner agreed, but added that they had not been told that killing during a mission was not allowed. And since they were here, it would be a sin not to have fun, because no one would care about a couple or 3 dead bodies. Then that first one, obviously in charge, told his partner to do everything cleanly so no one would have any questions. And the man smiled through his mask, saying that they would see for starters how many people could survive. James and Ara ran through the forest, navigating by the murderous aura that served the boy for a trail. But suddenly Blackstone turned to him, telling the gentleman to wait a little, for something had changed. Then James stopped and ordered Ara to do the same, telling the girl to keep quiet. He could feel the aura of the 2 men. It was the same as the one he felt when he stepped onto the island for the first time. He then ordered Ara to stay close, for it was now dangerous to be at a distance. They stood back to back, preparing to attack, and James put his hand behind the hilt of his new sword. Ara said that he didn't have to worry about her side since she was watching everything, and James replied that he relied on her. Meanwhile, a fire had started in the forest, and the lad realized that they had to catch the opponents before it spread. Suddenly, Black alerted him to 2 men who were about to attack from the right, but James had time to react. He too sensed those approaching, so he already prepared to meet them with his strike. He chose the sword containing pleasure and intelligence, and there was the activation of a falling flash of thunder. With the new sword, this technique gained even more explosive power and strength, so the opponents didn't stand a chance. They realized that attacking first would not work, so they were forced to evade the attack. But they did it in a rather unusual way. The attack went through them as if they were ghosts. Except that in the next instant they both landed on their feet, unharmed. It annoyed them, but James was able to see who he and Ara were going to fight. The guy turned to the girl, telling her this, and adding that these people were using fire skills. Then Ara remarked that that was apparently what they had set off the explosion for, to escape in its flames. Meanwhile, one of the opponents said that the guys got lucky this time, but from what he saw, they didn't even have a rank 4. He added that they would kill them easily and take the fire incarnation with them, and James wondered what the 2 were talking about. He remembered noticing that the weather was nice on the island, to which Martha had then replied that there was a reason. She had heard that the incarnation of fire was buried somewhere on this island, so the temperature here was always high. Then James realized that this must have been the reason for the attack on the island from his past life. But now they were at a disadvantage. James turned to Ara, saying that she would fight on her own. In fact, he would just trust Blackstone, who said the girl could be relied upon. Just what he needed, as a counterattack from the opponents in the form of a golden ball was already flying towards the guy. James concentrated his aura, aiming it at the sword, but noticed that it went noticeably faster this time. It helped him a lot to block the attack, because at the last second, the golden orb disappeared and a man appeared in its place. They made contact with their weapons, and James felt the power of his fire aura, which was rank 6. However, he realized that the one wasn't that strong, telling his opponent that he wasn't even on par with the fire gargoyle. James attacked him again, but this time too, the opponent seemed to swallow the blow, and now he was already targeting the guy. He managed to block it at the last moment, thinking it wouldn't be as easy as he would have liked. He used his strength and threw his opponent farther away while he prepared to attack from above. Because of the mask, James couldn't see his face, and that spoiled the impression even more. But he couldn't lose. They both readied their blades again, intending to finish each other off with their next attack. And then the swordsmen rushed back into the fray, each throwing precise blows, but the other always blocking them. However, the swordsman with a fiery aura was becoming more and more amazed as James did not yield to his swordsmanship. Then the man realized that this guy was the same James Beck of the Beck family who had defeated ranks 5 and 6. It appeared that the rumors of his incredible aura and strength were not false, because right now he was fighting him. And the man was also amazed at how the boy held on while surrounded by his flames, for another would have burned long ago. He didn't understand how the guy had gotten such skills, and in the meantime, James had finally figured out how to fight these two. In the next instant, he attacked the man again, but this time the attack was quicker and, oddly enough, successful. For he had cut off the swordsman's arm, and the man screamed in pain and horror, wondering if the guy had been able to catch him. James, meanwhile, activated a sword technique containing pleasure and power. He braced himself for the next attack, wondering if the man was allowing himself to be distracted during a fight. The guy added that he'd finish him off faster if he let his guard down for even a second, and smiled. Then successfully activated the Black Imperial projectile, choosing the best trajectory for the direction of the attack, and then followed his projectile, which flew exactly into the body of the enemy, who did not expect such a thing. The man was extremely surprised by the speed and power of the attack, not even realizing that he wouldn't be able to dodge. A second later, there was a rather large explosion, as there usually is after a successful hit by an Imperial shell. The first opponent was finished, and James put down his sword, wondering if it wasn't that hard. The status window too alerted him to a successfully completed ARA-related task. As a reward, the battle, growth property of the battle mysterious body has been added to the technique. James wondered when he'd finished this task, since he hadn't even trained Ara. But the system knew better. This assignment had no doubt elevated the girl to a rank 1 swordswoman. The other masked man who fought her couldn't believe that she had turned out to be so strong. After all, he was pretty sure the girl had no signs of aura, but now she was spilling it out in all its glory. The man now realized that her sword arts were so well honed that he was no match for her. Though he didn't realize it was her first fight, Ara held up well despite her lack of experience. She had managed to almost completely block all of his attacks up to this point, but it looked like she was at her limit. The man lunged at the girl, intending to finish her off this time, but Ara looked at him with different eyes already. The swordsman shouted that a lowlife like her could never overpower him, so it was useless to try. But the girl had incredible intelligence. She realized that the opponent would be behind her back. The man didn't realize it, so he approached her as quietly and quickly as possible, but immediately regretted it. He swung to strike, but was surprised to see her turn sharply and block. However, it even amused him. The swordsman said it still wouldn't be fun if he killed her like that right away. Having said that, he started attacking the girl from all sides. Sooner or later, she wouldn't be able to stand anyway. James could see that the situation was dangerous, but Black told the Lord not to interfere. He added that it would soon be over, and they would see the results of those few training sessions with Ara. Meanwhile, the girl slowly began to take over the initiative of the battle, and the swordsman marveled at her talent. He didn't understand why none of his attacks went through. He had the impression that she was predicting his blows in advance. Now this infuriated the man, and he screamed for the girl to not even think she was going to die painlessly. He lunged at her rather unexpectedly, but Ara had foreseen this as well, so she was able to dodge the blow in time. Moreover, she successfully counterattacked him, because it wasn't difficult for a girl with a battle-mysterious body. She had no problem reading the assassin's sword art, given that he disappeared and reappeared easily. That was her specialty. The girl didn't delay any longer and delivered her decisive blow. The one had fallen unconscious not far from her, and James decided he could now approach the girl. When Ara realized that her opponent had been defeated, she sank to her knees from weakness, for she was unable to stand. James stared at her, marveling at the power of the mysterious fighting body she possessed. But next, he read in the status window that he was to be rewarded for completing the task of awakening Ara's body. The only thing was that he didn't get a simple reward, but the most unique one, which made Black angry again, because it was the same ability. He also got a battle mystery body, though as Black said, he wouldn't feel much difference. Meanwhile, Ara turned to him, telling him that she had kept her promise to protect him and the others. James looked at her with pride. He realized he had a talented girl with a kind soul on his team. So he walked up to her and suddenly hugged her, saying that she had done a good job in today's battle. After a while, they were already standing in some large building and looking at a statue of a golden phoenix. Gerald said it was the very embodiment of fire that the killers were after. He then asked if James knew why the island was called Craft Island. The reason was that the fire incarnation doesn't allow anyone but the master to touch itself. It chose him to be this man, but the old man decided to use his power in a different way and buried him on this island. He did this so that everyone could create good weapons with the fire energy that seeped into the ground. Then he added that he couldn't just end it like that, so he wanted to give James one more thing. Grandpa said that righteous people like him have a hard road, so he would craft a weapon for him. Gerald went on to say that he's always had a hard time reading people's emotions, but the difficult life of the guy he saw at first sight. James in turn replied that he would become a worthy swordsman. Grandpa then turned to Ara, saying that his friend had also helped a lot in this battle. And the girl, taking James's example, said embarrassedly that she had only done what she had to do. With that said, Gerald decided not to argue, so he said the fire was stopped so they could go. Lastly, he told James to bring some good alcohol with him when he thought of coming over. The guy replied to him that he would definitely honor the request, saying that they would definitely see each other soon. It was already night when he and his small team were about to leave, but suddenly he was called again. This time it was Mrs. Martha, who said she had something else to tell him. She gasped in a rush, but said James asked about what she was going to produce. After calming down a bit, the girl added that, honestly, these were clothes that could be worn into battles. It's called Black Beast Fur, a special garment that is created by combining materials with monster skin. James was very surprised to hear such a thing, so he said he had never heard of such a thing before. But Martha replied that it was not surprising, for it was only made by their grandfather, whom even their father could not repeat after. After all, this skin is as strong as steel, and in terms of defense, it surpasses even a rank 9 combat uniform. It also increases the mana and physical abilities of its wielder, and in terms of beauty, nothing compares to it. Upon hearing this, James agreed that it sounded like a dream garment, and Martha said it was. She added that it has been her dream to create this garment since the day her grandfather told her about it. She also finally figured out who she would do it for. Then the girl took his hand and told him that they would see each other again soon. But James never seemed to get the girl's hint, asking Black who she wanted to make it for. In the meantime, Thomas came up to him, saying he had something to tell him before he sailed. He reported that he had found the spirit mage as the young master had requested, which was good news. James asked what his name was, and Thomas said he didn't know yet because he had asked his old friend to find him. And the man told him that he had found the best spiritual magician, so should have visited him before returning home. As a result, they stayed the night on the island, and in the morning they advanced to the city to pay the mage a visit. They walked into some building where they were met by a girl named Laura. She was the principal of the black market. Also, the girl had pointed out Thomas, saying she was his friend, and James was surprised that the man had such connections. However, the guy also introduced himself, saying he was glad to meet her. However, the girl reciprocated. James then thanked her for meeting them, as the principal must have been very busy. However, here he sensed something and motioned to the girl to remove all the guards that stood inside the room. He explained that he didn't want anyone to overhear their conversation, but Laura was shocked that he had seen everything. It amazed her that the guy had spotted the hidden guards using the invisibility effect in such a short time. Then the girl decided to do as he asked and apologized, making the two men in the room visible. As they left, James noticed that the guards looked pretty capable. The black market had a lot of clout. Black agreed, saying that money could buy everything from people, things, jobs to information. Meanwhile, Laura pointed them to a chair and sat opposite herself, inquiring as to the purpose of their visit. She said that Thomas said the guys were looking for the best spiritual magician, and asked if that was the case. And when James nodded, she showed the envelope, saying that it held very high-level information. James then asked if she was just granting it to him so easily, but Laura replied in the negative. She said first that she was indebted to Thomas, and second that he had been asking her day and night to do it. Thomas, who was nearby, acknowledged this, saying that his master deserved only the best of mages. James then asked if the current best living mage was not a certain Stoneford mage. But Laura replied that this was the generally accepted opinion. However, according to their data, there is another person. The girl was sure the guy hadn't heard of him. The mage's name was Horace, and they rated him the best. She added that they discovered him when he summoned 2 high-ranking spirits at the same time. But James himself knew of the man, for during the Great Rift in his past life, the man had been at the top of his game. But it seemed to Black that they were overestimating the wizard's merit a bit by asking if he had summoned the Spirit King. James, however, gravely replied that it was so. The magician Horace had played a great part in the day of the Great Rift. After all, he was the one who had summoned the Spirit King back then, so it was no surprise that the black market had already taken notice of him. A few hours later, they had already arrived at the mansion in the forest where the aforementioned mage lived. Such a residence was quite unusual, so James immediately sensed something mysterious. The guard sent by Laura said they made sure no one knew he was coming to the black market. When he left, James turned to Thomas, saying he didn't know the man had black market friends. But the man only cleared his throat awkwardly, saying that she was only a trustworthy friend. After all, most of the information and items the Lord had asked him to get were found thanks to her. It was then that James realized that this girl knew about all of his purchases, but still didn't leak that information. So he told Thomas that he wouldn't believe everything she said, but he would think positively of the girl. And then he knocked on the doors of the mansion, telling them it was time for them to go, and a moment later they were opened. The large doors did not open quickly and with a distinctive creak, but soon they heard someone's voice. A tall, sturdy, middle-aged man stood in front of them and asked who they were. The man had small eyes, so his gaze penetrated straight to the soul, making them uncomfortable. Black noticed that the man had an overwhelming aura, and James recognized the man as Horace, the best mage he could be. After all, he was an ability user who had summoned the Earth Spirit King to kill monsters. It was rumored that he had enough power to take down an entire region single-handedly. So strong he was, if you believed other people's stories, but for some reason, looking at him, James believed everything. He knew that the monsters he had killed in the dungeons were no match for the ones this mage had taken down. Even though he wasn't capable of summoning a Spirit King right now, he was still incredibly powerful. And then James suddenly bowed to him and introduced himself, saying that he had come to learn the ghostly art. Black and Thomas, who had been watching all of this, were surprised that he had done it so suddenly. But James knew that the mage Horace he remembered always recognized lies easily. So he did it deliberately, for speaking directly was the best way in this situation. The man began by asking how the lad had found him, for that surprised him even more than the ghostly art. Then James again held nothing back, saying that he had asked the black market to find a better mage. Horace replied that it was now clear to him why he felt he had been watched lately. Hearing this, James apologized, saying it was probably because of him, but the man stopped the guy. He thought it was rather unexpected himself, but it looked like the guy wasn't lying. Furthermore, he asked if he was a member of the family of the divine sword Bayek, for he could feel its power. James responded positively, saying that he was indeed the youngest son of the Beck family. Then Horace smiled a little and said that he liked the boy's attitude. This surprised him and Thomas, but then he added that not everyone could learn the art of the phantom sword. He went on to say that James seemed to have the right artifacts for this, but they weren't central to the art. With those words, the man turned toward the door, saying that he did not wish to take on an apprentice. However, James wasn't going to give up so easily and said that in that case, he would remove all the artifacts. Hearing this, Horace turned around to see what this guy was up to, for he didn't seem to be joking. And James had indeed discounted all the artifacts and stood before him with nothing, but still possessed all the elements. Seeing that he had succeeded in surprising the man, he asked if it was enough for the man to train him. Then Horace changed his mind and approached him again, placing his hand on James's shoulder. He asked him again who he was, for it was incredible that one man could possess all the attributes. And James looked at him with undisguised pride, for he had only recently acquired such an ability. Black knew this too, and he said that for this he should thank the system, which always bestows him with something. After a while, Horace gave up and agreed to at least listen to the guy for starters. He repeated his words, saying that he came here because he was looking for the best spiritual magician. And then the man said it all sounded ridiculous, and James smiled guiltily. However, Horace added to himself that this guy was so talented that he had all the attributes, which meant a lot could be expected of him. So after a little thought, he agreed to tell him everything he knew. Hearing this, James thanked him, calling him teacher, and Horace told the lad to take it slow. He added that he would not take him on as an apprentice and would only teach him the basics of the ghostly art. Before he started, he asked that the guy send back his guards, for he must do everything himself. James turned to Thomas, saying that he had heard everything himself, so he could help Era with her training for now. Noticing the guy talking to his guards, the mage realized that he wasn't like the rest of the Beck family. Indeed, the more one lives, the more one observes amazing things in this world. When Thomas left, they entered the grounds of the mansion and stood across from each other. The magician began by asking if James had thought about training all the attributes, and he answered in the affirmative. Then the old man said it would take a long time, so it wouldn't be easy, but James only smiled. He replied that as an old friend of his had said, he had great steadfastness of spirit. Hearing this, Horace smiled at him too, saying that his determination was worth praise, so he would show him the basics. Holding out his hand, he displayed small particles that appeared out of nowhere. The old man said that it was a simple energy from the spirit world, and his first training would be to fuse it. James then asked in surprise to show him how it was done, but Horace replied that everyone had their own method. So this will also be part of his training. He has to find his own way to accomplish the task. Assuming his susceptibility is 20, he has a 90% chance of being able to summon a small spirit. And to train that susceptibility, you had to go through a fair amount of training. As James realized, it all depended on luck, but he was willing to train hard to be able to perform the summons. At least he thought so, and meanwhile the old man asked if he had explained everything clearly. To this, James just smiled and responded positively, thinking that he was bound to do well. But Black didn't seem to understand anything. He wasn't happy that the Lord would train to summon random spirits. From that day on, a new phase of training began in his life, which was later reported to the elder. Thomas, who stood before him, kneeling down, replied that he didn't know what kind of training was involved. This time, however, he lied, because he decided that he should not be told everything that concerned his master, except that the elders suddenly said that it looked like the kid had decided to take his youngest son's side. Hearing this, Thomas was incredibly surprised, for he didn't think his father could recognize lies so well. But his father told him not to worry and to continue to stay close to James. After all, if he couldn't win over at least one bodyguard to his side, then there was something wrong with him. 3 days later, he finally managed to fuse simple energy from the spirit world. However, it was coming out very ridiculous and not at all like the old mage's old man, so the guy was getting a little frustrated. James realized that he was missing something, but he didn't yet understand what it was. Meanwhile, Black was enjoying the fact that the heavens had finally decided not to help him during training. But James solved this problem in his own way by opening a status window with his characteristics. He realized that since he lacked understanding, then he needed to improve it with wisdom. That was his strategy, to put all the points he had accumulated into wisdom to figure out how to move forward. A moment later, the status window reported a successful improvement in wisdom to 49, and James marveled at the result. Contrary to expectations, it was an easy way, and since his thinking and understanding had been expanded, he figured it out quickly. James took the sword, and when Black asked why he needed it, he replied that the old man had given him a clue back in the beginning. After all, he said that the mage had told him to find a familiar way to handle the task. Therefore, he would now try to fuse spiritual energy with his sword. He said he would use his susceptibility and sword to streamline it. With those words, he activated the Rasadam Aura Level 2 Black Wind feature. Somehow James was sure that this time a new method would bring him success, so he concentrated. All he needed to do was to put the aura and attribute into the sword, and then like cutting wood or stone, it will cut the spiritual energy. The guy set to work, performing quick movements with his sword. It felt like he was fighting an invisible opponent, but that wasn't really the case. After all, each cut he made drove the energy closer to the other particles, thus connecting. James was already a little tired, but determinedly continued to make the cuts, believing it would work. And now, when he was about to give up on this method, Black noticed that the gentleman seemed to be getting the hang of it. It was what was needed, because when you know you're on the right track, there's extra strength. This was the case for James, and soon a new status window appeared, stating that he had discovered a new sword path. The first door of the 10,000 swords, the Sword of Delight, opened first, followed by the fifth, the Sword of Justice, and the sixth, the Sword of Void. A sword piercing the sun was also created, which contained rapture, justice, and emptiness. Black said he earned it by training his aura, sword arts, and spiritual energy at the same time. He added that the Sword of Justice was an attribute that allowed him to pierce his target without error. James then asked if it was true that the Void Sword had no meaning. The answer was yes. However, Black added that it can always be filled with another meaning, and perhaps it will still prove itself. After all, when the Lord summons the spirit, he will be able to use the path of the sword that contains all 4 attributes. James listened to him with undisguised delight, so Black brought him down to earth. He yelled that it would only happen if he tried really hard, so don't let him count on the system. A friend explained that he just didn't like it when he received awards not for effort. Suddenly, an old man magician appeared out of nowhere and said he didn't think the guy would find his way so quickly. He praised him and pointed somewhere, saying that this was the spiritual energy he had just created. The old man added that he expected his resistance to fire to be high, but it turned out to be the opposite. James was in amazing harmony with him, allowing for a lot of future draft success. So after a few hours, the mage said that it was time for him to try to summon a spirit. In these few hours, James managed to unite the remaining attributes behind the same principle using his sword. But he replied that he had succeeded thanks to the old mage's instruction, something he was secretly proud of. Horus then pointed to the place he was to become, saying that there was a 91% chance of summoning a lower-class spirit. Then, after thinking about it for a bit, he decided to tell him one more thing so the guy wouldn't be disappointed. He told him to remember that if he summoned a weak spirit and then said he didn't like him, that is the possibility that the Spirit King will hate him, and he will never be able to make a contract with a spirit. James said he would remember that, and then the old man commanded the lad to start the draft. James stood in the spot indicated to him, put his hands up the way Horus had done before, and concentrated. He combined the energy of all 4 attributes in one place, on a special altar where the spirit was to appear. The guy didn't even look away when he heard something appear in the right place, continuing to concentrate. And then Horus reported that he had summoned the water spirit Nyx and the earth spirit, the earth turtle. Both spirits were low level but looked quite cute. Black was pouring with laughter for some reason. When asked by James why he was laughing, Black replied that he had finally seen the Lord's true power. After all, that one had summoned 2 low-level spirits, which meant his luck had finally run out. But James replied that it didn't matter to him. He thanked the spirits for showing up, and then he said he wanted to make a contract with them, and reached out his hand to the turtle's nose. Horus suggested that she was now sharing her aura with him, and the guy should do the same. He added that he should summon a wind spirit as well, for that one would be useful to him, and James obeyed. This time, the summoning effect lasted longer than the previous one, and the spirit was not of low rank either. The summoning site was flooded with bright light, and soon they saw a rather large beast appear on it. It looked like a wolf, and was white-green in color with bright green eyes and the same aura. Horus was surprised along with James, for he had just summoned a mid-level spirit. The old man thought that although not immediately, the boy had succeeded, which meant that he was very talented. Meanwhile, James held out his hand to his new spirit, letting him sniff it like a dog. And then he released some of his aura, and the wolf did the same, making a contract with the guy. James also remembered to give Black a tease, thanking him for when he starts talking. Amazing things always happen to him. Then Horus went up to him and said that the last spirit was left. He added that James in particular had developed fire attribute energy, so it was quite interesting. James didn't know what kind of spirit he would be able to summon this time, but he obediently complied. He did the same as before, but no one ever showed up at the summoning site, which was odd. James looked at the mage with a surprised look, and he thought for a moment, then answered. He said he didn't know the reason, but it seemed that James had been rejected because sometimes that happened. The mage added that the guy probably either scared or pissed off the ghost of the fire attribute. Or though it rarely happens, a ghost that is very hard to deal with persistently wants to appear before him. And James thought of his susceptibility to the attribute of fire, so it would be a great loss not to summon his spirit. Black then asked what he was going to do now, but the boy said he didn't have much left to do. He will do what he does best, endlessly trying and trying until he succeeds. The sun was already setting and he still kept trying to fulfill the call, but so far also without success. Sweat broke out on his face, but James didn't stop trying. This was his 7th attempt. Horace, who had been with him the whole time, told the lad not to overdo it. Black advised him the same, saying that at this rate the gentleman would pass out from exhaustion. But James didn't listen to anyone. His willpower was well developed, so he wished to see the result. Once again he performed the call, but that one was again unsuccessful as the spirit did not appear. Then Black told him not to be disappointed, because not everything in the world happens the way everyone would like it to. But while he was saying this, a pillar of huge bright flames suddenly appeared behind his back. It formed just at the point of the draft, so James immediately thought he had made it. The flames were so intense that he and Horace had to cover themselves with their hands from the heat to keep from going blind. And in the next instant, they saw the result of James's persistent efforts, the spirit he had summoned. It was an amazingly sized fire dragon that stood before the guy in all its glory. Horace was surprised to inform James that he had summoned a spirit of the highest rank, a flaming dragon. Suddenly, even Black told the Lord that this spirit was dangerous, so the boy asked how he knew him. Black explained that his past master had also confronted him and the spirit mage who had summoned him. But his past master was very frightened and had a hard time dealing with this spirit because it was incredibly strong. Black remembered how the past master had even considered running away as fast as possible to avoid continuing this fight. Horace, meanwhile, as if to confirm Black's words, also said that this spirit was dangerous. The old man said that if the guy didn't like the flame dragon, it would try to kill him. But James didn't seem at all bothered by his words. He was content to summon such a powerful being. The mage advised him to send the dragon back, but James replied that he wanted to make a contract with it. He approached the dragon, not even startled when it suddenly pointed its claws at him. James asked him if they would do it, and then for some reason agreed, as if talking to a spirit. He agreed to fight him and activated Rasadam's level 2 aura feature Black Wind. A huge amount of his aura appeared, which even covered the dragon with its purple luster. The surprised mage watched this with undisguised delight, for he knew the boy had talent. He understood that he had a high level in martial arts, but for him to be able to use aura so flawlessly, it was many times what he had expected, and it seemed he wasn't the only one surprised by James's strength. The flame dragon he had summoned was already looking at him without much hostility. And then, after a while, something incredible happened. The dragon leaned toward him for a contract. James walked over and put his hand on his horn, telling the dragon that he really liked him. A few days later, the guy was getting ready to leave and was just thanking the old mage for all the training. The one replied that he had only taught him the basics, and it would still take a long time to perfect the skill of summoning. He also added for the lad to be careful with the flame dragon, for so far he couldn't rein it in. At this they said goodbye, and Horace thought that of course he didn't know what the kid's purpose was, but he really wanted to see what he would achieve in his life, because his potential was huge. In the afternoon, James had already arrived at the residence of Divine Sword family Elder Beck. So there he was again, kneeling before him, and his father didn't even know where best to begin. He said he was aware that his son had gone off to train, but for a ghostly art. It was unexpected, so he demanded an explanation, but James had seen this coming. Black noticed that the elder was very angry, but the boy replied that he guessed he would be. So he had thought of the answer beforehand, for his father had called him here horribly knowing what he had been practicing. Black thought that this old man was as crazy as everyone in this family, for he was very angry. The elder really did have a murderous energy now, targeting his own child. Then James finally said that he'd been practicing the ghost art for the sake of the sword. That answer worked. He added that he would show him the success he had achieved right here and now if his father didn't believe him. Not that the old man didn't believe his son, but still he agreed to watch his progress while maintaining a cold stare. He then gave him permission to draw his sword, and James did so in a most unusual way. He used the energy of the fire attribute, so it turned out that his sword was fiery as if it had just come from the forge. And then he demonstrated what he had learned in the meantime by performing a black imperial projectile technique. This time, however, it came out light because of the fire, and he also had to narrow in on his target to avoid hitting his father. After this small demonstration, James hid his sword, saying that he hoped it was enough. And the old man asked him if the guy was so eager to make his sword an attribute that he even went for such a thing. James agreed, saying what he had said before. He did not wish to follow the same path as others, so he would find his own way. He added that this was his way of rising to the top of the Baek divine sword family, and his father was surprised. He was unaccustomed to hearing such a thing from his child's mouth, so he laughed like a child again. Then he wondered if the guy really went out of his way to become the strongest anyone here. James realized then that his answer was overflowing with arrogance, and it probably didn't please his father. But the elder didn't say a word after that, nodding one last time that James could go and he would call him. As the lad left, the old man thought he was increasingly exceeding his expectations, and that was very gratifying. The elder knew that the time would soon come when he would point out his heir, and it looked like it would be very soon. And Black continued to berate him, calling him a psychopath because he aimed his sword at his father. James was a little even with his accusations, for such a response was quite risky. However, he knew he would definitely reach the top someday, so he wanted his father to see it too. Black only breathed a sigh of relief at that, saying that he was glad everything had ended well. James then headed to the sword pavilion to get some practice and clear his head of thoughts. The status window stated that he had fully completed the sword path-based study and had won the title. As a consequence of the effect of this title, all of his characteristics were increased by 1, and this effect was reapplied. James thought he was lucky again, because now it appeared that each of his characteristics had increased by 2. And then, as a reward, he was to choose one of the higher sword paths, of which there were 5 in total. Flow, Change, Illusion, Flight, and Cut. James had to choose between these paths. He thought for a moment before choosing the card he wanted, because he actually wanted to choose all of them. Black, as always, was shocked that the system was giving him everything, and he really didn't like it. But he was powerless here. James then began to analyze. He knew that the Sword of Flux flowed smoothly, the Sword of Apology changing its attack trajectory. Sword of Illusions, a path that creates illusions and causes the enemy to fall into a stupor. Next came the Sword of Slashing, allowing you to cut through enemy attacks, and finally the Path of Flight, able to make the sword hover. Then Black remarked that if he reached the end point of the Sword of Flight, he could comprehend the Sword of Control. This blade allows you to control the weapon with just the power of your mind, and James thought that was pretty cool. But Black brought him down to earth again, saying that he hadn't even comprehended the Sword of Flight yet, which James already knew. Then he suggested that perhaps the most practical thing for him to do now would be the Sword of Change. Black agreed, saying it would probably be the best option for the gentleman at the moment. James chose this path, and the status window gave out that the base of the Sword of Change would be proportional to his wisdom. His choice card lit up, showing his current wisdom characteristic, which was 51%. He even smiled at Black, for he had made the right choice. Wisdom would come in handy for him many times over. Black smiled back at him, adding that his wisdom would be important in the future. Soon James was on his way to the exit of the pavilion, saying that now was a good time to try everything out. After all, he needed a place where he could train the Sword of Change to apply it in a duel. And then suddenly, one such place came to his mind. James smugly thought it would be fun. It turned out that he had come to the small training ground of the Baek divine sword family. Almost all the swordsmen of the family trained here, practicing their skills in sparring. The small training area was now the location of Julia's squad, which had been kicked out of Pavilion 7. So it was no surprise that when James set foot on her property, everyone present immediately hated him. But the guy realized it himself, saying that they all probably wanted to kill him for taking the pavilion away from them. Black noticed that the gentleman was pushing hard for a fight, so he asked if he was sure everything was going to be okay. But James answered him not to worry, for that was his plan. He approached the swordsman. One of them said that if the young gentleman had come to mock them, let him act. He added that he was the reason they were having a hard time, and James said he was here to offer them something. But the guy turned his back on him, saying they weren't interested in any of his offers. Hearing this, James pretended as if he was surprised, saying that it came out that they didn't want their pavilion back. This made the guys change their minds, and they thought James could at least be listened to. One of them asked what he meant, to which James replied that they got it right. Just in case, he explained that he would immediately return the 7th Sword Pavilion to them if they defeated him. It must have piqued their interest, for there was no better training than a real fight. Black asked if that was really what his plan was, and James explained that what he had taken away from Julia consisted of the best swordsmen. They were the sword masters of change in the Baek family. and surely these guys wouldn't be able to reject his offer. Then one of those who first spoke to him asked if he was serious about going for it. James responded positively, saying that if they didn't believe him, he would swear on the name of their family's sacred sword. Hearing that he wasn't joking, the guys began a brief negotiation with each other, consulting on how to proceed. Black noticed that they already thought they were going to defeat him, and James laughed quietly, saying that's what they must think. After a while, the headman said they were accepting his bet, and asked how the match was going to go. James replied that it would be good to determine the outcome quickly, so it's also a one-on-one fight with the best of their squad. He added that they would have a fair sword competition with no tricks, so the choice was theirs. The guy who was considered their main man was wary, for James only wanted to fight with swords. He didn't know where James got his swagger from, but he was no match for him in sword-wielding. So he introduced himself, saying that his name was Dyson, and he would be the one to fight the young master. He added that he was captain of Julia's sword squad, but James only reminded him that there were no indulgences in duels. I mean, the guy had to try not just to take him down to the ground, but to completely destroy him. This shocked Dyson a little, however he replied that he would do as he told him. Black, on the other hand, said he could clearly feel his anger now, but James replied that that was what he wanted. After all, you can learn a lot from a man who puts his whole soul into the offense. The guys were given special swords for fencing during the duel and told to get ready. Both opponents stared tensely into each other's eyes, waiting for the command, and then it followed. Dyson said before the fight that he wouldn't hold back, so he would start first and ran at James. Toth took a defensive stance, preparing to repel his every attack, whatever it turned out to be. Literally from the first attack, it was clear why this squad was staged with their sword arts. Dyson skillfully used the path of the Sword of Change, so each of his strikes was difficult to anticipate. James fought back as best he could, but so far the initiative wasn't on his side, and he realized it. Suddenly, Dyson made an exchange maneuver, and he almost managed to hit James, but he managed to bounce away. However, the enemy had already hovered over him in the air, intending to attack from above, which was quite clever. James realized, to his surprise, that he didn't have time to block this attack, so he did. Dyson led the attack, aiming for his hand that he was holding the sword with, and James could barely hold the weapon. The guy saw that he was specifically losing, but so far his opponent hadn't even been able to fell him, so there was still a chance. But Dyson was also thinking the same thing. He figured he had a chance to win now, for the Lord was hardly defending himself. Black said that the gentleman should be more careful, or he might even lose to this guy. However, James told Black not to worry, for he was already slowly getting accustomed. With those words, he activated his super concentration, and a plan had already matured in his mind. Dyson didn't notice it, so he continued to attack, but soon it became clear to him that James had changed. He was now easily blocking his every attack, preventing him from touching himself, and he was doing it very quickly. Dyson marveled at this change in him, trying to figure out what had caused it, since a moment ago he was losing to him. And James continued to block all his blows, preparing for the counterattack that was to be decisive. Here he blocked another blow, and his expression changed again. This time he was serious. A violet glint of his aura flashed in his eyes. This was the activation of his martial, mysterious body. He could see it now, the trajectory of the sword, and the way his opponent was using it. He could see it even with his eyes closed. Black, who had been observing the gentleman, said that the system had indeed gifted him with unique abilities. After all, by supplying him with rewards, she created a crazy monster that always came out a winner. After a few seconds, Dyson lowered his sword, leaning on it. He was tired and could barely stay on his feet. His whole body was covered in sweat, and the guy was breathing heavily, not realizing what had just happened. James, meanwhile, asked if that was all he was capable of, since the man had said he was a captain. In that case, there was only one thing left to do. End it there, and he prepared for a decisive attack. In the blink of an eye, James was beside him and swung at the guy who didn't even raise his sword to defend himself. But still, Dyson was able to find the strength to block that punch as well. He called James a psycho, and the latter took it as a compliment, for he used his own sword art of change. The other swordsmen in Julia's squad were also surprised that the young lord was capable of this as well. Dyson thought it couldn't be, for this art required long practice and training. He screamed in frustration that James couldn't fake the sword art he'd been trained in all his life. The bitterness of this gave him strength, and Dyson was able to go on the attack again, swinging his sword in his opponent's face. What he didn't know was that James had spent all this time training too, so his skills were no imitation. In an instant, he was behind the guy's back and punched him in the neck, making Dyson's eyes go black. He fell to the ground, his weapon falling out of his hand, and James said that a swordsman should not be influenced by emotion. Black said it wasn't something he should say, but James replied that he had won, so he was allowed. He saw that thanks to Dyson, his understanding of the Sword of Change had improved a lot. All the fun was interrupted by the voice of a girl who suddenly appeared from somewhere and approached them. Julia asked him what he was doing here. She was dressed in what looked like a tracksuit, so probably working out. Seeing her, James was surprised and asked if the girl's punishment had expired so quickly, but Julia didn't answer. She ignored his teasing, pointing at Dyson and asking what had happened here. To this, James replied that they had merely had a little duel as a bet. But Julia didn't believe him, and then another guy from her squad confirmed James's words about a fair bet. Then his sister got angry, asking if he was using her sword squad to tease her. One of her boys asked his mistress to calm down, but she yelled at him and he shut up. Julia then turned to James, saying that right there she would end it once and for all. But the girl managed to quickly change her mind when she saw his aura, which had gotten even stronger in that short time. She pointed this out, saying that her petite siblings seemed to have changed a lot since the last time they met. However, she also knew that he hadn't reached her level yet, which meant she had a better chance of winning. The girl told herself that she should kill this underling right now before he got even stronger. She had already activated her aura when suddenly a guard approached them, reporting an urgent message. It was from an elder and stated that all direct relatives of the Beck family were to gather in his hall. Then James thought that the time had finally come, for there was only one reason for gathering them all. He already knew what the elder would tell them, though he didn't think it would be so soon. But still it was. After all, there was only one event that even the first brother participated in, the announcement of the heir. Soon all the relatives arrived at the elder's hall, but no one spoke to each other. James figured that was the reason Julia had returned so early from her punishment. It looked like father was still getting ready in his private room. Then there was one other person left. The guy turned his head toward the exit, and after a few seconds, someone's footsteps were heard there. The first brother of the Divine Sword Beck family, Gilbert Beck, who had been on the front lines the entire time. He was already in his late 30s, and all the brothers and sisters respected him as well as their father, for he was very strong. Gilbert's appearance could only mean one thing. Today, the elder would announce his successor. Black noticed that the gentleman spoke of the first brother as if it was the first time he had seen him. But James said it was. After all, this was their first meeting. He had never seen him live in his previous life, so he was surprised. But the brother looked really cool. The sheer amount of paraphernalia he wore was eye-popping. Gilbert Beck was always ahead of them all, and even seemed not to care about the rest of the family. Black analyzed him, saying that this man was strong. He was at least rank 8, maybe even rank 9. James agreed with this conclusion, saying that the first brother was second only to his father in strength, but understandably so. The guy also added that he should definitely become stronger than the two of them, so he will do everything for that. After a while, the announcement was heard that an elder was coming, and all the children lined up in 2 rows. Father walked across the bottom and sat down in his customary throne chair, throwing back a leg and giving everyone a stern look. He asked if everyone present knew the reason he had gathered them in this room. Gilbert answered for everyone, saying that the reason for this was the choice of an heir to take his father's place. Hearing this from his lips, the elder asked why the eldest son thought so, but he only smiled. He replied that otherwise the old man would not have called him, so the reason was quite logical. It was both bold and impertinent, but his father liked that answer, saying that Gilbert was, as always, insightful, and then turned to all present, saying that he would tell them the method by which he would choose an heir. There were 8 candidates total, so he asked if they thought it was too many. Everyone but Gilbert looked at him in amazement, as if asking what his father meant, and the one showed 4 fingers, saying that half of them would be quite enough, and the rest would drop out. James noticed that it was different from what it had been in his previous life, but it seemed like it was meant to be. Probably everything he did had an impact on the future course of events, so it's not surprising that the selection changed. The elder meanwhile continued, saying he would make choices based on everyone's accomplishments. Martial arts and physical strength, achievement and honor, they could use it all. This way, they would not only elevate their reputation, but also the reputation of the Beck Divine Sword family. Sooner or later, someone was bound to have questions, and that person turned out to be the younger John. He raised his hand, saying embarrassedly that he was still young and lacked strength and experience in martial arts. He asked how he could compete with the others, but the elder was surprised at such a question. He said that if he was going to use weak excuses, he could give up right now. When John heard this, he was frightened and said that he had been foolish, so he apologizes for it. Plus, the father added that the youngest of the family has proven that age has no correlation to achievement. After all, the Beck Divine Sword family's strength recently was due to James Beck's activism. And then he suddenly said openly that if the guy continued like this, he would have no problem being selected as heir. Such high praise made everyone marvel, and James bowed his head to his father in gratitude. But Black noticed that his father was indeed very cruel, for he had said those words deliberately. It was done to exalt him before the others, which meant only one thing. James would be their target from now on. James agreed with Black that this was all starting to get tiresome, but it still had to happen sometime. Father then said that he had voiced everything he wanted to say, and everyone but Gilbert could go back to their business. As James left the gym, he thought he would surpass them all and bring the Beck family to the top. Soon, Gilbert Beck was alone in the hall, and the elder noticed that they had not seen each other for a long time. The eldest son was silent, for he knew his father well enough to know what he was about to say. But this time, his father didn't go with his script, and again noticed that the guy hadn't changed much since their last meeting, and then suddenly added that it was even a little disappointing, and his gaze darkened. Gilbert then asked what reason he had for choosing his heir so early. After all, even if age has nothing to do with achievement, some were not even 20 years old yet. He also asked if Barbara and Kevin didn't become prominent, so why provoke conflict? To this, the elder also responded with a question, asking if the eldest son knew about the insect pot. If you collect a few poisonous insects in a clay pot and cover it with a lid, they will fight among themselves. This will continue until the very end, until there is only one survivor left, which will be the most poisonous. This phenomenon was what was called a pot of insects, and Gilbert asked if that was how he saw them. To this, the elder calmly replied that he too had once been one such insect, and he trampled those who tried to climb up, so the last survivor gets everything. Gilbert then shouted that it wasn't about insects but human lives, asking if his father didn't care. He said that someone might also die, but the old man suddenly shouted, saying that the eldest son was a chump. The elder added that people who are weak enough to not draw this competition deserve to die. And at the end, he said that because Gilbert never got rid of his compassion, he couldn't cross the martial arts wall. Hearing this, the first brother turned around to leave, throwing in a final nod that he would take the path of his own choosing. Then the elder replied that he expected that the son would not be interested in becoming heir. When Gilbert was within a chance of the door, he asked him if his eldest son was definitely going to leave the family. The man paused for a few seconds and then replied that he was indeed going to do that. However, he seemed to have one piece of unfinished business, for here was a person of interest to him. James was lying on the floor of the training area of his pavilion, and Black decided to ask him something. He asked if the gentleman really wasn't going to do anything, but the guy pretended not to understand. Then Black reminded him that it had been a week since the competition between the heirs had been announced, and he wondered why the guy had such an indifferent attitude about it, since everyone was already working hard. But James replied that while his siblings were sorting out the assignment and the various missions, he could ponder in peace. However, Black stated that he was just slacking off, and James didn't deny it either. He added that he feels unaccustomed to looking at flowers and stars lately. The guy didn't know how to describe it, but it felt like he was about to have a great idea. Black changed his attitude toward the Lord then, wondering if he had reached a new level. He then told James that he may have reached the level of incarnation, and that was impressive. After all, martial artists who have reached this level are able to create skills from what they have seen and felt. But when James asked if it wasn't wonderful, Black replied in the negative. He could no longer tell what the gentleman had developed better, luck or ability. And James replied that anyway, he could figure something out if he thought about it some more. However, his thoughts were interrupted by Austin, who suddenly appeared with an assignment from the administrative department. This assignment involved a divine sword, and James thought he had finally figured out what to do next. However, as he read the terms of the assignment, he frowned more and more, and Black asked what it consisted of. But all James thought was that there might be a conflict with a very large guild soon. The guy then turned to Austin, asking him to get the car ready for tomorrow morning. He would explain the rest later. The next day was sunny and warm, so they quickly made it to their desired destination, Skytown. James was already walking along with some guy who apparently represented the Beck family here. He tells James that Skytown has been invaded by the family of the Divine Sword Beck's family. To make matters worse, the citizens had been damaged, and some of their group was also wounded, as well as the guy himself. James then asked him what exactly had happened, and he began his story about the Yan family. It was a large guild similar in size to the Beck Divine Sword family, and James remembered everything. He told Black that they had often provoked conflicts with their family, and then suddenly they opened a branch in Skytown. But the more territories a family has, the more advantages. In some cases, a lot can be achieved. That's what the guy they were walking with said, and James agreed with him, except there was nothing of value in Skytown. Their new acquaintance pointed this out as well, saying that there were no dungeons or rifts here. The branch manager of the Beck family was only rank 5 for this very reason. James asked about the main man in the Yang family. The guy replied that the branch manager of the Yan family branch was Harry Yan's 9 Swords of Change. Hearing that name, James even smiled a little, for they were well acquainted with the man. He explained to Black that Harry Yang was quite famous for his Sword of Change. James thought he was of the same level as Julia, and this would be his chance to get a better look at the Sword of Change. But Black asked if the Lord thought the man would just come out like that and offer to fight him. James replied that of course that would not happen, however he knew Harry Yang well. So just create a situation where he can't avoid a duel with him, James Beck. Meanwhile, they had come to the place they wanted, a branch of the great Yang family in Skytown. The guy from the Beck family said that as far as James could see, they had built a solid wall and gate, except it was done right in the middle of the territory of the Divine Sword Beck family. James wanted to break down this gate, and his interlocutor said they had already tried to solve this problem but in vain. They would like to talk to the branch manager, but he won't even agree to meet with them. James then replied that the answer in this situation was obvious. They would go in on their own if they were unwilling to come out to them. He adopted an attacking stance, intending to smash the gate in front of him with his new attack. At the same time, in the great Yang family's territory, ordinary swordsmen were sweeping the courtyard, preparing it for an important event. They were following the instructions of one man who was unusually powerful in their family. His name was Harry Yang, and he had a plan to get rid of the family of the Divine Sword Bayek in Skytown. Suddenly, one of the swordsmen dared to ask if Beck's people and families would allow all this. He added that one of them had recently become quite famous for his rather daring battles. Then the other swordsman also stopped sweeping the floor and started discussing James, who was to come here. Harry Yang asked if they were referring to the youngest son from the Divine Sword Beck family, and he even knew his name, James Beck. They'd met once before. One of the swordsmen said that this guy broke up a tiered guild, if rumors were to be believed. But Harry replied that rumors were apt to be exaggerated, for this James was still a child. He added not to let his swordsman make a big deal out of it, for this boy wasn't that strong. Especially, he asked them, were they not on his side? For if not, he would consider them his enemies. He also asked if they were going to go beg the Divine Sword Beck family to accept them. But Harry soon calmed down, saying that this guy from the Beck family must be really strong. Harry wanted to add that he wasn't crazy enough to do that, but was cut short halfway through. Because the next instant, their lauded gate fell at the hands of the very youngest son of the Beck family. The swordsman from the Yang family watched in amazement as he came out from under the rubble of the gate and hid his sword. And James looked at them with a calm gaze and found it immediately. Harry Yang also looking at him in surprise. Then James suddenly shouted for them all to hear that he was a descendant of the Divine Sword Beck family. He then added that he had come to make them pay for trespassing on their family's property. And he ended his speech by challenging their branch manager, Harry Yang, to a duel. Everyone, without exception, was surprised, as if on cue, when he said those words, for it meant that a fight would begin here. The swordsman thought James was crazy, but he didn't care. He was almost there. But it took less than a minute for the guy from the Yang family to pull themselves together. They realized they were outnumbered. Usually those in the majority won unconditionally, but in this guy's case, that method didn't work. James told them to stay out of the way, calling them minnows, and the two, though not without anger, still backed away. Then the branch manager of the Yang family finally approached him. Harry asked if it was really James Beck. He then asked what the guy was putting on this whole show for. Did he really want to start a war between their families? But James replied that they were the ones who started it all, so he didn't start any war first. Harry didn't like his answer. He wondered if the guy thought he was acting justly. That's when James suggested they finally fight. The winner takes the Skytown ward. Such a statement greatly surprised and angered Harry. He wondered if James had lost his mind. Black agreed with him this time, adding that the gentleman didn't seem to be thinking about losing at all. He liked that attitude of his, however, so of course Black was on his side and believed in him. Plus, it was actually D.D. James's plan, since he knew that Harry Young had an inflated ego. And he can't refuse a challenge if he's thrown down by an inferior in rank, because everyone was looking at him. Harry himself thought roughly the same thing, realizing that he couldn't help but accept his challenge from this cocky guy. However, he still tried to calm down and settle things without a fight, saying that the matter of the duel was quite serious. But James didn't let him finish, seeing how he decided to walk away from the challenge, taking advantage of his position of leadership. James said that it all made sense to him now. Harry Young had turned out to be nothing more than a helpless scarecrow. In that case, James asked him to take a dump and bring the real boss of the Yeon family to him. Hearing this, Harry couldn't hold back any longer. Letting this creep continue to humiliate him was not an option. He unleashed his scarlet aura, saying that he would tear him to pieces if he so desired. Black noticed that the boy would clearly be enlisted as a saint if he kept his cool after James's words. And the one was about to say that he would take this chance to complete the task and increase the Sword of Change skills. However, cut short by the fact that they had a new surprise assignment in front of them. According to his terms, James had to analyze all the changes of Harry Young's sword and defeat him. Black, as always, said that the system must have broken down and wants to make a monster out of Mr. A moment later, the two opponents stood opposite each other, preparing to begin their duel. Harry said thinking James wouldn't use spirits since it was a sword duel, and the man asked if branch manager Yeon had chickened out. In that case, he would calm him down and not use the spirits. It was an obvious provocation, but it worked on Harry. He clenched his sword and waited patiently for the signal, and when it was given, was the first to rush to the attack, saying he would tear James's mouth to shreds. The latter managed to block the first blow, however, without any problems, so now it was his turn. He activated Rasadam's level 2 aura feature Wings of Flame, as well as super concentration. For a moment, their auras collided with each other and became visible to the other swordsmen like two walls. But very quickly, the dark purple wall threw back a scarlet red wall. It was Harry who jumped back. Looking at James, he was convinced of the truth of the rumors about his unique black aura that inspired fear. However, it was precisely because he was getting uncomfortable at the sight of her that Harry decided to end it quickly. He concentrated his aura into his legs and jumped upwards, where he began swinging his sword, performing his art. Blow after blow, he came closer and closer to James, who realized the guy was using the sword art of change. It was becoming increasingly difficult to defend as the trajectory of Harry's sword was unpredictable. He was already in a frenzy, thinking that victory was now on his side, and attacked without giving him time to counterattack. But James missed punches, not because he didn't have time to block them, but because the task required it. He knew that Harry Young was his family's outstanding swordsman, so he must have mastered good techniques. His hunch was justified when he suddenly changed his grip on his sword, telling James to brace himself for defeat. The technique was called the Bright Light of 9 Changes, and Harry was using it against James right now. Honestly, that one stood for a few seconds in shock at what he saw, so he lost precious time. And then Harry directed his attack at him, which was very much like a swirl of bright aura. Black shouted out what his master was doing, for instead of looking at his opponent, he kept his eyes on the attack. Suddenly, the status window gave out that he had discovered a new sword path since he had achieved enlightenment through incarnation. James, as if he expected it, threw himself into the fight with renewed vigor. This time he knew what he was going to do. Now it was his turn to attack, so he swung around, preparing for his first wind attack. He hit the black Imperial projectile, only twisting it with the wind attribute for better results. His aura terrified Harry, for though he had heard of it long ago, this was the first time he had seen its power. Black was surprised at what he was doing with his aura now, asking what his master was up to. And then one by one, status windows started appearing saying that he had opened 3 more 10,000 swords gates. The 3rd gate is the Sword of Power, the 7th gate is the Sword of Change, and the 8th gate is the Sword of Illusion. James got all of this just in time, so he swung at his opponent again, using the already new sword path. All Harry could see in front of him was a huge looming cloud of aura, with James's sword swirling inside. He realized that if he didn't block it, that sword would pierce his heart, so the guy tried to stop it. He had underestimated James's strength, however, and a hail of blows fell on him so suddenly that his sword fell out of his hand. And then there was a large explosion of aura, with James using his full power at the center of it. A few seconds later, it was clear who had won this duel, for Harry lay there and didn't move. James, on the other hand, was on his feet with his sword in his hand. He was finally learning a new art in this fight. His new accomplishment was also noticed by all the swordsmen present from the Yang family, who were shocked. After all, they had never seen such sword art before, and James addressed them in a menacing tone. He told the boys to pack their bags and get the hell out of here, because this was Beck family territory. Julia came to the elder to report on the successfully completed task he had assigned her. The father praised his daughter, saying she did better than he expected, but her younger brother tried even harder. The elder revealed that James had independently wiped out the great Yang family in Skytown. He added that the more he watched him, the more he reminded her of him in his youth, at which point he told her to go. As Julia left the hall, she was taken by anger that this creep's assignment coincided in time with her mission. However, the girl realized that she would have to work even harder now if she wanted to claim to be an heiress. Though she might not get her way at this rate, it couldn't be allowed to happen, so she hatched a plan. Julia thought that, in that case, she might take that man up on his offer, even though it would be a little dangerous. Meanwhile, James was sitting in his room accepting the awards he had received for today. He touched the hearts of many and brought suffering to them and received 1,200 points and a modified reward in addition. Reading all of this along with him, Black only waved his hands in despair, saying that Mrs. System is broken. But James didn't care about that. With the help of the Incarnation, he discovered a new sword path and gained 1,000 points plus the title. Seeing that Black was getting even angrier, James told him to stop and help him better with his card choice. Black calmed down a bit then, but still said he didn't have any luck with lotteries. James only smiled at that, saying that he still wanted his friend to pick a card at least once. And Black pointed to the map to his left without thinking long, and James said the man didn't even look at them. But Black replied that he just didn't trust luck, because you should always rely only on your own strength. The reward he chose turned out to be a 10-0-0 sword enhancement card, and all of his stats increased by 2 levels. It was a legendary card, and Black was surprised he chose something like this, since James had everything upgraded by a full 2 levels. The guy pretty much said that Black happens to have amazing luck, so now he can always pick the cards. And he also received something from the great Yang family, and he wondered what those had sent as an apology. There turned out to be a mountain plant that caused death in 9 breaths, red ginseng, and silver moon. They all help raise resistance to poisons if he uses them correctly. James thought he would have a huge advantage if he had this skill. Then Black told him that the gentleman needed to think about the degree of absorption, for the effect depended on it. James nodded and then called out to Austin, saying that he would need to retreat to the sword pavilion for a bit. So he wanted the guy to do something for him, and the guy enthusiastically replied that he would fulfill any request. Seeing his attitude, James smiled, adding that it would take a lot of effort. After a while, he had already arrived at his sword pavilion, first heading over to those already practicing. Thomas and Ara were just finishing up practice, but when they saw James, they stopped it immediately and said hello. Thomas said that Mrs. Ara is a very fast learner, so he has already had time to teach her the basics. James praised the girl, saying that she was a great smart girl, plus she was now a rank 1 swordswoman. However, he then added that in that case, they were going to the dungeon tomorrow, and the girl had a shock. Thomas, on the other hand, congratulated her on the fact that tomorrow would be her first trip to such an unusual place. Era thanked him embarrassedly and then turned to James, saying that she had one request. She said she wanted to clear the dungeon alone, a decision that couldn't help but surprise. The girl added that she had heard the young master had killed the boss in the dungeon himself when he was also rank 1. So she also wanted to try her luck and strength, because for some reason she felt like she could handle everything. James hesitated for a while, but Black told him to let her, saying there would be no problem. He added that Ara was much stronger now than the Lord was as a rank 1 swordsman, so everything would be fine. James then replied to the girl that he was letting her do it alone, but if it was hard for her, let her not force herself. The next day they were on site. James was already getting bored of these dungeons. However, Ara has kept her word so far, defeating one after another of the vicious goblin monsters. The girl had already tackled half of the entire dungeon, and she only had a couple monsters and a boss left. But as it turned out, James had come after her and was watching Ara in disguise. He told Black that this time would be the only time he follows her just in case. And Black said he was a complete fool, for he had been told not to worry or doubt the girl. And Ara herself demonstrated this with her skills, defeating all the goblins without stopping. James was very happy for her and cheered like a child, and Black thought that was partly the case. But suddenly, Ara was approached by two unknown men who appeared to be swordsmen as well. The girl asked in surprise what was wrong, but seemed to get into more trouble by doing so. One of those two guys, a fat guy, pointed his finger at her and said she was trespassing on their property. Hearing this, Ara, a little unaware of the whole situation, bowed to them, apologizing. Then the guys, seeing that she was a rookie, shouted at her to give her the mana stones from the monsters and get lost. James and Black, watching from cover, became very angry at this behavior of the swordsman. But James managed to restrain himself from rushing over to them and sorting things out on his own. Black also noticed that the swordsman looked weak, asking if the Lord was just going to observe. The one replied that they would just wait and see what Ara would do, and she just gave them her booty. The girl turned around to leave, saying she'd find another place, and the guys cheered her defeat. As Ara left, they shouted unpleasant words after her, but were generally pleased to have been rewarded. One of the sneers they said was that she must have been trained by a chump like her. This the girl couldn't stand it anymore. She turned around and decided that now she wouldn't let these two go. After all, they dared to insult her young master, even though they themselves were many times weaker than him. She turned to them, asking if the guys weren't taught good manners. Ara pointed her sword at them, telling them that they better take back what they said and apologize. But the guys seemed to think of her as some kind of laughingstock because they didn't take her words seriously. That's when Ara had to finally use her strength. She punched the fat man in the face with her fist. The blow was so hard that the man fell to the ground, his blood dripping from his head and from Ara's hand. The girl, meanwhile, said she would not allow anyone to speak ill of the man who gave her everything. After all, he had taken her and trained her, and if she ever heard such a thing from their mouths again, she would cut off their heads with her sword. James listened to all of this and couldn't help but feel proud of his student. He was glad she was able to defend the honor. Black agreed with him, saying that Ara had indeed become much more confident through training. The guys were still trying to put up some resistance to overpower the girl, but in vain. She moved quite fast and threw very accurate punches, albeit small in comparison to James. But there was no need for her to use her sword here, so Ara used all the skills of her body. James noticed that the girl was using the punches he had taught her himself, and it was a pleasure to watch. But here the guys were finally able to get to their feet and grab their swords, saying she wasn't getting out of here alive. Only Ara hadn't planned such a thing, she replied. It was they who let them have no hope of leaving here alive. They rushed at each other, and though the guys had a clear advantage, Ara was not inferior in strength. She faced the fat man, but realized she couldn't overpower him, for she lacked strength. She fought off two at once, and it was amazing how neither attack hit her. The swordsman turned out to be not so weak. At least if she had held her own with them individually, she would have won. Ara realized this, but there was nothing she could do. Her strength was already at its limit. Meanwhile, the guys were lashing out, saying that a lowlife like her was only capable of talking. However, it was said in vain because they didn't know the most important thing about Ara's mysterious battle body ability. Thanks to her, the girl began to understand her opponent's movements little by little and could anticipate them. James noticed that she was using her ability by reading the guy's sword techniques. But now it looked like the girl was done and was ready for another round, intent on getting her revenge. These changes were also noticed by the guys, who were surprised that she stopped losing to them all of a sudden. One of them shouted, "Did her stupid teacher only teach the girl how to block?" This infuriated Ara even more, and she lunged at them, saying that they were only insects wasting oxygen. And the boys smiled evilly, for that was their plan, to have the girl herself approach them. When she had gotten far enough away, they swung their swords again, but this time it was different. Ara was able to block both of their punches at the same time, as if she knew ahead of time where the guys would hit. She also positioned her sword so that their blades hit it with their tips, causing them to fly apart. The surprised swordsmen stood with their broken weapons and didn't understand what they should do now. The only thing left was to admit defeat and get away before this girl blew their heads off. But the guys were so shocked that they couldn't move, still not understanding how she was able to fend off 2 attacks at once. Ara turned to them then, returning to the words she had spoken earlier about her master. The girl approached them, asking what she said would happen if they said such nonsense again. The boys covered themselves with their hands, looking at her fearfully, for they knew the answer was imminent retribution. It wasn't hard to guess what happened next, as loud screams were heard throughout the dungeon. A few minutes later, the swordsman lay defeated on the ground with the girl towering over them. She said she would probably stop there, but advised them to learn some manners. Ara then walked further into the depths of the dungeon, hoping she wouldn't be too late for the boss, for she had to fight him as well. After seeing her straighten up those 2 bullies, James told Black that they could go back, and the man reminded him what he had said. This venture had no point from the beginning, for the girl had become strong. James agreed with him, and when they were already standing at the exit of the dungeon, Ara ran up to them a couple minutes later. James smiled at her, asking how it went, and the girl, beaming with happiness, replied that she had defeated her boss. She told me something was a goblin fighter, but she was able to quickly get used to his attacks and apply the techniques. She added that they were techniques he had taught her, and James praised her, but asked if anything else had happened. The girl seemed to be sold out of her thoughts, so she didn't immediately realize what the young gentleman was asking. It took her a few seconds to think, and sure enough, she remembered her incident. However, she replied to James that nothing had happened, and he understood and smiled awkwardly back at her. The girl apparently noticed some oddity in his reaction, but didn't pay much attention to it. And Black had said he should do a better job of leading his subordinates, and James didn't deny it. Meanwhile, Thomas came to them. He was just in time because James had already decided what to do next. But the guy said the gentleman needed to see something right now, saying it was urgent. When James arrived at the place Thomas had brought him to, he saw a small version of the flame dragon. He was playing with swords, and Thomas explained that he himself didn't know how, but the spirit had suddenly summoned itself. James was very surprised by this, but Thomas went on to say that he felt the energy of the spirit in the little guy. Black said that the master might not count on him now, since he too was seeing it for the first time. James then pulled out the phone he now always carried with him, saying he should ask someone who knew. He called the mage Horatius, asking if contract spirits could summon themselves. Of course, the old man on the other end of the line was surprised and asked for an explanation, but James replied that it was hard to do. He took a few moments, however, to bring the mage up to speed, and he laughed in surprise. He said James was special, but his spirit was as good as the guy. Then the old man said to come see him when he called. James didn't even have time to think about the mage hanging up so quickly before he suddenly heard a voice outside. Someone was calling for him, and Thomas volunteered to go look himself, but James said they would go together. Opening the doors, Thomas asked menacingly why he was making noise right in front of the sword pavilion. The swordsman knelt before them and introduced himself as Davis and apologized for his rude behavior. He bowed to the ground again and said that no one but the young master could help him, so he asked him to do so, asked him to save his comrades, and such a request surprised them both. When James asked what he meant, the swordsman explained that they had gone on a reconnaissance mission. It was a low-level dungeon, but there turned out to be a rift, and a monster with a level higher than they thought appeared. Black in turn added that dungeons can narrow, which is the reason why this happens, though it's quite rare. And Davis continued, saying he sought help from the admin department and other Beck family heirs. But they all instantly turned him down, explaining that everyone was dead now, so there was no point. However, the guy didn't believe it, saying that his comrades were definitely alive. They had to be hiding somewhere. He then started to ask for the young master to at least take their bodies, but James stopped him. He turned to Thomas, saying they would do without family support and go alone. He then told Davis to show him the way, and the latter bowed to him again, this time gratefully. James smiled, but immediately his gaze fell somewhere to the side. There was a new assignment. It stated that his guild members were hiding in the rift-altered area, and to save them, you had to show them the road they would need to take. The reward was 1,100 points. This meant that the swordsmen were alive. Right now, they were standing behind the rocks that served as safe cover. There were 3 of them, and they all agreed that they were in a dream that never ended. They realized that although they had escaped, it was only a matter of time before the monsters found them. They needed to hold out until help arrived from the family, but only one of them believed in it. The others asked him how long they had been sitting like this, but still not a single person from the Bake family had come. Everything pointed to them being abandoned. However, one guy pointed out that Davis was worried about them. Surely the friend must have been looking for help now, or maybe it was on its way. Either way, all that was left was to wait. But meanwhile, the monsters finally noticed them and roared loudly, then started to approach the guys. The swordsmen realized that their strength was already at its limit, but prepared to fight to the last man. They decided that even if they died, they would at least die during the battle, as befitted true swordsmen. The boys took up their swords and shouted that they would show the will of their Bake family, even though the family didn't even come to their aid. A huge bug-shaped monster attacked them. The problem was also that their weapons were already being torn down. The red-haired guy blocked the bug's attack, but his sword gave a crack, and it was clear they wouldn't last long. But the guy didn't plan on giving up. He started swinging his sword more out of desperation than skill. The weapon was like a piece of metal that had been hit with a sledgehammer, shattering into pieces with every swing. Besides, it was already too late, because the monsters had surrounded them and it was impossible to escape. The boys shouted again that they would hold out until the very end, but the new beetle tempered their fervor. He lunged at the redhead, and the latter, realizing that this was the end, closed his eyes, not wanting to meet his death like this. However, instead of the monster's teeth on his neck, he heard someone's voice saying that they were almost too late. It was a swordsman from their family, and a tricky one at that. Young Master James Beck stood before him. It was he who chopped the beetle with his blade, and then turned to the swordsman, saying that they were great well done. Right behind him came Thomas, who asked if everyone was safe, and if any of the boys were hurt. He added that they will now protect them because they ran as fast as they could to get there in time. Thomas also remembered asking the gentleman before he left if he would be all right. The one then didn't even realize what he was talking about and asked him about it. The Lord always put people's lives first. Thomas then explained that they were interfering with this assignment without authorization from the head or admin department. James replied that he was well aware of that himself, but asked Thomas if he had forgotten. After all, he had once said that he would remake the Divine Sword Beck family into a family that valued human beings, would rank higher than the value of the sword, and if backing out now, it meant he hadn't kept his promise. After saying that, Thomas bowed and replied that he would follow him for the very end, and James acknowledged that. To Black, however, he told him that he was a little embarrassed to be so skillful with words. After all, in his previous life, it wasn't the Beck family that had taken this assignment, but another major guild, which meant he had changed the course of events again. And that was actually true. Thanks to him, the Beck Divine Sword family had become more famous than it was. So the average assignment was this. With each assignment where he helped people, his reputation grew. And then they had just come to the right place. There was indeed a rift in the middle of the dungeon. James was the first to set foot in it, saying they must hurry to save his family members. Now he was standing side by side with 3 swordsmen who could do little to help him. So the guy defeated all the monsters himself, and then summoned his wind spirit, on which he sat all the swordsmen. The wind wolf roared loudly at the entire rift, then concentrated its incredible aura around itself. Thus confessed a certain wind shield, and the swordsmen were surprised to think that James had studied such an art. Meanwhile, more monsters arrived that were the size of that wolf, but thanks to the shield, they couldn't get them. When any of them dared to come closer to the humans, powerful streams of aura mixed with wind pushed them away. And then James added his sword, which served as an attack link and quickly dispatched the bugs. However, new monsters were summoning from the rift, and there seemed to be no end or edge to them. James realized that the wind shield wouldn't last that long, and that's when Black said it was time to use it. And when James said he didn't want to drag people into it because Black's sword was strong, he replied that he wasn't talking about that. After all, James could have used a different sword, and he himself, Blackstone, certainly knew it was best. He added that the Lord can use it right now, for he can feel their mana. Meanwhile, the bugs had already started to slowly pierce through the shield that supported the wind spirit with all their might. Soon they succeeded. The wolf disappeared back into his world, and the monsters pounced on the humans. James decided then that there was no other choice, and trusted Black to use the sword he had spoken of. It was Blackstone's second sword, a deadly blade of darkness that was nowhere near as devastating as the Black Knight. But his effectiveness didn't diminish from that. James was impaling monsters like meat on skewers. The guy himself felt that he had handled everything in one breath, which meant this sword had incredible power. However, Black said that it was because the young master had gotten stronger, which was also true. He was left with one last monster, must be the boss James wanted to practice with at the same time. A huge bug lunged at him, intent on killing the man who had massacred everyone else. Black added that the bulky man possessed little intelligence, so James would have to be careful. But the guy replied that the friend might not even have said that, because he himself had thought it all out long ago. He used the fog-gathering cuts containing rapture and mass to conceal himself. And when the boss lost sight of him, he was suddenly on top of him, preparing to finish him off with a single attack. The monster roared in anger that he couldn't get his hands on the man. Besides, he couldn't even see him now. Suddenly, he vibrated his entire body, which allowed him to dispel James's fog. The guy slumped to the ground again, thinking that after all, a boss was a boss, so he shouldn't have underestimated him. Then he decided that he should use what he had already learned and activated the sword that pierced the sun. However, this time he put fire energy into it, which was what he was best at. Thus, the status window summarized that he put rapture, justice, emptiness, and the attribute of fire into his sword. James then channeled the maximum amount of aura into his sword, which turned into a pillar of fire. It turned out to be something like his imperial projectile, only this attack contained a fire element. There was no way to block such a thing, and the boss cried out in pain as the attack grazed his body. James saw that was enough, so he didn't bother to think of anything else. Such techniques were very exhausting, so sweat spilled from his forehead, which he immediately wiped away and breathed a sigh of relief. But Black noticed that at least he didn't faint from trying a few techniques, which spoke volumes about his height. This time he praised his master, but he had no time to reply, for Thomas's voice came again. The guy ran up to him with a surprised face and asked if he had learned how to put attributes into a sword. When James responded positively, he said it was incredible, but it was a little off-putting to Black. Though Thomas couldn't hear him, he protested, saying his technique was many times cooler. Afterward, all the swordsmen he had saved bowed to him, thanking him for not abandoning them. They were glad that the young gentleman had come to their rescue, but asked how he came to be here. To this, James replied that he had been asked by their comrade Davis, and for some reason the boys cried with happiness. They were probably touched by their friend's concern, and Thomas said it was about time they were on their way back. After a while, all of the swordsmen emerged from the rift, finding themselves in the Bick family's territory. They were already met there by an excited Davis, who was greatly relieved to see that his friends were alive. He rushed to them to hug them, saying he believed they weren't dead, and those shared that they no longer had any hope of surviving. James, meanwhile, saw a man from the Black Sword Squad, indicating that his father already knew everything. The man approached him, but James said the man could say nothing, for everything was clear. Davis's friends asked how he managed to talk the admin department and the young gentleman down. But the lad lowered his gaze guiltily, saying that he had failed, and the young gentleman had not cushioned the permission. In other words, the family refused to help, and he acted willfully, immediately going to rescue them. Hearing this, the guys couldn't believe that it was really like this. They deeply respected James Beck. Elder said the guy is well aware that the admin department's orders are as absolute as his. However, the younger son broke it anyway and went to rescue the swordsmen who were stuck in the rift. The old man wanted an explanation, and James realized he had to answer now so that his father wouldn't get angry. He noticed that the one, as always, exuded a murderous aura that already looked almost like fatherly love. Then James, after a little thought, answered at last that he had not disobeyed his order. This statement surprised the elder, so he asked what the fellow meant, for the facts said otherwise. But James replied that he himself had said that they must by all means achieve the result. Then the old man remarked that he had said this while announcing the air competition, not the current case. To this, James replied that there was a lead sword ceremony in a few days, which was very important. It was where the students chose which family they would follow and compared to other siblings. He had very little influence and had only one personal swordsman, and that he reported him to his father. So if everyone knows about today's one, there will be even more swordsmen who want to pick it. After all, he saved those guys because of his sense of justice, and his father said that wasn't a bad excuse. James replied that he needed to strategize ahead to take the elder's seat, and during a rivalry, he'll take advantage of any way he can, even if it's a sense of justice. The old man smiled when he heard that, which meant that James had managed to win his favor again. Father noticed that it was a rather cold answer, but he liked it, so he wouldn't mind. Black said that his master was a very cunning and dangerous man since he could speak so well. He added, almost wishing he could learn to be as persuasive as he was, but his father suddenly spoke again. He said that against all his excuses he had violated his orders, which could not be turned a blind eye to. So the old man added that he would give him the least punishment for it, to help the man who was about to come in here. James was a little surprised at this turn of events, but bowed his head in agreement. And when he turned around to see who he was going to help, he couldn't hide his surprise. Standing in front of him was his older sister Barbara, who was as surprised as James. Black noticed that it had been 3 days since the Lord had contacted the spirit mage. However, Horace never called him, to which James replied that he seemed to be still searching for an answer. Still, it's not easy to find anything about a cookie-eating ghost. Then Black decided to change the subject, saying that his sister said they were leaving tomorrow for Joe Island. But James replied that it was obvious, since her problem would most likely turn out to be something demon-related. Black then advised him to try the Dark Dominance move during his next fight, saying that it was a good skill. He boasted that he had taught it to the Lord himself, so mastering it would definitely achieve the desired results. James thanked his friend, saying that first, however, he would check the rewards for the assignment. As expected, he received 1,100 points and also earned the loyalty of their family's outstanding swordsman. The guy said it wasn't bad, but for some reason Black noticed he looked disappointed. He added that you can't be unabashedly getting extra awards all the time. But he better not have said that, because the next instant the status window changed again. Since James led many people, he received another 1,600 points and a special item, the Shurkan Spiritual Bracelet. He had a legendary rank and many improvements for user characteristics. For a while, James stood with the bracelet in his hand, unsure of what to do, but it wasn't for long. Soon he was happy to have hit the jackpot again, and Black was angry enough to barely curse the guy. Meanwhile, Barbara asked the elder to reconsider his decision. After all, she wasn't traveling for fun. The girl added that fighting demons was completely different from fighting monsters. She said she wouldn't have time to watch the newcomer, but her father asked if she had given him her necklace. Barbara froze in place with surprise, amazed that the elder always knew everything about everything. She lowered her gaze and simply said that James could die, but the old man didn't care. He said it would only mean that the guy wasn't capable of more, but Barbara was a little taken aback. The girl said she thought as if James was valuable to him, but her father replied that he only valued those who were useful. A short time later, the sister was standing beside her brother in a special outfit, waiting for the meeting to begin. James was dressed inappropriately for the mission, but he hadn't had to fight demons yet, so he relied on his sister. Black said that everyone gathered here had high skills. You could feel it in their energy. And James thought that was the reason why such a tense atmosphere hung around here. Suddenly, some guy with glasses came up to them, saying that it's not often you see a red light sword around here. Upon seeing him, James bowed, saying he didn't know the guy would be here, and the guy asked if he knew him. James replied that it's impossible not to know the Holy Onion Nick, who is often talked about in the news. After all, it wasn't every day that one could see the possessor of the attribute of holiness that his aura was endowed with. Nick smiled embarrassedly, then said that it had been a long time since he'd seen Red Sword bring anyone in either. James realized the man was probably talking about Barbara, so he said he was here because of the elder's assignment. But Nick didn't let him finish, saying that the guy should know something important about his sister. James prepared to listen, but for some reason the man suddenly brushed it off, saying that now was not the time. Barbara, who had already managed to walk over to them, told Nick not to blurt out unnecessary things. She was about to say something else, but suddenly the loudspeaker announced attention to all users. It went on to say that they would be provided with information based on the association's materials and eyewitness accounts. According to the dark energy estimation of the wanted demon, its rank was between low and medium. James suddenly realized that he knew this demon. His name was Kira, and in his past life he had committed mass slaughter. This demon had dominion over the mind, and James also knew it had an annoying traveling technique. Hearing about this demon, his sister bit her lip. She did that whenever she suppressed anger. The girl was very unhappy, and James thought it was because the demon wasn't what she was looking for. One ability user reported that Kira was spotted in the Songoro area. That meant everyone could go looking for him right now, and Barbara turned to her brother. She told him to head to the cassette quarter in case the situation changed. Not to say James was happy with this instruction, for he wanted to go to Songoro with everyone else. But suddenly he thought, his big sister showing her care in this way, it was a bit unexpected. However, Black said he knew the Lord too well, so he wouldn't follow her words. The guy agreed with his friend, because it just so happened that he had gotten the perfect item for such an occasion. So he was going to test it, mentally apologizing to his sister for not doing as she instructed. Meanwhile, in one of Songoro's houses, a swordsman was about to finish off his friend. But it turned out that his body was under the control of another. The demon Kira had told the guy that it was useless to resist. He was impressed that the swordsman's consciousness remained intact, but it would still be impossible for him to fight him. In the next instant, the guy lunged at his friend, telling him to dodge, but he didn't have time. The swordsman slashed at him with his blade, which brought tears to his face, but he couldn't do anything about it. Kira incited him to finish his friend's suffering and end it all with his own hands. After all, the man was already injured anyway. As if on cue, the swordsman threw himself back into the attack, going to do as the demon advised him. But suddenly, Kira noticed something heavy hit the wall to his left, and it loosened his grip on the swordsman. The demon was distracted by the wall, for through it now, someone was persistently trying to break into the house. Soon he succeeded, and Kira saw another swordsman in front of him who was still just a child. James said he was a little late, but it looked like the demon hadn't had time to exterminate everyone in the house yet. And Kira was surprised to ask who he was, since this guy was able to find him even though he hid his energy. But James replied that he shouldn't care, because since he had come here, it only meant one thing. The demon will die right in this house, and with those words he drew his sword, preparing for another fight. Kira meanwhile was wondering who this kid was, since he couldn't find him so easily because of the barrier. A few minutes earlier, James had told Black that he felt some kind of energy nearby. It was in the opposite place where the demon appeared, but it was definitely dark energy. And then one suddenly felt a murderous aura and realized that they had to hurry, or someone would die. James was still walking with 3 other swordsmen at the time, so he said he'd step back to look around. The boys said it was dangerous for him to go alone, but he had already rushed in the direction of the right house. However, now they were standing in front of the demon, and James asked Black to answer how those people were. Black replied that it looked like the swordsman was fighting back hard, so the wound wasn't very deep. James then turned to Kira, saying that he must be confused because he didn't think he would be found. And Kira called him cocky, saying the guy was interfering with his entertainment, which means he doesn't value his life. But James was already running at the demon, asking if he was going to keep talking or fight him. Kira was still a bit discouraged by this guy, but put up a defense as he attacked. The demon noticed that the guy's courage level was equal to his skill level, but it wasn't enough. He suddenly dismissed James with renewed vigor, telling him that he was still a weakling in front of him. And then there was an explosion, and the house they were in blew to pieces because of it. James now stood in the street, thrown back by the force of the demon's blow despite having blocked it. Blackstone told the gentleman to act seriously, for he had a very strong opponent before him. Apparently its level wasn't comparable to the monsters they had encountered before this day. James agreed, for he only struck his sword once, but his entire body immediately went numb. Black advised him to fight in cold blood, because the demon had triggered the dark energy, which meant that help would soon arrive. The guy replied that he understood and took a stand, preparing for his next attack against Kira. This time he fired his dark imperial projectile at him, hoping for at least some damage. James realized he had to attack again and again to keep the demon away. The next attack was a falling flash of thunder. He hoped the new attack would have an impact. However, to his surprise, the demon remained still standing there and only smiled gloatingly. Somehow he managed to fend off all of James's attacks, and he didn't even seem to be straining. Kira then looked at him with his demon eyes and asked if that was all he had. When James didn't answer, he suddenly extended his hand, saying that it wouldn't be enough. Now it was his turn. His attack was very fast and powerful. James had time to put his sword out to defend himself, but it was hard to do so. He wondered in despair why there was no effect from the bracelet after all. He was definitely fighting evil right now. Kira meanwhile said that fighting him was boring. It would be much more interesting to tear those guys apart. But then he added that James had challenged him quite bravely, so he would end him painlessly. James realized with horror that the demonic power made him unable to move, and that was very dangerous. Black told the Lord to use him, for with his strength there would be a better chance of continuing the fight. James reached for his sword as he suddenly saw the bracelet on his arm start to act strangely. It glowed brightly and feathers sprinkled from it, indicating activation. Meanwhile, Nick and Barbara continued their search in the Songoro area, but so far it was fruitless. Nick noticed that the girl looked much more haggard than the last time they had met. Barbara replied that it was because she had a lot of work to do at home, and the guy said her family inspired fear. He then asked if she had brought her younger brother too because of work, but the girl replied in the negative. She said she hadn't meant to bring him, which made Nick laugh, because he thought she'd just taken advantage of him. He wanted to say something else, but suddenly they both froze at the feeling of the demon's murderous dark energy. It was definitely Kira they were looking for, and then there was a big explosion behind them. Barbara wondered why that dark energy was in the opposite direction, but it didn't matter now. The girl had already guessed it was a decoy, and the demon had been hiding elsewhere all this time. However, instead of dark energy, they felt an incredible power. It was holy power. When Nick asked who might have taken advantage of her, Barbara thought of her brother with surprise. The expression on Kira's face changed drastically after the bracelet came into action. Now he was scared. This allowed James freedom of movement again, for the holy power overrode the effect of the demonic power. Kira asked, not without fear, what the guy had done, since he had been losing just a minute ago. But James replied that it shouldn't bother him, and launched another powerful attack at the demon. Kira then said that he didn't care because he could easily block that kind of power. But it seems that this power was an exception for him. The attack hit exactly on target, and the demon was defeated. His hands ignited and he cried out in pain and horror at the fact that it was holy power. He looked at James with hatred, telling him that the guy didn't realize what this was going to cost him. And he thought the effect of the bracelet was quite different than he'd imagined. But then the second round should have started immediately to finish the task and this demon. Kira didn't understand his words, but he could sense that the guy was going to continue his attacks. He realized that this might be his last chance, so he unleashed all his power. James also realized that the demon was now fighting hard and was very strong, but that gave him no reason to back down. Besides, he now had a distinct advantage in the form of the bracelet, which had become a real weapon. James attacked with it like a sword, and the holy power gave his every swing incredible power. It didn't take long for the result to come, and soon Kira was once again receiving searing pain all over his body from the effects of the holiness. The demon was surprised that the guy was able to break through his dark energy, so it was over. Kira didn't understand why a kid who was like a normal teenager in terms of strength was showing such a result now. Of course, he didn't know about the bracelet that had the effect of holiness, nor did he know about the black stone that took the form of a sword. However, it was already too late. James lunged at him with another attack, chopping Kira's face. The demon barely had time to bounce back in time to avoid losing his entire head. He realized he couldn't win. His face was bleeding, and he clenched his teeth in anger when James said not to underestimate the swordsman. Kira was outraged, though he couldn't do anything about it. For a while, he just stood opposite the guy. Meanwhile, Black turned to him, saying that he had just done the legwork he had been practicing diligently. Turns out he poked the demon in the right eye, and the demon, seeing he couldn't recover, asked what the guy had done. But James replied that he didn't know himself, adding that this was the first time he too had seen this power in action. This made Kira even angrier, and he said he would kill him, though it was more of an intimidation than a threat. But soon he spilled the remnants of his aura outward, forming some sort of rounded object. Black quickly informed the Lord that it was the demon's consciousness sphere, and would enter his consciousness if he touched it. James thought then that he shouldn't let that happen, but another thought flashed through his mind. For he realized that this was how a demon took control of another's body. But the guy wasn't going to let that happen. He was going to tear the demon apart before it got into his mind. He was about to throw himself back into the attack when Black told him to stop and just watch. Of course, such a sudden instruction surprised James greatly, and he asked why he had to do it. However, Blackstone will repeat himself, saying that the gentleman can just trust him this time. The demonic sphere approached almost closely and suddenly shattered into many smaller spheres. However, Black repeated that the gentleman could rely on him, adding that it would be interesting. James obeyed him and didn't block the attack, so Kira was able to enter his mind without any problems. The demon looked around, asking himself where to start destroying this child's mind from. But to his surprise, he saw a large concrete wall that blocked access to his mind. Kira reached out, wondering why this barrier was just standing there like this, and he began to be overcome with doubt. It was an obstacle, but it couldn't be, as this level of technology is only available to experienced users. He didn't understand how a child's consciousness could have such power, for it was impossible. This guy was many times stronger than adult ability users, but is he really living a second life? Suddenly, someone approached him, and the demon felt an incredible power from that person's aura. It was very overwhelming, so it was hard to visualize its full power, but it was definitely an unearthly power. Kira realized he would die if he looked back, so he decided not to and continued to stand in fear. The man meanwhile asked him if it was polite not to look back when you were called. Hearing this, Kira felt that he had gifted his aura even stronger, so he cautiously looked around. A tall, strong man stood before him and smiled at him, welcoming James Beck into his mind. It was Blackstone in his perfect adult form, and an immensely powerful aura reverberated from him. Kira looked confused, not understanding how this man had ended up in that kid's mind. He asked him about it, but Blackstone said he didn't have to answer that. After all, the demon would be dead soon anyway, so it was pointless, and he smiled again. Then he suddenly remarked cheerfully that it had been a long time since he'd appeared in that uniform, and yet it suited him better. Upon hearing this, Kira said that he wasn't human, but Blackstone replied that he couldn't agree with that right now. He approached the demon right asking how he liked the aura. Wasn't it delightful? At this time, little James appeared beside him, saying that he had some strange feeling. Blackstone then explained that they had just switched bodies and the gentleman had a chance to see his true power. Kira didn't understand who the arrogant man was talking to, and it made him angry. He shouted. Was the man laughing at him? The demon loomed over Blackstone, increasing in size, but he didn't even blink at the impending danger. James noticed that the demon now looked like an angry cat whose fur stood up. Kira meanwhile raised his foot, saying he would crush this cocky man, whoever he was. The demon's size had indeed increased, and he brought the weight of his foot down on Blackstone. Nothing happened for a while, and he thought contentedly that he had crushed this insolent hero. But, as it turned out, Blackstone didn't even sag under the weight of his foot. What's more, he stopped it with a single toe. Seeing that the man was not dead, Kira was even more frightened than before, for it meant that the man was not an easy man. Blackstone noticed his confusion too, and added that this wasn't some child's play to him. After these words, he raised the hand he was holding his leg with, and with it, the demon himself, and eventually, he fell. With a huge rumble, he fell to the ground and immediately shrank in size, losing his energy. Blackstone folded his arms across his chest and addressed him in a serious tone, saying that he differed on positions. James, who was now in the spirit role, asked if his friend had prepared a speech, but the latter told him to shut up. He explained that in the space of consciousness, it takes not only experience but also position to accumulate the power of the spirit. Blackstone added that the gentleman should watch carefully, and then he too could learn. Kira meanwhile asked why the man kept talking to himself as if he was ignoring him. The demon screamed that it would tear him into small pieces and gathered its aura again for another attack. This time it was multiple shadow cloning, which he applied as his last chance. Blackstone said sarcastically that it was very unexpected, and James added that the demon was already boring him. Then Blackstone smiled again, saying that it was even better, because he would be able to show how to fight. He drew his sword and prepared to defend himself, and hundreds of demon clones had already rushed at him. Right now, his friend didn't look like the little boy James saw in front of him all the time. He crushed the clones one by one, killing them in one blow, which was quite impressive. Barbara and Nick, meanwhile, hurried in the direction of the surge of dark energy and holy aura. Nick told the girl that he felt the auras even stronger, which meant they were getting close. But soon the guy stopped and added that the situation had worsened, and now it was a little unclear. And then he yelled in surprise that the aura had disappeared altogether, asking what had happened there. Barbara was at this time looking intently at the trees around them and suddenly noticed someone's shadow. Nick ordered for the man to show himself, but that might as well not have been done, for James came out to them. Nick rushed over to him, asking if he was okay because there was definitely dark energy here. But James said the guys could care less about that and reached into his pocket for something. It turned out to be an unusually beautiful red-colored stone that had fallen from Kira's demon. At the sight of this jewel, Nick was surprised to notice that the guy was holding a demonic core. Barbara then told her brother to explain how he killed the demon, since it was impossible to do it alone. But James did not like the question and replied sharply that he had straightened him out with his sword. He ended by asking if there was any other way for a swordsman and then turned around to leave. When they moved back enough so they couldn't be heard, Black twisted his phrase about his sword. But in fact it really was his sword, so it turns out James wasn't lying. Barbara and Nick looked after him, and the latter asked the girl if she had such talent growing up in her family all this time. But she did not answer. Barbara had other things on her mind, and now it seemed to her that this boy was the one. He couldn't tell exactly where he was, but it appeared to be some long-ago battlefield. Some swordsmen were still on their feet, but most had already been defeated. And then James saw Blackstone, again in his ultimate human form, towering over the swordsman. He stood with his arms folded across his chest and watched as the men with guns tried to gather their strength to attack him. Soon it did, and they rushed at him, shouting something incomprehensible so that James couldn't make it out. And Blackstone put his hand behind the hilt of his sword and silently apologized to all these people. He did so forward because what followed was a powerful attack that James was incapable of. The swordsmen instinctively covered themselves with their weapons, but it was impossible to block such a thing. After a while, things were back to normal, but the only person left on the battlefield was Blackstone. Somehow James couldn't see his face because the man was standing with his back to him, but the guy wanted to see him. And soon he turned, but his eyes were still not visible, and Blackstone himself said it was not yet time. James then woke up to his eyes becoming moist from the tears that were streaming down his face. With surprise, James realized he was crying, but he didn't know why exactly, since he had just slept on the bed. He turned to Black, who was beside him as always, and the latter asked a little sadly if the Lord had seen everything. Instead of answering, James asked what had happened to the people he had fought, and Black thought for a moment. It was as if he was considering whether or not to tell the guy about some of his experiences, and he soon replied that he didn't know. He doesn't know what happened to those people, but he's never had any enemies. That's all he's been thinking about lately. James wanted to say that his memory must have been recovering little by little, but didn't have time. A status window suddenly appeared in front of him, reporting that he had successfully destroyed the demon Kiru. And then there was another message saying he had witnessed the mass murder of a fragile knight of carnage. Black said he couldn't believe it, for he guessed at once what it was all about. He suddenly got angry, saying that he was the one who killed that demon, so why did the reward go to James? Black then challenged the system, telling it to fight him, but of course that was impossible. James seemed to be thinking about something, though. He didn't even tell his friend to stop kicking the status window. He then turned to him, urging him to calm down because he needed to ask him something. The boy inquired about the fragile Knight of Carnage, asking if this was her final appearance. Black replied positively, adding that he hadn't been so impressed with fencing in a long time. James suddenly agreed with that, and Black clearly liked it, though he didn't show it. But the guy went on to say that every time he feels he's not ready to be the strongest yet. And he also added that he would help his friend get his memory back, because it improves when they fight strong enemies. Finally, James said that Black was a perfect being, so no one would be able to reproach him. In experience and strength, he was unrivaled, so James asked to continue training him in the future. And Black replied that of course he would do so, telling him to make sure the gentleman was ready for even tougher training. He declared that he would be showing his true worth from this day forward, but James already had other things on his mind. He thought about the fact that his friend was no ordinary warrior as he met him in his consciousness and in his dreams. Even his father, who was no doubt very strong, is no comparison to Blackstone. James opened the status window to look at his stats, which were all already at a medium level. If you do the math, they went up somewhere around 4,000, and that was incredible in such a short time. The guy said that at this rate he could get to a high level very quickly. And Black, as always, was annoyed with his luck, so he said he was going to give him one hell of a workout right now. James didn't have time to answer him as he was distracted by the phone, which rang unexpectedly. It was Thomas, who said that word had reached him that the Lord had single-handedly killed the demon. He then said that he had called to ask about his plans, and James asked if something urgent had come up. To this, Thomas said that they needed to come up with a name for their sword squad and as soon as possible. This was requested to be conveyed to him by the elder, who announced that the lead sword ceremony was postponed. The date of the ceremony was much earlier than James expected. He got out of bed and walked over to his bag. Black asked if it was such a problem for him, and he replied that he just had a bad feeling about it. After all, important events began to happen faster than in his previous life, so that was a bit worrying. When he left the room, he was spotted by Nick, who asked if he was leaving them so quickly. James replied that they had an event coming up at their house, so he had been called too, and he should come. Hearing this, the boy said thoughtfully that perhaps that was why Barbara had left so early too. He added that she left immediately after she made sure he killed the demon. James said a little resentfully that his older sister only thought about demons all the time. Hearing that, Nick asked for some reason not to think badly of her and wanted to tell the guy something again. But he quickly changed his mind, saying he would find out for himself when the time came, and bade him farewell. James wished him well on his way home as well, and moved towards his family's castle. Black noticed that his older sister that one was full of secrets that he had no idea about in his past life. The guy agreed, saying that it was indeed amazing, but he would find out about everything someday. Julia grudgingly gritted her teeth when she was informed that the younger young master had returned from his mission. Her guard added that he had single-handedly killed a mid-level demon, and this news was already everywhere. Also, along with the rift appearing earlier, there were rumors of a sword pavilion. The girl said she was confident that Julia would be able to recruit enough people. But Julia realized that even if all the swordsmen were high level, the best ones would be hard to find. The girl thought that her brother was the reason she failed every time and remembered the recent events. She was just finishing up with her workout when she was told that James had gone into the rift without permission. Even then, she realized that her brother turned out to be no ordinary junior goon like the others. It seemed to the girl then that those swordsmen were probably already dead, and it was foolish to risk their lives. She really wished her brother was missing there because it would have saved her so much trouble. But soon she was among those who were the first to hear of his successful comeback, which had not been in vain. After all, not only did he survive himself, but he was able to rescue the missing swordsman everyone thought of as dead. The situation didn't play in her favor because these guys were spreading the news of their rescue. It turned out that the brother had his own ad campaign that he probably didn't even think to put together. She could no longer watch James being extolled as the noblest of the Beck family. After all, because she had rejected the rescue request, her image was now ruined. But Julia stopped thinking about it, because the past was gone, so she had to concentrate on the ceremony. She asked for the dossier of the swordsman spy she planned to send to her younger brother's squad. Seeing his level, she praised the guard, saying that she did a good job. Julia didn't know what James was thinking right now, or what secrets he was hiding, but she would find out about everything. It was a plan she had made deliberately because it seemed to the girl that he was hiding something about his power. Meanwhile, James, Ara, and Thomas gathered in a room to discuss what to do next. The girl admitted she didn't understand much about it, and Thomas said it was harder than he thought it would be. James agreed with them as well, saying he hadn't expected this himself, but they couldn't leave it at that. After all, who knew that coming up with a name for the sword pavilion was not an easy task? Black offered his ideas too, asking what he thought of the name Lucky Sword Squad. Seeing that James didn't understand, he explained that since the Lord relied on luck, his squad should be called Lucky. Thomas had suggested the option of an altruistic sword squad, but that was too much. Ara then awkwardly offered her version, saying that it was possible to call it a righteous squad. But James said righteous was unlikely, for he was not such a kind man, but the others wondered. Ara protested, saying that the master was the most righteous man she knew. After all, he had already saved her and her father, the swordsman from the sword pavilion, and many people on Craftsman Island. James felt even more awkward at such praise, so he didn't even know what to say in response. Thomas too said he agreed with Ara, adding that the word fit him better than anyone else. After all, he was the only one in this family against whom it could be applied. Blackstone suddenly supported this idea too, saying that he had more humanity in him than the others. He added that the Lord will choose between the Lucky and Lucky squad if this one is not to his liking. James then rose from his seat, saying that he had made his decision and would now voice it. He solemnly said that from now on their squad would be called the Righteous Swordsman Squad, and they will set this family on a righteous path that will make everyone in it feel good. It was an unplanned speech, but Thomas and Ara liked it very much. It was readable on their faces. And then Thomas suddenly stood up as well, which surprised the girl who was sitting beside him. But the guy just said that with a name like that, they couldn't delay any longer and they should apply immediately. Seeing that he was going to do it, Ara jumped up from her seat as well, wanting to take the job as well, saying she would prepare everything for the newcomers. James watched them leave the room, and his heart rejoiced at the fact that they had taken the first step. Black said he was destined to be surrounded by similarly kind people because he himself is a kind person. James didn't have time to reply to his friend on this. He suddenly received a message from one person. After reading it, the boy hesitated, and Black asked what he was looking at, wanting to be in the know as well. James then replied that the person he asked for something from had just sent it to him. It was the list of attendees, and now James was sure who he needed to get rid of as the ceremony began. It happened the next day. It was sunny, so everything was happening outside. All the swordsmen were already in their seats, among them the ones James had rescued from the rift. All the direct heirs of the family were also present, and only 2 of them were still absent. The news was expected, as they turned out to be Barbara and Gilbert, who couldn't care less. James noticed Black staring intently at something and asked him where he was looking. It turned out that he had chosen people among the swordsmen in advance, and pointing at the red-haired guy, said that he would be useful. After all, there was nothing wrong with selecting capable candidates to join the ranks of their squad. Plus, from the looks of it, the people he saved were the best of the bunch. After all, quantity is one thing, but quality is far more important, and these 3 had huge potential. James rejoiced, thinking this ceremony would bring him success if he could get 1 or 2 of them. Suddenly, all was quiet, and the heralds announced the coming of the elder, telling everyone to bow down. Despite his age, his father looked quite powerful, instilling fear and respect. His sons and daughters bowed as well, greeting their father, and he didn't even nod back at them. He strode to his seat and took it, thus announcing the beginning of the lead sword ceremony. Black noticed that as soon as the elder arrived, the atmosphere in the ranks of swordsmen changed dramatically, and everyone tensed up. James agreed with him, and his father extended his arm, a signal indicating that they could begin. He commanded that each of the squads take into their lavas the most worthy of the assembled swordsmen. Kevin was up first then, presenting his blue sword squad. He introduced himself and gave a short speech. He mentioned that his squad gets the best education and diverse missions of any squad. And if there were those among the gathering who wanted a superior experience, the blue squad would be a good choice for them. After him, Rose spoke with her prepared speech. She tried to emphasize the battles. And following her, Julia took the floor, who also described her clear sword squad well. The last to speak was John, who looked less confident as he presented his tiger squad. But now he had finished and sat back in his seat. There was one last direct heir left, and that was James. He deliberately waited a moment so that his words sounded more independent and intelligible to everyone. Soon, he too rose up and was the first to greet all the swordsmen from the sword pavilion. As soon as he stood up, there was a whisper among the boys where you could make out that they were talking about his recent exploits. James continued by saying that he had created his own sword squad called the Righteous. He added that there are no teachers on the squad as it is new and there is only 1 member currently on the squad. Yes, it was as they thought because he couldn't promise them anything, but in simplicity, great ideas are born. Other squads provide the latest gear and the training system could be better too. However, his squad had one thing going for them. He puts everything he has on the line and promises them just one thing. He would never, ever abandon his swordsmen, his men who had put their trust in him. The guys sitting in front of him were surprised to see such openness and respect for their squad members. And James went on to say that in Yule he would fight ahead of everyone else, and if they were in danger, he will come to them wherever they are, so if they want to acquire the spirit of a true swordsman, he will gladly accept them. That was the end of his speech. He even breathed a sigh of relief after such an invitation. Beck said it came out successfully, and even if there was silence all around, their squad was sure to be replenished. The atmosphere changed. Most of those gathered here understood what he was trying to say. He ended up pitching his idea to people, even though it turned out to be quite long, but he was interested in something else. The elder had no reaction to his fiery speech, and after all, he usually says something. But James thought he'd already left him the bait a few days ago, saying there was a reason for everything he did. So that one probably now thinks he's just playing to the public, luring more people in. The elder then said that the swordsmen would now demonstrate their training that they had been learning all this time, after which they could choose a squad, or the squad would choose them. He summoned the first swordsman, whose name was Kai. Guy bowed before the squad captains, saying he would do his best not to disappoint them. Black noticed that this was one of the guys James had saved, and he had big plans for him. Besides, one look at the boy made it clear that he himself hoped to be chosen for James's squad. The elder finally signaled to begin, and Kai took a stand, preparing to demonstrate his skills. He began swinging his sword, making each movement as precise and fast as possible while remaining calm. It was evident that Black was interested in him, for he had said that the lad's skills would increase a lot with such a base. When he had finished, the elder asked for the name of the squad the young man wished to join. Then Kai, without thinking long, replied that he wished to join the righteous troop of young Master James. John and Julia were not without a gasp. They liked the guy too, for he clearly had talent. Black noticed that they were pretty annoyed, but James replied that they needed to be nicer. The elder then called out for units wishing to receive Kai to raise their hands, and Julia and John immediately raised theirs. It was also said that if young Mr. James raised his hand, he would have the right to be the first to take the swordsman for himself. This was done so as the lad had expressed his desire to join his squad. Then James leisurely put out his hand as if inviting him to join his team, saying he shouldn't even think about it. He congratulated Kai, saying that he welcomed him on a new hard road that he would walk proudly. Of course, the swordsman rejoiced greatly at his choice, for it was exactly what he wanted so badly. He thanked James, saying he would follow him for the rest of his life, and the man smiled at him. James thought that now his righteous squad had been augmented with another strong warrior who would lead them to success. Ara and Thomas, who had been watching the ceremony from their seats, noticed that it was already coming to an end. Thomas approached the girl, saying that it looked like they would have a lot of work to do now, and the girl agreed. After all, among the 10 highly ranked swordsmen, as many as 5, that is half, had joined their righteous squad. Ara replied that now she would have to train even harder to keep up. However, Thomas was worried about something else. He was sure that other family members would want to infiltrate the spy. Right now, one guy named Kim had to name the desired sword squad, and his answer surprised Thomas. The swordsman said he was impressed by young Master James's speech, so he wanted to join his squad. Julia, who was sitting nearby, watched as her brother thought over this swordsman's candidacy. After all, this guy was, in fact, a planted spy who belonged to her. She had prepared it with him, and everyone but James knew about it, so it was going to go smoothly. After all, a brother would never turn down a man with notable skills and not bad character. Then the voice of an elder was heard, asking again for a show of hands whoever wished to get their hands on this swordsman. But to everyone's surprise, James didn't raise his hands, still pondering the nomination. This really surprised Julia, who saw that time for reflection was running out and James's hand was down. But the girl didn't understand why he wasn't picking it up, because everything had to sound good, nose favorable to him. She thought about the fact that maybe he didn't like Kim's skills, but after all, that couldn't be true. Seeing that time was almost up, she raised her hand in despair, saying that the clear sword squad was taking it. At this, the elder announced the result. Swordsman Kim had been accepted into the clear sword squad. But Julia did not understand what was happening, for her plan seemed flawless, but failed in an instant. And then she saw James smile, looking at her with obvious contempt and gloating. It was then that the girl finally realized that her brother had known everything from the beginning, and just didn't give any sign of it until the very end. The girl strained to think where the information was leaked from. After all, someone had to have done it. Black noticed that, judging by the look on his face, his family was shocked, and James agreed. He added that the guy whose friends he saved turned out to be a lot more betrayed than he thought. From his past life, he remembered him as a proper man, so he thought he would refuse even his request. But when James told him about the spy who would surely try to infiltrate his squad, the boy assured him that he would find out and report back to him about the man, though James said it wasn't an order. But the boy reminded him that he had saved his comrades, so he was indebted to his kindness. He added that he would do his best to find him, and a few days later sent the result of his work. It was a dossier on the swordsman Kim, who had been selected by the other squads to spy on the righteous squad. That left the last contestant named Hamilton, and he too stepped forward when he was announced. You could see the guy was nervous, but said he would try his best to be the best of the best. Black remarked that James had saved him in the rift then too, and he nodded, saying that he had no special skills. John, who was sitting immediately across from him, said that this guy was a strained high school graduate, so it didn't make sense. This was the same opinion held by all the squad leaders, and it was confirmed even more when he began his training. The lad's movements were rather clumsy, and sometimes the sword almost hit him himself, but he accomplished all the elements. Rose asked sarcastically who would take such a half-finished swordsman, and Kevin covered his face with his hand. The manager of the ceremony also held back from laughing, but asked which unit he would like to join. To this, Hamilton replied that he would follow anyone who would accept him and make every effort in the future. He added that he may not have the right skills right now, but pretty soon he will overtake everyone else. Seeing that none of the children raised their hands, the elder grudgingly frowned. He thought how unprofessional his kids were, because they couldn't see that this kid had talent. But that was even to his advantage, for he could take this young man into his Black Sword Squad. Then suddenly, James rose from his seat and raised his hand, saying that the righteous troop was ready to receive him. Hamilton, hearing this, began to thank him, saying he would not disappoint the young gentleman. All the other direct heirs laughed quietly, teasing that James had found a swordsman of his level. However, the only one who didn't laugh was the elder. My father, for some reason, snorted again, this time out of annoyance, and then suddenly laughed out loud, saying it was masterpiece, which really surprised everyone. Rose and Julia did not understand what was the matter, for he had never laughed so loudly, especially at such a ceremony. And the old man said that even though he couldn't be proactive, he was glad that at least one of his kids had common sense. He turned to James, saying he made a good choice in accepting this guy into his ranks. So he congratulates him on acquiring an excellent swordsman, but he must not forget the challenging education. Therefore, James had to nurture it well so that it would bear useful fruit in the future. Julia suddenly realized that her father didn't say such things to untalented people, which meant that last contestant had great hidden potential, and Black was of the same opinion. And James explained that he remembered how in his past life this guy had suffered a lot in his father's Black Squad. He eventually became his bodyguard, but things were different now, and Hamilton was now part of the Righteous Squad. They were on their way back to the monastery, and James said he had just enough time to check one assignment. Just as suddenly, someone behind him called out to him, and the guy was forced to turn around, looking at the person in surprise. It turned out to be his older brother Kevin, who raised his hand in greeting and walked over to him. When James asked what he wanted, Kevin replied that he didn't have anything serious in mind. It's just that they hadn't spoken in a while, so he decided to talk to his little brother, if he had time, of course. They walked further down the hall, and Kevin said he heard the news like he had killed a demon. It was said that the guy did it alone, but James replied that he just got lucky with it. Kevin was still thrilled. He said he heard him defeat him with his fancy sword art, and the fight with him seemed to come easily to his younger brother, and James wondered if that was really what they said. Kevin smiled then, and noticed that his brother had grown a lot, and continued to do so with each passing day. And in the distant past, he lagged behind his older brothers and sisters, and quite a bit. However, now by all appearances, it was safe to say that he was superior to them, and that was cool. Kevin then added that he was envious of him from the bottom of his heart, saying he was just amazing. But noticing the confusion in his eyes, he quickly changed the subject back to why he had called him. In fact, he wanted to give him something and slipped his hand into the pocket of his cloak in search of something. And then he held out his hand, which contained a small wooden box, and handed it to James. My brother explained that it was a medicine he had recently gotten. It had to be high quality. And when James asked what the occasion was for giving it to him, Kevin said his brother was practicing hard, so he wanted to give it to him immediately upon receiving it. James thanked him for his concern. Finally, Kevin congratulated him on taking in so many good swordsmen and told him he had to go now. They said goodbye, but James was still feeling strange, or rather, it was only for a moment. This was noticed by Black as well, who asked his master if something was wrong. Toth answered in the negative, but said he felt uncomfortable for some reason. But then he shook his head, shrugging those thoughts away and saying that they were probably just obsessions. Except that for a moment he wondered if Kevin had really just spoken to him. For just a moment he felt that this was not his favorite older brother he knew. When he opened the box in his room, at first he thought it contained an ordinary yam. It seemed rather out of place, so James didn't even know what to think. He thought he had somehow upset his brother, and that was why he had given such a gift, but Black thought otherwise. He explained that the Lord had received Cedian, a valuable fruit that increases resistance to poisons. It really was almost indistinguishable from yams in appearance, but its effectiveness was guaranteed. However, Black then wrinkled his nose and added that this fruit was incredibly bitter. James only smiled at that, saying that he wasn't a child for any bitterness to be a problem for him. But Black was still adamant that even the Lord would likely faint from the bitterness of the Cedian. James sat contemplating the effectiveness of this fruit for a while, then suddenly smiled. He must have been about to finally eat it, but he was interrupted by Austin, who suddenly appeared in front of him. The guard's face was so creepy that James almost feared for his life at the sight of him. The guy asked what had happened to him since he looked like a walking corpse, but Austin only handed him the tray. He said that he had prepared what the young master had asked for, and then everything became clear. It was a decoction made from ingredients donated by the Yong family, and it was the very task he wanted to test. After all, James had instructed Austin to cook it, but now that he had accomplished everything, the boy had another thought on his mind. It appeared that the guard cooked it without a moment's rest, standing at the stove all the time. Austin didn't deny it, saying that the same was his gain, and then James sent him off to rest. He said that was also an order, and as he left, Black turned to the Lord, speaking of the potion. He wondered why Austin had brought honey along with the medicine, but James said he would see for himself now. After a while, he showed him a cut Cedian boiled in honey. But Black didn't like such an idea and pounced on him, asking who was brewing the cure in honey. Plus, James might have lowered his effectiveness because of it, but the guy didn't answer him. He tasted his potion, and immediately a status window appeared, reporting that his mana had increased. His mana sensitivity and poison resistance also increased, but even with honey it came out pretty bitter. Also, the status window showed that he had invented a new way of taking Cedian. This was already clear. And its sensitivity to the ground attribute and resistance to the ground attribute also increased. Reading this, Black was exasperated, asking if this was really a cooking channel for him, but James was pleased. He drank the rest of the potion and noticed that he didn't feel anything in particular, then moved on to Austin's potion. After drinking it, he obtained a level 4 Aura of Cain training method and permanent resistance to 100 poisons. And then his resistance reached 1,000 poisons, and James cheerfully said it was amazing. Now he could feel his body warming from the energy circulating in him. The guy was ecstatic, which couldn't be said for Black, who was pissed that he'd gotten resistance to a whole 1,000 poisons. But James remarked that it was mostly due to him, for if he hadn't said Cedian was bitter, he wouldn't invent a new way to use it by adding honey, and that made Black even angrier. At this time, the phone suddenly rang, and when James looked at it, he saw that it was the old mage calling. James took the call, and Horace started by saying he'd heard the guy had defeated the demon single-handedly. To this, the latter replied that it just happened, and Black was indignant at this impeccable manner of his. Then the mage continued, saying that he had found someone who knew about the flame dragon guy. Hearing this, James asked how far it was to go to this man, and when he got the coordinates, he said he would go tomorrow. Horace finished by sending him the exact location. They said their goodbyes, and James ended the call. Black noticed that the man must have been looking hard for information all this time, since he'd only called him now. James then said he would get alcohol for the old man on the way and talk to Thomas about it. When Black asked what kind of alcohol he'd take, the guy decided to make a joke, saying he'd take a honey Macaulay. The next day, they were already walking together to the right place. Horace was in high spirits. He said that they would meet this demon expert in this county so they could rest now. Black noticed that the houses here were in the middle of the forest, and the guild itself was in the mountains, which spoke of this man's stealth. When James asked if it was true that the guild was located deep in the mountains, the old man answered positively. Though that one was small, but unlike her character, this rascal doesn't like to be at the center of things. James didn't realize if the mage was now talking about the guild or someone else, but soon a girl approached them. She had red hair and earrings in the shape of blades. She greeted them, saying they were right on time. Seeing her, James wondered if this was the one they were supposed to meet. Meanwhile, the girl turned to Horatius, calling him teacher, but he waved her off, saying he was no longer her teacher. The girl smiled then, saying that she could see his habit of ignoring her words hadn't changed. But she quickly changed the subject, saying that she had heard the mage had taken a striking young man as his apprentice. James introduced himself to her, and she asked if he knew how surprised she was when the teacher called her. Horace couldn't stand it again and shouted that he didn't consider any of them his student, but they didn't care. Black noticed that the mage had a good relationship with his students, though he denied it. Looking at the girl, Black added that he could feel her aura. However, she was suppressing it on purpose. Meanwhile, the girl said she never introduced herself, saying her name was Becky. She added that she was a former student of that stubborn grandfather, and Horace thought he shouldn't have come. The girl was also the head of the Unita Summoners Guild that James was looking for. Seeing that the guy hadn't heard of them before, she explained that their guild was quite small. She continued to say something, and Black kept looking into her aura and was finally able to see it. He told James that this girl was very strong despite her frivolous behavior. She must have put a lot of effort into not standing out, and James agreed with him. Becky said she shouldn't keep her teacher and his new student waiting, so she asked them to follow her. Black noticed that their personalities were so different, but still the old man was training her for some reason. They came to a medium-sized, beautiful building with a creepy creature standing at the entrance. James felt a little uneasy at the sight of him, for he didn't look like a monster, yet he inspired fear. But Becky told him not to be frightened, saying that it was only a mid-level summoned spirit. But James had already figured that out himself, and explained to the girl that he had learned to recognize them. He added that the Grey Wolf was a rank 5 spirit, and even among spirits they were quite aggressive. However, the guy didn't feel an ounce of hostility from this creature, and the girl was surprised that he felt it. James then continued, saying that the girl had mentioned that she was at the head of the Summoners Guild. Becky agreed, adding that their guild had both spirit mages and summoners. By the way this cutie was called by her, the girl said his name was Loverboy. James suddenly realized what such an appearance meant, and then his thoughts were voiced by Horace. The old man said that this spirit appeared through magic and summoning arts, so it was impressive. Becky looked at James contentedly, questioning if she now inspired more confidence in her person. An unknown cloaked swordsman landed not far from his master with a report. He said there was a slight glitch in the plan, and his boss asked what the problem was. Then the swordsman said that old man Horace had come to the guild, and that made the boss think. He knew the mage wasn't used to leaving his home, so he wondered what had happened. The swordsman continued, saying that he had heard as if the teacher was looking for something, but he didn't know the details. However, it wasn't just Horace. Along with him came swordsman James Beck, and that made the boss change. He figured with this going on, things would be a lot more interesting than he expected. The swordsman then asked if they should postpone their plan in that case, but the man replied in the negative. He said he would take care of the teacher and his student, and the swordsman would take care of the rest. Especially since he couldn't handle James Beck on his own anyway, it was an honest answer. However, it was all for the success of the plan, for they had to get hold of it at any cost. And so the boss said he would give his swordsman some extra power for the battle. He drew some semblance of a portal in the air, and then a huge dark toad appeared out of it. When it came out, however, it no longer seemed so ominous, but something about it was still alarming. The swordsman who was supposed to go on the mission realized with delight that it was a contract spirit. And his master introduced his pet, saying that the one's name was Bufo, and he possessed 100 deadly poisons. It was enough to kill all the members of the Unitas Guild, as well as obtain that thing. In addition, there were also 2 unexpected guests, but with this arrangement they were, on the contrary, lucky. After all, this is an opportunity to eliminate all the pesky nuisances that will get in their way. After a while, Becky led them into something that looked like a library, and there they stopped. The girl spoke of a spirit summoned by herself. At first she didn't understand what the teacher was talking about. She asked for a glimpse of that spirit, and James responded positively, reaching for a cookie. It turned out to be where he hid the dragon, because for some reason he loved cookies, and soon appeared. Becky said he was incredibly cute, and Horace asked if it was the same dragon he was then. James replied that they'd seen it all themselves, but it seemed to have gone pretty well. Becky, meanwhile, was sending out a whole bunch of goodies, saying they were lucky she had it all left. She encouraged the dragonkin to eat as much as he wanted because in her eyes he was a real cutie. But seeing that no one but her was acting this way, the girl returned to the topic of their conversation. She said she spent many hours in that reading room to find information about his case. Finally, she was lucky enough to find a book from another world that contained information on summoning. When James asked where she got it, Becky said that sometimes intelligent monsters showed up. They're the ones who often own this sort of thing, but the interpretation of this book took some time. But she managed to learn that there are spirits whose energy becomes stronger. They are called royal vessels. A royal vessel was said to be a spirit with the innate qualities to become a spirit king. Horace was surprised at this turn, asking if the girl had gotten it right, but she answered in the affirmative. James said it was all great too, except that description doesn't fit the dragonkin at all. So far, the one was like a child, only eating and sleeping. He didn't even know how to breathe fire, but something wasn't clear. James asked if he could look at the book, and Becky held it out to the guy, pointing to where the translation was. However, James said he wanted to see the original, much to the girl's surprise. She asked in amazement if he could read the language of another world, and he replied that he knew a thing or two. Black asked where the gentleman got his swagger from, but James said he wouldn't read anything into it, for it was clear that it would be he, Blackstone, who would be reading, and the lad looked at him with a sly glance. Understandably, Black didn't like the idea, asking if he was some sort of translator for him. Still, he glanced at the page, saying that it spoke of a massive summoning that even orcs could comprehend. This book was very much like coming from his world, and James agreed that it wasn't bad. He stood with the book in his hands for a while and soon said he could read something. Developing spirits are suitable for becoming a royal vessel. In the future, they are capable of ascending to the throne. However, it is necessary to pass a special exam, because the throne does not pass by inheritance. It is also written that if you give a spirit a name, it will begin to evolve quickly and gain special abilities. That was it. Apparently the book only covered the simple and basic details. Becky was surprised by him that the guy was able to translate such a text so quickly, and told him so. She added that he could be of great help in the future, and Horace said he was better than she was. The girl, on hearing these words, declared that she would be offended if the teacher spoke like that. But Horace reminded her that she was, in fact, over 40, and then the girl hurriedly changed the subject. She was about to say something more about spirits when suddenly someone knocked on the door of the reading room. It was an unknown old man who apologized for the intrusion and stepped inside. He came to report that the meal preparations were complete, but didn't have time to finish when he saw the dragon. The old man then turned to James and shook his hand in greeting, telling him that he had come after all. The old man introduced himself, saying his name was Albert and he was a fan. James awkwardly thanked him. Becky added that Albert was the manager of their guild and the manager of its internal affairs. The man offered to get to know each other better later, after the prepared meal had cooled down. When James went downstairs to the dining room, he met more of his fans. Everyone wished to say hello to him, and soon they, the members of the Unitas Guild, appeared as well. Becky opened the doors to the spacious hall, saying they were having a meal all together, and invited James in. The girl asked for everyone's attention, saying that she was a little spendy since they had a guest today. The rest of the guild members were a bit surprised by this behavior of the head. After all, she usually didn't do such a thing. Looking at them, James thought that all the guild members were close to each other, and he envied them. He wondered if he himself would ever be able to create a place like this, where everyone would be like home. Or rather, whether he can create another home for all the people he will unite under him. So they ate until well into the night, and when it was dark, Horace took Becky out for a walk. The girl said that his new student had indeed gotten better. She hoped that one day she would have one too. But Horace advised her not to write excessive hope, for James himself was aiming to become a strong swordsman. Then Becky changed her face for some reason and said that James reminded her of meeting Nelson. Then she quickly covered her mouth with her hand because she realized she had babbled too much, and Horace frowned. The girl apologized, saying she had gotten too caught up in thoughts of her student. But the mage told her not to worry. Then the old man said they should go back because they had already gone too far. The girl agreed, and they turned around to leave when suddenly someone behind them asked if they wanted to have some fun. Horace and Becky were surprised, not out of surprise, but rather because they recognized the voice. The girl muffledly asked who he was and how he had overcome the barrier, and heard the same question in response. The guy, taking off his hood, asked if she didn't remember him. And after all, they were a family sharing a meal at the same table. When he took off his hood, Horace shouted at Nelson why he had come here, calling the man a creep. In front of them stood a tall guy with red eyes who smiled evilly at the teacher. The old man shouted again, asking how he was daring to show up here, but Nelson was only amused. Guy said it was a shame after such a long separation to meet his student like that. He added that they hadn't seen each other for a full 11 years, which is when his teacher killed them. Now Becky couldn't bitch anymore. She pounced on Nelson with complaints about his actions. However, the guy didn't miss the opportunity to taunt her back. After all, she was the mage's favorite student. Hearing this, Horace decided not to waste any more time and end it once and for all. He said he'd take this opportunity to kill him himself. The old man summoned high-ranked spirits of all 4 attributes who appeared in a flash. Nelson was surprised to see this, for it had been a long time since he had had to fight contract spirits. However, he asked them if they didn't feel sleepy, and suddenly Horace and Becky did. A feeling of something bitter swirled in their heads, and it spread throughout their bodies. Nelson waved his hands, saying he realized they had tons of questions for him, but he didn't weed them out. However, perhaps a family member was holding a grudge against them, and suddenly Becky realized what he was getting at. The girl was angry and wanted to pounce on him with fists, but Horace stopped her. He said that the more active she showed emotion, the faster the poison would spread in her body. Nelson even clapped his hands, saying that he hadn't expected otherwise from the reading, because it was just the way it was. However, there was another problem. Becky's family. The guy wondered if she was okay. There must have been someone very important there right now. Or perhaps James Beck himself had decided to drop in on them for dinner. Seeing their reaction, Nelson smiled evilly, saying that he too was aware of the guy's arrival here. And so he left him Bufo, and he wondered how the famous James Beck was feeling now. Horace couldn't take it anymore. He yelled for Nelson not to dare touch James. And he replied that he would do as they wished and activated the summoning portals to straighten them out first. The last glass that the Unitas Guild member was holding in his hand fell to the floor. He couldn't fight anymore. Everyone else hit the table too, and it was unclear if they had died or just fallen asleep. Suddenly one of them rose from his seat, and James heard the old man's quiet, sinister laugh. It turned out to be Arnold, who was the disgruntled one from the Unitas Guild that Nelson had mentioned. The old man walked to the middle of the hall and told Bufo that he could come out now, and then the toad appeared. It was pink, poisonous in color, and emitted a murderous green vapor that was poison. Arnold, meanwhile, said it was time to call it a day, so he'd give the guy some sleeping poison. It was an act of generosity on his part to let him die painlessly, so the old man set to work. He wanted to hurry over to James to kill him and join the others, but he suddenly stopped. There was a breeze from somewhere in the hall, and the old man looked around in surprise, searching for the reason for it. What he saw shocked Arnold, for right in front of him stood a summoned medium spirit. Upon seeing the wind wolf, the old man asked who had summoned it, addressing the spirit by name. He was obviously familiar with it, but a completely different voice answered him, which also turned out to be familiar, and Arnold was even more surprised. The goal belonged to James, who appeared to stand in front of his wolf and looked at the old man gravely. Arnold didn't understand why the guy was still alive, since he was going to finish him off with sleeping poison. And before that, he ate with everyone else and used a dozen more poisons that should have spread by now. However, James knew that with the effective resistance to thousands of poisons, their power was ignored. Arnold didn't see how the poison couldn't work on him, so he ordered Bufo to melt the guy down. The frog puffed up and released a rather large mixture of purple poisonous toxin at James. He wanted to add that with that, James definitely didn't stand a chance of surviving, but he didn't say enough. Arnold froze in place in amazement that the boy was unharmed and his face was still glowing. James wondered if the old man hadn't heard him, and after all, he had said the poison didn't work on him. He himself thought that immunity to poisons was indeed something incredible. Black agreed with him, but reminded him that he was still fighting, so James went on the attack. The first thing he found himself doing was near a frog, which he set up on his foot from a run-up. And then, out of inertia, he kicked Bufo with such force that he broke a window in the hall and flew out into the street. James then grabbed his sword, intending to finish off his last opponent. He activated his aura and demonstrated its power by launching a dark imperial projectile at the flying Bufo. Of course, he couldn't reflect it in any way, so there was a small explosion, and there was no trace of the toad. Black had noticed that the frog sprays deadly venom even in death, so this was a good call. James, meanwhile, turned to Arnold, saying that the creep was going to kill his comrades. But the old man shouted for him to shut up, saying the guy didn't know anything. Then he summoned his spirit. He addressed him in the name of Modius, ordering him to kill the man in front of him, that is James. But Black said ironically that it was rather silly, for the old man had put up a simple barrier. The spirit, judging by its size to be at least mid-rank, swung around to carry out the order. However, James was already preparing to attack, and he managed to do it first. He used a new technique. After a while, the spirit fell and broke apart, and the lad came close to the old man. And the man couldn't believe he had defeated his Modius so easily, even though he was a famous swordsman in his 17. James said he had a lot of questions for Arnold, but right now he was concerned about something else. At first he felt like punching the bastard. After all, he was a traitor no one can stand. The old man shouted in desperation for the boy to stop, but his fist was already near Arnold's face. He was hit in the face, fell to the floor, and started rolling from side to side. James was already hovering over him again, asking if he was in pain, the old man only whimpering in response. That's when the guy grabbed him by the collar and pulled him to him, telling him to stop pretending. After all, he hadn't even started beating him yet, and the old man was already writhing in pain like a child. He concentrated his aura into his finger and added that he would now explain to him why he had done it himself. After saying that, James touched his finger to his forehead, which made Arnold scream as if he'd been cut. His neck was covered with veins, indicating high body tension. Blood came from his nose, his eyes rolled back behind his orbits, all accompanied by a frenzied scream. Black said that the master was forcibly investing his aura into him. It was a very effective torture. Arnold, meanwhile, was lying on the ground again, clutching his head and screaming in pain. Becky's gaze was already clouded enough. The girl realized they wouldn't last that long. The spirits of all 4 attributes that Horace had summoned were of little help in this situation. Nelson continued to gloat, saying that his sister looked pretty tired. He offered her a rest, but the girl shouted for him to tighten up and get away. Hearing this, the guy made a disgruntled grimace, saying that this wasn't the reaction he was expecting. He asked if Becky wanted to take him back. It was about Loverboy, who for some reason stood at his side. His eyes glowed like 2 red light bulbs, indicating hatred for the victim. Becky didn't even realize how it had happened, but one thing was clear. They couldn't make it in this fight without backup. Her brother had a skill that allowed him to steal contract spirits. At first, she thought there was no such thing. But then she heard Horace's voice asking the girl to step aside, preparing for something. He ordered her to go save her guild before it was too late, but Nelson patted her down again. He said the teacher was as impressive as ever and asked if without poison and sis he would have lost. But Horace replied that they would see how long his worthless mouth would laugh. To this, Nelson said he would laugh at them for the rest of his life after he killed both of them. He snapped his fingers, and in a flash, he was surrounded by high-level spirits, also with red eyes. Among them were a gorilla, a snake, and a bat, all of enormous size, which spoke of good draft control. Horace and Becky were surprised to realize that their brother had grown incredibly in that time, if he could summon 3 at a time. Nelson added that he borrowed these guys from the Hero and Phoenix guilds, as well as the Yeon family. He then mockingly asked what they thought of their students' peerless collection. He wanted to hear their opinions before they died, and in the meantime, Horace was trying to figure out his secret. He thought that to steal other people's spirits, there must be some condition, and he needed to figure it out. But he seemed to be on edge, and Nelson saw it perfectly well too. He spread his hands again. And in the next instant, the spirits pounced upon them, and Becky and Horace realized that the end was near. The old man reached out his hand in front of him with his last strength, activating the barrier, but his strength wasn't enough. He wondered if this was the end, as suddenly a large dark ball of aura appeared right in front of them. At that time, the gorilla just jumped, about to attack them, and the shell flew right into it. But what was most incredible was that after such an attack, the spirit immediately began to disappear. Horace suddenly realized what the technique and energy was, turning around to look for the guy. And James stepped out of the shadows of the trees, apologizing for being late. He was covered in his black aura. When he came to the center of the clearing where they were standing, everyone noticed that the guy was holding a sword. He told the old man to take it easy. He had to help Becky first and get rid of the poison. For the rest, James said he'd handle it himself, and Nelson couldn't believe he was standing in front of him. James said he knew him from his past life. In a couple years, he would be a dangerous criminal. Because Nelson stole contract spirits from others, he was nicknamed the Robber. But James didn't know he was a mage's apprentice. Black added that from the looks of it, the guy was quite talented in martial arts as well, and James agreed. He added that he was difficult to capture because of his skills, but now his talent has yet to fully blossom. The guy then told a surprised Nelson that his spy had kindly laid it all out for him. He smiled and added that he came here to collect and remove unnecessary garbage that interferes with the lives of others. But that wasn't what surprised Nelson. He wondered how the guy could even talk after the poison. And James asked him back, was he really such a fool after all, who would tell him about it so easily? Such an insult infuriated Nelson, though he realized he would have to fight James on equal footing. However, it wasn't even worth thinking about, because once he killed him and those two, it would all be over. He raised his hands and put on some metal gloves, then lunged at the guy. James prepared to defend himself and swung his sword in front of him, creating a shockwave of aura. For a moment they faced each other, each with their own attack, and then there was a surge of power. James was thrown aside, landing on his feet and already preparing for another attack. Nelson was also thrown off, but unlike James, who remained calm, he was angry. For a second, he wondered if this guy's strength was capable of matching his own. Even if he's from the Beck family, how did he manage to reach that level at his age? This Nelson couldn't understand, and James took the opportunity to jump on him from behind. It happened so fast that opponent didn't have time to react in time. The same allowed James to put the maximum amount of aura into his attack. He brought it down on Nelson, and though he put his arms out for a block, the effect was guaranteed. James looked at him with a murderous stare, intent on finishing off another criminal. To his surprise, Nelson had been able to withstand the attack, but now he stood almost powerless before him. Nelson looked at him angrily, telling him that James wasn't going to get away with it that easily. The guy thought he was using a shield aura, but that aura was significantly using up the user's power. Black noticed that his opponent probably didn't realize how much maneuverability he had developed, and James replied that this was the first time he was using soul fusion in real combat, and it was a very useful skill. Nelson shouted to his spirits not to stand idly by, ordering them to grab the guy. The first to lunge at him was a huge serpent which opened its mouth, about to swallow him. Black suggested to the gentleman that it was an attack from below, and he said he would use a different technique in that case. The fusion of dark step dominance and unknown footwork was his newly honed technique. James jumped up and it came out pretty high, like the time he fought a flaming gargoyle. When the kite changed its trajectory to reach him, he did the same and attacked first. He called this technique the Imperial Sword of Domination, and it worked. The serpent began to disappear. However, the next spirit was already rushing instead. The favorite was under the enemy's control. Of course, James remembered that it was Becky's contracted spirit, so he couldn't kill it. Except he had no other choice, and the boy gripped his sword again, preparing to strike. A second later, he attacked a wolf that didn't even have time to fully approach him. Nelson, who was watching, called James crazy, for he had killed all his spirits. He realized that the kid wasn't just his equal in strength, he far surpassed him in skill. There was only one thing left to do then. Nelson raised his hand, on which the spirit bat landed. His name was Mephs, and Nelson ordered the man to use his remaining eyes. It was obvious that the spirit had accepted the order, because suddenly its eyes lit up with a bright aura color. Black didn't feel any killing intent, so it wasn't like an attack, but it was still worth being on guard. At that moment, James was approached by Horace, who shouted for the lad to stop Nelson. He explained that the man was trying to escape, as Mephs was a contracted spirit capable of traveling through space. But Nelson shouted that they could play with him all they wanted, because it was too late anyway. He suddenly drew a summoning circle in front of him and raised his hand, intending to perform another summoning. This time it wasn't ordinary spirits. The elite orcs had special endurance. James grudgingly noticed that the guy still had the contract spirits he had skillfully managed. But they didn't have time, and James said he'd have to use Black, and he'd already taken sword form. He said it was a good chance to check the progress of his training, and Nelson suddenly stared at the guy. He saw his black aura and felt its incredible power as the guy picked up a new blade. James now looked like a seasoned warrior who knows what he's doing, and he was going to keep his opponent from escaping. Nelson was not in the least frightened and shouted for Mephs to leave immediately. But it was too late. James had applied a brittle Knight of Carnage and had dealt with the orcs in a flash. The spirits disappeared from one single attack, but that was only the beginning. Then a counterstrike would have to follow. He pointed it toward Nelson, and it happened so fast that he didn't have time to react. This time the explosion was even stronger, but after it the enemy had already disappeared, so James didn't succeed. The next morning they were standing in the reading room again, and James asked if everyone was in one piece, for they had woken up early. Becky replied that she was fine thanks to her teacher, and Horace stopped him, saying that he was fine too. James guiltily said that he was ashamed, for he had, after all, let his enemy escape. But Becky said that if it wasn't for James, they'd be gone by now, so he shouldn't say that. Horace agreed, adding that the guy managed to leave a serious wound on his arm before he escaped. Nelson's life will never be the same again, so James did a good job last night. Besides, the old man added that they should be the ones to apologize, since they were the ones who should have solved the problem. He remembered taking Nelson in when he was a round orphan because he was incredibly talented. His potential prompted great interest in Horace, so he trained him. However, he failed to discern the evil that lurked within him, and eventually it awakened. In the absence of the magician and Becky, Nelson did a terrible crime that pains him to this day. He killed his two older brothers, even though they'd done nothing wrong. The guy was just testing his strength, and despite his young age, he was very strong. The reason for the murder, just as the old man said it was ridiculous, Nelson wanted to know something. Is it possible to steal a man's contracted spirit when killing him? And that's when Horace and Becky figured it out. If they had left him alive then, he would have become a huge threat to the world in the future. But they could not do so, for the old man hesitated for a second, and that was enough. Nelson ran away, leaving them alone. He wanted to preserve his life and return with a vengeance. By then, the guy already knew quite a few summoning techniques and could skillfully dispose of them during battle. It wasn't the first time he had escaped either. That day he had summoned a medium water spirit, thanks to which he had escaped. Horace and Becky remained staring after him, realizing there was nothing more they could do. James suddenly thought that this had to be the reason the mage had stopped accepting students. From a pitching hopeful, he had become a useless piece of trash. Becky said she had once cared for him very much. Also, Nelson had recruited one of their guild members, and sooner or later the others would punish Albert. James, meanwhile, said he learned that Nelson had coerced Albert into stealing something. Then the girl approached the small box, saying that he must have been looking for this. Opening it, she revealed a beautiful dagger, saying that it was a divine artifact. It was called a twisted water dagger and was the embodiment of water, in which all water energy was imprisoned. Black noticed that its properties were similar to those of fire incarnate, and that was what Nelson was trying to steal. James thought it was clear now why he hadn't known about Unitas in his previous life. After all, the guild was seriously hurt because of Nelson and lost the twisted water dagger. It was going to mean that the future was going to change again, so it was tedious to be prepared for that. Becky added that they've beefed up security because it's possible Nelson has more helpers. Horace said it was a good idea, though he doubted the creep had shared the information with anyone. James said he would help them too, but the mage replied that they could take it from there. James didn't object then, and Becky suddenly said she would give him one last thing. She held out an unusual drop of water, saying that it could help him if he managed the water attribute well. It was a spiritual stone made of pure energy gathered from the twisted water dagger. James accepted the pickup and bowed to her in thanks, but the girl said it was nothing. After all, it couldn't compare to the fact that he had saved their lives, and she also added that the Unitas Guild and herself. Rado will support swordsman James Beck in any endeavor he desires, even a deadly adventure. James was shocked by her words, for Becky was speaking seriously from the bottom of her heart. She added that all guild members had agreed to take this oath, so it was official. Horace suddenly said he was making this oath too, for now he too was indebted to the lad. He smiled and added that he could feel free to call him if he needed anything. James smiled back at them. He was glad he had such great friends willing to help. He bowed his head to them, saying that he too would come to the aid of the two of them at any moment. Becky turned to the teacher, asking if he could see the student virtue now, and Black joked that the guys would be helping each other for the rest of their lives after such colorful words. Meanwhile, Thomas and Ara were on their way to the place the young lord had called them to. Thomas noticed that he called out to them as soon as he returned, and the girl asked if something was wrong. The guy replied that it was about, no doubt, some important mission, given the urgency of it all. Ara said she was ready, and they opened the door together, and when they got inside, they announced that they had arrived as quickly as they could. James, seeing that they were already here, pointed to the couch next to him, telling them to sit down first. This was a very important matter that would be difficult for him to handle alone, which was why he had called them over. Ara wouldn't even listen to the continuation, saying that she would do whatever it was. Thomas was of the same opinion, asking if they needed to go get ready already, but James answered Elle that they didn't need anything yet. He pointed to his self-appointed spirit, saying he should be given a good name. Thomas and Ara's faces changed, for they both remembered how difficult it had been for them to come up with a name. Thomas remarked that it was really a big deal, and the girl said she liked it. She explained that without a name, it was like the dragonkin was missing something, and it was true. James said that's the reason he's been trying to come up with a name for him, but so far without success. He asked how they variant Chalk was because he chugs when he eats, and he ate most of the time. Thomas and Ara looked at their lord with a serious look, pondering this option for a moment. This was noticed even by the dragonkin himself, who stopped eating for a moment and stared at James as well. It was obvious that he didn't like that name, and the guy himself felt awkward about it too. He told Black that he had expected a very different reaction, and the latter replied that he had told him it was a bad option. Ara asked if the young lord was really mocking them like that, and Thomas began to reassure her. He said that the man was naturally joking and must have thought of another good name. And James thought in a panic that he had no more options, so he didn't know what to say. And then he suddenly realized that he could turn to Black for help, for he was good at naming. A friend said that he once had a chance to fight a red dragon called IG Carta. Hearing this, it was as if it hit James. He realized that this silly name could be altered a bit, and then turned to Thomas and Ara, saying he had another option, and voiced it. This time he named the dragonling Ignis, hoping they would like that name better. Thomas noticed that it was a Latin name, appropriate for a fire spirit, and Ara liked it too. Thomas said he told the girl it was a shuka, so she shouldn't have been so upset. James breathed a sigh of relief, and Black remarked that compared to Chafk, any option would be acceptable. Why the guy looked at his spirit, saying that he would now be called Ignis, and the guy looked back at him. He even stopped eating, and for a moment it seemed like the dragonkin understood everything. And so it was. For the next second he was up in the air and swirling in some kind of flame. This spoke of his transformation. Later a status window appeared, indicating this. The flame dragon gained the gastronomic fire property and also increased its power. Black was surprised that the system was reporting it, but remembered reading about the phenomenon in a book. When you give a name, you get special powers, which means Ignis is now fully James. The dragonkin even seemed to have grown a bit, his wings a little bigger and his muzzle not so childish. His horns also grew a bit, and there was also a distinctive fire on his head as in his primary form. Thomas and Ara watched it all in surprise, and the girl said that the spirits seemed to like the name. James thought it was interesting to see how far this royal vessel would go. In addition, his own susceptibility to the fire attribute increased by 10 points and his resistance by 15 points. He also received a title through the effects of which all stats were increased by 1. Black seemed to be shocked that his fire attribute numbers had risen so much. Recently, the Divine Swordbeck family had been very active. The rivalry had contributed to this. In the entire huge Bake family house, the talk was all about this, people asking if the elder was stepping down. Some thought the next heir would be the eldest son, Gilbert Beck, for the latter was a hero. However, neither he nor Barbara Beck was interested in becoming heirs. There was also the candidacy of Kevin Beck, because unlike his father, he had a soft character. As of late, however, the youngest of the Beck family, James Beck, has taken the most unusual action. He had been on top of his game lately, and if rumors were to be believed, he had managed to single-handedly kill a mid-level demon. Some thought that this news was exaggerated because the guy was only 17, but everything pointed to the contrary. Word had reached other people that James had learned the art of summoning, and it couldn't help but wonder. James was even talked about in correspondence. His popularity had really increased a lot. Maria also could not ignore all these rumors. Moreover, the girl read about everything carefully. She didn't know how much the boy had grown in that time, but she realized she couldn't give in to him. Suddenly her older brother came to her and asked what she was doing, which scared her a lot. Maria said she had already told La to knock before going in to see someone, but her brother replied that he had knocked 10 times. It looked like his sister was very busy with something if she didn't hear it, so he decided to take a look himself. He asked if she was reading articles about James Beck again, and Maria blushed. Afterward, the girl shoved him out the door, telling him not to let it be what his brother thought it was. And he said he understood perfectly well the feeling when you can't say anything because of shame. Then the girl was already specifically angry and threw him out of her room. Her brother thought it was funny to see a girl who knew nothing but training suddenly started to be interested in the other guy. He too was curious about who James Beck was. He rose to shake off the dust, and then suddenly his face became serious. The brother said he really hopes the youngest of the Beck family turns out not to be as testy as that guy. Meanwhile, James was practicing in his room. The training was about mana control. He sat and meditated, his breathing even and fully conjugated with his aura. Black noticed that the gentleman hadn't done aura training in a while, and the man said he'd been busy. Black agreed, saying that he really did have a lot on his plate, and even he himself was in a complete turmoil. James added that he would soon have to focus on an important assignment again for a long time. He also needs to think about how and when to use his newly acquired skill points. He took a drink of water, and at that time Thomas entered his room, happy to notice that the gentleman was already on his feet. James asked him if anything special had happened while he was away, but the boy answered in the negative. Thomas replied that he had a message from the young mistress, his older sister Rosa. It referred to the postponement of the contest. Apparently the assignment given by the elder overlapped with that number. Thus, the contest is postponed to any date desired by the young gentleman after the mission. James asked to tell his sister that he understood and not to cancel for no reason. He himself thought that it was even better because that time he had barely won with his best efforts. And now the other side is giving him more time, thanks to which he will definitely be able to break her. But Black asked, did it not occur to him that Ha this time and his opponent had grown in skill? James acknowledged this, saying that of course things wouldn't be easy, as Rose is an expert in the challenging absolute sword. But that was why he should have prepared thoroughly with his sword squad. He started the training with endurance, saying that a real fight is far more ruthless than these couple hours. The swordsmen needed to hold the attack position for at least 3 more hours. And if they only last an hour, they won't last 10 minutes in real combat. James added that he doesn't force them to do exercises that won't do any good. He was also paying special attention to Ara, who had just been reprimanded for breaking a stand. Black noticed the girl was persistent. He couldn't believe she was going to learn a real mid-level sword. James agreed, saying that Ara would soon improve her skills and overcome the others. After all, she was a talent that he had personally chosen, and talent was useless unless it was nurtured. James clapped his hands together, saying that this would be the end of their morning training, and they would continue on their own after lunch. All the swordsmen were literally lying on their feet from exhaustion, but they quickly got up and walked towards the exit of the pavilion. James decided that he too would work out after lunch, but suddenly his phone rang. The guy glanced at the caller, but this time it was an unknown number, and that surprised him greatly. After all, not many people knew his number, so James was even curious as to who it was. He took the call and heard the greeting. A calm male voice spoke. He apologized for his intolerance, saying he should have introduced himself first. The unknown man identified himself as the head of the Arcane Guild, Richard Bannis, and that name spoke volumes to James. However, he was greatly surprised when he called him a benefactor who had saved his daughter twice. After all, Martha's father had spoken to him. James replied that it was nothing, for his daughter had helped him a lot too. The guy then noticed that the man had called him because he probably had some business to attend to. Then Martha's father said that their arcane guild was also the best derivative workshop in the country. James figured the man really wouldn't have called just to thank him. In that case, Richard Bannis suggested that we stop this useless conversation and get down to business. After all, he wasn't speaking on his own behalf now, but on behalf of the Arcane Guild, which was important to understand. And then he made a formal request to James for help, much to the guy's surprise. The next morning he was already in his office, which served as the headquarters of the Arcane Guild. The man was as red-haired as his daughter. He was happy to see James and greeted him again. The guy responded by saying that it had been a long time since Martha's video and asked the girl how she was doing. As her father shook James's hand, he was surprised to realize why his daughter had been praising the guy so much. It was unbelievable that he possessed such skill and swordsmanship at such a young age. Richard said he wouldn't waste his time and invited him to come into the dungeon where it would tell him everything. James involuntarily thought that the problem he would need to solve was right there. But Martha, seeing his surprised look, said that in fact it was not as it might appear from the outside. The dungeon assigned to the Banu's family looked quite impressive, and James couldn't help but praise them. One could only get there with a special pass, which was not issued to outsiders. The guy thought that for an old dungeon there was a high level of security here. Meanwhile, an observant Richard said James must be wondering why there are so many locks. He realized the guy was thinking the same thing, since everyone who was here for the first time said the same thing. The place was originally set up as a storage facility, so there were convoluted security procedures. However, for some reasons it had to be used for other purposes, and those reasons are related to its problem. After these words, the man opened the last lock on his own, and James could see the dungeon from the inside. The first thing he noticed was a man, or rather a girl, who was standing nearby and whom he knew well. It was Maria, who for some reason had also come here, as James noticed, on request, since she couldn't open all those locks. The girl approached him, saying that she had heard a lot of news about him lately. James replied that he'd heard something about her exploits too, to which she said it was quite amazing. But suddenly someone's hand came down on her head, and Mary fell silent, looking away unhappily. It was her older brother who noticed that James looked much better in person than he had been described. He introduced himself as Ascold from the cruel Red Lotus family, saying it was a pleasure to meet him. Black mentally analyzed him and concluded that this guy had already reached rank 7 and was at a level where rank was meaningless. James, meanwhile, introduced himself in return, saying admiringly that he had heard of the glory of Dragon Fist. Asgold clearly did not expect such words of acknowledgement, saying that he was flattered because usually members of the Beck family did not shine with politeness. He remarked that their fathers must be on good terms, and James awkwardly agreed with him. James then asked if that meant he would be doing this mission with them. Richard responded positively, saying that Dragon Fist had asked to personally carry out this mission with him. Asgold explained that he was interested in his skills since he had been on top of things lately. James said that the guy was praising him too much, so he felt awkward, and the guy smiled, saying that they would see for themselves soon. However, Asgold himself felt that this praise was not even enough, for the lad was indeed strong. After seeing him in person, he realized that he was truly as amazing as they say, and he definitely kept up with Mariah. The guy was amazed at his strength, so much so that he even thought it was as if James was living a second life. Meanwhile, the latter asked why Mrs. Maria had come here if she was not part of the mission. Upon hearing this, Asgold replied that he didn't know himself, but his sister went with him as soon as he mentioned that he had a mission with James Beck. The girl decided to justify herself, saying she wanted to see for herself how his skills had increased. She punched her brother in the stomach and added that he didn't seem to be fully awake yet and was talking nonsense. Their exchange of pleasantries was interrupted by Richard, who cleared his throat, drawing attention to himself. He said that his daughter Martha would now give them the details of the mission, and the girl invited everyone to follow her. When they had walked for some time, something incredible finally appeared in front of them. It was a rift in the dungeon, but an unusual one. Personally, James had not yet encountered one in his life. Asgold agreed, saying that this rift was more like a portal, and he himself was also videoing such a thing for the first time. Meanwhile, James was approached by Blackstone, who looked shocked for the first time in a long time. He pointed somewhere deep into the rift, saying that this was indeed no ordinary case. It was the Isle of Fallon, which is in his world and where he came to train swordsmen. Of course, this couldn't help but be reflected on James's face, who opened his mouth in surprise. Richard, meanwhile, said that it really was more like a portal to another world. Black demanded that James quickly ask where he'd gotten here, and the boy did so. Richard replied that he usually doesn't say that. However, this portal came about because of him, the swordsman James Beck. After the attack on Craftsman Island, he met with Gerald to discuss the security issue. They came to the decision to create a new secret space by utilizing the energy of fire incarnation. And suddenly, during the test, they made a connection. But why with this island, it was unclear. It was volcanic, and apparently it was dangerous to be on it for a long time, for it was unknown territory. Seeing that James still didn't understand, Richard explained that this experiment was made possible because of him. After all, he had protected the artisans and fire incarnations on the island, and Black was angry that it had all turned out to be about James again. Asked by Asgold to tell the man more about their mission, the man replied that it would take place on the island. There are dangerous creatures there that are a big threat to the expansion of the facility. So they asked them to deal with the threat, and Asgold suddenly shouted that those had appeared. From the rift, or rather portal, a huge lava golem suddenly became visible and noticed the hole in space. These fire golems looked quite different from the normal ones, and it was a bit disconcerting. Asgold put the protective gear on his hands, asking James if he was ready to show his strength. The guy responded positively, but asked when it was that they had time to switch to you. Asgold replied that it was only a minor detail, so there was no need to worry about it. He added that it was much easier to work together that way, so James had to agree. Black noticed that Asgold wasn't a bad guy, and he didn't video a single minus in his character. As if to confirm his words, Asgold turned to everyone, saying that before going in there. He would like to make a small wager and looked at James curiously. The guy went on, saying that they would bet on who could fell these flaming monsters the most. Of course, James said that the winner would be Asgold, since there was a big difference in skills between them. But the man replied that he had not expected to hear such a thing from a legendary swordsman who had defeated a demon single-handedly. He then said that he too would fight in a rank 6 force, but James replied that he had a maximum of rank 5. However, Asgold was not fooled. He noticed that his real strength was close to rank 6. Black said that in addition to his character, this guy was also very smart. At the same time, Asgold added that there would be no fun if there was nothing at stake. So he offered to praise him to Mary if he won, and asked how he liked the idea. James replied that he didn't need it and hadn't even asked for such a favor, Then Askold laughed, saying that if Mary had heard how resolutely he said it, she would have been disappointed. The girl was really watching them from the sidelines and didn't understand what her brother was talking to James about. Then Askold finally stopped laughing and said that, in that case, he would fulfill one request of his. It was obvious that James was hesitant, but decided to agree, seeing that the boy wanted it badly. Askold said it was simply delightful, and added that they were henceforth forbidden to interfere with each other. Then Jamie asked how many points the boss will be worth if either of them defeat him first. He explained that if points were awarded for each monster killed, there was an opportunity to meet the boss as well. Askold thought for a moment and said that James was right, for such golems were surely stronger. The guy then suggested that we proceed according to the dungeon rules. Whoever kills the boss wins automatically. James smiled contentedly and agreed. He already knew how he would act on Fallon Island. Askold, hearing his agreement, laughed even more, saying that he liked his simplicity. That was their decision. And when they were both ready, they stepped into the portal leading into the unknown. Askold fought really well. He had defeated more than one monster with just his fists. His martial arts were impressive, but it was not surprising as the guy could really be called a genius. He killed the flame golems one by one, and he didn't just use brute force. Askold possessed unusual skills and was able to concentrate his aura, turning it into a powerful weapon. With one such technique, he formed a laser, which he used to successfully saw another golem. Askold watched the monster with interest, wondering if the laser attacks would work on its lava body. Strangely enough, it worked, and some sort of liquid spilled out of the golem's body. It was more like water, which really surprised Askold, but he realized that the monster was still alive. So the guy lunged at him to finish him off, and soon his fist pierced through the stone body. The golem could not stand on its feet after such a blow fell to the ground, falling apart. But that didn't seem enough to Askold, and he continued to follow them to finish them off himself. A second later, he punched through the golem. The golem had no chance to repel such an attack. Askold landed on the grass with his eyes closed, for he already knew it had worked out. It was the 7th golem on his account, but Askold was already quite tired of fighting them. It wasn't bad for a warm-up, though. The guy thought James had killed about the same amount. Meanwhile, they were being watched by Richard and the others via drone. Mary and Martha watched with admiration as the boys killed the new monsters, but didn't show it. Watching James, Richard asked in wonder if the man was really rank 5. After all, that one had already finished off 10 golems. It seemed like he was just playing with them like children. Maria realized that naturally his abilities should have improved during this time. She knew her brother was also giving in to him a bit, but for all that, James's speed was thrilling. Black, who was flying along with him, noticed that the lad had wanted to agree to the wager from the start. James answered positively, for he could deal with golems with a single blow. And not with 1 or 2, but with all 10, and it was really impressive. James had time to hone his skills on the golem he had taken with him from the dungeon. He practiced with his toy almost daily, so it was no surprise that he excelled. The golems were destroyed one by the sweeps of his sword, which slew them with new techniques. And it was because James knew the secret, the weak point of every golem, hidden in the core. He didn't know about the rest, but the location of the core fire golems James could really feel. It turned out that the victory was in his pocket from the beginning. In any case, Askold was the first to propose a bet. If he had known that James knew a way to kill golems quickly, he wouldn't have been so reckless. Plus, one of the rules of successful negotiation was to give a few disclaimers before agreeing. James said he didn't plan to lose from the start, and Black called him a sly fox. But you had to give the guy credit because he actually fought pretty well. He was indeed not inferior to rank 6 swordsman in his skills, and that was not counting his special aura. He just as Askold landed on the grass with his eyes closed, certain that he had killed the golem. And that was actually true. The guy had already killed over 15 monsters and had no plans to retreat. Richard and the girls watched everything through the screen of a small TV and marveled. Martha's father asked himself how it was even possible for the boy to have such a high level. After all, he immediately realized where the core of the golem was and cut it with his sword in one blow. It was largely beyond the man's expectations, for James had done it without the use of aura. Obviously, his skills helped him, and after all, he was a swordsman only active for the last one. 2 years. Richard, of course, assumed that the rumors concerning him were made up. After all, James was also the true heir to a huge family, but this guy might just be a talent worth investing in. With that thought, he continued to watch him closely. After a while, Richard announced the point tally, saying that Asgold had scored 17 points. James scored 25 points, and Dragon Fist's face changed with surprise. He wondered if he had been too lenient with James. After all, he knew that his skills were far above his current rank, but to win, it wouldn't be enough. Right now, Asgold needed to get more serious because he didn't plan on granting him victory. The guy rushed at several golems at once. He sped up his attacks at the expense of fighting more monsters. Meanwhile, Black asked James if he could handle the new task. To this, the lad replied that Asgold might be acting childish in places, but he was certainly much better than him now. After all, it was worth it for him to show a little of his true abilities, and the outcome of the battle would be predetermined, but Black himself knew this very well. James then went on to say that this was the reason he added the last condition. Black asked if he had been looking for the boss all this time, and James replied positively with a smile on his face. He added that he had sensed a large accumulation of fire energy while they were still in the dungeon. So all this time he wasn't just fighting golems, he was making his way to the boss. After a while, he tired to run to the volcano, where he was apparently hiding. Black said he could feel him underground, albeit faintly, but you can't fool his sensitivity. James then decided that if he channeled the aura into the ground, the boss would jump right out, but Black didn't like that idea. He said he hoped the guy knew what this boss looked like before waking him up. But James answered in the negative, saying that he thought Black would tell him that. The one, however, apologized, saying that even he didn't know that, because who would ever dig that deep? James calmed him down then, saying he wouldn't do it without a plan, and swung his foot. Why the guy hit the ground with it, thinking that with his resistance to fire it should work. A moment later, fiery bursts of aura appeared at the spot where he had straddled his foot, and then the ground split open, and a huge boss golem that instilled a sense of dread emerged from it. He roared loudly so that even Asgold heard him, fighting at quite a distance. He even had to cover himself with his hands from so much fire energy. And then the guy saw the boss himself, wondering if he'd been hiding underground near the volcano all this time. From the looks of it, the boss looked like a huge stone gorilla that was all covered in flames. And now this monster was standing right in front of James, who didn't seem to be frightened. Meanwhile, the boss prepared to attack with a fireball, forming one in his mouth. Black shouted that this golem's name was Tandalos, and he had fought him once before. It was a siege magic golem that was difficult to crack as it had 3 cores. And if James doesn't destroy them all at once, this monster will be reborn in the process. As a result of all this, there will be a huge explosion that will engulf the entire island. And James had already realized for himself that this was going to have disastrous consequences. Plus, everything indicated that Tandalos was furious about being woken up. Black said that James should wait for Asgold to overpower him together, because he couldn't do it otherwise. But James replied in the negative, saying that since he now knows how to destroy this boss, Tho will be able to do alone, as he did with all the others before him. With these words, he rushed to the attack. The golem opened its jaws for another firebomb, aiming straight at the guy. But James's attack was faster, and he unleashed his misty cut on him. For a moment, the golem seemed to feel nothing, continuing to stand still. And then James swung his blade, putting his aura, divided into 3 parts, into the blow. He called this strike as the triple link flash of falling thunder, and all 3 attacks hit the boss's cores. Suddenly, the fire in his eyes began to dim, and the monster roared frantically for the last time at the entire island. And then slowly, like a falling fortress, fell to the ground, and James landed safely. Seeing this, Black could not hide his surprise, for the gentleman appeared to be very clever. Adjusting the speed of his sword energy, he dealt damage to 3 points at once. And all 3 boss cores cracked at the same time, resulting in his demise. So now Black couldn't help but praise James, even though he was reluctant to do so. But the speed at which that one was advancing was so fast that it didn't even seem real. After a while, they had already come out of the rift, which was more of a portal, and disappeared after the boss died. Asgold admitted he lost, but asked if the guy knew where the boss was from the beginning. To this, James replied that in a bet with a man who is much stronger than he is, there is no getting around the advantage. It even amused Asgold, and he spread his hands, saying that the guy was too good. And now he had to fulfill one wish of his and asked him what he wanted. James replied that he would probably save his wish for later, but Asgold advised him not to delay. To this he replied that he would be thrifty with his desire so that it would not evaporate. Asgold laughed again, and then said he wanted to ask him something else, but Martha beat him to it. The girl told James that her father wanted to talk to him and invited him to follow her. The boy bowed to Ascold, and the latter waved him goodbye, telling him that they would see each other again. The brother also turned to Maria, standing behind him, asking if the girl didn't want to say goodbye as well. After all, she didn't know when she would see him again, so she should have done the same. But Maria only snorted, saying that he left without saying goodbye to her, so why should she? It was only on the girl's cheeks that Ascold noticed the blush that gave away the fact that she wanted to see James again. Then the guy said that as her older brother, he was giving them his consent, which made Maria very angry. The girl said that she had already asked him not to talk like that after all, and then said she was going to practice. Ascold replied that they could go together. Besides, his sister should have been honest with herself. After all, at this rate she might lose to him. With those words, he turned around looking at James. When he came to Martha's father, Richard bowed to him, saying that the Arcane Guild was once again in his debt. If they started building without locating the boss, and if the boss woke up and raged, they would have suffered heavy losses, but thanks to James, this was avoided. The man bowed to him again, and James told him he shouldn't, as he was just honoring his request. Besides, he had gained valuable experience in this battle, and the guy reached into his pocket for something. He gave Richard a beautiful red stone, saying he found it after defeating the boss. He added that the man could accept it as a thank you, and the man couldn't believe his eyes. After all, James had just given him incredibly dense fire energy. This item was definitely of legendary level. A little embarrassed, Richard asked why James was giving the jewel to him. To this, the guy replied that the item obtained during the mission given by the customer belonged to him. These words made Richard think even more about the youngest son in the Beck family. He suddenly said he couldn't accept the gift, and James asked in surprise as to the reason. Richard then replied that he had simply instructed him to kill a few golems, not an entire boss. So the item belonged to him, and James looked at him gratefully. He bowed, saying he was very honored that the man was giving it to him. James got ready to head out, saying that if they needed him again, let them feel free to contact him. And Richard thought it must be easy to be arrogant when you have such skills at his age. But James Beck was an honest man, and perhaps they would meet again soon. By the time James got home, he was no longer able to do anything. Black said the guy really shined today, so he deserved the provisions of rest. But in the next instant, his friend got angry, saying that James hadn't planned to give the item away from the beginning. Still, at the end he didn't have much choice but to accept it, which he did. It was a win-win for both sides, and more importantly, Richard would consider him an honest man. Black realized it was useless to argue, so he told the guy to hurry up and eat it already. But James replied that he'd break his teeth if he did that, at which point Black said he'd gotten it wrong again. And James held out the stone to him, saying that in that case he should show him what to do himself. This stone was called the Heart of Tandalos and rapidly increased resistance and susceptibility to fire. Then James suddenly summoned Ignis, and the dragonkin appeared immediately. However, Black didn't understand why he had summoned this lizard and asked him about it. To this, James replied that the one had a skill that made him stronger at eating anything. With those words, the guy gave him a rock, saying that it would be much easier for Ignis to eat it. Besides, this way was far more effective, and Black had to admit that. The dragonkin, without thinking long, put the stone in his mouth and began to chew, crackling the broken pieces. And then the unbelievable happened. In front of James sat no longer a dragon, but a real dragon. As a result, his own susceptibility to the fire attribute increased by as much as 2 points. Resistance to fire had also been increased by 25 points, and Black had gotten mad about it. The status window also gave out that Ignis had absorbed the dense flame essence, causing the Ignis vessel to expand. James remarked contentedly that they seemed to be getting somewhere with his experiments. Then all three of them stared at the status window waiting for more rewards. But they didn't follow, and Black told James to be happy with what he had. Then all of a sudden there was someone's voice saying that James was pretty interesting. The boy asked what that was now, and Black referred to the voice inside his head. But the status window revealed the real reason. The fiery spirit King Ifrit had shown interest in him and Ignis. For a while, James stood there in incomprehension that he was now being addressed by the Spirit King himself. Black added that he'd never heard of him either, but it seemed this Ifrit did speak directly to him. And then they saw the invitation. The Spirit King had personally invited James and Ignis to the spirit world. Literally immediately, a true fire portal opened up in front of them, similar to what they had seen before. Only this one led not to some island with golems, but to the world of spirits, where few people got there. James decided not to delay and stepped through the portal first, with the dragon following behind him. Black noticed that it looked like Ifrit had personally opened this portal since it was happening now. James said the invitation from the Spirit King himself was a bit excessive, but he actually liked it. Ignis seemed to be thinking the same thing. The dragon roared happily, and James stepped further into the portal. After a moment, it swallowed them whole, but they didn't expect the place they were in. When the guy opened his eyes, he thought he had died and was in heaven. Black said it was his first time here too, but this place was overflowing with pure energy. They were in the middle of 4 high chairs that were clearly meant for someone. Suddenly, from somewhere above, someone's voice said that they were right, for those chairs were for other kings. James traced where the voice was coming from and realized that a small red creature was sitting right above them. It looked small, but emitted such a huge amount of fiery energy that the guy thought it was an Ifrit. He bowed, saying he welcomed the Fire King, and the spirit smiled contentedly, for he liked the praise. The next moment, however, he ordered an end to this circus, saying that his recognition must first be earned. Pointing at Ignis, he said that James and the Flame Dragon had grown at a tremendous speed. And Black, looking at the dragon, said that he knew no humility, and neither did his master. Ifrit didn't end there, however. His gaze suddenly became so penetrating as if he was burning them alive. The spirit added that James had a very remarkable talent that was compatible with the energy of fire. Ifrit also thought he had called him in because of the interesting progress and for the sake of giving advice. However, he might also be useful for his plan. Thinking this, the spirit smiled. Suddenly he asked how the guy looked at putting him under contract. He added that if James did a good job, he would help him with his flame dragon. He's going to make him king of spirits, but all the guy has to do is help him with one little job. James noticed that it sounded more like a request than a contract, and asked the spirit in return. He asked if this assignment had anything to do with the empty thrones of the other spirit kings that were missing for some reason. Hearing his question, Ifrit noticed that the boy was quite intelligent and was thinking like an adult. The Water Spirit King Irwin, the Wind Spirit King Shurka, and the Earth Spirit King Grandi. Right now, they're off to clean up the damaged world tree. The Spirit King was originally forbidden to interfere directly, however. A damaged world tree can lead to the birth of a new elf queen. Therefore, they had no choice but to intervene even though it was forbidden. Then Black said it was a lot more problematic than they thought. After all, the Elf Queen usually controls all 4 Spirit Kings, and if that happens, hell will break open to the human world. Ifrit continued, saying that the damaged world tree had moved to the human world, where it was called the Dark Tree. The spirit added that James only needed to help the other kings in the place where the Dark Tree was. James was surprised that the task wasn't assigned to him right away, but Ifrit explained. He said it takes a long time to prepare a powerful seal spell. And to use this spell, you need a strong enough mediator to handle all 4 elements. Ifrit asked if the guy thought he could handle it, because with a mediator, the chances of success increase many times over. James thought he was still going to follow his older brother Gilbert, who would be near the Dark Tree. So he bowed to the Fire King, saying he accepted his offer, and Ifrit smiled contentedly. Suddenly, he looked at the guy and attacked him with an incredibly powerful attack. James didn't expect such a turn, so he couldn't react in time to the huge firebomb. In desperation, he screamed, calling for help from Ignis, who was immediately at his side. The dragon already knew how to control the flames and directed a counterattack rather quickly. Ifrit seemed pleased with the result, though he was in no hurry to explain the reason for his sudden actions. James didn't understand why the man had attacked them so harshly either. After all, they had almost been burned alive. Indeed, another second and they would have been corpses by now, so it was lucky that Ignis was nearby. That way their defense wasn't late and they were able to keep themselves safe, but James wanted an explanation. But Ifrit only smirked again, saying that there was no point in making a contract with someone weak. Also, he can't make everyone Spirit King, so it was a bit of a challenge. After that, he said the guy could do whatever he wanted, and if he ever got in, he'd sign a contract. Black noticed that the spirit had just asked for help, but now acted as if they needed it. But James replied that he knew Ifrit wouldn't help them so easily, so it was to be expected, that sort of thing. And if the one wanted to fight, then he would provide him with a good fight. With those words, James summoned his spirits. The Wind Spirit, Wind Wolf, Earth Spirit, Earth Turtle, and Water Spirit, Nyx, appeared at his call. It was worth saying that during this time, the other spirits had also increased, and were all at least mid-rank now. except that Nyx's water spirit still looked like a tiny fledgling, and James was a little surprised. And Black laughed from the fact that he never managed to work the water element well enough. James wasn't listening to him, though. He told Nyx that he was just joking out of jealousy. Why, James drew his blade and his last preparations for battle were completed. He put him forward, surrounded by his spirits, and said it was time to face the king's test. After a while, he was badly exhausted and seemed unable to continue the battle any longer. His clothes were torn in places due to the fact that he was almost hit by Ifrit's attacks. The boy turned to his dragon, who for some reason was just lying next to him at this time. Ifrit, however, recognized that James was holding up much better than expected. He added that if someone clumsy had been in his place, there would have been only ashes left of him long ago. Then James gathered his power and spurted out in another attack, intending to hit the spirit. But the one didn't seem to be bothering much with his attacks. He was controlling the fire with just one finger, and that was enough to keep any of the guy's attacks from getting to him. For every dark Imperial projectile James fired, he sent his fire orb. It's also worth mentioning the spirits James has summoned. They haven't been particularly useful so far. Windwolf used his wind shield from time to time, which helped a lot. But the others couldn't compromise with the king in any way yet, and James could see that. He realized that at this rate, they would just get so tired that they would no longer be able to keep fighting. This was no reason to give up, however, and he led them into battle himself, hoping with each new attack to succeed. But then suddenly, the Spirit King's fire spheres broke through their defenses and reached them. James tried to hold back the onslaught with any effort he could, but it was difficult. And then came the explosion, from which the guy even flew backwards, being slightly concussed. His clothes were already quite tattered and his strength was already at its limit, but he had not managed to reach the king. However, Ifrit was impressed already that he was able to last until now. He noticed that for a human, James could withstand flames of fairly high temperature. Then Ifrit said he would give him advice. He advised him to consider when the flames were most fierce. Black noticed that the king had given him a huge clue, telling him that other methods could be used to fight him. It was then that James realized he'd been too focused on getting it all along. In that case, Black said he should do what the guy was best at, and James agreed with him, saying that he was first and foremost the swordsman of the Beck family, which burned brighter, worth taking control of the sword. Confidence appeared on his face. He stepped towards Ignis and looked at the king with a challenging look. The dragon, meanwhile, had already rested a bit too and was ready to continue the battle. James smiled. He was glad he finally realized what Ifrit was getting at. The guy put his hand on Ignis's head, which was surrounded by bright flames. As a result, he too began to burn with that fire, but thanks to his aura, he spread it like a shield around him. James said he senses Ignis's will, who says he will fight to the end. They looked at Ifrit together, and James thought that they would definitely make it this time. But the king was not going to grant victory so easily and attacked them again. This time, the blow was repelled by Ignis, who granted the lad the power for the sword art. James realized he had to burn everything with his sword at the expense of his and Ignis's will of fire. His anger, Ignis's fighting spirit, and even the pain of this moment all helped him master the new technique. He opened his eyes and focused on his opponent's attack, then swung his sword. This technique he called the method of passing fire form changes, and he did it perfectly. After all, he wasn't just repelling Ifrit's attacks, but through his art, he was bringing them back. For a moment, there was a large explosion, and immediately a huge amount of fire erupted. It was as liquid as lava, and Ifrit didn't even realize what had happened at first. But everything was going according to James's plan, who was using this as a deceptive maneuver to get closer. By now, he was already skillful with fire, as if he was a spirit king himself. Ifrit thought that the guy was really exceeding his expectations. After all, it had been a long time since he had been so agitated. Thinking this, he suddenly jumped down from his throne. As Ifrit flew, he had no idea he was acting on James's plan. But here he landed, and now James realized that his powers were limitless. The Spirit King took his true form, becoming as huge as a titan, and swung at the guy. He brought his fist down on him, telling him to try and stop it. And James, not thinking long, rushed to meet the blow, for he quickly assessed the situation. He climbed up Ifrit's arm the same way he had climbed up the arm of the goblin in his past life that he had died from. And then he pushed off and hovered in the air for a moment, preparing for a decisive attack. He clenched his sword harder and aimed right at the king's head. The king, of course, noticed it. He said the guy was doing well, so he deserved the praise, but the fight wasn't over yet. Ifrit shouted that it looked like that was all the guy was capable of, which meant there might not be any contract. But his words were drowned out by another explosion that made James's spirits tense with fear. They soon saw their master in flames as they flew away from the site of the explosion. James realized that Ifrit was on a roll, and any mistake now could be tragic. The king, meanwhile, activated his firebomb right in his mouth and aimed it in his direction. A second later, a powerful column of flame flew at James, who barely had time to dodge. The boy noticed that something unknown suddenly gave him strength, and then he realized that it was the element of water that would connect with him thanks to Nyx. Thus, he was covered with a water shield that was immune to any attacks. But a moment later, the shield dissolved, and he was once again unprotected before the firebomb. By now, James was hovering in mid-air, so he definitely wouldn't be able to dodge. He closed his eyes and prepared for the worst, but suddenly help came again. Still, Ifrit's attack had achieved its goal. However, the king thought the guy was burned, and the one turned out to be alive thanks to Nyx, who saved him with his water element. He was no longer a little helpless fledgling, but a true water eagle. Black added that he had heard that some spirits could change their appearance at will. Then it turned out that Nyx's will and his spirit stone united and became one. The water spirit did this as it saw that its master was in a predicament. So he decided to help him, which he successfully did, and James was grateful to him. This was a turn he clearly didn't expect, plus the Nyx looked a lot better in this form. James touched the bird and pointed at Ifrit, saying they needed to get close to him. Now Nyx was a top-level spirit, and thanks to him, they weren't squeezed. Ifrit, meanwhile, stood and looked at them, saying that it was quite a surprise that he was eerily awakened. Besides, the guy himself had grown stronger in the midst of the crisis, which only confirmed his judgment. However, the king activated the fire spheres around him again, saying that the test was still unfinished. For though James was able to dodge all of his attacks, he hadn't hit him once yet. The king launched bombs at him again, demanding that the guy show him his true power. James turned to Nyx, telling him it was time to go now, and he understood half-heartedly. The bird darted right under the fire, and James stood on top of it, keeping his balance. This time they would just dodge all the attacks, because doing it in the air was much more effective. And then James activated his aura and fire element, causing his blade to burn. But it was not a flame of conflagration, but real power, and the lad rushed with it to the attack. He changed his stance, and this time everything indicated that Ifrit would not be able to dodge. So it did, and soon James had gotten a hold of him, leaving a cut on his chest. After a while, the little king stood before him again and said he had done well. He added that he thought at best he would only be able to inflict a scratch. But he wasn't expected to take the blows. However, James completed the task, and the king turned to Ignis. He ordered Ignis to extend his paw, which he took hold of and transferred some of his will to him. The dragon felt his body fill with an incredible amount of fire energy. Ifrit said that on behalf of himself, the Flame King, he declares him, Ignis, to be the vessel of the next Spirit King. When everything was ready, he took his hand away, telling the Dragonkin to do his best in the future. And since they were done, they could go back now. He opened a portal for them. Lastly, Ifrit said that they would see each other soon, and James agreed with him. James glanced at Black, telling him they should get going, but he looked thoughtful for some reason, and the man replied that he had an uneasy feeling that something was missing. Meanwhile, Ifrit noticed the guy talking to the air and asked him about it. James had told his friend that they would think about it after they got back, but Black felt like it was something important. However, they did enter the portal, and the king was left alone, seeing them off with a look. He thought of James as a man who had received the blessing of the spirits. So this kid would definitely please all the other kings, of that he was sure. The portal carried them back into the room, and as James stepped there again, he turned to Black. And the man explained that at this time something always appears that wasn't there before. His expression suddenly changed, and he said that this sound was already approaching. It turned out to be a status window that said that a method of passing fire form changes had been created. In addition, his training in the spirit world had greatly increased the energy of all his 4 attributes. As a result, it will be granted new properties due to the level increase. James read that he had awakened as the body of an immortal sword and obtained the immortal sword's property of development. Black said it was no wonder he was nervous, since the system window appeared as soon as it could. James kept reading about his new skill. He had gotten special spirituality, a sword cloud, and something else obscure. Black noticed that it was exactly as he expected. The system had gifted him again. This time, however, James didn't react in any way, still standing in front of the status window. He then turned to Black, saying that he thought he now understood what he was talking about. His face looked thoughtful, and Black felt a little uncomfortable with that look on his face. James explained that a friend had mentioned having a nasty feeling, and then asked him why he felt like something was wrong. Black replied that he didn't know how to explain it, but he had a feeling that the system window had appeared a little later. James then unexpectedly agreed with him, saying that he had thought the same thing. In fact, the window usually appears the moment he gets those powers, but now it didn't show up until they got back, and yet it should have notified him about Ignis and Nyx. To summarize, James said he doesn't know everything about his rebirth, his past, and this system. At the end, James didn't forget to add that this was purely his guess, and then he suddenly thanked Blackstone for everything, which surprised him even more. And when he asked what for, the guy explained that for some reason he always got attractive awards. And it happened whenever a friend mentioned the system, Black got angry, but he was interrupted by Ignis. The Dragonkin growled, and James thought he was hungry, so he brought him into the other room. To his surprise, Thomas was already sitting there, who was overjoyed to see him. James asked when the man had come, and the man said not too long ago, but the important thing was that he was fine. After all, it seems that the young gentleman had practiced so hard that he hadn't left the room for 3 days. This surprised James greatly, but Black said that time flows differently in the spirit world. Thomas, seeing that he was thinking, asked if the gentleman had some sort of problem, but James answered in the negative. He added that Ignis was now 1 step closer to becoming a spirit king. Then Thomas congratulated him on his tremendous advancement, but tremendous was too loud a word. And then Thomas said that he had a visitor every day for several days. Hearing this, he was even more surprised and asked who it could be. To this, Thomas replied that Mrs. Martha had come to visit him and was now watching the training in the pavilion. The girl sought him out, for she had something to discuss with him about the Arcane Guild, as she had mentioned herself. After a while, James found Martha on the pavilion grounds and came over to say hello. The girl rejoiced greatly when she saw him, saying that it was a pleasure to meet him again. She said she heard he had formed his own troop and called it Righteous. And in honor of this event, she brought him a gift, which surprised the guy, because he was not ready for it. Martha said they were able to reconnect with the volcanic island, but now without the monsters. The girl pointed to a crate of weapons, saying that she would like to present them to the members of the Righteous Squad. James awkwardly asked if she would mind if he took a look himself, and Martha held out the blade to him. Pulling out his sword, the guy noticed that it was quite sharp, so it was basically good for training. Perhaps not a unique rank, but this sword was undoubtedly good for all of his swordsmen. He told the girl so, but added that he could not accept them, for he had already received compensation. Martha sighed then, saying that it wasn't her, but her father who was giving it to him, so she had to ask him to accept it. For otherwise, she would be in a difficult position, for he had said to give up the swords no matter what. James thought he liked Mr. Richard, considering the way he was showing his kindness. The girl, meanwhile, asked if he knew how stubborn her father could be. And then James replied that in that case he would gratefully accept her gift. Immediately afterward, he went to the training ground where he gathered all the swordsmen. There, he announced that the Arcane Guild had given them all some great weapons. James pulled out his sword and displayed it in front of the entire group, who looked at him with admiration. The boys even opened their mouths, for some of them had their swords worn out long ago, and it was unaffordable to pay a blacksmith to fix them. Meanwhile, James continued by saying that this sword is called Oth, which means will, and now he will hand it to each of them, so have the swordsmen step forward in turn. After a few minutes, everyone got their new weapons, and James heard someone calling for him. It was Margaret who asked if she could speak to him privately. James decided to make it immediately clear what the conversation was going to be about, and asked the girl about it back. To which the latter replied that she would like to entrust him with one job that she herself had asked for. Martha began by reminding them of one thing she had been creating since their first meeting. After thinking for a bit, James remembered her talking about black fur, and the girl was glad he remembered. But then Martha said she had one last ingredient left to obtain: the skin of the manticore. The girl said that a week ago, a monster in the 3rd Legion zone had turned into a Raycon. It was the name for the dungeon boss, in which case it would definitely become a manticore. Martha also added that a girl told her that manticore skin is a key ingredient for black fur. So she suggested James catch this boss together and borrow some skin from him. Hearing this made James wonder if they should do this together. He asked in surprise if the girl was going to go with him. Martha responded positively, saying that catching a manticore wasn't everything. After all, when she dies, the toughest part of her skin must be perfectly removed to be used later. The girl said she has practiced countless times for this. Black added that it would be fine, for now James was in a position to overpower the manticore, even on his own. More importantly, the guy was interested in that black fur too, so he decided to go along with it. Black added that he would be by his side, prompting check-in times. That's when James finally responded to Martha, saying that he agreed to do her assignment. The girl thanked him and told him he would also get a reward for it. After all, it was also quite an important part of his job, so he should have told him everything beforehand. She explained everything in a nutshell, and James stared at her in surprise, not believing what she said. After all, the girl was going to give him the black fur she had wished to make for so long. It sounded even a little funny, so James asked if she was joking, but Martha sounded serious. She said her dream was to create the item, and its use was another matter. Then James dared to remark that she could make a nice profit by selling it, but Martha interrupted him. She said that the guy is already well aware of their family, so money is not a problem for them. James thought he had really made a fool of himself by talking about money with the daughter of the head of the Arcane Guild. Martha added that Grandpa Gerald often says that a craftsman's work ends after how he had given his product to the right person, and she thought the same thing. Martha thought black fur was perfect for him, so it should be worn by James and no one else. However, the guy replied that he still couldn't accept it, but the girl interrupted him again. She noticed that he had just accepted her assignment after all, so he couldn't refuse. Plus, in that case, he should know that the client is the one who determines the reward for the work. In other words, Martha made it clear that James couldn't refuse her. She said his reward for this task would be a black fur, and she would listen to no objections. Hearing this, Black laughed, saying that he liked that kind of confidence in the girl. He told James that he must now try his best to fulfill her expectations. The guy then replied to Martha that he couldn't do anything else here, but he had a question. Did the girl get permission from the artisan to go there, to which Martha answered in the negative. Her ideas were to go in there together right now and get it, but James wasn't keen on that. She added that her grandfather would definitely allow it if she said James would accompany her. A week later, they arrived in the 3rd Legion area, having successfully obtained Gerald's permission. Thomas went with James because he always followed him wherever he went. When they arrived, the guys immediately noticed Martha standing next to a strange girl. James greeted his friend, saying he didn't expect the old man to actually give permission. And Martha didn't miss the opportunity to boast, saying that she thought she had after all. She added that she had been actively preparing for the day and had even taken all the top-ranking gear. And then the girl pointed to her companion, saying that her father had also sent her a guide. Her assistant had red short hair and she bowed to them lightly, saying her name was Maki. Martha said that the girl was very strong, at least at the beginning of the 6th rank. At first, Black thought it was even too much for a guide, but then he remembered Walter. James, meanwhile, shook her hand, saying he looked forward to working with her. The girl replied that she would follow his instructions, and this hurt Thomas a little. But he changed his mind at once, for he thought that even other people now trusted his master. He even let a tear fall, and Black wondered if something was wrong with the guy. But they were interrupted by Martha, who said they were ready to depart. They were already standing near the rift, and all that was left was to take a step. Meanwhile, in the small study stood a small servant who asked if his master had called him. Instead of answering, the man said the guy had entered the Legion area. In addition, the heiress of the Arcane Guild, Martha Banas, was with him. His servant was wearing a mask that completely covered his face. He asked what his role would be. To this, his master replied that he wanted to entrust him with a very important task. They couldn't let James Beck get his hands on a manticore hide so easily. Plus, the guy has incredible resistance against poisons and attributes. To be more specific about the target, the man was curious about how strong the man was. So he ordered the servant to go and find out his real abilities. He said he should study the guy fully, for he had exceeded his expectations. However, James will not reveal his true identity. Therefore, it was necessary to give him a good reason to do so by killing the daughter of the Arcane Guild head. Upon seeing this, James Beck will either fall into despair or reveal his true self. The servant smiled and said he would fulfill everything immediately. Meanwhile, James had defeated the last goblin on the 1st floor of the dungeon. Maki was impressed that the guy could control mid-rank spirits. Thomas asked if his young master wasn't extraordinarily talented. Martha agreed with him, saying she definitely had a good eye for people. They both laughed slyly, and Maki was probably the only one who didn't realize what was being said. Black turned to James, saying that he was already here. Then the guy told Thomas and Maki to guard Mrs. Martha. It was just in time, because the next instant someone jumped right on top of him. Huge monsters stood before him, and James realized that they had finally arrived. In front of him stood two manticores that looked like huge lions. Judging by the look in their eyes, the monsters were clearly not aimed in a friendly manner at the guy. They roared loudly throughout the dungeon, which scared Martha a little. Maki said from the energy was on a whole other level. She added that she would create a protective barrier, and James thought the manticores didn't look too special. Black asked if he wasn't nervous, to which the boy replied that the Spirit King almost managed it. It would be hard to make him nervous after this. He prepared himself for defense. The monsters, meanwhile, were advancing, and the boy put his hand behind his sword, aiming it at their bellies. Then, in one sharp and deft movement, he slashed the stomachs of two of them at once. It was obvious that the monsters hadn't expected such a sudden attack, and James thought it was easy. Suddenly, Black pointed at something overhead, and the boy followed his gaze. It was a golden system window that showed an incomprehensible time. James was surprised to ask what that meant, since he had never videoed a window in that color. Black agreed that he too had seen the golden system window for the first time. He thought that the boss must show up now, since something like this had happened once before. However, he doubted it would be an ordinary manticore. It would at least be an unusual monster, or perhaps something else entirely. Then James said they should deal with it anyway. He looked back at the boys, telling them to be very careful of the barrier. The guy added that they could be attacked by something else, and they didn't know when the boss would show up. Thomas and Maki replied that he could rely on them in the matter. Martha James said she should trust her guides. He himself would also try his best for their protection. The girl answered positively with an unusually elevated mood. With everything in place, James thought, there shouldn't be any problems now. And assuming the time on the status window was showing a countdown, they had 2 days left. However, he told Blake that he doesn't plan on just resting the whole time. After all, he had the perfect opportunity to enjoy the hunt. James killed another regular manticore, but he was already starting to be watched by a single human. He thought the guy was somewhere around rank 6, but the guy exceeded his expectations. At first he had a plan to approach him as he hunted the Raken, but there was a chance he'd already been discovered since the guy was smart. Surely he must already be guessing that they are not alone in this rift. That would be bad enough for the masked man, as he had to watch him. However, in such a case, he had no other choice. He bit down on his finger and began to draw something in blood on the ground. At first, he didn't want to use this insurance, but it would be fashionable to get rid of Martha at any time. So first he assessed James Beck's abilities. He should try to get in his way. It was interesting to see how long the guy would last in that position. James had meanwhile returned to the boys, noticing that they had already settled in. After making sure they were okay, he decided to go practice some more. Black praised her fragile knight, saying that her technique absorbs a lot of aura. However, her power was incredible, so it was worth it. James agreed with his friend and then asked if he thought they were being watched. Black replied that he felt it too, but only for a moment. This was a bit annoying, so he offered to find and kill the man. But that one was pretty good at stealth. Probably an assassin or a spy. And if James was his target, he'd show up on his own sooner or later, so he thought. In the meantime, there were only 3 hours left for the boss to appear. But suddenly Martha called out to him, coming up quietly behind him. The girl's head was lowered. You could say she was apologizing for something. And then DNA actually apologized, saying that she felt like they were meeting the boss right away. Aang thought he might not show up for a long time, so he was sorry. But James replied that she shouldn't worry about anything. He didn't blame her. Besides, the time here flew by pretty fast. And he also knew the boss would show up soon, because he had a timer from the system. It was already showing 4 seconds until something unusual appeared. But they too flew by incredibly quickly, and things quieted down for a while. James put his hand behind his sword, preparing for anything, for the boss was already here. And then a huge creature came crashing down on their barrier, shattering it. Judging by its paws, it was also a manticore, however, of incredible size. The creature really resembled a large lion that wanted to eat its prey. The manticore roared, and James prepared to defend his friends. Martha, Thomas, and Maki managed to bounce away in time, for the monster leaped to where they stood. James thought it was indeed an unusual manticore. Black agreed with him, saying it was a mid-7th rank Manticore Rex. A friend added that it was better to use Ignis and not go in there alone. But looking at his boss, James replied that he couldn't do that. After all, a strong opponent has just appeared and he must cope on his own. The guy said he's using everything he's been taught. Thomas and Maki were surprised to ask if he was going to fight himself. But James replied that running away from the boss was even more dangerous because he could fly. Plus, he knew that man continued to watch him. So he said he needed to kill the manticore anyway. He added that Martha should not worry and wait a bit. James promised her that everything would be okay and he would win. With those words, he rushed into battle, leaving his confused friends behind. Martha sighed then and suggested that she just trust him. She said that since it was swordsman James Beck, there would be no problem. Thomas and Maki didn't share her point of view but had to agree. Meanwhile, James had already gotten close to the monster. The guy prepared to attack, saying that the boss's opponent would be himself. Noticing him, the manticore didn't seem to realize if he was really going to grapple with her. She roared heavily again and emitted a murderous aura. Then the first attacks followed. They were so powerful that James had to retreat. But he asked cheerfully if that was all she could do. Manticore was surprised for some reason. She must have understood him. And James put his hand in his pocket, thinking the boss was really tough. But he was going to kill him with one blow, despite Black's warning. So the guy wanted to deal with everything properly. He activated his Rasadam aura, concentrating it around him. The monster didn't realize what he was doing and prepared to attack as well. The same murderous aura was still coming out of his mouth in huge quantities. Black noticed that the beast also perceived James as his enemy. One of the manticore's attacks was disorientation using a sound wave. Concentrate the aura. It reduced the enemy's hearing sensitivity. That's what the manticore was trying to do now. But James didn't allow himself to lose the concentration of his aura. He noticed that everything around him was covered in scarlet smoke from the boss's aura. And then, right when he wanted to engage the sound wave, James attacked. He moved with incredible speed and he managed to hit the boss. The first thing he did was to cut off its wings, and the monster screamed unbearably. The manticore's other technique was the poison cloud, which the manticore applied even now. However, James had an effect that allowed him to ignore the poison damage. He turned to the boss, saying that it was unlucky for him that his opponent was him, and now he would demonstrate his skills in front of her. He launched a dark imperial projectile, hoping to hit the boss. His unusual aura had a surprising effect on the manticore, and it roared. Then there was an explosion, and James hoped it was a death growl. He was also thrown back a bit by the blast wave, but he was fine. Soon the lad cheerfully remarked that it should have been done from the beginning, as he suddenly felt that very murderous energy. In the next instant, the dream manticore popped out in front of him. Black noticed that the man who had been watching them had made his move, and James replied that he knew it would be his target. After all, the swordsman was biding his time for his boss battle, and it was a cunning plan. Black added that the man had gotten used to his position very quickly. He also purposely took a position behind the manticore to gain an advantage. At that moment, the boss attacked him, this time with claws. James was able to block it at the last moment by setting his sword up. But the monster was so enraged that it wouldn't stop attacking. Black said that this animal had already worn him out. He advised the guy to send Ignis to tear him apart. But James replied that the enemy would again escape if this were done. Plus, he wanted to test how strong he was. The guy said, straightening them both out at the same time using Black's power. The swordsman who sat in ambush marveled at the guy's skills. After all, the one will dodge all his stealthy attacks while fighting the boss. All the information regarding his power turned out to be false. The man realized he had to proceed with the plan, and his strength would be appreciated later. He decided to quickly kill Mrs. Martha as he planned, but suddenly froze in place. The swordsman felt an incredible aura and looked at the guy in surprise. Meanwhile, James used Blackstone's power in his sword. It was sword energy, and the swordsman realized that his master was right about the young man's strength. It was colossal. James swung his sword, saying it would be the end for the boss. The status window showed that he had unlocked Blackstone's third sword, the domineering Black Murder. It was with this that the guy pierced the manticore that couldn't defend itself in time. The swordsman watching him realized that the guy couldn't even be close to having a rank 6. After all, the main problem was no longer killing Martha, but eliminating the guy. Suddenly someone loomed over him, asking him where he was going. It was James who pointed his sword at him, asking who sent him. He added that of course he would find out all about it himself if the man didn't tell him. But judging by the thing he threw, he tried to kill him. And the rest James wanted to hear from him directly. The swordsman, however, still remained silent, grimacing in frustration. and then the guy chopped off his arm in a swift motion. The swordsman cried out unbearably in pain and terror. He insulted James with all sorts of words, but he didn't care. The guy said not to even think about attacking. After all, he could beat a confession out of him with just words. In fact, Black said that James didn't know why he cut off his hand, did he? However, in it, the man held a scroll of the highest grade reclamation. He added that the man clearly did not buy it with his own money. Then James asked him who he was working for and what his goal was. Suddenly, the swordsman smiled even though he was already bleeding. He said abruptly that he had never thought of using it. But in the next instant, an incomprehensible bright blade pierced through him. James watched in amazement as he died, choking on blood. And then the man lowered his head. He was dead, and Black noticed that it was an instant death technique. However, it could also be used to target another person. And if the swordsman hadn't done it before with James, then he had a customer. James agreed, and then they went back to the guys. Martha was immediately worried about him when she saw the blood, but the guy told her not to worry, because karma had caught up with whoever was following them. The man committed suicide, and Thomas apologized for them not noticing him. James said that everything was fine and turned to Martha. Together they went to gather ingredients, namely the skin of a manticore. The girl said James cut it so neatly, and Thomas added that it wasn't easy to do because of her special properties. Furthermore, this particular manticore was incredibly strong. Guy added that the young gentleman always exceeded his expectations. Meanwhile, Martha announced that she was starting the cutting. She armed herself with a scalpel and carefully began to cut out the desired area. The girl also had a special knife for the job. Thanks to him, the work went quickly and without unnecessary incisions. Black said he found it hard to believe that Martha had such skills. After all, she was a girl from a rich family but had no problem sharing the boss. After a while, she finished and put the innards on the plates. James asked her a question regarding the knife, and Martha replied that it was called a netix. He won't be able to inflict a scratch on a living person, but it cuts dead monsters perfectly, whatever their texture. James was surprised to hear that about knives, and the girl noticed it. She said it's clear at a glance that this is a legendary item. And then Martha held out the skinned hide to him, telling him there was one last thing left. It was necessary to place in it the aura of the one who would wear it. It was supposed to enhance the owner's ability. The girl explained that when he placed his aura into the hide, the effect would become even stronger. James thought about it for a moment, then offered his own suggestion. He asked if it would be better to place another energy besides his aura. Martha was surprised to hear such a thing, but she liked the idea. James added that it was a secret and he didn't want to reveal it yet. But he'll tell the girl, and the guy confesses to controlling 4 spirits. He asked if the hide would be harmed by putting the energy of all 4 into it. Martha answered in the negative, so James sprang into action. He put the auras of all 4 attributes into the item. Then he grabbed the blade he channeled Black's energy into. The guy thought it would be a good idea to put her in as well. That way he should have powerful armor. But when he invested his black aura, he noticed some changes. He looked in amazement at what was happening to the hide. Black noticed it too, saying that all the forces had merged into one. The status window reported a new item, a lion skin Manticore Rex. Black was surprised that the item had a legendary rank. He was even foaming at the mouth because James had always been lucky. But Martha didn't understand what had happened either. James replied that he didn't know that, but as he saw it, it was a great success. The girl added that she could feel this pure, saturated power. It exceeded her expectations. She said she could now create something incredible. James smiled at that, saying that he trusted her completely. Martha added that the guy could count on her. The head of the unknown group was looking at the news about James Beck. He read the message sent to him that said he'd better get into action. The man was pleased to think that the boy had indeed exceeded his expectations. He got stronger and stronger, and when the time came, his broken facial expression will draw even more attention. James, meanwhile, showered and told Thomas to go rest too. He stepped into the room and turned to Black, sharing his feelings. The battle with the Manticore was not easy, for he almost fainted. It also surprised him that he was very tired, even though he had only walked around the dungeon. Black explained that during the fight, he had activated the Black Kill and put all his remaining energy into the hide. It's admirable already that the guy was able to do the interview. But James didn't care. His head was splitting. He wanted to say something else, but he cut himself short and fell silent. Black looked at him in surprise, wondering if the gentleman was dead. But it turned out he'd just fallen asleep after pretending to be strong. After a few seconds, however, he himself began to drift off to sleep. Meanwhile, James was having some sort of unusual dream. He was bound with a rope, and before him he saw an adult Blackstone. James thought he was inside Black's memories again. However, this was the first time he had ever seen them so clearly. Blackstone approached a castle of some sort, which was guarded by 2 guardsmen. But it was no problem for him. He went forward without much difficulty. The guardsman tried in amazement to figure out how he did it. Suddenly, Blackstone drew his sword and cut through the castle wall. James was awed by his strength and skills even in his dreams. The guy didn't understand what his friend was doing, but he had a purpose. Blackstone, meanwhile, lunged at the rest of the guards. He killed people one by cutting off their heads. The guardsmen were panicked and didn't know what to do. They were gripped by fear. They only put their weapons forward for some defense. But there was little use for it. James noticed it wasn't Blackstone's style. After all, he knew his friend as a good and honest swordsman. The guy really wanted to believe there was a reason for all of this. Suddenly, he could make out the quiet words the man said. It was something about a monster he would meet someday. James woke up in a sweat, breathing heavily. He sat up on the bed. Black was already awake as well, and was staring thoughtfully at one point so as not to meet his gaze. He seemed to be a bit in shock himself at having created such a thing. James said that surely there must be a reason for all this. After all, the friend is sometimes noisy and grumbles more than necessary, but overall was a good guy. Black didn't answer him. It seemed the dream had indeed come as a shock to him. He then lashed out at James, telling him to either support him or bully him. Then the guy decided to thank him, since it was his memories anyway. He was about to add something else when suddenly a status window appeared. Black didn't like that, for he had expected to hear more words of encouragement. What he read, however, was even more surprising. James received an invitation to develop his abilities through dueling. As a reward, he was offered as much as 3,000 points and a special title. James didn't understand why this duel had come so suddenly, but he was more interested in who it would take place with. The guy decided that 3,000 points and a special title weren't going to get him anywhere. He accepted the assignment, and suddenly he was transported somewhere into the unknown. James found himself in the middle of the battlefield, standing in his pajamas. He looked around, asking himself where he was. All indications were that the duel would take place here, and frankly, he was hoping for it. James turned to Black, asking who he thought would be their opponent. Black didn't answer him, however, and when the boy looked around, he didn't see his friend at all. This surprised him, for he had always followed him. James asked where he had disappeared to this time and heard the answer. It was Black's voice, however, he stood before him in a different form. James was being stared at by a grown, strong man he was seeing in person for the second time. The boy wondered with surprise why he had materialized again, but Blackstone replied that he didn't know it himself. Then James had a strange thought that seemed logical, however. After all, if a friend stood before him in this form, it could only mean that he was his adversary. Blackstone smiled at him, telling him that it looked like that was the case. Jamiza wondered if he should fight him and get his confession. Blackstone, meanwhile, was suddenly thanking the system. He said the day had finally come when he was grateful to her. After all, he finally got the chance to beat James as badly as he wanted. The guy then suggested that we first agree on the rules before the duel. But Blackstone said that this body was inhabited by an ignorant barbarian. He stretched his fists and swung at him, saying they would start with one punch. James braced himself for the worst as he was suddenly protected. It was a tight wall that stopped Blackstone's kick. Thoth himself didn't realize where she'd come from, but it made him angry. Plus, he had hit with all his might, so now his arm was hurting. Blackstone was caught on the wall, demanding the system to open up. And James saw a status window that asked him to decide if he was going to continue or not. The guy realized he had to make a choice that would decide the future outcome. The window said that there was a huge difference in strength between him and his opponent, and since James was incapable of overcoming her, he could refuse to duel. Seeing this, James smiled wryly, for there was an opportunity to not fight. He looked at his friend and asked with a smile what he should choose. Blackstone reminded him that the whole 3,000 points and the title were given for that, but James replied that he could get them in other ways. Blackstone then suggested that he would not fight at full strength. To this, James replied that he would like to hear the requirements by which he recognizes him. Blackstone laughed awkwardly, saying it could be something as simple as cutting off one of his arms. When James dismissed that, he said a bruise would be enough. But the guy rejected that too, at which point Blackstone shouted that he was taking back his gratitude to the system. He then pointed to his sleeve, saying that James would have to rip off the hem of his clothes. If the guy cuts even a little bit off, then he'll admit it. He looked at James hopefully, asking if that was enough. and James replied that it was okay to try and accepted the assignment. Immediately afterward, the wall protecting him disappeared. But suddenly the expression on Blackstone's face changed. He said the guy was a real fool and made a big mistake. James felt uneasy then and asked what he had missed. To this, Blackstone replied that he had not said he would control his power. He wanted to add that he could kill him in one punch, but the guy said he knew that. James added that he is well aware of what he is going for. However, it was also a chance to learn from the strongest swordsman. So he drew his sword and motioned for the surprised Blackstone to begin. And the man replied that he couldn't hate him and had to admit it. But the condition is a different matter, and James will regret it. He drew his blade from space and prepared for battle. The boy felt his friend's aura live for the first time. It was a pressure not even his father could match. Blackstone said he will control his power this time, because James is worthy of praise, but don't let him expect an easy fight. He spun with incredible speed around the guy and was behind him in a flash. At the last moment, James managed to block the attack, but he set his sword up unsuccessfully and it cracked on impact. The boy watched in surprise as his weapon shattered into pieces. Blackstone said he had good reactions but a slow body, and he's supposed to be able to quickly predict the enemy's movement. The friend put his fist up to his sword, preventing him from swinging it. James only had time to think that it was a fake, and Blackstone was already preparing for his next maneuver. He went behind the guy's back again and swung in with another attack. This time, James didn't have time to react and got hit in the head. Lucky Blackstone hit with the edge of his palm, otherwise he'd be dead by now. James slumped to the ground and he was suddenly glad. He said it feels so good on the soul when you beat up a villain. And James asked which of the two of them was the villain here, rising from the ground. Hearing this, Black asked caustically, wondering if he was beginning to regret it. But James reached for his sword, asking if the man thought once was enough. A smile appeared on Black's face, and he realized he was about to run at him. As it happened, James lashed out at his friend, saying that this time would be different. After a while, his sword shattered definitively, and the guy himself was sitting there all bruised and bruised, saying he almost died. It also pissed him off that at the end of every attack, Black hit him in the back of the head. To this, the friend replied that he just liked the sound of a good spanking. James didn't know how much time had passed since the duel had started, but in all that time, he had only been able to confront him a couple times. He really is at an unimaginable level, and Blackstone gloated, saying he almost touched him. Even so, it was unacceptable to give up, and James understood that. The guy knew he just had to push himself to the max. He pounced on his friend again, attacking with his new sword. But all his attacks were useless against someone who had come up with them himself. Blackstone had no problem reflecting them all and smiling. James didn't give up. He knew he would make it sooner or later. And Blackstone said his sword technique and strength were excellent. Even the guy's form was impressive, however. All that wasn't enough. He could easily anticipate all of his attacks. James, meanwhile, was on top and pounced on him. But Black continued, saying that so far all of his victories were achieved through knowledge of the future, subjects, and the help of the system. But much of what he knows has already happened, and now his opponents will either be stronger than him or will fight him knowing his weaknesses. So Black told him not to waste his strength. A guy has to grow his aura control and figure out his opponent's weaknesses. Instead, he was wasting too much aura for nothing as usual. That's why he can't even touch it. James was already breathing hard, but he realized that Black was right. Toth noticed that the guy had finally realized something. He stepped aside, saying it would be different this time. He added that he thought he was used to his attacks by now. Blackstone replied that he didn't even know how many times he'd heard that already. But James said he meant it this time. Blackstone was a little surprised then, and thought that the man on the right had realized something. And it was all just because of the duel with him, which couldn't help but be impressive. The guy pounced on him once again. But Blackstone already knew this attack, so he got a little angry. The guy clearly doesn't learn from mistakes, he thought. But this time, James hid his skill, and it was unexpected. This time the guy attacked from a new angle, taking him by surprise. But that in turn revealed his skill, so it was a bit useless. Then Blackstone realized that he was studying him and getting better. It wasn't bad, and he had to admit it. He almost missed his attack, and James wondered why the man wasn't giving in to him anymore. Black smiled crookedly, for indeed he had just used more power than usual, and James continued to swing his sword, urging him to act. After all, that's what he was hoping for the duel to go like a good workout. He didn't remember what had happened after the last attack, but he didn't seem to have accomplished anything. Blackstone said he was pretty good this time around. What's more, it even made him a little flustered, but James didn't care. He offered to take a short break, but Black declined it. He showed his sleeve, saying that his last attack had penetrated the defense. And even though he was somewhat condescending to him, the guy won. Hearing that the fight was over, James got ready to get up. And then he jumped for joy that he had succeeded. He asked if a friend wouldn't be happy in his place after such a pummeling. The back of his head still hurt badly, however, and Black only laughed quietly from him. Then he offered to fight one last time, but James didn't like it. A few minutes later, they were back in his room. He was given a special title that increased all stats by 1. Plus, he got as much as 3,000 points and other improvements in tech. But glancing at the time, James saw that in the real world, almost 2 weeks had passed. Black said he should have been beaten there for at least a year, but James replied that it was no longer possible. Then a friend yelled for the system to offer them another round. James thought his abilities had increased significantly. At this rate, he could break the rank 6 barrier. He was leaving his room when he suddenly saw Austin. The one was first frightened and then surprised to see him. He glanced quickly at the phone, then back at it. And then he said he just saw him on TV. When they went to another room, the guard told them everything. He showed the issue he was watching that said he had destroyed a criminal guild. Austin explained that he thought it looked like James had been fighting the guild all along. But when he came to clean up, the guy suddenly left the room. For a moment, he even wondered if the gentleman had a doppelganger. But James, you realize that can't be true. Austin then asked if the news about his activism over the past few days was a fake. He explained to a surprised James that this was not the first broadcast of his exploits. Black said it could be a doppelganger, a creature that turns into anything. But James had his doubts, for that one would have to eat the original body. He turned to Austin, asking what else he'd been doing during those days. The guy replied that he would bring the tapes now, because he had written everything down. When James sat them out, he realized he had managed to become almost a hero of the town. In total, he had dealt with 8 guilds. But if it wasn't a doppelganger or a disguise, the question then arose as to who could have copied him so well. Black joked that a great detective was stepping in, but James said he remembered a similar incident. It was a massacre of a known ability user in the plaza, and after he was captured, it was revealed that he was a man possessed by a demon. He hated this ability user intensely, and actively slandered him. According to his testimony, this demon himself approached him, and said she could change his appearance and strength as he wished. That's why this man may have let his emotions get the best of him. Black replied that he could roughly guess what he was talking about, but he didn't understand why anyone would just take on his appearance and do righteous deeds. James replied that he didn't know himself, so he was going to go find out now, before he gets him in really big trouble. When he went outside, people recognized him immediately. They complimented and admired him. The girls asked what his next mission would be, and he answered that in any case he promised to do righteous deeds for the sake of men. At this time, a man in a suit was watching him. Blackstone asked him what he thought, and the man got angry. He asked if he was really acting like this guy. After all, he doesn't say things like that or brag about his accomplishments. Black then asked why James didn't grab him, but the one replied that he didn't feel the dark energy yet. Besides, it would be healthier to leave it for a while. After all, this man, though possessed by a demon, was doing all the work for him. It all started with a fat guy reading articles about him on different publics. The people there always idolized James, and he liked that a lot. Guy himself marveled that James Beck was gaining popularity so rapidly. He always responded with criticism to comments that didn't acknowledge James. After all, he was his biggest fan, and this is his personal front office. James's posters were everywhere in his room, and he knew everything about him. More than anything, he wanted to be James Beck, if only for one day. Having done nothing at all, the guy retired as a rank 1 ability user, and James Beck was his idol, whom he admired. So he spent all his free time defending his name on the internet. After all, there were people who had the courage to challenge him. Just now, coping with another internet group, he sat back in his chair contentedly. Now it was possible to get a bite to eat as he suddenly heard someone's footsteps. And then he saw a frightening face appear out of the darkness. The fat man was scared to death, asking what it was. A surprisingly handsome demon stood in front of him, asking if he radiated a thirst for admiration. The guy, although he was weak, but he wasn't stupid, he realized that he was facing a mid-rank demon. And the man kept approaching him, saying he could smell his envy, and added that the guy was perfect for him. He said he shouldn't be afraid or worried. After all, in the end, he will thank him for the fulfillment of his wish. The guy was sitting on the floor, rubbing the battered back of his head. He asked himself what that had just been, then decided he was having a nightmare and put it down to poor nutrition. His next decision was to eat rice, and he casually glanced in the mirror. Then he bounced back in surprise, not seeing his reflection there. Or rather, there was a reflection of another person he greatly admired. The fat man didn't realize what had happened and started pinching himself to wake up. But it wasn't working, and he decided that he had indeed turned into James Beck. There was no longer any doubt, but he still didn't understand how it had happened. I mean, just a couple hours ago, he was sitting in his room at his computer, and now there was a tremendous power pulsing within him. Suddenly he heard someone's voice calling for action. The demon told him to go and do what James Beck does. And then the boy's mind clouded. Now he was like a puppet. Meanwhile, the real James got a call from Thomas. He reported that he handed over the address the man had given him. James asked if the other James suspected him, but Thomas replied in the negative, adding that the man was behaving very naturally. James thought the possessed man's consciousness was severely impaired. After all, he was at the level where he already fully believed he was James Beck. Thomas offered to straighten him out himself, but James said not to. He added that he would tell him everything himself when it was over. Black asked what the guy handed over to the fake. It turned out to be the address of a branch office of a major criminal organization. The perfect place for the bait that he will bite on. Black then asked if it was possible that the fake would defeat him in battle. But James didn't even allow for that possibility. After all, the body has its limits, even if it is possessed by a demon, and when the difference in ability becomes apparent, he'll reveal himself. The real James, meanwhile, had also arrived on the scene. Black noticed that camping, even a demon couldn't cross the boundaries of the original's cunning. James noticed that it sounded a little strange. They decided to wait, and in the meantime, the fake had massacred the guild boss. Toth asked how the guy even knew about this place. And James replied that he couldn't help but know that, for he punished evil and upheld justice. The man only managed to say he was crazy and then died. Fake said the criminals here were some weaklings for him. Just as suddenly, he heard an approaching attack from outside and realized that someone else was here. The guy didn't have time to reflect it, so the only thing left to do was to dodge, which he did. And then there was an explosion right in the room, and the false hero looked at whoever had set it off. This power was bigger than the others and much more intense, so the leader must have come out to fight him. And the man said he was going to come to the guy himself anyway, and was grateful that the guy showed up here on his own. After all, the pain of the cutting hand he'd inflicted still hadn't gone away. This was the same man that the real James had chopped off his arm when he tried to escape. And now Nelson was furious, for because of him all his plans had gone awry. Except that the fake didn't understand what the man was talking about, for he had never fought him before. He added that it was the first time he had seen him, and this puzzled the villain greatly, for he had not expected such a reaction. It really pissed him off. He thought the guy was messing with him. In the next instant, he pounced at him, emitting an incredible murderous aura. Instead of a severed arm, the man now had a prosthetic in the form of someone's sewn-on monster paw. James blocked his attack, wondering what the man was talking about. But the one seemed to think the guy was still messing around and attacked him with renewed vigor. He asked if the man was scared, and if not, let him stay focused and fight like a man. He told the guy to at least let him feel that he wasn't dipping his toe into dark magic for nothing. But James was still silent, for he didn't know the man, so he couldn't understand what the man wanted. The guy just froze in place for a moment, and that surprised the man even more. He asked why he wasn't fighting, but he didn't get any answer, so he got more angry than ever. But suddenly, James spoke up, saying that he would have to return to the Divine Sword Beck family. When it's all over, he has to come back, for he is the swordsman James Beck. Listening to all of this, the man realized that there was definitely something wrong with the guy. The thought flashed through his mind that he might be possessed by something, and it seemed very plausible to him. Meanwhile, James again said he could come back, but only when it's over, and then suddenly attacked the enemy, launching a black imperial projectile at him. But the man only smiled at this, for he managed to easily put up a block. Except that the force he faced was far greater than he expected. As a result, his arm was damaged again, and James had a change in aura. The man didn't understand what had just happened, but somehow his power felt different now. He asked the guy what he did, but James didn't answer. He was radiating a strange energy. The man then decided that he didn't need to know that at all, because the main purpose was to kill. He yelled that the guy couldn't stop it and aimed at him for another attack, and then fired a huge ball of poison red aura that flew straight at James. A large explosion followed again, the smoke from which obscured both opponents' view for a moment. But the man decided that he had finally succeeded in killing him, for it was impossible to defend against such a thing. Seeing the devastation he had made, the swordsman decided it was time to get out of here. After all, he's dealt with James Beck, so he can get a confession now. And he should have hurried before the association men got here, but suddenly he heard a rustle. And when he turned around, he saw a demon in James's clothes that was emitting its own special aura. This both startled and surprised the man, for he thought he was done with the guy. Meanwhile, the demon said it was pretty dangerous, but he was lucky nonetheless. However, because of this worm, he unleashed his powers earlier than he had planned. The swordsman still didn't understand why this creepy mid-rank demon had emerged from James Beck. He didn't even immediately react when he pounced on him, so he couldn't defend himself. As a result, the demon punched him in the stomach with all his might so that the man's mouth bled. He cried out desperately, and the demon said it would slowly suck the life force out of him and kill him at the end. It would be payback for interrupting his plan, so he'd better not make any unnecessary moves. He added with a smile that it would be interesting to see how long he lasted. Suddenly, however, someone's voice told him to stop this circus. James was approaching them, saying that the rights to his image were quite expensive. The swordsman thought it must have been the real James Beck, but that didn't change his position. The man was already completely unaware of what was going on here, but he didn't like it. The demon, meanwhile, noticed that the original had joined the party, meaning James. He added that he had merely taken a copy from that guy's head, but in reality the guy was unimaginably strong. The demon then said he would kill him and take that power for himself, and then he would be the perfect original. Instead of answering, James attacked him as if to insinuate that he shouldn't babble something that wasn't going to happen. What was also notable was that his attacks were much faster than the fakes, so the demon had to dodge. There was another explosion on the floor of the building they were on, which blew out almost half the floor. There was also a fire started there, but the important thing was that the demon was gone, leaving the man alive. James said quietly, "It seemed that all demons seemed to fight mostly with their tongues." Nelson meanwhile turned to him, asking what was going on here, but the guy interrupted him. James said he thought for a long time about what he should do with it now, and suddenly it hit him. After all, apparently the man had even mastered black magic and had summoned a spirit he couldn't control. It was a good story for the audience, and James asked if he didn't think so. He added that he wanted to tell him one last thing. It is not in his plans to let him live, nor is it in his plans to let this demon live. After all, he hated those who impersonate him, but those who try to kill his people he hates even more. The demon asked, daring him to carry such nonsense in front of him. But it didn't matter because he would still eat it and replenish his power. However, James wasn't planning on letting him do that and held out his hand, preparing to attack. He used the element of fire, which he tried for the first time to combine with a non-sword attack. But the demon was even more surprised when the guy summoned a real dragon, albeit a small one. James ordered Ignis to take it like a dog, and the latter obediently growled in agreement. The demon said he knew he was dealing with a spirit, but couldn't believe the one was of the highest level. Ignis, meanwhile, formed a firebomb that he borrowed from the Fire King. James said it was time for them to call it a day and signaled the dragon to attack. At this time, the swordsman who was almost killed got free and got in the guy's way again. James turned to him too, noticing that he had stitched up the wound and replaced his arm. He wondered if the man had borrowed it from the remnants of summoned spirits and monsters. But the man didn't answer him, shouting instead that he would take his spirit as well, connecting it to his hand. He wasn't kidding, for he attacked again, and one of his tentacles reached Ignis. But no harm was done to the one, because the swordsman's arm was suddenly thrown away from the dragon. The man wondered in amazement as to why he hadn't succeeded in capturing this spirit. James only smiled at that, asking if he really thought his pathetic technique would work on his spirit. After all, it wasn't just a fire spirit, but a spirit king's vessel, and since the swordsman had taken to using techniques, those must be of a level, and the man was surprised to hear such a thing about this dragon. It was then that James noticed that he didn't seem to have any more aces up his sleeve. He told the man to delay no longer and press on, for he had to bring his head to the old mage's party. Nelson attacked, and James lunged at him, already knowing ahead of time how he would block. Their blades met with a deafening sound, but the boy suddenly realized he was inferior in strength. Still, his opponent was a grown man who, he had to admit it, was good with a sword. James realized that the swordsman had only decided to defend himself, and Black had said it was because of him. After all, he had hit him with his technique that time, so he must have been scared. Perhaps because of the forbidden magic he can't use the summoning technique. This was even better. James praised him, saying that the man had indeed gotten stronger. And because he was already worried about just cutting him open like tofu, the swordsman was pissed off. He yelled that the guy was still just as arrogant and aimed his hand at him again. Suddenly he activated his aura and some magical energy swirled around him. It was the strongest armor woven from the auras of all sorts of spirits and monsters. The man himself didn't know what it was about, but it looked pretty sturdy. James noticed that the swordsman had decided to focus all his power on defense. After all, he had it close to rank 7. But Blackstone said that no matter how strong the armor is, it must have a weak spot. And if James sharpened his sword energy and his aura, he could cut through any armor. The guy was comfortable with that prospect and said it was worth a try. Meanwhile, the man lunged at him, saying he would crush his head. James prepared himself defensively, realizing that his main objective was to find a gap. He adopted a stance, calculating where the enemy's attack would be made. And then, when he realized the guy was going to be defensive, he attacked forward. James cut through the man's armor like it was a training log. The swordsman wondered in amazement at how the guy was able to break through his defenses so quickly. For it was indeed true. There was blood rushing from a deep wound from his stomach. It proved fatal, and soon the man fell, unable to continue the battle any longer. His last words were that he should get even stronger and take revenge. But James took a swing at him, saying he was disgusting all the way through. The guy was about to finish him off, saying people like him belong in hell. There was no point in saying what happened next, for the sound of the sword piercing the man's body spoke for itself. While James was fighting this swordsman, the demon was doing battle with Ignis. The demon thought that an unfinished body was not even close to a top-ranked spirit. He found it hard to believe that the guy not only possessed the art of swordsmanship, but also spirit techniques. It made him a little angry, for once again he was forced to disrupt his plan, but it couldn't be helped. He was not yet in his full form, but the situation demanded immediate action. Suddenly, the demon changed its appearance, and instead of a head, it had something like a creepy mask. The demon angrily said that since the guy had ruined his plan, he would tear the whole place down. He channeled his power into an attack against Ignis, and this time there was clearly a difference in the bottom. The dragon realized it couldn't manage on its own, but remained standing to the end, upright like its master. James walked over to him, saying that the spirit had done a good job, and now this demon would be handled by him. Black wondered if the guy was sure he could handle it, since his opponent was a demon again this time. But James showed him his shuriken bracelet, saying that with that he could take it easy. He put the bracelet on, adding that its power should be enough to make it a success. Horace felt something strange for a moment, but the sensation was immediately gone. Becky, who was walking with him, noticed that the teacher had stopped. The girl started too, and then asked him if everything was all right, to which the old man replied in the affirmative. He added that the girl shouldn't worry about anything. It just made his heart tingle for some reason. But maybe it was from the fact that they'd been going for a long time. However, Becky didn't believe him, saying that the old man was once again being dragged down by the past. Then she said they should think of better things to do since they had come all this way. Becky also joked that she was afraid she'd be the same when she got older, which Horace didn't like. He called the girl rude, saying he still had plenty of energy in him, but Becky continued to chastise him. Becky added that they still had a long road ahead of them, so they should hurry. Meanwhile, James stood face to face with the demon, waiting to see what it would do next. The guy felt that his demonic energy was stronger than the one he had fought before. The demon introduced himself, saying his name was Bridge, and he planned to have the guy see this form a little earlier. He added that he would soon consume him and be reborn as a higher demon. But James suddenly said he didn't care about anything the demon just said. After all, there was no reason for him to know the name of someone who was about to die, and besides, all he did was talk. Bridge, hearing this, called him a sassy man, saying he would teach him good manners. He attacked with multiple arrows from his aura, saying that he would see how the guy would reflect it. James took a stand, preparing to defend himself. He noticed that the demon had incredible speed. Then, with one swing of his sword, he deflected all the arrows flying at him, and those arrows fell nearby. He continued to fend off more and more arrows, which Bridge spared no expense on him. Suddenly, James realized that he was trying to wear him down so he could finish him off easier. The boy thought that this demon was indeed stronger than anyone he'd ever had to fight. Black told him that if he didn't attack, his opponent would have an advantage. He shouted, had James forgotten everything he had taught him? But the man disagreed. He said all his friend did was beat him up the entire sparring session, so it couldn't be called training. James then added more power to his attack and repelled all the arrows at once, then counterattacked. His attack grazed the demon, but it didn't even stagger, which surprised the guy. James realized that the bracelet probably hadn't triggered its effect yet, so the attacks weren't hitting him. Black added that the demon only seemed strong, but it probably hadn't fully assimilated with the host yet, so a precise strike to his core should save the man, and James wondered if his sword could do such a thing. But Black replied that there was no problem with that, since all he needed was a sharp enough sword. And the sharpness he should have gotten was not in lines, but in points. James replied that he understood. The friend gave valuable advice based on his experience, so he was trustworthy. Black continued to help him, prompting him to fill the void area first. And it doesn't have to be spiritual energy, it has to be sharp, and James did just that by attacking Bridge. He succeeded this time, and a hole from his sword could be seen in the demon's body. And then his body began to collapse, and he screamed frantically in despair. The demon screamed that it couldn't be, but it was over. It was involuntarily leaving the fat man's body. The boy fell to the ground unconscious, and James kept his guard up just in case. He asked Black as he wondered if the guy was going to be okay. A friend assessed his body, saying that he was alive, though he would need treatment due to demonic energy poisoning. But Bridge wasn't dead yet. He had turned into a little green ball, and then suddenly reappeared before them in spirit form with the same creepy mask in place of a face. He screamed that he would tear them apart so that they wouldn't even recognize themselves. However, James said he was the one who looked more like a piece of something incomprehensible. With these words, the lad turned to Blackstone, and the latter understood half-heartedly. The friend transformed into a sword, and at the same time the bracelet on James's arm activated its power. That energy was repulsive to the demon, and he put his hands out as if defending himself against it. Then James said it was the last ray of light the demon would see in his life. He swung his new weapon at it, bidding farewell to the monster that would be the next on his account. The guy used a fragile knight of divine radiance carnage. Bridge didn't have time to dodge. There was no point, though, as the light from the sword traveled through the entire building. And then there was an explosion on the top floor where they fought. The fat man woke up in the hospital, but he didn't realize it yet because he had just opened his eyes. He sat down on the bed, and James, who was standing next to him, greeted the guy. The one who saw his idol in front of him was incredibly surprised that he was standing right in front of him. James said he was glad to see he was okay, and added that the guy recovered faster than expected. Then explained that he was possessed by a demon summoned by a criminal organization. Then the guy cheerfully said it was all a dream, but James didn't understand what he was talking about. He added that the guy must still be in shock, so he should rest. And since he was convinced of his condition, he could have left. But the fat man stopped him. James got flustered, thinking his excuse was too obvious, and stopped. But it turned out the guy was just a fan of his and asked for at least one picture. Of course, James couldn't say no to him, so he helped set up the camera for photos. On the television, news channels were reporting from the scene he had been at the center of moments ago. It was reported that a dangerous rank 6 criminal he had killed had been found dead. The head of the criminal guild, of which the murdered Nelson was a member, did not want to listen to television anymore. The girl's secretary apologized, saying she didn't think such a fuss would be made. But the guy replied to her that there was no shame in it, and she said she would be more careful from now on. The head nodded, and then added that it was still strange, for the man, though foolish, to summon a demon. It wasn't like him at all, from which the guy concluded that someone was behind it. It wasn't hard to guess who it was, for the last person their swordsman had fought was James Beck. The head noticed that due to his busy schedule, he had stopped being interested in the strange one. But he also couldn't leave the place empty, so he said he trusted his secretary. The girl asked if he was serious, and he replied positively. Then she said he was being quite kind, but the head brushed it off, saying it was all for the good of the guild. The girl nodded and withdrew, leaving him alone. The head smiled and said one last time that he had high hopes for her. He wondered how much the monster Elder Beck had raised was like himself. Meanwhile, James and Black decided to go for a walk. The guy asked how long the friend would stay mad at him and the system. But the man shouted that she was unfair, for he was the one who had defeated the demon. James remembered standing on the floor of the crime guild building, fighting him. The demon's green energy appeared to be the power he was gathering. And that power has been pulling at Black since Bridge's death. The status window showed that the mid-level demon essence had been absorbed by Blackstone, and Black noticed that he was finally getting something too. He felt like getting stronger, but then he saw the same thing happening to James. The guy said he felt that power in himself too, but Black noticed that it was dangerous, for he was a spirit and James was human, except that this energy was too pure for demonic power. It was then that Black suddenly realized why the energy had gone through him first. I mean, it was like he was a filter for the guy. This, as always, made him angry, and he began to hate the system even more. As a result of the absorption, James's mana and mental abilities increased. And then suddenly there was a piece of advice that said he should stay calm. In such a case, his mental energy would be hardly used up at all. James couldn't believe what he had just read. It was really incredible. Plus, it was the first time the council had appeared. He asked his friend how he felt about that, but he was already too angry. He was offended that the system treated him like a filter for the guy's power. So now he wasn't in the mood either, even though James reminded him that he had gotten stronger too. Also, a new sword path was revealed to the guy, and the 9th gate of 10,000 swords, the precision sword, was opened. Black pounced on him, ironically asking why not grab everything at once. To this, James replied that the stronger he gets, the better chance he has of unlocking his friend's memories. So he advised him to look at things more cheerfully. Of course, Black still didn't like it, he sighed. They had arrived at the sword pavilion by then. Black asked why the boy wanted to study the piercing sword. James replied that this technique helps to dissect the opponent's sword energy and strength. He noticed it during his battle with the demon bridge. Blocking an opponent's attack with aura has almost no effect. Therefore, he thought that he would have more opportunities by dissecting attacks with his sword blade. Hearing his answer, Black smiled. Secretly, he was proud of the boy. He said he would have praised him now, however he was not in the mood. They had entered the monastery, and James was about to finally get some rest. Suddenly he saw Thomas walking toward him with an envelope in his hand. The lad observed that the law of meanness is always justified, but it seemed he would rest some other time, for now he asked Thomas why he had come. The one smiled for some reason and said it was about the head of the family. The elder handed him the document, and Thomas handed the envelope to James. It was a surprise to the lad, for he thought his father was calling him again. In the envelope was another quest with a level 6 dungeon. He had to defeat the lizard boss, but he didn't understand why. After all, the mission looked simple, but suddenly it was clear to him. He said he understood it all now, and Thomas was surprised. James then explained that this was not a simple expedition, but Hunger Games. After all, he wasn't the only one assigned this task. Their conversation was interrupted by Julia, who entered the hallway. At the sight of her, James grew serious, for he remembered their contest. The girl, however, smiled at him, telling him that it had been a long time since they had seen each other. Feeling her aura, James was surprised to think that his sister had already reached rank 7. She's come a long way, and there was incredible power coming from her. But Black reminded him that he too was not the wimp he used to be. Thomas bowed to the direct heir to the throne, and James asked what she was doing here. The girl responded with a question too, asking if he hadn't read the letter. It was a knockout mission, but the guy still didn't understand why his sister was here. Ta replied that she was only going to offer him something. She asked what about accomplishing this mission using only sword arts. After all, one way or another, this would be their last assignment. They will fight one last time as members of the Bake family, using only sword-wielding techniques. It seemed absurd to James, and he asked why he suddenly had to go for it. But Julia replied that she just wanted to end things on a good note. Then the guy thought his sister couldn't play at all. He decided he wasn't going to play her games, but the girl responded with her agreement. James added, handling it even without a spirit. And it really would be their last fight, so he said he'd pretend she hadn't said anything. Julia bit her lip, as if she wanted to respond to that somehow. But in the end, she just called him an arrogant creep. With those words, the girl turned around to leave, saying she would make him regret it yet. James stared after her, wondering how much stronger his sister had become. Something seemed odd to him, and Black asked what it was. James replied that it just seemed to him that his sister wasn't mad at him at all. So it seemed to him that there was something else here besides the Beck family. He added that someone else is probably behind Julia. However, they must win at all costs. When the girl returned to her room, she immediately dialed a number. She was answered by a man who said he had the power to beat him. He added that he would send Julia something special, something with which even the strongest demon could easily be defeated. After all, it is made specifically for this occasion, so she should use it to the fullest. Julia then asked him to answer honestly why he was helping her, but the man replied that he was only doing it out of mental kindness and nothing more. He added that it should have been delivered to her by now, saying she should have a box on her desk. It was really like that. Upon opening it, the girl saw the pills. The man explained that the golden one would give her strength and strengthen her aura. He advised the girl to eat it beforehand. And the black one has a short-term effect. Eating it will increase your abilities several times over. The effect lasts for 10 minutes, after which she is not allowed to use her mana for 3 days. Also, the girl will lose her magic abilities forever. Hearing this, Julia was a little worried, but said she had enough for 10 minutes. She disconnected, and the person on the other end of the wire remarked that she had such a northern temperament. Julia didn't believe he was helping her from the bottom of his heart. After all, everyone was constantly mocking her, but soon she would show them all her power. The day of battle approached as all the invited swordsmen gathered at the rift. Tension was at its peak. Everyone realized that this would be a battle not for life, but for death. But here one of them pointed to someone in the crowd, shouting James Beck's name. The one appeared with his guard and approached the rift. People were discussing amongst themselves about the rumors that this guy had exceeded rank 7. Thomas noticed that the young gentleman was becoming more and more famous. His name is being heard everywhere, and that was a good start. He added that pretty soon every person on the planet will know about him. Black told James to stop him before he started worshipping him. James didn't have time to reply because everyone was already greeting Julia. The girl had also come with her guard, and she was clearly enjoying the atmosphere. People were discussing who would win this battle. To some it seemed certain it would be Julia. After all, she had single-handedly defeated the bosses of a dozen dungeons. But it seemed to others that the youngest of the Beck family would be the winner. After all, he has reached such great heights recently. Black said that Julia had gotten stronger, and James replied that he had noticed it too. But Black also smelled that there was no shortage of good elixir here. James considered what her sudden power surge on mission day might mean, and suddenly realized that his hunch that someone was behind Julia was correct. Both heads of the two-headed lizard were cut off. James continued onward. This dungeon hasn't had any particular problem so far, and all the monsters were weaker than he'd realized, but Black said it was just for him. James then replied with a smirk that they would get through everything faster than planned. He turned to Thomas, saying they should hurry, but the guy was silent, as if he was thinking about something. James asked him what was wrong, and he told him about Julia's bodyguard. The girl's name was Astrid, and he was ashamed to say it, but he couldn't overpower her more than once. And after all, she was from a black sword squad just like him, so there was reason to worry. He asked what if they had to face her, but James cut him short. Putting a hand on his shoulder, he said the guy wasn't what he used to be. After all, he's no longer just a regular kid, but his assistant. Hearing these words of encouragement, Thomas bowed. He said he would put his life on the line if he had to, but James said it wasn't necessary. Black noticed that James was a shameless guy, but the guy said he'd just set up a script about Thomas already. Black asked what he meant by script, and that's when James told him to just listen, because it's a 100% working scheme. Julia and Astrid were right behind them, but about 5 minutes behind. The bodyguard was assessing the cuts on the body of the dead lizard. She said that if this keeps up, the guys will get to the boss first. But Julia replied that this mission was just a formality. In fact, it's even better if James is the first to meet the boss. After all, then his strength would be at an end, and it would be easier for her to kill him. The girl realized that she needed to fix the problem when it was minor. She asked Astrid if she had prepared the bracelet, and the girl held it out to her. Julia said she needed to end it with her brother now and put the bracelet on. Anything could be done to win, so she thought the end justified the means. Meanwhile, James did meet the lizard boss. He looked more like a dinosaur, which the guy had never seen before. Thomas ran up to him, asking if he was okay. James replied that the boss was stronger than he expected. It was a good thing he'd been practicing hard, because one wrong move and it could have ended tragically. Oh, and besides, he looked somewhere in the bushes, saying they had an audience the whole time. Julia came out from behind the trees and clapped her hands. She praised him, saying he fought a great fight. The girl added that thanks to him they got here in great shape. James thanked her for the compliments, but reminded her that the boss had been defeated by him. But Julia only waved her hands, asking if he was really that naive. After all, from the beginning, her target was not the boss, but himself. James suspected it, of course, but didn't think she would reveal everything under these circumstances. Julia told him not to worry, saying she would take care of things. To tell everyone that James Beck couldn't get out of the dungeon. But the guy smiled for some reason, asking if she was so unsure of her abilities. "I've only come this far for one person." This infuriated Julia, and she was the first to pounce on him. James managed to put his sword out in time to defend himself, but they found themselves face to face. Thomas prepared to fight at his master's side, but suddenly he noticed the attack in his direction and realized he was going to have his own personal battle. The boy barely had time to dodge the blow from Astrid, who had come close to him in a flash. The girl told him not to dare interfere. She added that she wouldn't feel sorry for him and would tear him into little pieces. But Thomas got angry about it, he said, and the girl got out of the way. And she replied that she was but a faithful servant of her mistress. Astrid added that in the past he would have understood what she meant, for he himself had once been a dedicated swordsman. Thomas suddenly agreed, but then said he realized something. After all, compared to pointlessly swinging a sword, the point of a sword that has a purpose is much sharper. With those words he pounced on her, and they had their own battle. Astrid said angrily that the guy was on the wrong path. But Thomas replied that he was no longer the same person he was before, and now he had a reason to win. James and Julia had their own fight, but the forces in it were not equal. So far, the guy has only been on the defensive, while the girl has been leading aggressive attacks. James realized he wouldn't last long like this, but there was no choice. And Julia was surprised that he still had strength. She thought the fight with the boss must have exhausted him. But the guy fought as if he had just started, even though he was drenched in sweat and breathing hard. That meant only one thing. No matter how sick he was, his limit would soon come too. James realized it too. He needed to buy time right away. And Julia noticed after taking those pills that the difference in their strength wasn't that noticeable. But James destroyed all the lizards in the dungeon, as well as the boss. So he should not have been underestimated, even if he was at his limit. The girl smiled gloatingly, asking if he thought he could overpower her. After all, in this state, he won't last more than 10 minutes. Then James put out his hand and summoned his wind wolf to fight in his place. However, Julia smiled for some reason and pointed her bracelet at him. She said she had been waiting for this, and suddenly the wolf was enveloped by strange strands of black and red aura. He groaned loudly in pain, and strangely enough, James experienced the same pain. The boy screamed, then sank to his knees from loss of strength. His wind spirit was gone, and James realized there was no point in summoning anyone else. And Julia was clearly cheering as she asked why he was downcast. She pointed her sword at him and asked if he thought she hadn't prepared for his tricks. James asked in desperation at what it was just now, clearly not understanding where she got such powers from. Then the girl explained that it was an unusual bracelet. It could summon spirits against their will. She added that she had prepared it in advance because she knew James would use perfume. In addition, he seemed to have finally lost his strength after the summoning technique. James asked where his sister had dug up the bracelet, but she said it had been made especially for her. It was personally made by someone who knows him, James, very well too. Also, she could finish him off. Hearing that, James was confused. Then he suddenly shouted in anger, asking who the man was. Julia took a swing at him, saying there was no point in him knowing about him anymore. She only said what she was sure. The guy would meet him in hell, then she'd find out. After saying that, she brought her sword down on him, and James prepared himself for the worst. Julia thought he had already accepted his fate, but was greatly surprised when he blocked her blow. From somewhere, the guy got the strength to fight her back. But the girl didn't understand how it happened, so she asked him about it. Instead of answering, James threw her off with his aura. He shook off the dust, saying with annoyance that he had hoped to at least know the man's name. He then said he was surprised his sister hadn't noticed anything. But judging by the look on her face, his acting was flawless. James asked his sister if she really thought he was that weak, but she really didn't seem to understand anything. Then the guy explained that he had only spent a small amount of his powers on the lizard boss, but really only a small amount of his powers. He added that it was much harder to pretend like he was really having a hard time. Julia became angry, wondering if her brother had decided to mess with her. Black laughed, saying that their plan with the play had worked. He added that James should have been better off going to work as an actor rather than a swordsman. Meanwhile, the man turned to his sister, saying he realized what she had meant all along. Her goal was to kill him, because that's why she was biding her time. The girl agreed, saying that it had finally gotten to him. James then replied that since that was the case, he was no longer stopped by guilt, and he can kill her with peace of mind, and then the guy summoned Ignis. This time, the dragon appeared unexpectedly fast and looked even bigger and stronger. He had a top rank that he had gotten his hands on through training with his master. Julia aimed the bracelet at him, saying it was useless anyway. She directed the power of the bracelet at the dragon, and a special aura covered it. However, in the next instant, she backed away from the spirit. Julia was very surprised by this, asking why it didn't work for her. To top it all off, the bracelet cracked altogether, and the girl screamed that this couldn't be happening. But everything pointed to her losing to James. Julia fell to the ground in fear, looking at her brother with terror and a small hope that he wouldn't kill her. But the man pointed his sword at her, just as she had before, asking what her sister would say now. The huge dragon behind his back left no chance of escape, and now already she had prepared for the worst. And James asked her one single question, asking her what the hell the thing was up to. But for some reason, Julia suddenly laughed. She whined and then said that he had warned, hadn't he? That James is cunning, and the man looked at her in surprise. The girl slipped her hand into her pocket then, saying she didn't think she'd have to use it. In her hands, she held a black pill from a box, and she accepted it while James watched the whole thing. Then in a flash, the girl was overwhelmed by an unimaginable power and she screamed. Black added, her aura growing stronger by the second. James saw it himself, so he turned to Ignis. The dragon understood his instruction and breathed fire on the girl. But she was no longer the same Julia. Her strength had exceeded rank 7. She said that since she had such power in her hands, she could have some fun. Then she quickly grabbed her sword and swung it. A huge burst of her pink aura blocked Ignis's fire, after which the girl counterattacked him and hit him right in the spirit's stomach. The blow went through and the dragon began to disappear, and Julia told a surprised James that this was just the beginning. She flung back her hair, giving herself completely to the force, and said that she was now easily capable of tearing her brother apart. Another battle had begun, and this time James wasn't conceding to her on purpose. The girl attacked with a strength that wouldn't even compare to demonic strength. Black told him to pull himself together and remember all their training. James answered positively and clenched his teeth in anger. He himself was well aware that he couldn't lose to his sister so easily, because that would only mean one thing. She would kill him, this time for sure. It seemed as if it was an instant aura enhancer. But these drugs can be lethal, so the sister was playing with fire. But Julia didn't seem to care. The girl tried with all her might to finish him off. In that case, James realized what he had to do. He concentrated and activated the sword art, and then cut through her aura quite easily with a sharp, slashing sword. Seeing this, Julia was surprised enough to even open her mouth. And James told Black that he hadn't practiced absolute sword techniques for nothing after all. The boy turned to his sister, asking if she really thought she could overpower him with just an aura boost. It made Julia even angrier, but she realized her brother was strong. She called him a smug cretin and prepared to attack again. The girl didn't feel sorry for herself, for she knew she only had 10 minutes. James noticed her confused concentration, intoxicated by her own power. But her power was impressive, Black shouted. One wrong chance and the guy would be in his grave. And the man thanked him for his advice and lunged at his sister. Meanwhile, Astrid stopped fighting, glancing in the direction where her mistress was fighting. The girl wondered what there was going on, but now she was in trouble herself. Thomas told her that her opponent was right in front of her. But the girl cried out, did he himself not worry about his master? But Thomas called her naive, asking how she could not have faith in her master. After all, James Beck is not weak enough to succumb to these kinds of spells. Besides, to him, he was more than just a gentleman. Thomas made a surprise attack, breaking through Astrid's defenses. He finished by saying that he is a true friend to him who believes in him. Black noticed that they seemed to have one winner already. He added that they have little time left, so the guy should utilize it. James was in agreement, and Julia's heart suddenly clenched. The girl stopped, spitting out blood, and clutched her chest. She staggered to her feet, and Black noticed that the effects of the drug seemed to be wearing off. Julia herself didn't realize what was happening to her. After all, she thought she still had time, but suddenly the entire aura headed towards her heart. Black shouted as she began the process of self-destruction. James asked why this was happening, but his friend didn't know himself. He said they should have gotten out of here sooner now. After all, if that much more aura exploded, it would destroy the entire area. Julia, meanwhile, thought she couldn't let it end like this. She screamed that she didn't want to die, but it was too late. James warned Thomas to leave with him immediately. And then, just as Black had said, there was a huge explosion of bright pink aura. After a while, they were finally able to get up. James asked if the kid was okay. Thomas replied positively, though he was still in shock at what he had seen. Looking at the site of the explosion, he wondered what that had just been. James replied that they were now watching the self-destruct, and it was a good thing they had time to move away. Thomas said he never imagined he would be able to see such a thing, and then suddenly got down on his knees and apologized to him. He said he was the one who was supposed to protect him, but James asked him to stop. After all, no one could know that, except Astrid, her bodyguard. However, Thomas said that he didn't think the girl knew anything. For the moment she looked back and saw what her mistress had become, she was shocked. Astrid was so distracted that she didn't even notice him approaching and attacking her. So it seems that Mrs. Julia was hiding it from everyone. Black agreed with him, saying that James's sister had been terrified in her final seconds. It's like I didn't know it would end this way from the beginning. It was really strange, considering she couldn't take a pill expecting that result. Besides, Black hadn't heard of such an elixir in any of his past lives. They had so many questions for Julia, so it was even a shame that she had died so quickly. But James thought there had to be at least some clue. He remembered his sister saying that the man was someone close to him. Therefore, it was worth thinking about it well after leaving the dungeon. James bent down to pick up the bracelet his sister had left behind. He really hoped it was all a lie, but he had to find this man. The rift glowed, which meant someone had already handled everything. People saw the two silhouettes and began to wonder which of the Beck family came out the winner. And it turned out to be James Beck who came out with his bodyguard. As soon as he stepped on the ground, reporters and press immediately pounced on him. They asked him questions, one of which was finding Mrs. Julia. Suddenly, the guys noticed that the rift was closing. That could only mean one thing. Julia Beck died there. Reporters pounced on him with questions about what happened in the dungeon. And James replied that he knew it was hard to believe. But his sister Julia self-destructed. He made a pitiful appearance. Of course, he was asked a bunch more questions after that, but he told it all in order. He killed the boss, and along the way met Julia, who suddenly pounced on him. So James went on the defensive, but the situation changed dramatically. Maybe his sister decided to take the risk because she didn't see a way back. You can't say the people believed him, but they had no other witnesses. Thomas added that the Beck family will reveal everything in detail in the coming days. However, James didn't finish the whole thing. It was a bait and switch for the creep behind it all. So he'll think his plans have gone awry and he'll bite. So all we have to do is wait for him to show up. The internet called their family crazy because of Julia blowing herself up. He showed his friend all these messages and then turned off his phone. The boy asked his master if he thought it would cause trouble. And the man replied that it seems James Beck is now actively looking for the culprit. But it was impossible for Julia to give him away. After all, even the luckiest person will have a maximum of 3 minutes before self-destructing. And since his little sister isn't one of the smart ones, she sure spent that time doing something else. Kevin was sure she hadn't even checked first to see what the pills were. It made him laugh at how stupid people could be. But the other guy, who turned out to be his loyal bodyguard, asked what would happen if the head found out. Kevin replied that his father had sent them to it himself. The third son added that he knows his father well, so if not to interfere or go against his plans, he won't be able to do anything to him because that's the way it's always been. His servant said they should get ready anyway, but Kevin asked if he didn't trust him. Then the guy bowed to him, apologizing for his behavior, but he told him he shouldn't. After all, he appreciated people who could express themselves, so he would think about what the man said. And his brother's been a little too smart lately. He might even be targeting him already, so extra caution wouldn't hurt. Or he's still a model big brother to his dear James. James stood before the elder and reported that Julia was dead. He wanted to explain, but his father brushed it off, saying he was already aware of it. James then asked if he didn't want to hear the details. But Toe replied that his daughter knew what she was going for, and it was all about winning. Besides, going to the dungeon with him was her idea. Julia said she would do anything to win, even risk her life. Those words even made him feel amused, so he let her. Maybe she died because she was weak or because she was outsmarted. Either way, the fight was over. The strongest always wins. It was and will be. Black said that the elder had no conscience, for even animals grieve when their cubs die. It's definitely not about power, he's just a monster. But James knew from the beginning that his sister had asked for this assignment to kill him. It was a game where one of them had to be eliminated. The old man added that he hoped James wouldn't end up like her. He advised him not to trust anyone and to rely only on his own strength. James thanked him for the advice, he was in agreement, and he added that he would do anything to get his seat as soon as possible. The head complimented him on his good attitude, and that was the end of their parting. But as James walked out of the hall, he turned to Black with an unexpected statement. The guy said he made a big decision about his future. It was that he didn't want to be the next head of the family. Hearing this, Black was surprised, asking what had gotten into him. But the man went on to say that the friend was right in talking about his father. He really was a real monster, so James would take away what was most precious to him, his throne, on which he had long been lingering, playing with his children. Black asked, wondering if James was going to train like a lunatic again. But the man replied that first they needed to find who was behind his sister. Black wondered if he'd already spotted someone, but the boy replied in the negative. However, he knew someone who could help them with that. It turned out to be an acquaintance of Thomas's, Laura, who runs the black market. James came straight to her office, and the girl noticed that he was dressed as if he was hiding from someone. She poured them tea and offered to tell him all the things he couldn't over the phone. After all, since he's here right after finishing his assignment, it looks like he's really got something serious going on. The girl sent all her subordinates to wait outside, so she offered to start, saying that the talk would likely be about his older sister. James agreed with her, pulling out Julia's bracelet. He said it was the bracelet she used and asked her to find who made it. He also described to her the drug his sister had taken before she died. But the girl, looking at the bracelet, said she had seen such a thing for the first time. And as for the drug, she'd never heard of one that caused self-destruction. However, she had a hunch as to what it might be related to. The girl suddenly asked if James had heard of the underground battle arena. Rumors spread the other day about a certain medicinal herb spreading in her territory. They don't even know where it came from there, though. The underground arena is run by the black market, and they can use all sorts of illegal things there, from doping to dangerous equipment. So there wasn't a single product from there that they couldn't find out about. Black wondered, asking if Julia's drug was from there. James replied that he didn't know for sure, but he had a hunch it was all connected. And the girl suddenly said that she had a little request for him too. She said there is fierce competition going on in the underground arena at the moment. For the deputy manager position, simply put, a fight between the big shots. The girl said that if he succumbs to this position, he will have access to many documents. Information, goods, money. He will be able to get it all much faster than he does now. James then clarified that the girl wanted him to participate in the match on behalf of their organization. She replied positively, and Black asked in surprise, wondering if James was agreeing. Toth replied that he didn't really want to, but it was a good investment for the future. So he agreed and asked when the next fight would be. The girl said there should be a total of 3 contestants in each group, and James would be their dark horse. The guy sighed, saying that it didn't look that hard. He thought about something and then suddenly opened his eyes. James said he didn't think it would work. He added that he doesn't want to just wait for his turn, as it's just a waste of time. While he was still saying this, a system window appeared with an unexpected quest. According to him, he had to take part in the battle and defeat all the talented players. The reward was 1,600 points and a secret prize, and James added that he would only accept if he fought first. A week later, he was already on the battlefield in the guise of a familiar swordsman. The boy had fought on his behalf and was now fighting his first battle, but the swordsman was rather weak to him, and he easily went behind his back to attack, then slapped the guy in the back of the head like Black had once done to him, and the swordsman fell to the ground. The audience roared loudly when they saw that the opponent was no longer rising. The referee announced that the mystery fight had swept him off his feet like a whirlwind in a matter of minutes. Everyone applauded the unknown swordmaster. The opponent lay on the ground, and victory was awarded to James. People discussed with delight that he had knocked out the opponent with a single sword strike. And no one understood how the head of the black market branch found such a monster. There was one man among them, however, who liked James as an opponent. He noticed that there was finally a worthy opponent in a long time, and his boss said he thought the guy even seemed to be holding back a little bit. The man agreed, saying that this swordsman definitely had at least rank 6. Sounds like the guy didn't want his identity revealed. His boss then asked if his swordsman could handle him, and the man smiled slyly. The man then said he would deal with him in no time. Meanwhile, James headed for the exit of the arena. He was met by Laura, congratulating him on winning his first fight. The girl added that it was unbelievable. The man said she was exaggerating. Frankly, he was even amazed that everything was going according to plan. The director agreed with him, saying she didn't even think they would make it to the finals so quickly. And James asked her how the search about the drug was going, but was told that they hadn't found anything yet. It seems to have only recently appeared in these counties, and only a few people know about it. However, they did have some news about the bracelet. The girl said the item was clearly made overseas. She got this case to the best experts, so more news should be coming soon. James thanked her for her help, telling her that he wouldn't let her down either. He then cast a glance at the tiger-skinned man, asking what about that swordsman. Even though he hadn't shown himself as a fighter up to this point, James could feel his aura. And the girl said the man's name was Yellow Tiger, and he would be his next opponent. She added that the man was a member of the Yeon family and one of the zodiac signs. Black noticed that the one must be a special member of the Yeon family since he was a zodiac. James agreed that it was an unexpected place to meet another of this family. Black added that the man had a strong aura, and he would say it was almost rank 7. But it seems like he's been neglecting his training lately. Suddenly, James said that his friend was right. For a few years ago, a man he knew had blown him to smithereens in battle. And since that incident, he seems to have gone underground. Then Black advised him not to be so cocky about not letting his guard down. But James replied that he didn't have to worry about that. After a while, the following contestants were invited into the arena. He was suddenly approached by Yellow Tiger, saying that it wasn't too late to change his mind. For now he's being kind and giving him a chance to get out of here on his own too. But James replied that the man was not his level, so that wasn't an option. This made the tiger a little angry. He noticed that he knew how to flutter his tongue. James only smiled and began to warm up, preparing for battle. He then waved his finger at him, telling the man to attack. Then he could not hold back any longer and lunged at him. The referee announced the start of the last battle of the first group for the assistant leader candidate. The man ran at him while concentrating the aura in his hands. It was an unusual yellow color, and suddenly, James noticed claws emerging from his fingers. The swordsman actually seemed to turn into a tiger and began waving his claws in all directions. All of this was accompanied by his powerful aura flow, but so far James had managed to dodge. After another attack, they both bounced back, and the man realized that the initiative was now on his side. Black remarked, warning James about this. This swordsman's weapon was his magic claws. He could apply them to all of his fingers at once, and it was amazing. James asked, wondering if a friend had experienced something like this before. But the man replied in the negative, saying he had just heard a lot about them. Wielders of magical tiger claws let a lot more aura into their hands. This allows them to attack even from a long distance and increases their strike power. And this man's aura is so strong, he can't be bothered with close or long-range combat. Black also wondered why the Lord didn't know about it himself. Because the man who defeated the Yellow Tiger in a landslide, there was his older sister Barbara, whom the lad himself had mentioned. So far their forces were equal, and James was able to hold back the man's onslaught. But he used different techniques to hurt him. Sometimes he wondered how the guy dodged them. And at some time, he noticed that he began to block all of his attacks. Tiger had assumed this swordsman was strong, but he didn't think it was that strong. He ordered himself to pull himself together. After all, this guy couldn't do this for long anyway. With each hit, he was gradually getting weaker, so what was left was to just keep attacking. The man pounced on him again, saying he would tear him to shreds. Black noticed that everything was exactly as he said it would be. The man had abandoned training, and it was showing. After all, the hallmark of the tiger claw is speed. But what the man was demonstrating was nothing but a waste of his own aura. Black added that it was difficult to fight him in close combat, but it was the only fashion to notice his blunder. So he said he had a good idea. James asked what the idea was, to which his friend replied that he would only need to take one step. Some more time passed, and the tiger realized he was beginning to tire. He noticed that his opponents were now on the offense. James was really starting to actively return his punches. Then the man wondered with amazement if the guy was doing it intentionally. After all, he had probably been accumulating aura all this time. But the tiger refused to believe it. He had to win at all costs. And since that was the case, the only thing left to do was to increase the intensity of their attacks. He realized that he needed to finish off his opponent before he got stronger. The swordsman suddenly used a new technique, creating a large tiger paw from his aura. Black said the man had concentrated his entire aura into her, and it was dangerous. It looked like he was going to end it all with this most powerful punch. But that was all James had been waiting for. His eyes lit up as he realized it was about to be over. The tiger, meanwhile, pushed off the ground, coming closer to him. His technique was called Tiger King's Killing Strike. Its power was truly astonishing. But James had already taken a defensive stance, preparing to fight back. Seeing him stand, Black noticed that the guy was about to try out a new sword path. It was indeed true. James had studied the blade of righteousness and honor and responded to his opponent's attack with it. For a moment, their auras made contact. A great tension hung in the air, which disappeared after a couple minutes. The tiger looked at him in surprise, amazed that this unknown swordsman had repelled his powerful strike. But James's attack didn't end there. He pointed his blade towards his opponent, and then the one experienced intense pain from the impact of his aura. But the tiger wasn't planning on giving up, asking if the guy thought he had already won. His vision was hazy, everything was blurring, and he realized he was losing consciousness. He also lost control of his body, for it wasn't moving. Realizing this, he tried with his last strength to stand up, but to no avail. James was already behind him. He swung for the decisive blow, saying that they would probably end there. After these words, a rather strong blow flew into the back of the tiger's head, causing him to lose his already poor balance. James did a huge jump afterwards. It was more for the audience to get the crowd on his side. The referee seemed as surprised as the rest of the audience that an unknown swordsman had won. But there was nothing else to do but declare him the winner, which he did. James stood over his defeated foe, thinking that he had turned out to be a lesser fighter. But at that moment, the head of the losing tiger approached the referee, saying that it can't end like this. He pointed at James, saying that the winner can't be someone who hasn't even revealed his identity. After all, he could even be a wanted criminal or worse. Therefore, the head insisted on an additional battle when the winner would reveal all these details. But the referee replied that the guy is registered as the branch manager's best fighter, and this information was quite enough for them, and as for his personal life, it was not their business. His words were confirmed by the leader herself, who also approached them. She held some kind of box in her hands and added that it was just as she had envisioned. But it would never have occurred to her that the person distributing such a drug would be him. After all, no one would think anything bad about the head of the underground arena, but this man was the one who started it all. The girl added that the black market couldn't just leave it at that because of the funds. Their trust was crumbling, so she ordered her men to capture the leader of the underground arena. When those did her bidding and placed the man before her on his knees, she added that there was something she wanted to discuss with him. The girl was particularly interested in the question of his position, and she smiled slyly. James made it safely back to his pavilion and headed for his room. He was rewarded for the special sword path quest, 1,000 prize points and another 800 additional points. Also, as a reward, he was added a new skill, lightning immobilization. Seeing this, Black conquered that the guy might as well have opened it himself before the fight. In the end, they never found out who his sister got that drug from. But James replied that the head of the black market branch promised to find out. Now they had more important things to do, and they had to get to them immediately. James looked back at someone, wondering if the person thought he hadn't noticed him. Standing in front of him was a startled younger John, who was surprised that he had been exposed so quickly. James said that if the man came here to figure things out, he was in a bad mood right now. However, the boy replied that he just wanted to tell him something, and Black was surprised that he could communicate normally. James then asked him not to procrastinate and say what he wanted to say. But his brother was a little nervous. It was obvious that John was seriously worried and didn't even know where to begin. They came to the training area, a little longer from the swordsman in the pavilion. It was to make sure no one overheard them, but James suddenly had a strange feeling. He realized that he had last been here years ago, and this was where his first fight had been. And the opponent was him. Black glanced at John, who lowered his gaze as if in shame. He wasn't even remotely proud of James now, and Black thought the guy was no higher than rank 5. Meanwhile, James turned to him, asking him what he wanted to say, and he suddenly dropped to his knees. Turns out John had come with a request, to take him under James's wing because he wanted to be his apprentice. It was so unexpected that he didn't even know how to react at first. But from the look on John's face, he wasn't kidding, for he was really begging him on his knees. Black asked what had gotten into him, but James didn't know that himself, so he decided to ask his brother himself. He asked him what kind of nonsense he was talking about, because he couldn't even give a guarantee that he wouldn't betray him. It was indeed an important condition, and James wondered how his brother would react to it. He added, did the man really think he would accept him just because he kneeled? But John responded in the negative, saying he just wanted to end this pointless competition. He didn't want to fall even lower, and for the same reason he wasn't at the swordsman gathering ceremony. James then asked why him, since he could have chosen any of the siblings. John thought for a moment before answering. then looked at him with an uncertain look. He said the reason was that James wouldn't kill him even if he became the head of the family. Black, watching all of this, said that John looked pretty pathetic. But James asked further about his older brother Kevin. He thought John would hit it off. But the latter unexpectedly sharply answered in the negative to this question. He added that he doesn't know why, but feels there was something wrong with his older brother. This was the first time he had ever heard anyone say such a thing about Kevin. He thought for a moment, and then suddenly gave John his assent to his request. The guy said he understood, and the brother hesitantly asked if that meant he was accepting him. But James wagged his finger, asking if the man himself would have agreed to such a thing if he were in his place. He just said he'd think about it, but warned me not to get my hopes up. However, that was already enough for John. He got up from his knees and leisurely headed for the exit. Black asked James what he was even going to think about, but the guy said that John was very savvy. Plus, his intuition was at a high level, even though he's behind in all plans compared to the rest of us. After all, N was also a member of the Beck family. There must be some good in that. And James added that his brother wasn't particularly smart, and you don't have to deal with people like that for long. It seemed to him that after he became head of the family, John would voluntarily leave it, losing all privileges. That's why it was possible to leave it for a while, because something useful could be achieved from it. Meanwhile, Ara, who was happy to see him as always, approached him. The girl seemed to be looking for him to report on what she was able to accomplish in training. The girl asked if he had succeeded in finishing the business he was talking about, and James answered in the affirmative. Ara then held out an envelope to him, saying that a new assignment from the 7th Sword Hall had arrived. So she looked everywhere for the young master to give him up. The girl hadn't read the letter herself yet, so she glanced over there too as James read. It was about a level 5 dungeon and a boss to defeat. Black noticed that up until this point they had dungeons no higher than level 4, but that was no reason to despair. After all, he would be able to hone his skills anyway, so James decided to go along with it. He asked Ara to tell everyone to be quicker on the ready, and the girl ran to fulfill it. She was overflowing with enthusiasm, but James seemed to be thinking about something. However, when Black asked him about it, he shook his head, saying it was still early. A few days later, the moment of truth approached. All the invited swordsmen were gathered at the rift. He was in unusual shape, which already instilled some sense of mystery, but James had faith in his powers. Maria continued to train both day and night without a break and almost without rest. She honed her melee art, to which she added the power of her aura. Through training, her aura also visibly increased and became more powerful. The girl prepared for a decisive attack and ripped another new pair. She decided to end her workout at this point, and tied her hair back to get more oxygen to her head. She didn't even notice her brother coming over to tell her that she had finally decided to allow herself a vacation. Maria asked in response why sneak up so stealthily, but Askold only laughed. Then the girl pounced on him, saying that she had warned him not to come in when she was practicing, hadn't she? Askold said he had some birds here aiming at him about James Beck, but since she didn't want to hear it, he'd go. As expected, upon hearing about James, Maria didn't let him leave and blocked the exit. She asked what he had learned, but her brother didn't want to tell so easily. He wished his sister would ask him nicely, but Maria punched him in the stomach instead. She seemed to be angry now, and Askold declared that he had a sister who was a real meanie. Then he cleared his throat and said that he heard James Beck would be attending the 7th Swordsman meeting. The mission would take place in a rank 5 dungeon, and on it, their clan would be represented by her, Maria. Askold added that it was a great chance to show everyone what she can do. The girl agreed that it wasn't such a bad idea. But her brother knew her too well, saying her sister pretended like she didn't care. But really, she was burning with joy, plus James Beck was a good guy. Askold thought his father would like him too. However, there was something wrong with him lately. The boy suddenly turned to his sister, saying that Erwin wanted to talk to her. The girl stopped practicing for a moment and asked again who it was. But Askold waved it away, saying that it wasn't that important though. Now the priority was to take care of myself, and then it was fashionable to think about relatives. James looked at the girl after another time apart and felt that she had grown stronger. He greeted her, saying that it had been a long time since they had seen each other. Maria agreed, but for some reason she felt uncomfortable around him, and James noticed it. Black noticed that the girl was at least level 5, and she could also be called a genius of sorts. James decided to tell Maria about it, and she was pleased that the guy noticed the result of her training. James then pointed out to Black the girl's incomprehensible confusion around him, but he replied that the guy was just stupid. Maria meanwhile said that this time the victory would be theirs, and James replied that he would cheer for her, since he wasn't going to get involved himself. This surprised the girl greatly, for she thought she would be competing with him in the dungeon. But James replied that he figured they were here to enhance their experience and their abilities. And now, seeing her command, he realized he was probably wrong. Maria then hurriedly corrected herself, saying that they were here for an ability boost as well. James replied to her that in that case they would see each other again, before waving his hand and walking away. He walked over to his team, drawing the attention of his pavilion's finest swordsmen, of which it consisted. As he said, it was a special occasion, for otherwise they wouldn't be standing here. Through this dungeon, each of them will have an incredible experience. He also warned them in advance that their opponents had no intention of punking them. The boys replied in unison that they understood and waited for his further orders. James then commanded everyone to follow him and was the first to head towards the rift. The two guys who were standing a little farther away from everyone noticed that this dungeon was about to close. One of them was taking notes, compiling a report for their master, so he wasn't really listening to the other. And the man asked if he hadn't seen it, since two of the most powerful swordsmen had just gone in there. He was sure they could handle everything in a couple minutes, but the other guy didn't share his enthusiasm. He told the friend to mind his job and document each participant's entry time. They approached the rift, and the first of them, who had brought refreshments, smiled. Somehow he didn't think anything serious was going to happen, but suddenly the rift started acting strange. Uncharacteristic red flashes appeared in it, which said only one thing. The workers looked at the rift in surprise, not believing it was really happening. However, this meant that a crack had formed in the dungeon. One of them seemed to have experienced something like this before, saying it was a dungeon wave. He explained to the other guard that the wave was formed by the merging of one dungeon with another. Guy ordered his partner to immediately measure the rank of the dungeon, and he reached for a special instrument. It took him seconds to see the result, which shocked him. The device showed that the dungeon had a minimum rank 7, making it impossible to pass through, because the average ability of those who entered the dungeon didn't exceed rank 6. To begin with, the chief of them ordered every guild and association to report what had happened. They have to separate the dungeons as soon as possible, but for those who are now inside, we'll have to hope for a miracle, or one of them will have to create a miracle themselves. As the swordsmen entered the rift, they were surprised to find themselves somewhere in the winter time. One of them remarked that just now it was hot in here. They didn't realize what was going on. Thomas, who was a bit more knowledgeable, realized that there had been a dungeon wave. That M was the reason the weather had changed so drastically, and James realized it too. The guy thought it would happen in the distant future and didn't expect this dungeon to show up so early. But Black said it wasn't just that, for he felt something strange. He added that it looked like when the dungeon was draining, someone strong was able to get in, and since the weather had changed, they should have taken care of the case sooner. James turned to his swordsman as suddenly someone handed him a warm jacket. It was Ara who said the gentleman was dressed inappropriately for the weather. A surprised James saw that the girl had already taken care of all the swordsmen in their squad. He asked her how she was able to foresee this, but Thomas answered her. The guy explained that they had studied everything about the dungeons of the huge one they were headed to, and there have been a total of 3 incidents of bad weather here, and Ara added that James himself had told them to be responsible. Black noticed that it was no surprise that all of these people were his squad. James couldn't help but agree with his friend, adding that he felt completely safe with them. What couldn't be said for Maria's team? The girl thought she had been too careless. After all, she was expecting something completely different and ended up in a snowy area. Looking at James's team, who were already dressed for the conditions, the girl felt sorry for her men. After all, she didn't prepare and all she did was talk about her victory. Maria sighed. She knew she had to take matters into her own hands, no matter how desperate the situation was. First of all, she should have calmed down and stopped thinking about the past, because the present was much more important. She turned to her swordsman, asking if any of them had brought warm clothes. However, no one thought of it, nor did she, so the girl awkwardly informed them of the bitter fact. To begin with, she offered to use her aura to warm herself in some way, but suddenly she was stopped. It was James who said there was no need and handed the girl the bag. There was extra winter clothing inside, and Maria was very surprised that he was giving that to her. James explained that they had taken it just in case, but were able to get by without using it. And as the dungeon became larger and colder, aura alone couldn't do the job here. Besides, they didn't just give the clothes away, but only temporarily, so that their people would return everything later. But Mary realized that he only said it to appear harsher and to hide his kindness. She replied that she would be sure to repay him for his generosity, and James smiled back at her. Afterward, their squads tacitly joined together for a while, and Maria asked what he thought of the situation. James replied that most likely the dungeon they needed had merged with a rank 6 Yeti dungeon. Hearing this, all the members of his squad and even Maria herself were surprised and a little scared. After all, everyone knew that among the rank 6 dungeons, this place had the harshest conditions. And Bigfoot's high level of intelligence made him a monster, hard to defeat even by those of the same rank as him. In such a situation, there was only one tactic with the highest chance of survival. Maria offered it first, suggesting that they formally unite and act together. This way, they had a better chance of overpowering all of their opponents, and James agreed with her on that. He added that he would only accept her offer if the girl and her squad didn't interfere with their training. It had been intended from the beginning anyway, but Maria didn't realize it. James then said he realized the danger of his idea, and his swordsmen could be seriously injured. However, on the other hand, they may face much more dangerous monsters, though it might actually help improve their skills quickly, and the guy turned around, looking at his squad. Maria was impressed already that these people were going to train under such conditions. Suddenly, the thought struck her that she wasn't even close to them in terms of fitness. Meanwhile, Black asked James what he was up to. He explained that the guy had treated Maria too well, which was out of character for him. Black added that he couldn't be so nice to her unless he was sure of something. But James brushed it off, saying he was just repaying her for her kindness to him. Their conversation was interrupted by Thomas's voice, which alerted everyone that someone was approaching them. James thought they finally showed themselves, and Ara asked if these were the first monsters. But James replied in the negative, saying that it wasn't only monsters that could appear here now because of the wave. This also applies to ability holders in a normal dungeon. This time, some other squad led by a guy approached them and stopped when he saw Maria. Apparently, the girl recognized him too because she squinted her eyes unhappily. The guy, meanwhile, walked up to her, asking if she didn't remember him since his name was Ray Butler. Hearing his name, some of the swordsmen looked over in surprise, and James was the only one happy to see him. He smiled, thinking that everything was going as expected. Black wondered who the guy was to him if the guy was reacting to him like that. And James replied that the purpose of their raid had just changed. He was going to get this dungeon's reward from Ray.